2050, a dazzling meteor streaked across the night sky. At first, people cheered, thinking that this was the Pegasus meteor shower that only occurs once in a century. However, soon, a piece of news swept the world. A country in the north was completely destroyed by an unknown monster. It's fake, right? It's just hype. There was a lot of ridicule and disdain on the internet, until a combat video was transmitted. A certain superpower used all its weapons to bombard the monster, but the monster remained unscathed. What's even more frightening is that with just a slight blow, the entire tall building was reduced to ashes in an instant. Afterwards, giant beasts appeared one after another, and disasters swept the world. In less than half a year, countries were destroyed, civilization collapsed, and the world fell into endless chaos. Just when despair was spreading, humans finally developed mechas to fight against the behemoths. However, although the mechas are powerful, they are too heavy and slow to be effective, and humans can only run around, fighting and fleeing at the same time. Originally, I was also one of the fleeing army, but due to an accident, I was infected with the red poison and was on the verge of death. Until one day, I found a dusty, ancient book in the ruins. The secret cultivation techniques recorded in the book not only alleviated my red poison, but also gave me unimaginable abilities. My eyes could see through the fatal weaknesses of giant beasts, and even let me control the mecha as easily as using my arms and fingers. From then on, the wheel of fate changed. The giant beast will eventually lie at my feet, and the world is waiting for me to rekindle the fire of hope. At this moment, inside a train carriage, an emergency alarm from the radio interrupted my thoughts. Attention! Attention! The energy of the space shock wave has reached a critical point. My heart tightened. Sure enough, the familiar countdown began. The Yambu space will open in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Then, the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, and a dark crack slowly opened up, twisting in the sky like a branch. In the crack, a shadow from another world seemed to be swimming. The broadcast continued to remind. The giant beast is about to be launched. All mecha carriers are deployed and enter the first-level combat readiness state. The truck compartment began to shake violently, and the roof slowly separated. My attention was attracted by the gap that led directly to the sky. The crack was tearing, and the abstract space inside became clearer and clearer. I know that what will come out of the crack will be a being that destroys everything, a giant beast. The scene of the giant beast disaster that year appeared in my mind. Those cracks that covered the sky were like a gloomy shade. The giant beast descended from the darkness and brought endless terror to the world. But now is not the time to reminisce. I quickly got into the waterproof cloth to try to cover myself, but the broadcast beside my ear mercilessly slammed the reality in my face. The blue energy spectrum has been matched. The giant beast is confirmed to be Li, lower level 2, giant force type, good at collision. The roof of the car suddenly opened completely, the ropes popped open, and a huge tarpaulin fell. I hurriedly climbed out, otherwise I would have been suffocated underneath. As soon as I climbed out, I felt a huge shadow looming over me. I looked up and gasped. A silver-white mech was standing there, the engine in its chest humming, the blue light beating like the heart of some living thing. It had broad shoulders, thick arms, and was covered with scratches, and looked like it had been through countless battles. Before I could react, there was a sharp roar in my ears, and the buildings in the entire block began to collapse. I was blown away by the impact and fell heavily to the ground. When I got up, my whole body was in so much pain that I felt like it was falling apart. The monster has landed. The radio announced the terrifying fact without any emotion. It is expected to enter the Galaxy Stadium in 2 minutes. I have to get out of here. But just as I was about to act, a roar came from behind me. Civilians spotted in Transport Bay number 3. In a blink of an eye, several black gun muzzles were pointed at me. Get down. Put your hands where I can see them. I didn't dare to resist, and could only do as they said. Soon I was taken away by 2 fully armed soldiers. When I was pushed down from the 2-meter-high carriage, I felt dizzy and dazed, but the broadcast behind me pierced my ears again. Attention! The giant beast Li is approaching the convoy. I couldn't help but look back and saw a huge, one-eyed boar-like monster rushing out of the smoke. It had thick skin and flesh and moved at an astonishing speed. However, what made me even more terrified was that behind it, there was another shadow chasing it closely. There's another one. There's another giant beast. I shouted desperately, but no one paid any attention to me. At that moment, smoke and dust rolled up, and a shadow suddenly jumped out. A monster with a goat head and a human body appeared. Its skin was dark blue, and its claws were shining coldly, as sharp as metal. A new reminder came from the radio. Matching completed. The giant beast is confirmed to be Tao Tai. Level 3 intermediate. Features: energy absorption, gluttony, sprinting, invisibility, and the weakness is between the legs. Tao Tai turned his gaze towards the convoy, and I held my breath, watching it approach step by step. However, the silver-white mecha rushed forward without hesitation, raising its rifle and firing wildly. What's terrifying is that Tao Tai opened its huge mouth and swallowed all the bullets. Then, it bounced the bullets back and accurately shot them towards the knee joints of the mecha. With a loud bang, the mecha's knee exploded, flames gushed out, and it fell to one knee. Tao Tai took the opportunity to jump onto the mecha, flexibly circled around it, and kicked it hard in the chest. There was a muffled sound. The mecha's chest armor dented, and lightning and fire flew everywhere. The mecha fell to the ground, shaking the ground and collapsing the building. At this moment, the voice on the radio became panicked. The pilot is unconscious. The empathy system is disconnected. Amidst the series of noises, I felt a buzzing in my ears. I shook my head and stood up. Suddenly, it still hit me. I turned around, and Tao Tai stared at me, slowly standing up, and a suffocating despair gripped my heart. Amikantati. At this moment, a deep and firm voice suddenly came to my ears. Stand up and fight. Immediately afterwards, an inexplicable force surged into my body. A burning land flashed in my vision, and the image of warriors fighting monsters flooded into my mind like a tide. When my vision returned, I saw Tao Tai raising his foot high, ready to crush me like an ant. But I roared, I am not an ant. I will not die here. I pounced on the mecha and became one with it. The next second, I felt myself merged with it, and the silver-white mecha actually stood up again. A shocked voice came from the radio. The empathy system is back online. Whose signal is this? How did you access it? My eyes burned, and the magical vision reappeared in my vision, a gray light, and it was the figure of a giant beast. I shouted, turned around, and stretched out my arm. In sync with me, the silver-white mecha beside me followed me like a shadow, copying my movements without deviation. It stretched out its hand and suddenly clenched it, pinching something. The next second, the figure of Tao Tai suddenly appeared in the air, its neck firmly grasped by the mecha. I raised my right hand and clenched it as if I was holding a hot rifle. I was shocked. I and the mecha seemed to have merged into one. I am it, and it is me. This scene left the surrounding soldiers stunned. The silver-white mech held a rifle, aiming the muzzle precisely between the Tao Tai's legs, its weak spot. Fire. My mind seemed to issue a direct command. Bong, 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 bong. Every gunshot seemed to hit the ground with a loud sound, and the flames spewed out, and the orange-red trajectory hit the Tao Tai like lightning. The huge shells fell to the ground one after another, clanging. The Tao Tai howled miserably, its body shaking violently from the impact. It was unable to break free from the grip of the mecha. The skin on its hind limbs was blown open, and the bulging cysts made a faint sound. After just a few seconds, a line of fire suddenly shot out from the Tao Tai's hind legs. Then, there were more lines of fire. The dense rain of bullets cut through the sky and tore the air. The Tao Tai's body was split in two by the firepower. Bang! The huge lower body slid down powerlessly and hit the ground. A dark gray spine hung from the broken part, shaking strangely. However, the battle is not over yet. The mecha raised its rifle, aimed at the remaining upper body of the Tao Tai, and fired fiercely again. Soon, the gunfire stopped. The magazine was empty. I swung my left hand hard, almost using all my strength. The mecha then slammed the remains of the Tao Tai to the ground. In the dust, it held the rifle upside down, holding the hot barrel with both hands, and smashed it madly at the hideous goat face of the Tao Tai with the butt of the rifle. The warriors retreated, their faces pale, unable to hide their fear. The silver-white giant in front of them was like a mad beast, venting its anger in a rough and brutal way. Blood splattered, fangs shot out, and the Tao Tai's head was gradually deformed by the smash. Until finally, one of the four tiny eyeballs on the goat's face was squeezed out, and hung on the already collapsed face. The convoy's broadcast finally sounded. The Tautai has been eliminated. Normally, this would have been an exciting moment, but at this moment, the soldiers simply retreated step by step, as silent as a mouse. The silver-white mecha did not stop until it smashed the Tautai's head into pieces, with bright red and dark gray mixed together, and the entire battlefield finally quieted down. The blazing blue light in the mecha's eyes slowly went out. I collapsed to the ground, all my strength drained away. My legs felt weak and could no longer support my body. The rifle, which had been completely deformed, was still embedded obliquely on the Tautai's head, like an unfallen battle flag, standing in the ruins of blood and fire. My head was dizzy, and I could vaguely hear a voice in my ears. "Kid, what's your name? Can you hear me?" I raised my head with great effort and saw several figures in my blurry vision. A soldier wearing black armor, and a tall and majestic man wearing a combat uniform full of sensors. His stern face was as sharp as a knife, and his eyes revealed an unquestionable power. He's still in an empathetic state. "Take him to the medical vehicle for examination." A deep and powerful voice came from his mouth. "Yes, Captain D." Two soldiers came forward, their movements much gentler than before, and carefully helped me up. I was so weak that I let them carry me away like a puddle of mud. "Captain Dijung?" I repeated the name silently, realizing that he might be the leader of this team, and perhaps also a mecha pilot. In the medical vehicle, they performed a series of tests on me. A nurse came over with an injection, and I instinctively shrank back. "Don't be afraid." A familiar low voice sounded in my ears. I looked up and saw Dijung standing in the carriage, one hand on his waist and the other pointing at the needle. "This is the medicine prepared for your recovery. Don't worry, it won't hurt you." After hesitating for a moment, I finally sat down obediently and let the nurse complete the injection. Dijung pulled a chair over and sat down, looking at me intently. "What's your name?" "Luo Yin." My voice was hoarse. After the nurse and the doctor left, we were the only two people left in the carriage. Dijung leaned back in his chair and spoke slowly. "We are from the underground city, an underground city that survived the giant beast disaster. The living conditions there are much better than those in the surface ruins. There are 50,000 people there. You are a natural resonator, an extremely rare person with the ability to directly establish a connection with a mecha without the need for any equipment." I was stunned. "A natural impact." Dijung nodded and continued. "I invite you to join the dungeon and become a mecha pilot. Of course, it's not an easy path. You need to undergo 3 years of rigorous training, but as a mecha pilot, you will have many privileges." His voice was like a reassuring needle, piercing into my uneasy heart. However, his tone changed. "But to join, you must also be prepared to face enemies, including my opponents in the dungeon. Can you afford the cost?" I took a deep breath and clenched my teeth. "I do. I want to live, and I'm not afraid of the enemy." Dijung nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Take a rest, and we will set off tomorrow." That night, a mysterious truck and the third mecha were transported back to the camp. The truck was covered with a tarpaulin, and the loot was vaguely visible. My curiosity was aroused, but I did not act rashly. Late at night, a gorgeous woman in uniform came up to me, handed me a few cans, and said with a big smile, "Here are some for you, little one." I glanced at her and didn't move. Over the years, I have learned a rule of survival. Food given by strangers, especially by beautiful women, is best not to touch. Seeing that I was indifferent, she snorted coldly. "Are you afraid that I will hurt you? Sister, you are kind-hearted. By the way, how do you control the white dragon?" "Beilong." I looked at her in confusion. "It's Yang Rong's mecha." She smiled meaningfully. I continued to play dumb and kept silent. Finally, she left impatiently. When she walked away, I opened the can and poured the meat onto the ground. Several wild dogs smelled the food and pounced on it, scrambling to eat it. However, not long after, the dog began to convulse, foamed at the mouth, and soon fell to the ground. It was indeed poisonous. In the darkness of the night, I quietly sneaked into the woman's tent. When she was half asleep and half awake, I grabbed her throat and asked coldly, "Who ordered you to poison me?" She struggled in fear and finally uttered 2 words, "Yang Rong." I didn't ask any more questions and stuffed the poisoned meat into her mouth. She struggled desperately and eventually died. I took her blood and scattered it along the way to attract the wolf ticks to the camp. The wolf tick attack set off a chaos, and the woman's death was ruled an accident. The next day, the convoy set off. I sat quietly by the side, watching the maintenance personnel maintain the mecha. Yang Rong stood in front of the white dragon with a gloomy face, and the occasional glance he gave was as sharp as a knife. I closed my eyes and felt the resonance of the mecha. A familiar feeling came over me, and I saw Yang Rong standing under the mecha. With a slight movement, the white dragon suddenly tilted, and the huge body crashed to the ground. When White Dragon was lifted up, Yang Rong had turned into a pool of bloody wreckage. I took out the last piece of bread, took a bite, and said contentedly, "It smells so good." Yang Rong's death caused quite a stir in the camp. I sat aside, chewing hard bread, and looked at the busy soldiers calmly, as if all this had nothing to do with me. In the end, this incident was hastily classified as an accident. I thought Di Zheng would be suspicious of me, and even planned to escape at night, and even set up some crude warning devices around the tent. Strangely, everything was surprisingly calm. The next day, the convoy continued north. On the way, we encountered giant beasts and tides of parasites one after another, and the battles were extremely fierce. But with the hard work of Di Zheng and other pilots in driving mechas, they are always able to overcome danger. Di Zheng's mecha is named Lanfeng, and its red and blue paint scheme is particularly eye-catching on the battlefield. It is extremely flexible and can even perform incredible high-speed maneuvers. The soldiers next to him whispered, "That's Captain Di Xinzang, Feng Xing at work." "Xinzang? What is it?" I didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, I would know when I got to the dungeon. After the battle, the soldiers wearing heavy protective clothing were busy dissecting the giant beast's body, recovering its blood, organs, and scales. This skilled processing procedure reminded me of the same operation they had done to the corpse of Tao Tai. Were these materials for research, or were they used for other purposes? All the way north, we had a fight with giant beasts almost every day. The world outside the city was as terrifying as the rumors said, and it was the world of giant beasts. A few days later, I noticed a strange phenomenon. The behemoths that attacked the convoy seemed to have a clear goal and always went straight to a certain truck. The truck was loaded with a mysterious item brought back from the lair of Tao Tai. Could it be that this thing attracted the giant beast? My guess was confirmed a day later. That day, the convoy was driving on a broken road when a huge white-headed, three-legged bird descended from the sky, creating a strong wind that actually overturned the truck. The tarpaulin on the truck slipped off, and a dark black crystal about 7 or 8 meters long rolled out. Is this the secret of their escort? The crystal is as black as ink, and its surface faintly emits strange fluctuations, and occasionally even condenses into a ferocious beast face. The giant bird tried to grab it with its red claws, but was stopped by Blue Blade and another all-black mecha. During the fierce battle, the black crystal was eventually shattered by the mecha's artillery fire. I clearly saw that at the moment the fragments flew away, a holy white rainbow crossed the sky and fell into the wilderness in the distance. How could something so black and creepy emit such pure white light? Taking advantage of the chaos of the battle, I quietly left the team and chased after the landing point of the white rainbow. When I arrived at my destination, I was stunned by the sight before me. The grass and trees were growing at an alarming rate, and the wild flowers were blooming, as if they were infused with infinite vitality. This white light was very unusual. Pushing aside the grass, I found a diamond-shaped white object, as smooth as jade and with a hint of coolness. I was just about to put it away for a closer look when it suddenly emitted a soft light, and a symbol similar to the Tai Chi Bagua emerged. Then, this thing actually ignored the laws of physics, turned into a ball of light, and quickly imprinted on my forehead. I froze in place, my heart skipping a beat. It had entered my body? Would it harm me? After waiting for a while, and confirming that there was nothing wrong with my body, I felt relieved. However, I decided to keep this a secret for the time being, especially from Di Zheng. When they returned to the convoy, the battle was over. The giant bird was injured and escaped. The soldiers, under the command of Di Zheng, recovered the fragments of the black crystal. From their conversation, I heard a word, Yuin, which seems to be the name of this black crystal. It seems that the mission of this convoy is to escort this thing. A week later, we arrived at a large lake area. The lake water roared, and a tunnel rose from the bottom of the lake and bordered the shore. The convoy drove into the tunnel, and half an hour later, I saw a spectacular underground city through the car window. In the vast underground space, high-rise buildings are lined up one after another, and trains shuttle between them. The entire city is in order like another world. This is Guangling, one of the 18 cities in the north. Dijung appeared beside me at some point and said calmly, "Today happens to be the recruitment day for the Mecha Training Academy. I've already signed you up." "I understand." I nodded, trying my best to suppress the complicated emotions in my heart. Dijung went on to say, "However, registration is only the first step. The academy has an entrance exam, and whether you can pass it depends on your ability. If you fail, you will be sent back to the surface." He glanced at me and added coldly, "There is order here. Don't kill people as you do on the surface. If someone wants to kill you, I can kill them first and ask for your permission later. But if you act recklessly, I will kill you myself." I nodded, feeling a little more wary of this cold-faced leader. Soon after, I was sent to the Baijian Mecha Training Academy. There were crowds of people outside the school gate. All of them were freshmen, and my car drove directly into the gate. Facing me was a stone tablet with 4 large characters, sword pointing to the south, engraved on it, and a strong, murderous aura hit me in the face. Just as I was about to find a quiet corner to stay, a gust of wind suddenly came from behind me. "Get out of the way!" I subconsciously dodged to the side, and the man missed and fell hard. Then, I subconsciously wanted to fight back, and my hand had already reached out to his arm. But thinking of Di Zheng's warning, I just pushed him lightly and threw him away. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and all eyes fell on me. The one who fell was a fat and strong young man. He got up in a panic, his face flushed red, and yelled at me. "Where did you come from, you savage? How did you get in?" I said coldly, "I'm a freshman. You started first, so I threw you down." The fat man's eyes suddenly fixed on mine. His face turned pale in an instant. He took 3 steps back and screamed, "Kuva! He's infected with Kuva! Stay away from me!" The freshmen who were watching were instantly furious, and everyone stepped away from me as if I was the source of some plague. "Silence!" A majestic voice came from behind the crowd, and everyone fell silent at once. A middle-aged man who looked like a teacher came forward, glanced at me, and said calmly, "This is the new student recommended by Captain Dijung. Who else wants to get rid of him?" The fat man didn't dare to say anything and had to lower his head. The teacher handed me a magnetic card. "This is your registration card. After you pass the exam, this will be your student card." He looked around and announced to everyone, "The exam will start in 10 minutes. The task is to kill a wolf tick. The principal will explain the rules later." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. The hall was in an uproar. Everyone was complaining, as if the wolf tick was a huge threat. But I was puzzled. It was just a wolf tick. How difficult was it? As long as they didn't appear in groups, it wasn't complicated to deal with one. Just as I was thinking about it, Soldier Shaoli came over and handed me a cell phone. "I'm going back. This is for you. It has my number. Contact me if you need anything." I took the phone a little surprised. Shaoli smiled and added in a low voice, "Don't be too happy. This thing has no signal outside the city." Then, Shaoli changed his tone and said seriously, "By the way, this year there is a guy named Luo Beichen. You have to pay attention to him. His father and Captain D are sworn enemies. This kid is arrogant and can do anything. If he passes the college entrance examination, be more careful." Shaoli patted my shoulder and left. I put my phone away, looked around, and heard a lot of whispers. Who is this guy? How could he be recommended by Captain D? I'm so envious. 80% of the freshmen were eliminated in the written test this year, but he was directly admitted to the college entrance examination. Could he be Captain D's illegitimate son? I ignored those words and looked at the fat man who had fallen earlier. He was wiping the blood off his face with a towel. When he saw me approaching, he shuddered all over. "What do you want to do?" I didn't say anything, tore off a piece of my sleeve, pulled him over, wiped the blood for him, then turned and left. The fat man was stunned. This development made him completely confused. After a while, he smiled and said to the person next to him, "Although this kid is barbaric, he still knows how to admit his mistakes. It's quite interesting." Soon, an old voice sounded in the hall, and everyone fell silent. "Dear freshmen, I am the principal Pan Renfo. The college entrance examination is about to begin. Now I will announce the rules. Freshmen can take the exam alone or in a team. The number of people cannot exceed 3. Weapons will be provided for selection in the examination room, and each team will be required to kill a wolf tick. The judges will score based on performance, and those with an average score of over 80 will pass. The scores will be converted into credits at a 1-to-1 ratio, which will serve as your starting capital after admission. Now, please follow the on-site teacher to the examination room. I only had 10 minutes to prepare. I walked to the weapon rack and selected a spear, sharp and long enough, just what I wanted. In contrast, most people chose firearms. I'm not familiar with gun operation, and complicated weapons are unnecessary to deal with wolf ticks. As he was playing with his spear, a clear and gentle voice sounded behind him. "Hello, would you like to team up?" I turned around and saw a thin young man wearing frameless glasses and with an elegant temperament. He smiled and extended his hand. "My name is Lee Bohong." I shook my head. I was used to being alone, and forming a team would only get in the way. Besides, I didn't need any help to deal with a wolf tick. It was my turn to enter. The examination room was a closed space, and people outside could not see what was going on inside. Only the judges could monitor it through the big screen. After entering the examination room, I tied the cloth I had torn off earlier to the tip of the gun. There were blood stains on the cloth, which were left when I wiped the blood off the fat man. Then I nodded to signal the invigilator that he could begin. A wolf tick was released. It was about the same size as a wolf dog, with a gray-black hard shell covering its entire body. Its 6 red compound eyes stared at me, and it pounced on me the next second. I held the gun steady, and the wolf tick hit the tip of the gun and was instantly pierced. It struggled for a few times and finally collapsed. The whole process took no more than 10 seconds. I put down my spear and turned to leave. The hall was in dead silence. Everyone witnessed this scene on the big screen. It looked like the wolf tick was killed by me, but in fact it was more like a suicide attack. Lee Bohong laughed softly. "So that's how it is. Wolf ticks will lose their minds when they smell blood. The blood cloth is the bait." His explanation made everyone suddenly understand, but the fat man's face froze. He muttered, "Wait, that piece of cloth, is it to wipe my blood?" He understood in an instant, and his expression became extremely complicated, as if he had swallowed a fly. 2 hours later, the entrance examination finally ended. The broadcast suddenly sounded, interrupting my contemplation. The college entrance examination results have been released. In this assessment, there are 68 freshmen with an average score of more than 80 points. The qualified list will be announced next. Students whose names are called, please return to the hall immediately to gather. Students whose names are not called, please continue to work hard. I held my breath, pricked up my ears, and listened attentively. Li Zhe, 81 points, passed. Xiao Yuan, 85 points, passed. Zheng Shan, 87 points, passed. When I heard Zheng Shan, I looked up. He was a tall and strong boy. When he heard that he had passed, his eyes instantly turned red, and he raised his arms excitedly and cheered, attracting many people's attention. In contrast, Li Bohong, who was standing next to him, seemed much calmer. He pushed his glasses up. His eyes were as calm as water, revealing a sense of calmness. I couldn't help but admire his calmness. The broadcast continued. Luo Beichin, 91 points, passed. This name is like a stone thrown into the water, causing ripples. I looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young man with a hint of arrogance between his brows. Several followers were surrounding him, clapping and praising him. Brother Luo, 91 points, definitely the first place. That's right. Who in this class of freshmen can compare to Brother Luo? Luo Beichin noticed my gaze, turned around, and smiled. However, when I looked away, I was keenly aware of a certain sharpness hidden in his smile, like a knife hidden in its sheath. Suddenly, a name that surprised everyone came over the radio. Li Bohong, 92 points, passed. Luo Beichin's smile froze, and his follower was speechless for a moment, and the scene fell into a subtle awkwardness. However, the real surprise was yet to come. Lin Wei, 95 points, passed. This time, the whole club went wild. 95 points. And it was a girl? The students were talking and looking around, trying to find this Lin Wei. But before anyone could react, the radio dropped another bombshell. Luo Yin, 98 points, passed. The venue fell into silence for a moment, and then there was an even more violent explosion of shock. 98 points. The full score is 100, and someone is actually close to the full score? Countless eyes were focused on me, and expressions of shock, confusion, and disbelief flooded in like a tide. I felt as if I had become a rare treasure, surrounded by people with no place to hide. At this moment, there was no expression on Luo Beichin's face, and the followers beside him were all silent, unable to utter even a word of praise. At the same time, in the principal's office, the old principal Pan Runfeng was watching the frozen picture on the screen with a smile. The wolf cub that Di Zheng brought is really interesting. His experience in surviving on the surface is not comparable to us underground city students. The middle-aged teacher Wei Fenghua pushed his glasses and asked calmly, "Principal, are you sure you want to accept this student?" Di Zheng said that he once killed a pilot who tried to threaten him on the road. This kind of person is a time bomb. Pan Renfeng waved his hands and chuckled. "What's the big deal? I was even more ruthless than him when I was young." "What? Teacher Wei, are you scared?" Wei Fenghua smiled calmly. "No need to provoke me. If you dare to learn, I dare to teach you. Now that giant beasts have invaded and Yinfu has appeared in the world, we really need a tough guy to take back our homeland." Pan Renfeng nodded. "That's right. Besides, Di Zheng said that this wolf cub has a bottom line. The two pilots he killed were the first to have evil intentions. If he killed innocent people indiscriminately, Di Zheng would have taken action long ago." Wei Fenghua's eyes became firm. "I understand. I will teach this student." 68 qualified students gathered in the guild hall one after another. I stood at the edge of the crowd, always ready to evacuate. 3 years of life and death struggles on the surface taught me that even in the safest places on the surface, I must never let my guard down. Right in front of the hall, Wei Fenghua stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes calm and sharp. "I am Wei Fenghua, the director of the teaching department. Congratulations on passing the assessment. From now on, you are Guangling City's candidate pilots and enjoy 4th-level treatment." There were excited cheers all around, and many people even had tears in their eyes. Although I didn't understand what the 4th-level treatment was from everyone's reactions, it was obviously not simple. Wei Fenghua continued. "The results of the college examination have been converted into credits, which could be used to exchange for supplies in the logistics department. In the future, if you achieve excellent results in your studies, you can also receive credit rewards. Next, dormitories will be arranged for you based on your scores. Rest today and start classes tomorrow." When it was my turn for the physical examination, the warning light came on after I walked through the examination door. The staff was stunned for a moment and asked me to walk again, but the light was still on. They quickly reported the situation to the teacher next to them. "This student's elemental power has reached 97 average, indicating that he has completed the basic training and awakened the Shinzong, Wanqi Tong." Before I finished speaking, dozens of pairs of eyes around me were staring at me. Qi-seeing pupil? I was completely confused by this word, but I vaguely felt that it might be related to my extraordinary eyesight. Someone in the crowd whispered, "Basic training is not uncommon, but the vision of Qi pupil is just the most common supersensory divine storage, nothing special." Hearing this, I felt a little disappointed, but soon, I remembered that Di Zheng once said that I was a natural resonator. This alone was enough to make me different from others. The dormitory I was assigned was in excellent condition and well-equipped, 1,000 times better than my simple hut on the surface. However, this place was not safe for me. The window was too close to the bed and there was no guardrail, so if I was attacked, there was nowhere to escape. It seems that I have to go to the logistics department to exchange some materials to reinforce the dormitory. Just as I was thinking about countermeasures, a white light suddenly flashed in front of my eyes, and a Tai Chi-like pattern appeared faintly in my vision. I stared at the Tai Chi pattern. The white light gradually dissipated, but did not disappear completely. The light seeped into my eyes like dust, turning into tiny silver-white symbols that quietly arranged around my eyeballs. After a second or two, these symbols fixed their positions, and the white light finally disappeared completely. I frowned, and the scene of absorbing the diamond-shaped white jade in the convoy that day came to my mind. Could it be its influence? However, I couldn't figure out what this Tai Chi pattern meant, so I could only suppress my doubts for the time being. Putting my bag on my back, I walked out of the dormitory and walked along the corridor to the logistics department. On the way, the freshmen visited their dormitories one after another, and there was a lot of discussion. Some people screamed with excitement, while others smiled helplessly. Suddenly, my footsteps stopped. In front of me, a fat figure blocked my view, Chen Yongsong, the guy who bumped his head into pieces by me before the hospital exam. He also saw me. His face instantly darkened. He glared at me fiercely, and then got into his dormitory. I was too lazy to pay attention, turned around, and continued walking to the logistics department. When I returned from the logistics department, I was carrying a backpack full of tools, which contained Kuva mitigation agent that could be exchanged for 2 credits, as well as some steel wire, a grinder, and other items. The reliever has a remarkable effect and can stabilize Kuva for a month, with only 1 credit per month. Back in the dormitory, I locked the door and began to arrange defensive measures. After sharpening the steel wire with a grinder, I fixed it near the French window. It seems calm on the surface, but my intuition tells me that I can't take it lightly. When processing the steel wire, a strange thing happened. A string of numbers suddenly appeared on the surface of the steel wire. 86. As the polishing continued, the numbers gradually climbed. 90, 94, 100. I immediately stopped and looked around and found that there was more data in my field of vision. The height and width of the windows, and even the tilt of the tables and chairs, all at a glance. This information filled my field of vision, making my eyes slightly hot. Chi's seeing pupil has been strengthened? I hurriedly grabbed the mirror and saw a circle of silver-white light around my red eyes. Turning his gaze back to his own life breath, 2 new colors suddenly emerged in the gray light. Fiery red and bright yellow, corresponding to the numbers 108 and 97 respectively. My mind suddenly moved, and I thought of the diamond-shaped white jade and the Tai Chi pattern. It seems that the changes in this pupil technique are closely related to the white jade. As night fell, the arrangement was complete. The steel wire by the window was extremely sharp, hidden in the darkness, and the slightest touch would be enough to be fatal. After checking again and again to make sure there were no mistakes, I finally fell asleep peacefully. Late at night, there were faint sounds of footsteps approaching the dormitory. I held my breath and lay down on the bed, keeping still. Outside the door, 3 blurry figures were talking in low voices. Although their voices were small, they were clearly heard by me. Chun Yong-song, remember, rush in and kill him first, and we will follow. Don't be afraid. If anything happens, just say that you were drunk and injured by mistake. Brother Luo has instructed us. If this is done, I guarantee you'll be able to walk all over the academy in your power in the future. Before he finished speaking, the sound of breaking glass suddenly rang out. Their action began. Chun Yong-song, reeking of alcohol, climbed in through the window. He rushed straight to my bed and stabbed me with the dagger. However, the moment he approached the bed, he felt a chill in his throat. It was the steel wire. He paused for a moment, but anger kept him going, and he continued to pounce on the bed. The dagger stabbed down, but only pierced the empty bedding. Under the bed, I stared at him coldly, with chillness in my red eyes. Chun Yong-song finally reacted, sweating profusely, and tried to turn around and run away, but it was too late. His gaze suddenly dropped and then froze forever. Li Zhe and Xiao Yuan, who were outside the door, heard the noise and rushed in, shouting, "Chun Yong-song, stop messing around." As soon as they stepped into the room, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Chun Yong-song's head rolled to the ground, bleeding profusely, and the thin steel wire was still hanging in the air, dripping bright red blood. There was dead silence in the room. Just 2 seconds later, a scream pierced the silence of the entire dormitory building. Bang! 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 The knocks on the door exploded, tearing the stagnant air in the dormitory apart. "Student Luo, what's going on? What happened in there?" The dormitory supervisor's voice was cold and contained an unquestionable pressure. I crawled out from under the bed and was met with the stunned expressions of Li Zhe and Xiao Yun. They probably couldn't have guessed that I would hide under the bed. Why are you down there?" Lisa stutara. I was too lazy to explain and walked straight to the door. They thought I was a prophet and knew that Chun Yong-song would cause trouble in the middle of the night? Ridiculous. I am just used to surviving on the surface and like to find a small place to sleep. A big bed is not suitable for me. I prefer the privacy and security of the bottom of the bed. The door opened, and the dorm supervisor and several students stood outside the door, their eyes sweeping across the room like an eagle, finally stopping on the floor. To be more precise, they stopped on Chun Yong-song's body. His head and body were separated, which was shocking. Wow. He quickly closed the door, as if he was afraid of alerting more people. But the students standing behind him still secretly caught a glimpse of the bloodstains and the tragic state of the corpse on the ground. The warden glanced around coldly, from the bloodstained steel wire to the dagger in Chun Yong-song's hand, and finally fixed his eyes on me. "Luo Yin, what is going on?" "Teacher, Luo Yin killed Chun Yong-song." Li Zhe jumped up excitedly and shouted as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. "Yes, it was him. We saw it with our own eyes." Xiao Yun immediately agreed and nodded repeatedly. "With your own eyes?" I sneered. "Then tell me, which hand did I use to kill him?" The two were speechless. Li Zhe pointed to the steel wire by the window and said hurriedly, That's the steel wire. You used it to cut his neck. I raised my eyebrows and sneered even more. The wire is by the window, not the door. Tell me, why did he hit the window instead of going through the door? The warden's eyes flickered, and he obviously thought my inference made sense. I pointed at the dagger in Shin Yong-sung's hand and said calmly, he has a weapon in his hand, which clearly shows that he has bad intentions. He deserves it. Li Zhe and Xiao Yun's faces turned pale instantly, but they still held on. He was humiliated by you during the day, and he drank too much at night. That's enough. The dorm supervisor interrupted them and said coldly, I hope you are not lying, otherwise the academy will punish you severely. The two of them nodded shudderingly and fled the room in a panic. Looking at their hurried backs, a hint of coldness flashed across my eyes. The dormitory supervisor asked me to move to another dormitory and told people to cover Shin Yong-sung's body with a sheet. I said nothing and moved to the new dormitory silently. The new dormitory was eerily quiet, but I didn't rush to sleep. Instead, I sat on the edge of the bed and calmly recalled everything that had just happened. When Shin Yong-sung broke in through the window, my chi-seeing pupil automatically activated, and I saw his gray life light ball was wrapped in fiery red light, and the number displayed was 127. But when he hit the wire and his head was cut off, the fiery red light quickly dimmed, and the number returned to 0. The fiery red light represents vitality. I whispered to myself, feeling an irrepressible excitement rising in my heart. This is a sign that my ability is further awakening. However, despite my excitement, I was very clear that Shin Yong-sung was just a pawn and the mastermind behind the scenes was the real threat. Two names flashed through my mind, Li Zhe and Xiao Yun. They are definitely not clean. It was late at night, and I sneaked into their dormitory quietly. Li Zhe was sleeping soundly, and I sneered as I wrapped the wire around his neck. When he opened his eyes and saw me, his face turned pale instantly. Who ordered you? My voice was low and cold as a knife, and the steel wire tightened slightly. No one, really no one. Li Zhe's voice trembled, and he almost cried. Lie again. The wire tightened even more. He struggled as if suffocating, and finally collapsed and shouted, Luo Beichin! It was Luo Beichin who ordered us. He asked Shin Yong-sung to kill you. Go on, I said coldly. Luo Beichin is the son of Luo Tianyi, and Luo Tianyi wants to compete for the position of city lord. Your recommender Di Zheng is his biggest rival. Li Zhe said anxiously. I see. I sneered and tightened the wire, and Li Zhe died instantly. As for Xiao Yun, his ending was no exception. I don't like leaving trouble behind. The next day, I called Di Zheng and explained the whole story to him, even including a recording. Luo Beichin is planning to kill you. Di Zheng's voice was cold and murderous. I will warn the Luo family. Warning. I sneered. I won't be able to sleep well until he's dead. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then Di Zheng's decisive voice came. If you want to kill him, you can fight him in the ring. Death challenge, I said without hesitation. The next day, in class, Luo Beichin started to speak in a sarcastic tone. The academy won't just let it go for what happened last night, right? You want to get away with murder? Hearing this, I smiled calmly. Luo Beichin, you only know how to play dirty? No wonder Luo Tianyi values your brother Luo Nanxing more. You're looking for death. Luo Beichin was furious and gnashed his teeth as he said, Fight to the death in the ring. I slowly stood up, my eyes sharp as a knife. It's a deal. In the classroom, after the students took their seats again, the atmosphere suddenly became tense and solemn. Luo Beichin's previous provocation seemed to have backfired. Last night's incident sparked a lot of speculation. Many people vaguely realized that Luo Beichin was involved in this incident, and his intention to use this incident to manipulate people's hearts made many students feel disgusted and even hostile towards him. However, Luo Beichin turned a blind eye to all this. He kept his eyes fixed on me, not disguising his hostility and provocation. Director Wei Fenghua on the podium coughed twice, looked at me seriously, and said, Teacher Xiao, I'll leave this to you. Teacher Xiao sure looks inconspicuous, but his every move reveals a calm temperament that is hard to ignore. He smiled and said, Hello, students. I am Xiao Shi. In today's class, we will learn the basic knowledge of giant beast disaster, Yambu space, and visualization technique together. As he pressed the button on the podium, the blackboard slowly lowered the curtains closed automatically, and the classroom instantly became dark. The projector lit up, and a series of eye-catching pictures appeared on the screen. The first picture shows a huge frozen corpse. These are the remains of a giant beast called Number Zero. Half a century ago, it was discovered in the polar region and shocked the entire archaeological community once it was exposed. Xiao Shi's voice was calm, but magnetic, as if he was telling a piece of dusty history. He slowly revealed the profound significance of the remains of Number Zero. This is a creature older than dinosaurs. During further excavation, the archaeological team accidentally opened a portal to an unknown world, Yambu space. In the Yama space, we discovered a cultivation method called visualization technique. Xiao Shi continued. It can stimulate human potential, change physical constitution, and even produce a special energy called elemental force. This energy can not only enhance personal abilities, but also release supernatural skills. The scene switches to ancient books, stone tablets, and inscriptions engraved with runes. The entry-level practice of visualization is the essence-building technique, which can awaken the latent energy, open up the sky spirit, and lay the foundation for deeper practice. And this is just the beginning. Xiao Shi paused for a moment and wrote a few eye-catching words on the blackboard. Super sense, super body, mimicry, nature, mystery. When your heavenly spirit is opened, the divine treasure deep in your soul will awaken. This is the innate treasure of the human soul, and it determines the direction of your future development. He explained in detail the characteristics and differences of the 5 types of sacred treasures. Everyone's divine treasure is unique, which means each person's potential and areas of expertise are also different. A student suddenly raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, why do mecha pilots also need to practice visualization? Shouldn't we focus on operational skills?" Xiao Shi smiled slightly. Because the core technology of the mecha is the sympathy system, he further explained. The sympathetic system can connect the brain nerves of the mecha and the driver and control the action of the mecha through thoughts. The original power and divine hidden abilities brought by visualization can significantly strengthening this neural connection, increases the mecha's strength and agility. Listening to his explanation, the image of Di Zheng piloting a mecha came to my mind. The speed, strength, and accuracy he displayed on the battlefield were obviously due to the perfect combination of Jinzong's abilities and empathy system. When the bell rang, Xiao Shi had just finished teaching the 5 types of Shinzong. He smiled and said, "Today's class ends here. In the afternoon, we will officially start the practice of visualization technique. Teacher Wei will announce the instructor arrangement later." Wei Fenghua appeared in the classroom again and directly announced the list of tutors. To my surprise, I was personally designated by him as the student for one-on-one tutoring. He then announced the outcome of last night's incident. Chun Yongsong's death was classified as an accident, and I was deducted 20 credits for setting up a trap in the dormitory and was ordered to dismantle all the devices. I'm not surprised by this result, and I don't have any emotional fluctuations. After class, Wei Fenghua took me to a secluded pond on campus. Dijong has told you the rules of the death arena, right? He went straight to the point. I nodded and didn't deny it. You deliberately angered Luo Beichen in class, wanting him to challenge you, right? Wei Fenghua said calmly. That's right. I nodded. Wei Fenghua sighed. You guys are all more daring than each other. Then he locked his sharp eyes on me. Did Dijong tell you that even if you win the death challenge, you will still lose credits? He said it. I looked at him and said. Wei Fenghua asked me curiously. Then do you still want to fight? Of course. I said coldly. Wei Fenghua raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Very good. I know how to teach you. He didn't stop me, but just reminded me. Go eat. Don't be late this afternoon. In the afternoon, I arrived at the training hall on time. Wei Fenghua was already waiting there, still coughing nonstop, but his aura was still strong and majestic. You have a good foundation, so you don't need to practice building origin technique anymore. He said, I will directly teach you an entry-level visualization technique. Viewing mountains and seas. Watching the mountains and the sea. I looked at Wei Fenghua, waiting for his explanation tentatively. He coughed a few times and spoke slowly. Each martial art has its own characteristics and focus. Some focus on quick success and rapid breakthroughs. Some tend to accumulate energy and emphasize long-term endurance. But watching the mountains and seas is different. It pursues a deep and solid foundation. He paused, his eyes deep. When practicing this method, you may feel that progress is slow at first, but as time goes by, a solid foundation will become the greatest advantage. As the saying goes, A towering building is built from the ground. Only when the foundation is solid can you truly climb high and see far. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly started coughing violently. He quickly took out the inhaler and took a few puffs. His expression finally eased. He glanced at me and said in an unquestionable voice, "Next, I will explain the practice method of viewing the mountains and seas in detail. Do not interrupt. If you have any questions, wait until I finish." Wei Fenghua pressed the remote control, and a magnificent mural appeared on the wall of the training hall. Towering mountains and vast oceans complemented each other, magnificent and majestic. "Remember this painting." He pointed at the screen and said in a serious tone, "When practicing, you need to visualize this painting in your mind. In the early stage, focus on the mountain and feel the mountain's calmness and majesty. Through visualization, let the energy penetrate into your skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, and gradually integrate it into your whole body. When you can construct the image of 1,000 high mountains and numerous peaks in your mind, the primary visualization technique is complete. At this point, you can enter the sea viewing stage, which is the beginning of the intermediate practice." Then he patiently demonstrated how to combine breathing to guide the energy. Feel the energy between heaven and earth. Use the breathing method to bring it into the body, and then carefully and step by step let the energy permeate every inch of the body. During the 2-hour lecture, I was fully focused, silent, and took note of all the key points. Even if I had any questions, I suppressed them and waited until he finished speaking. "Teacher, I have a few questions." I handed over a folding chair. Wei Fenghua raised his eyebrows slightly, but sat down without hesitation. I stood aside and asked 7 or 8 questions clearly. How many levels are there in visualization? How many layers are there in each level? Do I need to change the technique at different stages? He coughed a few times and patiently answered. Visualization techniques are divided into 5 main levels: basic, elementary, intermediate, advanced, and profound. Each level is further divided into 5 levels and a perfect state. It should be noted that perfection is not a must. As long as the conditions are right, you can break through in advance. But for advanced techniques, the Academy only provides the basics. You have to explore that world for more resources on your own. I nodded to show that I understood and continued to ask questions. After he answered my questions one by one, he indicated that I should figure it out on my own. Under Wei Fenghua's watchful eyes, I began my first visualization practice. Following his instructions, I adjusted my breathing while picturing the image of the mountain and the mural in my mind. At first, my rhythm was chaotic, my breathing was out of sync, or the picture was difficult to stabilize. Wei Fenghua did not blame me, but patiently corrected every detail of my work. Gradually, I entered the state and vaguely felt the warmth in the air flowing into my body. I guided the warmth to penetrate my skin and felt it flow warmly through my body. Before I knew it, my skin seemed to have a radiant glow and even a rock-like texture. "It's okay." Wei Fenghua's voice brought me back to reality. I opened my eyes and found myself sweating all over, with a fishy smell, as if the impurities in my body were being expelled. "Go back and take a shower," Wei Fenghua said in a relaxed tone. "You can complete the rest of the training by yourself, and come back to me when you reach the second level of the beginner level." "Teacher, how do you know that I have reached the second level of elementary level?" I asked anxiously. "You'll know when you get there." He coughed and added calmly, "Remember, in the first level of cultivation, you must make sure that your energy penetrates every inch of your skin, even your eyelids." I nodded solemnly, taking every word of his advice to heart. On the way back to the dormitory, many students had excitement on their faces. It was obvious that they had gained a lot from the afternoon classes. I met Luo Beichun at the door of the dormitory. He smiled and nodded at me, as if the argument in the morning had never happened. I didn't bother to pay attention and just walked away. Luo Beichun's smile disappeared instantly after he turned around. He picked up the phone, and Luo Tianyi's cold voice came from the receiver. "Stupid." Luo Beichun's face changed slightly, but he forced himself to remain silent. "You think you could defeat Di Zheng by killing a kid from the surface? That's simply a fantasy." Luo Tianyi sneered. "Your elder brother has vision and ability, but you are just a joke." Luo Beichun gritted his teeth and remained silent, his fingers almost pinching into the phone. "Forget it. Since you chose the death match, you'll just have to take care of yourself. If you lose or even die, I will never clean up the mess for you." Luo Tianyi's last words cut like a knife, and then he hung up. The next day, I sat in the classroom and welcomed my first mecha knowledge class. The teacher who taught the class was a capable female teacher. She introduced herself. I am Zhao your Mecha instructor. She wrote down several key words on the blackboard: skeleton, joints, armor, engine, and power source. The skeleton of a mecha is like the bones of a human body. It is the core support. Once damaged, the cost of repair is extremely high, and it may even be completely scrapped. She glanced coldly at the whole class. When operating a mecha, the outer armor can be sacrificed, but the skeleton must not be damaged. She threw down the chalk, her eyes sharp as a knife. Remember my words, or when your skeletons are destroyed, don't blame me for throwing you into the training ground and locking you up forever. Chapter 10. Forbidden Land and Giant Beast Ecology. It was already noon when the Mecha Knowledge class ended. Luo Yin came to the cafeteria. I ordered some food and found an empty table to have lunch. He eats very slowly. This is a habit developed from life on the surface. During the 3 years of extreme material shortage, it was normal to have only one meal every 2 or 3 days. I was too hungry to eat quickly. Over time, even though the food in the college cafeteria is delicious, he doesn't eat fast. Can you see dia? A sound was heard. Luo Yin raised his head and saw the classmate named Li Bohong. The tall, thin, and clean young man sat down opposite Luo Yin without waiting for his consent. The young man stretched out his hand. Can I be your friend? Luo Yin glanced at him and continued eating. Li Bohong was not angry, but smiled and said, I admire your courage, whether it is fighting against the wolf tick alone or fighting to the death. But I admire you more for your experience of living on the surface for 3 years. That must have been very difficult, right? If it were me, I probably wouldn't have made it through a year. You're amazing. Luo Yin put down his chopsticks and continued eating. Li Bohong talked to himself. I know you don't want to make friends with others. When I first saw you, I thought you were the kind of person who liked to be alone. You believe in yourself more. However, if you want to be a pilot, a mecha pilot, I just need friends. Whenever there is a mission, the mecha division basically has to go out as a team. There will be 3 to 4 mechas performing tasks at the same time. So if you want to complete the task successfully, you need to integrate into the group. You need to learn to trust. Luo Yin listened but remained calm. He would not decide to make friends with Li Bohong just because of a few words from him. Friend. It was too luxurious for him. He had a wound on his chest, given to him by a so-called friend. Li Bohong smiled and started eating. While eating, he said, I'll give you a suggestion. When you go to exchange for cultivation resources, don't exchange for cloud water potion. Firstly, it is a potion used in conjunction with mid to high-level exercises. Secondly, each one requires 5 credits. Thirdly, in fact, its effect is only about 20% better than the tranquilizer. Spirit Tranquility Potion can be used even when you are practicing intermediate level techniques. It won't be too late to switch to Cloud Water Potion when you are practicing advanced techniques. The important thing is that the tranquilizer only costs 1 credit to redeem, so it's really good value for money. After that, Li Bohong finished his meal quietly, then packed up and stood up. I'm leaving first. I have a fighting class in the afternoon, so I have to go back and prepare. He turned around and suddenly heard Luo Yin whisper, Thank you. Li Bohong turned around and smiled. You're welcome. Luo Yin didn't thank him just to show his goodwill. It's just that people give you good advice, so you should thank them regardless of whether you adopt it or not. This is the principle. After Li Bohong left, Luo Yin finished the last bite of food and was about to leave. Suddenly, a man came over, glanced at Luo Yin, and chuckled. Are you the freshman recommended by Dijun? Luo Yin looked up and said coldly, 2 months later, the death match. If I am not dead. After saying that, he walked away. The man was stunned for a long time before he shouted, Wait a minute, is it necessary to do this? I'm just asking a question. I don't intend to cause you any trouble. Don't challenge me to a fight all the time. I won't fight. I'd rather die than fight. Luo Yin listened and left the restaurant without stopping. The man then shook his head. What a lunatic. In a blink of an eye, Luo Yin arrived at the underground city, and it had been 2 weeks since he came to the academy. In the past few days, this was the first time he practiced visualization under the guidance of a mentor. The first time I came into contact with combat skills and mystical arts. First time participating in empathy training. Lots of firsts. Let him live these 2 weeks more excitingly than the past 18 years of his life. He also had a deeper understanding of his own abnormal pupil technique. For example, he now knows what the bright yellow circle and number on himself or others mean. that represents the elemental force and the corresponding value. In addition, Luo Yin can also use his unusual pupil technique to observe the elemental energy between heaven and earth, be able to discover their distribution range and density. At last, in the practice of visualization, he felt that he was about to break through. After 2 weeks of practice, he had allowed his energy to penetrate his limbs and torso. Now only the center of the head is left. Now, in the training hall, Luo Yin picked up a bottle of inhaler with a light green shell. Tranquilizer? These days, Luo Yin would always practice with the tranquilizer. This medicine can calm the mind, strengthen communication and perception with the Yuan force, and improve the efficiency of cultivation. Each bottle of tranquility only costs 1 credit. Luo Yin has spent more than 10 credits these days, plus 3 credits spent on the first day of school. Chun Yongsong was deducted 20 credits for the previous incident. Luo Yin obtained 98 credits upon admission. Now there are only 48 credits left. Look at the freshmen of the same period. There are only a handful of students who can take the tranquilizer every time they practice. Most people can't be as extravagant as Luo Yin. Some people even think that Luo Yin is wasting credits. Luo Yin doesn't think so. He'll fight to the death in 2 weeks, facing Luo Beichen, who has just as many resources as himself. If you still want to save these credits now, that's ridiculous. Calm your mind. Luo Yin exhaled slowly, then opened the potion and put it to his lips. Take a deep breath. Drain all the medicine in the bottle. Luo Yin suddenly entered a feeling of absolute tranquility. He keenly felt the omnipresent elemental force in the air around him. Then adopt a specific breathing method. Inhale the energy together with the air into the body. Move around, retain the energy, and exhale the air. Time passes. Gradually, beads of sweat as big as beans appeared on Luo Yan's head. They wet Luo Yan's hair, followed the lines of his face, and gathered at his chin. Drops fall down. Luo Yan felt that the skin all over his body was becoming tougher and tougher under the nourishment of Yuanli. Moreover, there is a stronger power hidden in the body that is gradually bursting out. This force was soon hindered. It was as if there was an invisible barrier blocking it. Then it boils and explodes. With each deep breath, Luo Yin brought in more energy from between heaven and earth, come together into this force. A breakthrough in one fell swoop. Break through the barrier. Suddenly, Luo Yan's whole body trembled. His muscles first tensed up, then slowly relaxed. Luo Yin felt an indescribable comfort. He opened his eyes, raised his hands, and watched his skin texture become finer and finer. Like the texture of rock, it exudes a sense of tenacity. He finally understood why Wei Fenghua said that when the time came for a breakthrough, he would know it himself. I see. This day, Luo Yin breaks through. Primary, second floor. On the way back to the dormitory, Luo Yin heard many classmates talking. What divine treasure have you awakened? Mimicry, violent bear. And you? Me? Hey, I'm Lucy. Iron armor. It's very practical. And so on. Different from Luo Yin. Many freshmen begin to practice basic visualization techniques after they enter school. Most people have only awakened their divine treasures in the last 1 or 2 days. However, people like Luo Beichen should have already started practicing before entering school. I don't know what kind of divine treasure he will awaken. Suddenly Luo Yin stopped. Luo Beichen and a few students came from the front. The pale-faced young man beside him snorted and said loudly to Luo Yin, "Isn't this classmate Luo? Looks like you just came back from the training hall, right? Student Luo is very hardworking. How is your visualization technique? How far have you reached? Have you practiced the mystical combat techniques? There are still 2 weeks until I go into the ring. Don't let our Luoga be scared to the point of peeing his pants." The people around Luo Beichen laughed in support. Luo Yin looked at them as if they were clowns. Suddenly, his eyes became blank. Luo Yin activated his own divine storage, the Qi-seeing pupil. Look, Luo Beichen's Qi and blood are 173, and his Yuanli is 124. Luo Yin compared himself. His Qi and blood are now at 207, and his Yuanli is far beyond what it was when he entered school, reaching an average of 149. This shows Luo Beichen should also have the strength of the second level of beginner level. However, the course I am studying is viewing mountains and seas, which emphasizes the basics. Whether in terms of Qi, blood, or energy, He is superior to the other party. Luo Yin looked at the pale-faced young man again. In the opponent's grayish-white light, the red light representing qi and blood appeared dim, and the yellow light representing Yuanli was even fainter. The pale-faced young man made Luo Yin feel uncomfortable. It was as if all his secrets had been seen by Luo Yin. He was just about to have a fit, but I saw Luo Beichen had already gone far away. He hurried to catch up. When passing by Luo Yin, he bumped into him with his shoulder. Want to push Luo Yin away. Luo Yin stood still. Bang! After the collision, it was the pale-faced young man who bounced away. He sat down on the ground. Luo Yin walked away without even looking around. The next day was Friday. It was supposed to be Xiao Shi's general knowledge class in the morning, but it was Wei Fenghua who walked into the classroom. Wei Fenghua coughed twice and said, "Next Monday, the Surface Exploration Corps will go to the number 3 Forbidden Area, Misty Canyon, to carry out a mission. This is a rare opportunity, and the Academy will help you apply for the opportunity to go with them. This is your chance to visit the Forbidden Area and get a direct understanding of the daily work of a Mecha Master. So today we won't have a general knowledge class. I will tell you about the Forbidden Area." Luo Yin immediately perked up. Don't want to miss a word. Wei Fenghua wrote the word Forbidden Area on the blackboard. Said, "The Forbidden Area is a special area formed after the giant beast disastered. The scope of the Forbidden Areas is not the same, and the types of giant beasts and parasites in the Forbidden Areas are also varied. But Forbidden Places have one thing in common. That is, in every Forbidden Area, there exists a giant beast ecology that is very different from the outside environment." Li Bohong raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, what is giant ecology?" Wei Fenghua pressed his palm down, asking Li Bohong to put down his hand, and continued. "The so-called giant beast ecology is a special ecology derived from the giant beasts in the Forbidden Area. As for what kind of giant beast ecology will emerge, it is determined by the overlord-level behemoths in the Forbidden Area. This is just a reference, not an absolute. But there must be a dominant beast in that area for a Forbidden Area to appear." Luo Yan's breathing became heavy. He already knew this in the previous Behemoth Common Sense lesson. The humans in the dungeon divide the levels of the behemoths into low, middle, and high levels. The next level up is Overlord, and above Overlord is the Nightmare level. In addition, it is not difficult to see from the teacher's words. In addition to the Nightmare level, there seem to be higher levels. When coming to the dungeon, in the city where Luo Yin lived for 3 years, he had already seen the lower level Li Li and the middle level Tao Dai. It's okay if it's just raccoon power, but Tao Dai is already quite terrifying. This is just the intermediate level. Luo Yin couldn't imagine how terrifying those Overlord level or even Nightmare level beasts were. Although other people do not have as much experience as Luo Yin, they're exposed to a lot of information on a daily basis. Naturally, I know how terrifying the Overlord level beast is. Hearing that there would be a dominant beast in the Forbidden Area, many students have begun to back off. Wei Fenghua glanced at the students and said, "Don't worry. Overlord class beasts are usually found in the deepest part of the Forbidden Area. However, this time, the Exploration Corps is only active in a few relatively safe areas of the Forbidden Area. You won't have the chance to encounter an Overlord-level beast. However, you still need to understand some information about Misty Canyon. Among them, the most important. Of course, it's the information of that Overlord-class beast." Wei Fenghua turned around and quickly wrote some information on the blackboard. Codename: Huan, pronounced the same as Juan. Level: Overlord Level 3. Type: Caterpillar. Features: Fog, Wind, Hallucination, Sonic Boom, Beast Taming. Weakness: Unknown. Wei Fenghua coughed a few times and said, "This Overlord looks like a cat, with 1 eye and 3 tails. It has the ability to raise wind and raise fog. So Forbidden Area number 3 is shrouded in fog all year round, thus forming a unique ecology." Next, Wei Fenghua also explained the giant beasts that have been discovered in the Misty Canyon and the types of parasites. What kind of animals and plants are there in the Forbidden Area, and what are the areas that require caution? And just like that, a morning passed. Chapter 11. Primordial Stone Fragments. Afternoon. Training Hall. Teacher Wei, I have made a breakthrough and am now at the elementary level 2. Luo Yin reported his progress truthfully. Wei Fenghua nodded. Half Moon's 2nd level, and it's viewing mountains and seas. The progress is quite fast. You used a lot of tranquilizers, didn't you? Leon know that. It's hard to believe that you're willing to spend so much money. Now, you can practice the second level. The second level of the primary level is mainly to allow the energy to penetrate every inch of your body and every muscle. Make them as tough as the mountains. The key point of cultivation is, same as last time, Wei Fenghua explained in detail. Luo Yin listened quietly. Then he practiced on his own, with Wei Fenghua giving him guidance. After the training, Wei Fenghua said, "Don't practice too fast in the next 2 days. Get enough rest." After entering the forbidden area, there are many places where you need to use God. And when it comes to cultivation, you need to be diligent but also take adequate rest. More haste, less speed. Luo Yin took note of it. There are no classes at the college on Saturdays and Sundays. Luo Yin didn't want to waste time. But he also remembered Wei Fenghua's instructions and did not train too hard. 2 fulfilling days passed like this. Monday is here. Early this morning, the freshmen gathered on the playground, waiting for the instructor to arrive. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground shaking. Then several mechas came onto the playground. 3 of them are humanoid mechas, but one of them looks like a giant wolf. The wolf-shaped mecha was mainly dark black in color, decorated with bright red patterns. Like a flame, many students exclaimed softly, "It's the magic machine." Luo Yin recalled the content of teacher Zhao Yidan's mecha class. The teacher said that there are 3 types of mechas. The most common one is the humanoid mecha, which is called Xianji. There are also alien mechas called magic machines. The magic machine is relatively difficult to control because it is not in human form. Even with an empathy system, it is still very difficult to control. In addition to these 2 types of mecha, there is a 3rd type. However, teacher Zhao did not explain in depth. It was simply described as confidential. At this time, an iron-black humanoid mecha decorated with bright yellow patterns and components took 2 steps forward. This mecha has a very heavy physique, especially its 2 arms. Extra thick with arms longer than the knees. It is obvious that the outer armor exceeds the normal standards and has a special weapon system built in. After it stopped, the door of the cab behind the head opened and a driver came out. A mecha master. The man looked down from above and looked around. It stayed on Luo Yan's face for 2 seconds. Then Wei Fenghua's voice came. "These are the mechas of our academy, and the ones driving them are the 3rd-year students of our academy. They are responsible for protecting the academy personnel. At the same time, this is also an important test for them." Wei Fenghua pointed at the driver of the black heavy armor and said, "He how a 3rd-year student, visualization level, intermediate 3rd level. He is the captain of this team. The machine you are driving is Xianji Black Thunder. Black Thunder, height 85.47 meters, weight 1987 tons. Operating system is Horizon 3 generation, main engine Thunderlight, and 4 auxiliary engines." Then the finger moves. The pilot who came out of the wolf-shaped mecha fell into the water. It's a girl, sitting on the mecha with legs together. He boldly blew a kiss to the freshman. Su Jio, 3rd-year student, visualization level, intermediate level 2. Deputy captain. The machine is a demon machine, Tan Lang. Greedy wolf, weight 1685 tons, operating system as above, main engine wolf pack, 9 auxiliary engines. Wei Fenghua introduced the remaining 2 mecha masters to everyone one by one. At the command, set off. A moment later, a convoy drove out of the 100 Battles Academy. In the car, most of the freshmen were very excited. This made Luo Yin feel like he was on a school outing. After getting on the bus, each person was given a suitcase. Wei Fenghua said, "What you have now is the equipment distributed to you by the academy. It includes a set of field combat uniforms, a set of light armor, a gun, ammunition, a saber, and first aid medicine. These things can't deal with giant beasts, and they won't be of much use even against a swarm of parasites. But if you accidentally run into 1 or 2 giant parasites, it will still be of some use. So, akipite no." The girl in the car couldn't help but exclaimed, "Here? Wouldn't that be a bargain for those boys?" Wei Fenghua said expressionlessly, "We entered the forbidden area and went to the battlefield. There are many more cruel things than this. If you don't want to die, stop talking nonsense. Sit in the back row." A girl opened her suitcase and then took off her coat without saying a word. Then he changed in a camouflage combat uniform with an indifferent expression. Lin Wei is so amazing. She's not afraid of being at a disadvantage at all. Of course, he ranked 2nd in the college entrance examination, so he must be very capable. Several girls started discussing in a low voice. Luo Yin looked at the girl whose score in the college entrance examination was second only to his. Lin Wei is tall. Her black hair was tied into a high ponytail. On the left earlobe, she wears a ruby earring. His eyes were indifferent, and he seemed to have no interest in anything. Maybe he could feel Luo Yan's gaze. Lin Wei looked back. His eyes are like stars, and his gaze is deep. Luo Yin couldn't read any meaning from her eyes. So he turned around and opened his suitcase. "Take off your coat." When Luo Yin took off his outer clothes, a light cry was heard in the carriage. Luo Yin has many scars on his body. One piece in the east, one strip in the west. There are also dark red patches after being infected with kuva. Make his body look ugly. Luo Yin doesn't care about other people's eyes at all. He quickly put on his combat uniform, put on his armor, and checked his rifle. "Wait until everyone else has changed their equipment." Wei Fenghua then said. "After entering the Misty Canyon, you must pay special attention to a plant called Phoenix Palm. This is part of the giant beast ecology in Forbidden Area Number 3. Phoenix tail palm is an evergreen shrub and is named after its phoenix tail-like appearance. At the same time, it is the favorite food of the overlord-level behemoth Huan. Its smell will attract the arrival of Huan. When you see it, stay away from it and don't pick it. Do you understand?" The students responded one after another. At this time, Li Bohong raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, what is the mission of the Surface Army to go to the Forbidden Area this time?" Wei Fenghua said, "A regular task, to find Yuan and collect the exotic flowers and herbs in the Forbidden Area to use as materials for various medicines. If allowed, eliminate some of the surrounding giant beasts to prevent the Forbidden Area from expanding." A deep and dark crystal flashed through Luo Yan's mind. At that time, Dijong brought back a piece of Yuan from the Galaxy Stadium and attracted the giant beast Churu on the way. This was mentioned before in Xiao Shi's general knowledge class. Yuan is a product of the Yinfu space. In the giant beast calamity, it descends from the sky along with the giant beasts that are thrown onto the earth. Yuan will have an impact on the ground ecology and cause common plants and animals to mutate. In addition, the behemoth can evolve by absorbing the energy in the Yun. Improve your rank. This was also the reason why the Taodai in the Galaxy Stadium at that time stayed guarding Yuan and refused to leave. Now, every time the Yinfu space is opened, Yuan will occasionally drop. But according to statistics, the number is not as high as it was during the behemoth scourge. Another boy frowned and said, "Teacher, I don't understand. You said that behemoths can evolve through the Yuan, so there is a need for the Yuan. But why do we humans recycle them? Wouldn't it be better to destroy them?" Wei Fenghua coughed twice and smiled. "It seems that Xiao Shi didn't mention it to you. Well, let me tell you. We recovered the Yuan for the primordial stone fragments that might be inside it." "A fragment of the primordial stone?" A puzzled voice was heard in the carriage. Wei Fenghua nodded slightly. "That's right. Although Yuan is a favorite of the giant beast, it is occasionally accompanied by a strange stone that looks like white jade. This strange stone can cause the Shunzong to mutate. Even a Shunzong with little effect can become extremely powerful under the induction of this strange stone. Some inscriptions found in that world recorded this strange stone. It was called the primordial stone fragment." Luo Yin was shocked when he heard this. He quickly lowered his head. He finally understood the reason for the abnormal change of his qi-seeing pupil. "I also know the origin of the diamond-shaped white jade. It turns out that what he got that day was the primordial stone fragment." At this time, the convoy had already left the dungeon. Come to the surface. Strong sunlight shines in through the car window. The students were temporarily attracted by the sunlight outside the window. They all leaned against the window. Even the cold-tempered Lin Wei turned her head slightly to look out the window. These students are different from Luo Yin. They have not seen the light of day for many years. Now that I finally have the opportunity to come to the surface, I am naturally excited. On the shore of the Great Lake, the Academy convoy met up with the Surface Exploration Corps and headed northwest in a mighty procession. 3 days later, the convoy arrived at the number 3 Forbidden Area, Misty Canyon. It was noon when we entered the canyon. There was still bright sunshine outside the car a second ago. The next second, the lights suddenly dimmed, as if I had come to another world. Luo Yin saw from the car window. Although there is almost no fog at the edge of the Forbidden Area, looking into the distance, the entire field of vision is filled with gray fog. From time to time, flashes of lightning appeared in the thick fog. Whenever lightning appears, It reveals some strange outlines in the thick fog. It gives people a sense of mystery and danger for no reason. After entering the canyon, whether it is the surface army or the academy team, the escort mechas came out of the carrier cabin and walked on both sides of the convoy. Seeing these giant godlike mechas following around should make people feel safe. But after entering the canyon, even the most cautious students became nervous and didn't speak. Just when Luo Yin thought that this silence would continue until they set up camp, suddenly a broadcast sounded in the carriage. Attention, a giant beast has been spotted ahead. No metzing the archives. Matching is over. The beast ahead has been confirmed to be C. Level, lower level 3. Type, caterpillar. Features, huge force, drilling, shockwave. Note, Su, Pinyin SI, fourth tone, pronounced the same as the character. Chapter 12, Breaking the Barriers with the Dharma Eye. The High Nei Nanjing says, the sea is located to the east of Shun's burial place and to the south of the Xiang River. It looks like an ox, dark gray, and has one horn. In the classic of mountains and seas, sea is an auspicious beast that looks like a buffalo with a pitch-black body and one horn. But in reality, sea is a giant and ferocious beast. Currently, the naming of known giant beasts is basically based on the ancient book Shan Hai Jing. The name was given according to the similar description of the behemoth and ancient books. Luo Yin had read information about sea in the common sense of giant beast class. This bull-like giant beast could easily smash a building. They're usually covered with a layer of blue-black fur. The fur of the SI is long and thick. When it runs at full speed, it looks like a moving black cloud. After the Exploration Corps discovered the presence of the giant beast, the sound of gunfire began to be heard in front of the convoy. Not long after, the radio in the car sounded again. To the northwest, at 10 o'clock, a second giant beast appeared. Same sea. According to the path it takes, it will collide with the Academy's convoy. After hearing the broadcast, the students' faces turned pale. Luo Yin gripped his rifle tightly. Calm, Wei Fenghua said calmly. He Hao and his team will protect us. Luo Yin looked out the window. The heavy mecha named Black Thunder has already strode forward. In the cockpit of the mecha, He Hao, who looked like a tough guy, said in the team channel, old rules. Use the standard 211 formation. Receive. Clear. While the team members were responding, two Xuanji stood in the middle of the beast's moving trajectory. They all raised two black rifles with thick barrels. The corresponding information immediately flashed through Luo Yan's mind. A special rifle for dealing with giant beasts, the Shinwei Type 3. The gun is 48.21 meters long. The barrel is 22.35 meters long, and the caliber is 37 centimeters. The capacity is 30 rounds. The effective range is 15,000 meters, and the initial velocity of the bullet is 950 meters per second. At this time, He Hao was driving the Black Thunder, and Su Jiao was controlling the Greedy Wolf. Spread out to the left and right. It is in a slight crescent shape. Black Thunder's two arms and all weapon systems on its chest are activated. The back armor of Greedy Wolf also unfolded, and a cannon with an ever-extending barrel rose from inside. It's the 211 formation, Wei Fenghua said casually. Who knows what the 211 formation is? Li Bohong pushed his glasses with his hand and said, 211 formation, two mechas are responsible for the main firepower output, and the other two mechas are assisting. During the fire output period, the two auxiliary mechas can move freely according to the situation. This is the 211 formation. Very good, 10 credits as a reward. Wei Fenghua nodded. There was a light cry in the carriage. Can I get 10 credits just by answering this question? Please tell me earlier. Teacher Wei. At this time, the students could already feel the ground shaking. Then, a black cloud appeared in a dense forest in the distance. It was a giant beast that looked like a buffalo, with its thick, long hair dancing up and down as it ran. See, in the middle of its forehead grew a long, thick, pointed horn with spiral patterns on it. Those lines were emitting a bluish-black glow, as if a ball of devilish flame was burning. Fire. In the cockpit, Captain He Hao gave the order. Next second, for mechas opened fire at the same time. The two machines in the middle that were responsible for the main firepower output kept making bang, bang, bang sounds with the Shinwei Type 3 rifles in their hands. A long, bright flame spurted out of the muzzle, and the bullet dragged a line of fire straight towards the target. Huge shell casings kept falling at the feet of the mecha, splashing mud and rocks on the ground. Looking at the bullet shells with patterns engraved on their surfaces, Luo Yin knew that they were armor-piercing shells specially designed for use against giant beasts. It is very useful for giant beasts with thick skin and flesh. Under the dense barrage of bullets, the black cloud in the distance kept jumping with blood flowers. With Black Thunder and Gan Lang joining the attack, people are in the carriage. Luo Yin only felt as if an earthquake was happening in the canyon. Under the fierce artillery attack, trees in the forest were knocked down in large numbers. The giant BC was beaten all over the place. At this time, the armor on both sides of the abdomen of the magic machine Tan Lang unfolded. A guided missile was launched on each side with the assistance of a robotic arm. As flames spurted out from the tails, the two missiles dragged flames. With a sharp roar, the two front limbs of the giant beast were hit. The explosion shattered the giant beast's front limbs. Under the influence of inertia, the beast wailed and fell to the ground, sliding forward. Seeing this, he roared, "Control the heavy mecha and rush towards the behemoth." At the moment of approach, Black Thunder raised his arm and clenched his fist. Attacked brazenly, steel fist cut through the air, let out a deep whistle. The tip of the fist was flashing with a black light. The blow hit C right in the middle of the head. Suddenly, a solemn sound like the sound of a Huangzhong Dalu was heard in the canyon. The impacting airflow spread with a whistling sound. All the nearby trees bent down. The windows of the vehicle Luo Yin was in were buzzing from the shaking. A wave of peace. Another wave comes. The fist of the mecha Black Thunder is still imprinted on C's head. The black light on the fist tip had originally dimmed, but in an instant it became bright again. And explode. Ban! C's whole body shook, and he suddenly jumped up and somersaulted over Black Thunder's head. It fell heavily to the ground. The ground immediately stirred up a circle of earth waves, spreading wildly. In the carriage, all the students were knocked to the ground by the shock. There was a burst of exclamations. As Luo Yin got up, bits of silver light appeared around his red eyes. He used the Qi-seeing pupil. Look out! In the grayish-white light of C, the circle of fiery red light was rapidly dimming. The Qi and blood values that were as high as 4 digits were changing rapidly and returned to 0 in the blink of an eye. In fact, you can see it without the wankatong. The beast's head exploded, and its horn stuck into the ground. It was dead beyond deadness. At this time, Black Thunder turned around and walked to the unicorn horn. Pull it out, then raise it above your head. There was a burst of cheers in the carriage. In the eyes of freshmen, Black Thunder is like a god of war, tall and invincible. The Exploration Corps also destroyed the behemoth, so the convoy stopped temporarily. Collectors were busy recovering organs, horns, claws, and other items from the giant beast. The most important thing here is the core of the behemoth. That is the essence of the giant beast. You just saw it. During the break, Wei Fenghua did not forget to give advice to his students. During combat, it is standard combat procedure to prioritize long-range attacks. If the ammunition is gone, we can produce more, but the mecha still has the pilot. If there is any damage, it will be a huge loss. A student raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, did Black Thunder use a combat technique at the end?" Wei Fenghua nodded. That's right. That's Yihao's fighting skill, Jiao Lei's second combat. That kind of boxing technique can deliver 2 impacts, and the second impact is more powerful and fiercer. Through the empathy system and with the mecha's amplification, we can kill the beast with 1 punch. You should do the same when you go to the battlefield in the future. First, use guns and cannons to deplete the beast's strength, and when there is a chance of victory, use combat skills or mystical arts as the deciding factor. The students nodded. Wei Fenghua suddenly asked again, "What is the basis for the classification of the giant beast's ranks?" Luo Yin immediately answered, "They are divided according to their abilities and threats." Wei Fenghua nodded and asked, "What is the basis for the classification of giant beasts?" This time it was Lin Wei who grabbed the opportunity. Based on their size and weight, therefore, for behemoths of the same level, we cannot blindly judge their strength by level. Wei Fenghua said with satisfaction, "Yes, you two performed well. Reward 10 points." Suddenly there was a cry of annoyance. The recovery work continued until the evening. The convoy simply stopped moving forward. Students and soldiers camped nearby. After a simple dinner, Wei Fenghua called the students over. "Now draw lots to decide the groups. Tomorrow you will form groups to assist the Exploration Corps in collecting herbs. You will get credits for completing the tasks. I heard there are academic credits awarded. Luo Yin was very happy. But when I heard the group scores, I felt a little unhappy. He is used to being alone. At this moment, he remembered what Li Bohong had said. If you want to pursue a career as a mecha master, you have to adapt to the collective. Luo Yin thought, let's start adapting from this collection mission. After a moment, the grouping results are out. Luo Yin's teammates are Wu Renfan and Zheng Shan. Wu Renfan is thin and weak and wears glasses with very thick lenses. This person usually has no presence. Luo Yin had no impression of him. Zheng Shan is tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. When I learned that I had passed the college entrance examination, I was so happy that my eyes turned red and I raised my arms and cheered. Luo Yin had some impression of him, but we don't usually interact with each other. Look at these two people. Luo Yin said simply, I will be the captain for tomorrow's mission. He doesn't like being bossed around, so take the initiative to ask. If the two do not agree, then they will break up. Okay, I have no objection, Wu Renfan said with a smile. Zheng Shan also nodded. You got the highest score in the college entrance examination. I admire you very much. I have no objection to you being the captain. The matter was settled. Luo Yin turned around and went to find Wei Fenghua. When he saw Wei Fenghua, the teacher was putting a capsule into his mouth. After taking with water, Wei Fenghua smiled and said, Are you looking for me for help with an old injury? Luo Yin sat down next to him. Teacher, if I obtain the primordial stone fragment, will my Qixing pupil change? Wei Fenghua glanced at him and said, I definitely will. However, not everyone can get the fragments of the primordial stone. This is the highest level of supplies and is only awarded to meritorious people. Of course, you may have a chance in the future. Seeing that the groundwork was almost done, Luo Yin asked, If there is a chance to obtain it, what kind of divine treasure can the Qixing pupil transform into? Wei Fenghua said casually, The Eye of Breaking Barriers. The abilities are breaking through obstacles, recognizing illusions, farsightedness, strong memory, and observing qi. After the breakthrough, it will be the Eye of Truth, the Eye of Breaking Through Obstacles. The Eye of Truth. Luo Yin was surprised. Can Xinzong be broken through? Wei Fenghua smiled and said, Why not? All levels of visualization techniques can be broken through. Xinzong is no exception. It's just that the course hasn't reached that point yet, so you don't know it yet. If you're interested in Xinzong, I will give you a book when you return. You can read it yourself. Luo Yin readily agreed. I won't dare to disturb you again. Return to your tent. On the way, Luo Yin was filled with joy. He finally knew his name after the mutation of Xinzong. I also know that Xinzong can be broken through. I suddenly felt that the future was bright. At this time, he saw Wu Renfan coming out of his tent. Luo Yin couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chapter 13. Bad Luck. Are you looking for me? Luo Yin stopped Wu Renfan. Wu Renfan was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. Yes, Captain. I just want to ask, do we have any specific plans for tomorrow? Personally, I think tomorrow's collection mission may be another kind of assessment of us by the Academy. So, I wanted to discuss this with you. Unexpectedly, you're not here. I waited for you for a while, and when you didn't come back, I wanted to leave. What a coincidence. I just wanted to leave, and you came back. Captain, let's discuss this? Seeing him being so long-winded, Luo Yin became a little impatient. He shook his head and said, No need to discuss. Just listen to me tomorrow. Wu Renfan wanted to say something else, but he glared back at Luo Yin. In the end, I could only laugh dryly. Okay, I'll listen to you tomorrow, Captain. After he left, Luo Yin walked into the tent. After checking, nothing abnormal was found. Then he crawled into the sleeping bag. The next day, these are the herbs you are going to collect. Cloud-fallen grass, moonlight flower, and water wand leaf. They're the raw materials for the tranquilizer and the cloud water agent. The main distribution areas have been marked on your team's computer. Now, the collection mission begins. In the camp, Wei Fenghua gave an order. The freshmen, including Luo Yin, rushed to their respective mission locations. Luo Yin turned on the team computer and went deep into the jungle according to the instructions on it. Wu Renfan and Zheng Shan followed closely behind. At the beginning, I could hear voices from time to time around me. But as time went by, all I saw around me were the swaying shadows of the trees and small animals that occasionally appeared in the bushes or trees. Occasionally, the The roars of some giant beasts will be heard from afar. Fortunately, they were located on the edge of the forbidden area. There are surface troops active around. Basically, there won't be much danger. Walking room. Luo Yin would stop from time to time. He looked carefully at the ground nearby. Pay attention to whether the leaves on the ground have been trampled. Occasionally, when you dig up some suspicious mud piles, you can often find the feces of some creatures. When Wu Renfan saw Luo Yin seem to be distinguishing the smell of the feces, he showed a look of disgust. Zhongshan is fine. In the giant beast common sense class, the teacher has taught us how to simply distinguish the feces of giant beasts from those of other animals. The blood of the behemoth carries red poison, so the feces it excretes have a pungent smell like sulfur. It's very easy to tell the difference. By identifying giant animal feces, it is possible to determine whether the area nearby is the giant animal's living area, thereby avoiding risks. Luo Yin is doing this now. He's really superfluous. Wu Renfan whispered to Zhongshan, "This is a relatively safe area. We killed 2 giant beasts yesterday. Where's the danger?" Zhongshan held the rifle assigned by the academy, looked around, and said in a low voice, "I think it's better not to be careless." Ahead, Luo Yin stopped. He looked back at them. Wu Renfan quickly shut his mouth. A day passed. It was evening. Luo Yin and the other 2 have collected enough herbs. Prepare to go back and report. Walking and walking. Luo Yin made a stop gesture. Wu Renfan complained, "Captain, we have been out for a whole day. I think the other teams have already returned to the camp. We are the last one. Let's go back quickly. My feet are so sore." Luo Yin turned around, pointed the gun at him, and uttered 2 words, "Shut up." Then he looked around and said, "Look, it's foggy." After being reminded by Luo Yin, Wu Renfan and Zhongshan realized it. Sure enough, there was a thin mist that spread silently. The nearby flowers, plants, and trees appear hazy. Even the scenery in the distance became hazy. Wu Renfan whispered, "This is called Misty Canyon. It's foggy, so it's foggy. There's nothing to worry about." Zhongshan shook his head and said, "No, we're in the fringe area. It's not supposed to be foggy here. Quiet. Go." Luo Yin had a bad feeling. He lived on the surface for 3 years. He has long since honed his beast-like instincts. Thick fog suddenly rose in the edge area. This is so abnormal. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Luo Yin just hoped that he would not draw the worst lottery. Which one? It was naturally Huan, the Overlord-class behemoth, whose characteristics included descriptions such as raising wind and creating fog. The fog gradually thickened. Now even Wu Renfan, who didn't take it seriously, became extremely nervous. Today the field of vision has been compressed to about 3 to 5 meters. No further. It's all blurry. And Luo Yin began to have an uneasy feeling, as if he was wandering in circles in the woods. So he made a mark on the tree. A few minutes later, it came true. Oh no, we are trapped in the fog. Wu Renfan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Luo Yin said calmly, "Contact the camp, rest on the spot, and wait for rescue." Zhongshan immediately took out the walkie-talkie and called the camp. Camp, if you hear me, please answer." 3 times in a row, no one answered. Luo Yin's heart sank. But at this moment, they heard someone in front of them shouting, "Classmates, which group are you from? We are here to rescue you." Hearing this voice, Luo Yinsher finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li and Xiao were even more overjoyed. After a moment, sure enough, I saw lights and several blurry shadows appearing in the thick fog ahead. "Where are you guys, classmates? Answer the sound when you hear it." Wu Renfan was about to respond. Luo Yin suddenly thought, if it was a search and rescue team, why didn't he know their identities? Don't know which group they are from? So, he covered Wu Renfan's mouth like lightning. Then he shook his head. His red eyes were surrounded by a little silver light. Luo Yin activated the eye of breaking barriers. The fog suddenly disappeared from his eyes. Trees, flowers, and plants lose their texture. Everything is represented only by lines. And groups of numbers appear one after another. Luo Yin ignored the numbers. Look in the direction where the light just came on. Far away, there was indeed a group of biological gray light. But the light was huge. From the outline, it looks like a cat squatting on the ground. But behind this cat, there are 3 tails that are constantly waving. Oh, without a doubt, they drew the worst lot. The ball of gray light in front is the dominant behemoth in this canyon. It is the root of the giant beast ecology in the forbidden area. Luo Yin quickly recalled the characteristics of this giant beast. Except for raising wind and raising fog, it also has the description of hallucination. In other words, the lights and figures that the three people saw just now, it's just an illusion. It was a deceptive trick used by that giant beast. Luo Yin looked around. It was discovered that a huge tree had died and its trunk was hollow. Luo grabbed Zingshan and Wu Renfan by the shoulders. Quiet. Come with me. A moment later, they squeezed into the tree hole. Wu Renfan then asked, "What are we doing?" "Huan, here I come," Luo Yin said simply. The light and sound just now were illusions. We are too small for the giant beast. It's just like when you are among the flowers. It's hard to find a few ants. It didn't notice us, so it used the illusion to lure us into the trap. But there must be something about us that attracts it. Otherwise, this thing would not come out from the depths of the forbidden area. After saying that, Luo Yin looked at Zingshan and Wu Renfan. "Open your backpacks." Chapter 14, Golden Winged Lice. Wu Renfan frowned. "Why are you opening the backpack?" He just finished speaking. There was a rustling sound outside. There was light shining through the thick fog, and someone could be vaguely heard shouting, classmates, where are you?" Wu Renfan just opened his mouth. Luo Yin had already put the muzzle of the gun against his temple. Then he slowly shook his head. Next, the three of them didn't dare to breathe. All you could hear was a rustling sound around the tree hole from time to time. It was like a real search and rescue team, circling around them several times. After a while, the lights and sounds disappeared in the thick fog. Wu Renfan then said, "What if there really is a search and rescue team outside?" Luo Yin said expressionlessly, "The fog is cleared. We can go back and be saved." The subtext is, he doesn't want to take any risks. Luo Yin pointed his gun at Wu Renfan and said, "Open your backpack." He no longer wanted to talk nonsense. Wu Renfan shrugged. "Take off the backpack and open it." Luo Yin said to Zingshan again, "Pour out everything inside." Zingshan did not dare to disobey. Crash. Everything in the backpack fell out. There are magazines, potions, and freshly collected herbs inside. There's nothing suspicious about it. Luo Yin looked at Zingshan. The latter understood and emptied his backpack as well. The item is similar to Wu Renfan's. "Look, Captain, you're too nervous," Wu Renfan said. "You don't doubt that we attracted the beast, do you? How could we be so hard on ourselves?" Luo Yin glanced at him. Suddenly, I remembered that Wu Renfan had entered my tent last night. But then, he checked the tent. Includes rucksack. Nothing unusual. Etc. Luo Yin suddenly thought of it. "I miss some places." He immediately dropped his backpack to the ground. "Squat down." Without further ado, he drew out his saber and tore open the backpack. Wu Renfan was startled. "I roll." Move quietly toward the exit. At this time, Luo Yin saw it. When the saber cut open the backpack, a layer of material appeared. Something fell out of it. It is a plant, a green shrub that looks like a phoenix tail. Wu Renfan and Zingshan both exclaimed at the same time. "Phoenix tail sunflower?" Luo Yin looked at Wu Renfan. Mr. Wu's expression changed, about to rush out of the tree hole. Whoosh! There was a flash of knife. Luo Yan's saber stabbed into his thigh. Wu Renfan fell down suddenly and was about to scream. But Luo Yin covered his mouth. Zingshan looked confused. I don't know what happened to the two. Then I heard Luo Yin coldly say, "You entered my tent last night just to put the wind tail sunflower into my backpack?" No. Wu Renfan said quickly, "Captain, listen to me. I didn't know there were Terrace Cronata in there. It was Renjong. He gave me this backpack and asked me to replace your original one. But I really didn't know he put Phoenix Palm in it. He did give me some benefits, but I don't need to sacrifice my life for a little benefit. If I knew there was a phoenix head in the backpack, I would never agree to his request even if I was beaten to death." Renjong is the fair-faced young man next to Luo Beichen. Needless to say, this matter must have been instigated by Luo Beichen. This guy is really insidious. He actually planned to set up a trap to kill himself before fighting the death match. After hearing this, Luo Yin did not comment. Zingshan rushed over angrily. "Wu Renfan, you are so stupid and evil." Luo Yin didn't waste any words and said to Zingshan, "Come with me." He drew out his saber, and a stream of blood immediately spurted out from Wu Renfan's thigh. The man surnamed Wu rolled on the ground in pain. Luo Yin came out of the tree hole holding a saber. Zingshan glanced at Wu Renfan and left as well. Fog and hallucinations have no effect on Luo Yan's eye of breaking barriers. He could definitely bring Zhongshan back to the camp safely. But Wu Renfan can't do that. He was as blind as a man in the fog. What's more, his leg is injured now. Now seeing Luo Yin and the other two leaving, he was suddenly shocked, afraid that the big cat-like beast would come looking for him. Wu Renfan hurriedly shouted outside the tree hole. Captain, this is really none of my business. I am also a victim. Captain, as long as you don't abandon me. From now on, I will follow your lead. Luo Beichen obviously wants to kill me too. He is unkind, and I am unjust. There's nothing to say. If you want to deal with Luo Beichen, I will help you. However, the footsteps of Luo Yin and the other man not only continued, but also quickly faded away. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Wu Renfan was so anxious that he covered his thigh with one hand. He stumbled out of the tree hole, came into the thick fog. In the fog, Zhongshan could hardly see Luo Yan's figure. All I could do was follow his footsteps. But suddenly, Luo Yan's footsteps disappeared. Zhongshan was about to ask. Then I heard Luo Yan's voice coming from the front. We are in trouble. The words fell. In the quiet woods, in the thick fog, a strange sound was heard. Hissing. Similar sounds came one after another. It kept ringing all around. Zhongshan asked quietly. What is that? Golden-winged louse. The parasites on Huan's body. It was active nearby just now. Although it left, it dropped a lot of parasites. Luo Yin described calmly. At this moment, in his field of vision, gray lights in the shape of insects were scattered around the woods in groups of 3 or 2. Luo Yin recalled the description of the golden-winged louse. The golden-winged louse is a member of the order Pterygota, a parasite unique to the body of insects. Its wings are as hard as gold and iron and very sharp. It is good at using the segments of its hind legs to rub rhythmically against golden wings to convey information. Although it has wings, it can only fly at low altitude. The speed is medium. In addition to sucking blood, it also spreads a variety of diseases including red poison. Luo Yin reviewed what he had learned. While looking for a breakthrough, it's a pity looking around, the golden-winged lice were everywhere, leaving no gaps for them to exploit. Just at this moment, a ball of gray light suddenly flew out from the bushes to the left of Luo Yin. Golden-winged louse. Luo Yin immediately rolled over, raised his rifle, locked and fired. Da-da-da. The rifle spurted out flames, and a volley of bullets shattered the puppy-sized parasite into pieces. However, the gunshots also attracted the attention of other golden-winged lice. They convey information through sound. Then they all came towards Luo Yin and the other two. Luo Yin looked around, suddenly found a place. It was a pile of rocks. The largest one is 7 or 8 meters high. There's a crack in the middle. The height is 214 centimeters. The width is 107 centimeters, and the depth is more than 5 meters. It looks like it can accommodate one person walking. Come with me. Luo Yin immediately moved in that direction. He wanted to use the limited space on the high rock to limit the number of golden-winged lice. Zhongshan followed immediately. Far away, Wu Renfan is still groping in the fog. The fog was so thick that he couldn't see anyone. He couldn't help but shout anxiously. Luo Yin, Zhongshan, where are you? At this time, he heard a buzzing sound above his head. Then something fell on his head, and Wu Renfan felt a pain on the top of his head, and heard a loud gurgling sound. It sounded exactly like the sound of him drinking from a straw. But at this time, it was the golden-winged lice that were sucking his blood and his brains. Then, in the fog, Zhongshan heard Wu Renfan's screams of pain and despair from behind. Chapter 15, Seeing Me, is like seeing Shura. In a blink of an eye, Luo Yin rushed into the crevice of the tall rock. Rushed in 2 or 3 meters in one breath. Luo Yin stopped and swiftly took out a magazine and placed it aside. Zhongshan also followed in. Get down and get ready to fight. Luo Yin quickly checked the gun, then lifted up and pointed toward the entrance of the gap. There is limited space here. It is difficult for the golden-winged lice to swarm in. And now, they were slow to return to camp. Wei Fenghua should have noticed it. Maybe just hold on. We will be able to welcome reinforcements. At this time, outside the crevice in the rock, there was a loud sound of flapping wings. The golden-winged louse followed. But because of the fog, many of them flew over the pile of rocks, searching for Luo Yin and the other person like headless flies. With the help of the eye of breaking barriers, Luo Yin saw this scene. I breathed a sigh of relief. But there are still quite a few golden-winged lice wandering outside the rocks. There are at least hundreds of them. If you are in a spacious place, hundreds of golden-winged lice will swarm over you. He was able to eat Luo Yin and the other man until not even a bone was left. It's okay now. Many of them were crawling on the rocks. Only one or two of them crawled towards the cracks in the high rocks. Luo Yin thought about it. Put down the rifle. Draw your saber. He put his hand on Zheng Shan's shoulder. He rolled over and landed in front of Zheng Shan. Ambush at the entrance. When a ball of biological gray light crawled in, the golden-winged louse was not able to see clearly what was going on inside. Luo Yin cut his brain with one knife. Pull it horizontally again. The golden-winged louse's head fell off. See this scene. Zheng Shan's breathing was rapid. I felt a little more in awe of Luo Yin. Luo Yin used the ability of the Eye of Breaking Barriers to discover the whereabouts of the golden-winged louse one step ahead. Killed several of them silently. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. I don't know if it was the blood of their own kind that attracted their attention. The 100 or so golden-winged lice wandering on the rubble began to gather towards the cracks in the high rocks. Luo Yin knew there was no hope. Return to the original place. He whispered to Zheng Shan, "They are coming." Zheng Shan did not have the eye technique, and night was falling. It is pitch dark in this crack. The sound is audible. Hissing. The sound of the golden-winged louse transmitting information gradually became denser at the entrance. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on the rifle nervously. The rifles issued by the Academy are light machine guns, which are easy to carry and suitable for use in small spaces. The small grip is integrated with the trigger guard and adopts a rotary locking method. The firing state can be adjusted between single and continuous firing. The magazine capacity is the standard 30 rounds, and because it is a collection mission, each of Luo Yin and his men only had 2 magazines. If it is to save ammunition, Luo Yin should use single-shot status. But now, he uses burst fire. In the past 2 weeks, he has only conducted more systematic shooting training. My marksmanship has improved compared to when I was on the surface, but he is still far from being a sharpshooter. If you use the single-shot state at this time, if something goes wrong, the consequences will be serious. Time passes by little. Finally, a golden-winged louse poked its head out from the crevice of the high rock. And around that gap, it was already crawling with golden-winged lice, densely packed together, and the sound of their wings was constant. Using the eye of breaking obstacles to search for the enemy, Luo Yin adjusted the angle and lightly pressed the trigger. Zheng Shan suddenly heard a bang above his head. There was a fire lit up above. At the same time, a bullet shell fell on his shoulder and bounced to the ground. With the help of the fire from the muzzle, Zheng Shan saw the entrance to the gap in front. The head of a golden-winged louse exploded. But more golden-winged lice rushed in. These creatures have black shells and golden patterns on their wings. Head like a locust, but it has 4 small green eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out above Zheng Shan's head. The parasites that had penetrated into the cracks continuously emitted blood mist. Then he heard Luo Yan's roar. "Fire! You are responsible for the lower part." Zheng Shan woke up as if from a dream and shouted, "Fire!" He is still calm. Remembering Luo Yan's instructions, he lowered the gun. Shoot the gold-winged lice that crawl in from the ground. The bullets rake the parasites, knocking their wings off and detaching their limbs. Bung, 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 bung. There was continuous gunfire in the cracks of the high rocks. The fire flickered continuously. The golden-winged lice fell down one by one. Soon a lot of insect corpses piled up at the entrance of the gap. Even though many of their kind died, the other golden-winged lice were still burrowing in frantically. Fortunately, the gap is limited. The golden-winged louse is also quite large. Usually only 4 or 5 can get in at the same time. The others were squeezed outside. Soon, Luo Yin had already emptied a magazine. He quickly put on another one, also the last one, and at this moment, distance to war. Less than a minute had passed. In a blink of an eye, the second magazine was also empty. Luo Yin yelled, "I have no more bullets." Zheng Shan's rifle also stopped roaring the next second. "Me too." Luo Yin drew out his saber decisively. Cross Zheng Shan, rushing towards the golden-winged louse that was drilling in from the outside. Change players in 1 minute. As he spoke, he raised his knife and swung it down. The head of a golden-winged louse was cut off. Look up. 2 more parasites came towards us. Luo Yin used the armor on his arm as a shield and pushed the one on the left away. He raised the saber in his right hand and stabbed it into the abdomen of another insect. A sharp snap of the wrist. Shake the bug away. A cut was made in the belly of the golden-winged louse, and all the intestines and organs inside slid out. Luo Yin kept moving. He turned around and slashed at the bug that he had pinned against the rock. Just take its head off. Kill 2 bugs in an instant. Luo Yin looked up. Now he has closed the eye of breaking barriers. When the rifle was fired just now, a few clumps of weeds on the ground were set on fire, providing lighting. By the light of the fire, he saw 3 golden-winged lice swooping down at the same time. Because of limited space, they are arranged in a line from top to bottom. A cold light flashed in Luo Yan's eyes. The saber in his hand flashed. A silver-white streak like lightning was left between the bodies of the 3 golden-winged lice. Sword skill, thunder. This was the fighting skill that Di Zheng personally taught him at the academy after Luo Beichen issued a challenge. There are 2 types. They're the sword skill, thunder, and the boxing skill, bone breaking. In an instant, the bodies of the 3 golden-winged lice split apart at the same time. The blood of the insects poured down on his head. It poured on Luo Yan's head, shoulders, and body. Behind is Xingshan, looking at Luo Yin covered in blood in the firelight. Like seeing Shura, dead insects, blood, and a fishy smell. Luo Yin seemed to have returned to the surface again, back to those difficult years of survival. He had a blank expression on his face. His eyes were cold, and his actions were decisive. Hold the line. He started getting hurt, start bleeding, but he didn't take a step back. Luo Yin would try his best to avoid attacks if possible. If you can't avoid it, use a less vital part to block it. Then exchange injury for life. Just 1 minute. Luo Yin has turned into a bloody man. Even the hair was stuck together with blood. Gradually, his feet were surrounded by insect corpses. His saber had already chopped it off. A gap appeared. After barely chopping off another insect's head, Luo Yin threw it out suddenly. Let it turn into a cold light. Nail a bug that just crawled into the crack. At this time, some sand and stones fell on Luo Yin. He looked up. It turned out that there was a rock swaying above the crack. There were bullet holes and blood nearby. It should be that the rock structure there was destroyed during a certain strafing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A few more golden-winged lice flew in. Luo Yin quickly formed a seal and pointed towards the rock. The energy gushed out between the 2 fingers and transformed into a black rope. Mystical technique number 1. Black rope. Just like combat skills and visualization techniques, mysticism is also a technique that was discovered, organized, and modified in that world and eventually made available to humans. There are nearly 100 types of mysterious arts. Each mysterious technique has a number. Furthermore, each mysterious technique requires the use of a corresponding hand seal, also known as seal. Luo Yin spent 2 whole days just practicing the black rope seal. Now, it's time to show your results. The rope formed by the Yuanli suddenly wrapped around the rock above. Luo Yin pulled hard. The already shaking rocks immediately fell down. Smash those bugs. Smash them into a meat paste. At this time, exactly 1 minute had passed. Chapter 16, Tooth for Tooth. It's my turn. You take a rest. Behind Luo Yin, Zheng Shan's voice rang out. He held a saber in his hand, and his legs were trembling slightly. You can see that he is scared. But I still gritted my teeth and persevered. Luo Yin nodded and retreated to the back. Zheng Shan yelled. The saber made a whirring sound and chopped out in a very professional manner. Chop into the head of a gold-winged louse. But it wasn't strong enough. Couldn't cut it open with 1 knife. The insect squeaked loudly and paddled vigorously with its front paws. Sparks were scratched on Zheng Shan's arm guard. Zheng Shan yelled. Holding the saber, he dragged the insect and slapped it onto the rock. Pushed the knife harder. Only then did he cut off one side of the head. He gasped for air. Just now I saw Luo Yin killing the insects very easily. But until he took the stage himself. Only then did I realize that was not the case at all. The shells of these things are very hard. If you use too little force, there is no way to split their bodies. In the gap, Luo Yin took out the first aid kit. I took out an anti-poison injection from inside. I gave myself an injection in the thigh. He was worried that being drenched in insect blood would increase the toxicity of the red poison. Let's look at Zheng Shan again. Luo Yin's eyes were deep. If Zheng Shan hadn't come up just now, he would feed Zheng Shan to these golden-winged lice in exchange for a chance to escape. Zheng Shan is still trustworthy. This saved his life. But it's only temporary. Luo Yin didn't know how long he could hold on. At this time, after killing a golden-winged louse with his sword, Zheng Shan's thigh was already hugged by another insect and bitten hard. Zheng Shan screamed in pain, turned around and stabbed the insect's head with a knife. He didn't even have time to remove the insect corpse, leaving it hanging on his leg. He rushed forward and chopped another golden-winged louse apart. Less than 30 seconds. Zheng Shan was already a little exhausted. Luo Yin narrowed his eyes, ready to take over at any time. At this time, the advantages of viewing mountains and seas are highlighted. Although Luo Yin only cultivated to the second level. However, his physical fitness is stronger than Zheng Shan. The recovery of energy must also be faster. Rest for half a minute. He felt like he could fight again. But at this moment, there was a sound outside that was inaudible to human ears. The sound caused the golden-winged lice to fall to the ground one by one, and they crawl around like ants on hot pot. This strange sight cheered up Luo Yin and Zheng Shan. It's obvious. Reinforcements have arrived. Sure enough, a strong light soon shone from outside the gap. Then, gunshots rang out rhythmically. Bang, bang, bang. With every gunshot, one of the golden-winged lice's heads would explode on the ground. After more than a dozen gunshots, the remaining golden-winged lice have all been killed. Then Wei Fenghua's voice was heard outside. Luo Yin, are you in there? Zheng Shan's eyes suddenly turned red. Only after hearing Wei Fenghua's voice did he become certain. Escape from death. Yes, Luo Yin and I are here. Zheng Shan was about to run away, but suddenly turned back and reached out to hold Luo Yin's hand. Put it on your shoulders. It turned out that he wanted to help Luo Yin get out. Luo Yin hesitated for 1 second. Then there was no rejection. Just like that, he walked out of the gap with Zheng Shan. Outside the pile of rocks, the fog has cleared. The wind is blowing. The night sky is full of twinkling stars. Luo Yin felt like he was reborn as a human being. Then I saw a Xianji standing not far away. The strong light is shining down from the body. Wei Fenghua came with the combat team. The team leader saw insect corpses all over the ground. His expression changed slightly. You killed all of them? Zheng Shan nodded vigorously. Then he looked at Luo Yin. It was mainly him who killed him. I just cut down a few. After saying that, Zheng Shan discovered. The captain and members of the combat team looked at Luo Yin with a hint of respect. Wei Fenghua looked them up and down, nodded. Go back first, we'll talk tomorrow if there's anything. The team leader made a gesture and asked an off-road vehicle to drive over. When getting on the bus, Luo Yin saw a stretcher passing by. On it lay Wu Renfan's body. He had been sucked dry. The death was horrific. After returning to the camp, Luo Yin and Zheng Shan were examined and treated. Luo Yin's injuries were more serious. He was left in the medical vehicle for observation. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Luo Yin was called into the tent by Wei Fenghua. Wei Fenghua asked about what happened yesterday. Luo Yin told everything. After hearing that Wu Renfan was instructed by Ren Zhong, he gave the backpack with the phoenix tail sunflower hidden in the interlayer to Luo Yin. Wei Fenghua snorted and said, At such a young age, you have such a vicious mind. He shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that Wu Renfan is dead. Now there is no evidence. It would be difficult to convict Luo Beichen just by relying on this phoenix tail sunflower. Besides, he can push it to Ren Zhong. What are your plans? Luo Yin was silent for a moment, then said, In tooth for a tooth. Wei Fenghua glanced at him and said nothing. Chapter 17, Do you have any evidence? Somewhere in the collection area. Ren Zhong followed closely behind Luo Beichen. The two came to a deserted place. Luo Beichen smiled and said, You did a great job. You are the one who got something as difficult as the phoenix palm. You are worthy of being my brother. After I go back, I will say hello to the group. Let your brother come to work in the group at the beginning of next month. Ren Zhong quickly said, Thank you, Brother Luo. Then he snorted and said, That Luo guy got a bargain. I didn't expect that Wu Renfan changed his backpack, and Luo was still alive. He is really lucky. Luo Beichen said calmly, It's okay, although he survived, he was also injured. When you fight in the death ring, you must be affected. I'll have a better chance of winning. Ren Zhong chuckled and said, Even if Luo knows about this now, he can't do anything to us. After I go back, I wonder if the academy will report this to the old man? Luo Beichen said gloomily. Sue, does he have evidence? Don't forget, Wu Run Fan is dead. Besides, my dad doesn't want me to lose this fight. It doesn't matter if I die. He can't afford to lose face. Besides, they are all dead. Until death, nature will do whatever it takes. Who would be so naive as to think that this fight to the death would have to wait until the day of the competition? When Luo agreed to the challenge, the fight to the death had already begun. Rinzhong seized the opportunity and gave a thumbs up. Brother Luo is wise. The two walked away. A moment passed. A figure suddenly appeared where they were talking just now. In a blink of an eye, it's evening. Luo Beichen and Rinzhong walked back. Rinzhong was carrying a backpack. The backpack is bulging. It was stuffed with various herbs. There should be no collection mission tomorrow. As Luo Beichen walked, he said, I've asked you to carry things these past 2 days. Thank you for your hard work. Rinzhong's shoulders were sore from the weight of the backpack. Hearing this, but he quickly said, It's not hard. It's not hard. This is nothing. It's just a piece of cake. Just at this moment, a glass bottle flew over their heads. Call out. A stone flew in from somewhere. Hit the bottle. The bottle exploded. A ball of green powder fell out from there. Let the wind blow. Scattered. Fly towards the two of them. Luo Beichen's reaction was not slow. When I saw the bottle break, it had already fallen over. Keep your distance. There was only a little green on his body. Rinzhong was so busy flattering that he was a beat slow to react. It spilled all over the place. There was grass residue everywhere on the head, face, and body. Even a pinch of it spilled into his mouth. Bah, bah, bah. He spat out all the grass in his mouth. He looked around and shouted, Who is so wicked? Get out of here right now. But there is no one there. Luo Beichen leaped out like a leopard and pounced towards the place where the bottle had just flown from. But there was not even a ghost in sight except a pile of rocks. He frowned, feeling a little puzzled. He returned to Rinzhong and asked, Are you okay? No. Rinzhong brushed off the grass on his body, sniffed hard, and then said in confusion, Strange, this smell smells strangely familiar. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words came out, Luo Beichen's face suddenly changed. What's wrong, Luo Ge? Seeing Luo Beichen's color change, Rinzhong couldn't help but step forward. Stop! Luo Beichen yelled and even raised his rifle. Rinzhong was startled. Brother Luo? What are you doing? Luo Beichen quickly brushed off the little bit of grass dust that was on his body. This may be the powder ground from the phoenix palm. Luo Beichen looked at Rinzhong and said, Stay here and don't move. I'll go back to the camp to get help. While talking, I don't know if it's an illusion. Luo Beichen always felt that the grass and trees in the distance seemed to become blurry. It seems like it's foggy. When Rinzhong heard the name of the plant, he was shocked and said, No way. Where does a plant called phoenix tail sunflower come from? Then he shouted, Luo Yin? Rinzhong hurriedly said, Brother Luo, let me go back with you. This place is not far from the camp. Let's run faster, and we should be able to get there before dark. Luo Beichen didn't think so. They were now quite a distance away from the camp. I'm afraid we won't be able to get back to the camp before dark. If Rinzhong could follow me along the way. Isn't there danger at any time? After all, Rinzhong is now covered with phoenix palm powder. He is now like a beacon in the dark night. Attract the attention of that overlord-level beast at any time. Luo Beichen suddenly lowered the muzzle of the gun and shot Rinzhong in the leg. Bang! Amid the dull sound of gunfire, a stream of blood spurted out from Rinzhong's left thigh. He looked blank. It seemed that he didn't expect Luo Beichen to shoot. Then he screamed and fell to the ground. Rinzhong raised his head, his eyes instantly bloodshot. What? Didn't you call me your brother this morning? Is that how you treat your brother? Luo Beichen said coldly. It's because I treat you as a brother that I shot your leg. Otherwise, this bullet would have been shot in your head. Again. Wait for me. After saying that, he turned and ran. He didn't even look at Rinzhong. Rinzhong roared, Luo Beichen, you damn bastard. You will die a miserable death. You shall not die well. I curse you to be killed by Luo Yin. Gasping for breath, Rinzhong suddenly saw it. There is mist in the corners of the eyes. I don't know when. Everything around was white. He suddenly felt something and shuddered. Turn around. The setting sun, which had not yet completely set, dyed the thick fog an orange-red. In this hazy red light, in the thick fog, a huge figure was squatting quietly. A cat-like figure. Suddenly, 3 tails rose up from behind the shadow. Ah! Rin Zhong just let out a scream. A shadow suddenly emerged from the fog, a tongue with countless fleshy thorns, licking it from him. Suddenly half of Rin Zhong's body was exposed as bones. Campsite. Luo Beichen rushed in and fell to the ground. He was sweating profusely. Finally, we got back to the camp before dark. People passing by pointed at him. Luo Beichen ignored it, rushed into Luo Yan's tent. In the tent, Luo Yan and Zheng Shan were talking about something. As soon as Luo Beichen came in, he pounced on Luo Yan. Zheng Shan immediately stopped him. "What are you doing?" Luo Beichen's eyes were almost spitting fire, pointing at Luo Yan and yelling, "It's you! You threw the bottle! You sprinkled the powder!" His loud shouting attracted Wei Fenghua and a group of students. Luo Beichen pushed Zheng Shan away, took Wei Fenghua's hand, and said, "Teacher, catch him. Catch him! He ambushed us. He sprinkled the powder of phoenix palm on me and Rin Zhong. He wanted to kill me." Luo Yan's mouth corners slightly raised. "You said I was going to kill you. Do you have any evidence?" Chapter 18, Observing Combat. Do you have any evidence? Hearing Luo Yan's words, Luo Beichen's face instantly turned blue and red. He certainly had no evidence. At this time, Wei Fenghua coughed twice and asked a classmate to notify the exploration corps first. Let them send people to search and rescue. Then he asked, "Luo Yan, have you ambushed Luo Beichen and Rin Zhong?" Luo Yan immediately shook his head. Luo Beichen shouted unwillingly, "You are lying." Wei Fenghua looked at him and said, "Mr. Luo, do you have evidence to prove that Luo Yan did it?" Luo Beichen said, "I have no evidence, but besides him, who else would want to kill me?" Wei Fenghua said slowly, "You can't just accuse others without evidence." Luo Beichen was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, but I couldn't find any words to refute. "Let's go." Wei Fenghua waved his hand and said, "There are other things to do tomorrow, so go to bed early." Luo Beichen looked at Luo Yan hatefully, then pushed the crowd away and left. After everyone left, Luo Yan secretly sighed and said, "What a pity." In the morning, he left the camp and followed Luo Beichen and the other man. After figuring out their route, Luo Yan ground the phoenix palm into powder. Finally, he successfully sprinkled the powder on the two people. As soon as he succeeded, Luo Yan withdrew. I originally thought that these two people would not be able to escape. I didn't expect Luo Beichen to come back alive. But that task is heavy. I'm afraid it's more likely to be bad than good. It wasn't all in vain. The next day, Luo Yan received the news. Rin Zhong is dead, and he died in an ugly way. Upon hearing the news, Zheng Shan snorted and said, "Serves you right." Luo Yan said nothing. Not sad, not happy. Death, the 3 years he survived on the surface. I've seen too much. After breakfast, students gather. Wei Fenghua put his hands behind his back, coughed twice, and then said, "There is no collection mission today. Your main task today is to observe the Exploration Corps' mission. You must study hard. This will be of great help to your future career as a mecha master." While he was talking, someone drove over in a multi-purpose vehicle. There is a screen on each side of the car. The freshmen were divided into 2 sides so they could see the entire mission process of the Exploration Corps. Soon, images began to appear on the screen. A convoy can be seen moving along. A student asked, "Teacher, what is the mission of the Exploration Corps today?" "Retrieve Yuan." Wei Fenghua responded calmly. "This was discovered during the last exploration. Today, they're going to recover the piece of Yuan in its entirety. But this task is not easy. There must be a giant beast near Yuan. Also, there are 3 giant beasts near the piece of Yuan that we are going to reclaim today. The 2 are lower level Li Li and Sida. There is also the intermediate level 1 spinning turtle dot. Who can tell me what the characteristics of the spinning turtle are?" As soon as the words fell, Lin Wei raised her hand and said, "Spinning turtle, intermediate level 1. Type, intermedius. Features, thick armor, submerged earth, water resistance, poisonous miasma." Wei Fenghua nodded slightly. "Yes, the answer is correct, and I will reward you with 10 credits. He continued, "The other 2 beasts are relatively easy to deal with, but the spinning turtle will be a bit troublesome. Intermediate level beasts already possess a certain level of intelligence and cannot be treated as ordinary wild beasts. That's exactly what the turtle is doing. Well, you can see the specific combat process for yourselves." After saying that, Wei Fenghua walked aside. He took a tin box from his pocket, opened it, and took out 2 pills. Take with water. Then I looked at the big screen with the students. Around the campsite, He Hao and other third-year students drove their own machines to guard the surroundings of the camp. At the same time, through the communicator in the cab, they were also able to see the Exploration Corps' mission process. Now, the Exploration Corps' convoy was traveling in a forest. When there was no way to go, the convoy stopped. Then the compartments of the Mecha transport vehicles unfolded, and the Mecha pilots entered the cabs. A moment later, one by one, the giants came to life. They left the transport vehicle one after another and stood up. Their figures immediately rose above the trees. Dense forest. Under the feet of these steel giants, there is just a patch of messy grass. A total of 7 Shinji, led by a dark red machine, advanced towards the target location. Luo Yinnu. The red machine is called Flame. It is said that the person driving it is Di Zheng's right-hand subordinate. Soon the team of mechas walked out of the forest. Outside the forest is a plain, although this place cannot be considered the hinterland of the canyon. But there was already a thin mist floating in the air. This makes the rocks and scattered trees on the plain seem a little blurry. But it can still be seen. There is a big lake in the distance. There is a small island in the center of the lake, and on that island is a huge, pitch-black crystal stone. It stands on top like a hill, deep and dark. At this time, the roar of a giant beast was heard from the plain. The students watching in the camp were very nervous when they heard this. Screen. The flame made a gesture, and 2 mysterious machines fired towards the depths of the plain. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots were heard, and something was fired. Draw a parabola. It fell to the ground, and after a moment, light yellow smoke floated up. Wei Fenghua explained. That is a smoke bomb mixed with Yuan powder. It can attract the attention of the giant beast. However, it only works on lower-level beasts. He just finished speaking. On the screen, 2 dark shadows appeared in the distance on the plain. In a blink of an eye, 2 huge beasts rushed over. One is the Li, which looks like a wild boar. One is the sea with black hair. As soon as these 2 lower-level beasts appeared, Flame took the 2 mysteries and bypassed them. There are 4 Xuanji remaining, 2 in a group. He picked up the Shinwei rifle specially designed for behemoths and shot at the front paws of Li and Sea. Bang, 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 bang. Violent and dull gunshots came from the screen, still as huge as thunder. Rays of fire cut through the air and swept across the front feet of the 2 giant beasts. The blows left their skin and flesh torn and blood splattered. The 2 giant beasts became ferocious. Li rushed towards a mecha while facing bullets. The sea lifts its front paw and then steps down hard, causing shock waves. They do it in their own way, fighting against 4 mechas. The camera switches at this time. The 3 mechas, led by Flame, appeared on the screen. Soon they came near a big lake. No wadding. The armor on Flame's shoulders opened, revealing a small missile launch bay inside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Small missiles emitted flames and flew across the lake. It actually flew towards the darkness on the small island in the lake that looked like a small mountain. Note, centauroids are animals with shells, such as turtles, insects, etc. Chapter 19, Emergency Evacuation. The small missiles were about to fly onto the island in the lake. Sudden, a whirlpool quickly formed in the water of the Great Lake. In the vortex, a huge shadow was looming. The next second, several rotating water columns rose from the lake. They are like divine dragons condensed from the lake water, swaying in the water column. All those small missiles were intercepted. One fireball after another exploded. Then huge waves appeared in the lake, and waves over 10 meters high hit the shore. A turbulent stream of water formed. It rushed past the feet of the 3 mechas, including Flame. Then it flows back into the lake. In the big lake, a huge black shadow broke through the water and appeared on the screen. This thing has a thick shell like a turtle, and the back of the shell is covered with clumps of seaweed. Streams of water flowed down from all parts of the giant beast's body like dozens of waterfalls. This beast has a bird-like head and a venomous snake-like tail. It roared at the uninvited guest on the lake shore. Its cry sounds like chopping wood. This is the spinning turtle, an intermediate level 1 behemoth, the classic of mountains and sea states. In the mountain of Jiang, a strange water emerges. There are many black turtles in it, which look like turtles but have bird heads and snake tails. They're called Xingwei, and their sounds are like panting wood. Wearing it will not make you deaf, and it can be used as a footwear. Although the giant beasts above the intermediate level have intelligence, they can be used because of this. Wei Fenghua's voice rang out, attracted the students' attention. These intelligent beasts all know the importance of Yuin, knowing that this strange stone can allow them to evolve and even break through their original rank. Therefore, when Yuin is in danger, they often appear to protect the stone. We can use this to lure out the giant beasts and pull them out of their home turf. Get a more favorable combat environment. When Wei Fenghua was explaining, on the screen, the three mechas led by Flame have quickly formed hand seals. At the same time, he pointed at the spinning turtle in the lake. Three black ropes shot out at the same time, wrap around the turtle's body. The mechas exerted force at the same time and dragged the giant beast in the lake to the shore. Is this possible? Luo Yin was surprised. It turns out that the mysterious technique can be used in this way. And, after being amplified by Xianji, the same is black rope, but it is countless times thicker than the one used by Luo Yin. In a blink of an eye, the turtle was pulled to the shore of the lake. The three Xuanji released their hand seals, raised their rifles, and started shooting. The giant beast suddenly, the head, limbs, and tail, all of them retreated into their shells. The flashes of fire created by the bullets hit the thick shell like a torrential rain. The collision creates countless sparks. But apart from blowing away the seaweed on its shell, not even a crack could be seen on the turtle's thick shell. Soon the three mechas had emptied their magazines. The tortoise took the opportunity to stretch out its head and limbs, and then started digging with its four claws. The ground didn't seem to change at all, but it seemed unreal. The black turtle's body sank into the ground. This is its ability to dive into the earth. Li Hian immediately made a gesture. Three mechas gathered together. Back to back, guns pointed at the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The rifle, with the magazine already replaced, fired again. Rays of fire shot towards the earth, blasting dirt and rocks into pieces. Suddenly, the spinning turtle rose from the ground not far away, opened its mouth, and blew out a column of dark green smoke. This is poisonous miasma. The three mechas have wisely dispersed. Then full fire. Rifles, missiles, the armor on the back of the Flame opened, and a gun barrel rose from the body. Mounted on the right shoulder, it is a large caliber cannon designed specifically for behemoths. The turtle can no longer be seen on the screen. Under the concentrated fire of the three mechas, flames flew and mud and rocks splashed. The camera keeps shaking. There is no clear picture at all. Outside the student camp, in the black mecha with long arms, Hihao watched the battle scenes on the screen, eyes flickering. His fists were slightly clenched. It seems that he wants to show his skills on the battlefield. At this moment, the sensor beeped. At first, Hihao didn't care. Soon the sensor rang again. Only then did Hihao look. His face suddenly changed. The sensor captures a blue spectrum signal. This is the reaction of a lower-level behemoth. Hihao immediately picked up the intercom and said, "Attention, the camp is at 7 o'clock. A blue spectrum signal appeared, already matched with the database. It's a lead. As soon as the words fell, the voice of his deputy, Su Jiao, also rang out. At 12 o'clock, a SI appears. Wait, there's one at 2 o'clock too. Reports of behemoths continue to emerge. On the sensor radar, Hihao saw that there were 6 lower-level giant beasts around the camp and were coming towards this side. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the camp. Everyone, pay attention. 6 lower-level beasts are attacking the camp. Hihao's voice rang out over the camp. We will try to intercept Mr. Wei. Please evacuate immediately. This sudden alarm. Let the students mess up, Zhengshan shouted. Why are there 6 giant beasts? Isn't this the edge of the country, a safe zone? Luo Yin was speechless. At this time, Wei Fenghua shouted, break the hole into pieces. If we gather together, we will be too obvious a target. The beast will target you. Everyone will leave according to the previous groups. Each group will drive an off-road vehicle. Gather at the canyon entrance. Take action now. After hearing this, Luo Yin rushed out immediately. Zhengshan hurriedly followed. The two rushed to the nearest SUV. But some people have the same idea. Luo Beichen. He also noticed Luo Yin and the other person. He glared at Luo Yin. Instead of stopping, it accelerated. The same is true for Luo Yin. The two met soon. Luo Beichen shouted and kicked forward. The toes poked at Luo Yin's head. Luo Yin raised his arm to block it. At the same time, strike out with the right fist. He gathered his energy and punched hard. Luo Beichun held it with his hands. But he was still forced to retreat several steps by Luo Yin. Zheng Shan took the opportunity to jump into the cab. He started the car, turned the steering wheel, and crashed into Luo Beichen. Luo Beichen quickly rolled over to avoid it. Luo Yin didn't bother with him either. Hopped on the SUV. Zheng Shan turned the car around and headed towards the exit of the camp. Luo Beichen snorted and jumped onto an SUV that was passing by. It doesn't matter whether the group of people in the car are happy or not. He sat down with one plop. Just out of the campground, Luo Yin heard a roar. "Raise your head." In the forest ahead, trees were blown down. A raccoon rushed straight towards him. Just at this moment, Luo Yin felt a dark sensation above his head. "Raise your head." They saw a mecha stepping over their off-road vehicle. View from below. You can see the mottled scratches on the fuselage's outer armor, the flashing signal lights, and the gas discharge from the fuselage. Boom! Black Thunder stomped his foot heavily on the nearby ground. While causing the ground to dent, the off-road vehicle that Luo Yin was in also jumped up. Then Black Thunder rushed towards the giant beast and hugged Li Li's boar-like head with his two huge arms. Knock him down hard. Bang! The giant beast fell to the ground on its side, and the off-road vehicle driven by Luo Yin and his companions suddenly drove past the kicking legs of Li Li. Chapter 20, Tragic Battlefield. After Luo Yin and his companions' off-road vehicle passed by, an off-road vehicle also followed them and passed by Li Li. That car was not as lucky as Luo Yin and his friends. Suddenly, I was kicked by Li Li. The whole car flew out suddenly, accompanied by several screams in the car. Fell into the woods in the distance. A moment later, there was an explosion. It looks like a bad omen. Luo Yin looked back. The Li Li had already climbed up and was charging towards the black heavy machine driven by He Hao. Black Thunder spurted out blue flames from his feet and palms simultaneously. This seemingly bulky machine suddenly distanced itself from the giant beast. Then he formed the Black Thunder seal. Used the mysterious technique Black Rope to wrap around the giant beast's front legs. Pull hard. The behemoth fell to the ground again and was then pulled away by the Black Thunder, allowing the vehicles behind to pass. Just at this moment, boom! There was a loud noise. Luo Yin looked in the direction of the voice. A Xuanji driven by a third grader was knocked over by a Li Li. Then he used a shock wave to send the buffalo-like sea flying. When the mecha finally stabilized its steps, two giant beasts rushed over from the left and right. The aircraft was smashed into pieces, parts flew everywhere, and explosions continued. Finally, the driver was ejected from the head of the mecha. Before it landed, the wild boar-like Li Li opened its mouth to catch it and swallowed it directly into its stomach. This is a tragic scene. Luo Yin remained silent for a long time. He got back in the car. Zheng Shan, who was driving, also saw this scene in the rearview mirror. "It's so tragic." Zheng Shan shook his head and continued, "But it's too weird. Why do so many giant beasts suddenly appear?" Luo Yin narrowed his eyes slightly and uttered a word. "Huan." Zheng Shan was stunned. "Just said, Lao Luo, do you think it was that overlord-class beast that did it?" "Lao Luo." Luo Yin frowned, but did not object. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Because of the Phoenix Palm, Huan has appeared in the safe zone. Maybe he really noticed the camp. In addition, the characteristics of Huan include the description of taming beasts. Now many behemoths come together. It's hard to believe it's a coincidence, more like being driven by something. Just at this moment, a roar was heard. In response to the pressure, Luo Yin activated the Eye of Breaking Barriers. The world suddenly became a stick figure in his eyes. Simple lines depict the outline of things. Luo Yin immediately discovered that there was a forest on their left. There was a huge biological gray light approaching. "There's a giant beast over there." Luo Yin pointed to the left. At this time, the trees in the forest were uprooted. They flew out like huge spears. Luo Yin felt a dark sensation above his head. A huge tree fell from the sky. Zheng Shan turned the steering wheel sharply. The off-road vehicle turned a corner quickly and finally let the big tree fall next to it. It didn't hit the car directly, but many branches got entangled in the off-road vehicle. Zheng Shan stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the wheels of the off-road vehicle were smoking. Can't leave either. At this time, a sea with dark hair and the appearance of a buffalo rushed out. Rushing towards him, "Run!" Luo Yin made a prompt decision. "Unbuckle your seatbelt." Jumped off the SUV. He and Zheng Shan had just jumped off the vehicle when it suddenly got dark above their heads, and they saw a huge hoof stepping down. A life-or-death moment. Luo Yin burst out with all his strength. The energy in the body runs explosively through the meridians. Let Luo Yin rush out suddenly. Just before the giant hoof landed, he escaped from the trampling range. Luo Yin looked back. The SUV had been crushed. No one knows whether Xingshan is dead or alive. Now Luo Yin can't take care of him. Turn around and run. Behind him, the giant black bull-like beast had already left. Looks like he just happened to pass by. But Luo Yin's danger was not over yet. There was a loud squeaking sound behind him. Luo Yin looked back, and his scalp suddenly felt numb. A group of giant parasites are following. Those are some parasites that are like green flies. Each of them is the size of a puppy. The body is swollen, and there are many calluses on the back. It has wings but cannot fly, but it crawled very fast on the ground. These are the parasites of the sea, rot flies. The bubble calluses on their bodies will burst at the slightest stimulation. High concentrations of corrosive liquid will be splashed. Additionally, these things like to lay their eggs inside living things. Hundreds of eggs can be laid each time. After the eggs hatch into larvae, they will parasitize the host's body and feed on the host's blood and flesh. A group of rot flies followed closely behind Luo Yin. These things are different from golden wing lice and cannot be killed at close range. And now, Luo Yin has no gun on him. The rot flies were getting closer and closer. Luo Yin activated the eye of breaking obstacles and searched around for an environment that could save his life. He hoped to find a scene like a cave. In that case, as long as the entrance to the cave is blocked, there is a high chance of survival. Then he heard the sound of water. Some searching. He soon found a small river. Luo Yin immediately ran to the river. I saw the river was surging and flowing very fast. Luo Yin glanced at the swarm of flies approaching from behind. Gritting his teeth, he jumped into the river. Suddenly, he was carried downstream uncontrollably by the current. Luo Yin tried hard to float to the surface. Glancing back, at first the rot flies followed the river bank, but they were not as fast as the water. After a moment, it disappeared without a trace. At this time, Luo Yin tried hard to get closer to the river bank, but unfortunately he failed after several attempts because the water flow was too fast. Along the way, they encountered river pebbles from time to time, and Luo Yin collided with them several times. Every time there was a collision, Luo Yin would use his energy in advance to make his skin take on the texture of rock. This way I didn't knock myself out. But then, something even more despairing happened to him. This small river that passes through the woods eventually flows into an underground cave. Luo Yin tried hard to get ashore before entering the cave. Unfortunately, human power is ultimately no match for the mighty power of nature. Eventually, it was washed into the cave by the river. He floated up and down in the water and choked on several mouthfuls of river water. Finally, after passing a sharp bend, the river gradually widened. The water flow also slowed down. Luo Yin quickly activated the eye of breaking barriers and found a shallow beach. A moment later, he was lying on the rocky beach. He was soaked all over and could only breathe heavily. Don't worry about anything else. After a while, he then sat up. Then take off your clothes and pants to avoid wearing wet clothes and catching a cold. After drying the clothes, Luo Yin continued to use the eye of breaking barriers to find an exit. Soon, he found a cave. Through the eye of breaking barriers, he discovered that the cave led to a relatively open area. And if he doesn't take this path, then he only has one choice. That means going upstream and leaving the river from where it came in. But that is not something he could do now. In desperation, Luo Yin had to crawl into the cave. No conversation along the way. After spending more than half an hour, Luo Yin saw the light. He didn't rush out immediately. First, use the eye of breaking obstacles to observe the exit. As a result, the biological gray light was not seen, but the space outside the cave was discovered. The density of Yuanli is astonishingly great. Chapter 21, Getting Rich. Since no biological gray light was found, Luo Yin felt relieved. Walk out of the cave, came to an open area. There is a spring here, surrounded by flowers and plants. The sun is shining from above. Luo Yin looked up and found an irregular gap on it. Access to the outside world. But the gaps were covered with vines as thick as pythons. Green vines hang down, some long and some short. When the wind blows, it sways in the cave. Luo Yin walked towards the spring. Walk a few steps. Stop suddenly. He pulled aside the nearby flowers and plants and found a plant emitting a faint, bright yellow glow. It turned out to be manhwa. Before departure, Wei Fenghua told me about the situation in the Misty Canyon. This includes information on precious medicinal herbs. Among them, the most precious one is the jiyuan flower in front of us. It is the main material of the advanced medicine condensing agent. Each bottle of essence coagulant requires 20 credits to redeem. One jiyuan flower can be exchanged for 15 credits. Luo Yin looked around quickly. It is found that the jiyuan flower here grows densely and in large numbers. This inconspicuous cave is actually a treasure. Suddenly, Luo Yan's body stiffened, then walked towards the northwest corner of the cave. In this corner, an irregular black crystal was surrounded by flowers and plants, and the breath of air rose and fell from the crystal from time to time. A series of ferocious beast figures were formed. Yuan. It turned out to be Yuan. Luo Yan's mind buzzed. Just a thought flashed through my mind. Get rich. The piece of Yuan in front of us is only about 1 meter high, far less than the one found in the Galaxy Stadium that day. But there are still many jiyuan flowers in this cave. If you can get it out, it will be a fortune. Amazing wealth. Luo Yin immediately calmed down. He knew very well that, without strong power, wealth only brings danger to oneself. He looked around again. Logically speaking, there is a place called Yuan. There should be giant beasts. But maybe it's because this piece of Yuan is too small, in such a remote place. Moreover, the space here is narrow, and it is obviously not possible for a giant beast to enter. Therefore, this piece of Yuan was preserved, which was a good thing for Luo. Luo Yin decided. After getting out, the information and location of this cave will not be announced for the time being. Wait until you have enough strength. Next, he stretched his body, then sat among the flowers and plants to start practicing. Because I didn't bring any tranquilizer with me this time, Luo Yin could only let his thoughts wander as much as possible. Calm your mind. Settle down. Probably because the density of Yuanli here is higher. Luo Yin quickly felt the energy in the space. Then, bring the energy into the body through breathing. Following Wei Fenghua's instructions, he consciously used his energy to temper every inch of his muscles. Luo Yin discovered it after a while. The energy that you bring into your body with every breath. The portions are much larger than when I was in college. The surge of Yuanli almost formed a tide, constantly washing every inch of his muscles. Make them firmer and more resilient. Before you know it, Luo Yin was immersed in the world of cultivation, completely unaware of the passage of time. Until the last bundle of muscles was tempered, Luo Yan's whole body was shocked. It feels like breaking out of an invisible prison, breaking into a brand new world. He suddenly opened his eyes. Look at your hands. With a simple fist-clenching movement, he felt every muscle tighten like a steel cable. It contains power that we never dared to imagine before. Breakthrough. I'm already at the 3rd level of elementary level? Luo Yin still couldn't believe it. Stand up. Throw a punch casually. Whoosh! The fist cut through the air, producing a low whistle. It also brought up a gust of wind. The wind blew a few wild flowers in front of them, and their petals flew everywhere. Luo Yin could feel it. After completing the tempering of muscles all over the body, his strength has increased by more than 1 level. He then activated the eye of breaking obstacles to observe himself. He discovered the fiery red light, representing blood, and the bright yellow light, representing energy. The colors are a bit richer. The 2 sets of numbers are more intuitive. Now, Luo Yan's qi and blood are 395, and his Yuanli is 155. The qi and blood have almost doubled compared to the 2nd level of the primary level. Now Luo Yin knows. Qi and blood not only represent vitality, it is also a comprehensive expression of physical fitness and strength. This value increase. At the same time, it represents the improvement of Luo Yan's physical strength. In a forbidden area full of dangers, every improvement means a greater chance of survival. Think of this. Luo Yin raised his head. I looked at the gap in the top of the cave, hoping to escape from there. Unexpectedly, when I looked up, I realized that it was already dark outside the cave. Luo Yin was stunned. I thought that when I came in, it was not yet noon. That's what I said. Have you been practicing for an entire afternoon? Just at this moment, he suddenly heard a slight sound in his ears. Hiss. It sounds like the sound of a snake or insect spitting out its tongue. Luo Yin looked around. Then he saw a ball of biological gray light at the place where he came in. That thing was long and flat, and should be a creature like a python. Judging from the outline of the gray light, this python is quite large, and the circle of fiery red light representing its vitality is also very bright. Next to the circle of red light, a number popped up, 318, only a few dozen points less than Luo Yin, and it is far higher than when he was at the second level of the primary level. This means that this python is very dangerous. Soon, the python has swam into the cave and seems to be the owner of the place. As soon as he came in, he immediately looked at Luo Yin. Then he looked towards the darkness again, his snake pupils flashing with dark fire. Luo Yin understood immediately. This dark land is not ownerless. The python in front of us has a slightly bulging forehead. It seems to be growing horns. Obvious mutation. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that it is often close to Yuan. Now Luo Yin is standing near Yuan. The python suddenly spit out its tongue, suddenly hit its tail on the ground, and rushed out like lightning. How fast the snake moves. It suddenly came in front of Luo Yin. Luo Yin narrowed his eyes and observed the python's movements calmly. When the python opened its mouth, its sharp teeth were exposed. When biting towards Luo Yin's neck, Luo Yin suddenly took a step back. The python closed its mouth and bit nothing, but he exposed his head to Luo Yin's gaze. Luo Yin sat on the horse with a slender waist. Make a fist with your right hand. Suddenly, a wave of energy burst out. The iron fist blasted away. Bang! The fist hit the python's head, hit the slightly raised part of it. The python felt like it was electrocuted. It bounced up all of a sudden. It fell among the flowers and plants, twisting wildly. After a long while, it gradually stopped. Luo Yin looked at it coldly. Under the vision of the eye of breaking obstacles, he saw the fiery red light of the python dim rapidly. The numbers next to the red light kept decreasing, eventually returns to 0. Looking at the python in the grass again, it was already motionless, especially its head, which can no longer maintain its original outline, because its skull had been smashed by Luo Yin. What Luo Yin just used. Exactly. Boxing skills. Bone breaking. Chapter 22 Warriors. The boxing skill, bone crushing, has strong, instantaneous explosive power, and, using the shock method, it can bypass the protection of armor and muscles, directly explode the bones in the body. Now, Luo Yin used it to deal with this obviously mutated python. One blow shattered all of his bones. This shows its power. After a moment, Luo Yin cleared a space and started a fire. Then peel the python's skin and remove the meat. Wash with spring water. Skewer them with branches and roast them over a fire. A moment later, most of the python entered Luo Yin's stomach. Eat and drink enough. Luo Yin cleaned up the snake corpse and the fire. He shrank into the flowers and plants near that darkness. The night passed like this. I don't know because of the breakthrough yesterday. Snake meat is still nutritious. Wake up the next day. Luo Yin only felt that his injuries had improved a lot. After a moment, he took advantage of the green vines that hung down to the ground. Exit through the gap above the cave. Next, we have to gather at the canyon entrance. Luo Yin looked around. There are either trees or strange rocks around. I have no idea where I am. He thought about it. I found a huge tree and climbed up. This is a fir tree of astonishing height. Even with the physical fitness of the third-level beginner, it took Luo Yin quite a while to climb to the treetops. Looking out from the tree canopy, most of the trees are below eye level. It can be seen very clearly. Where he is now, there is a solitary peak on the northeast side, like a sharp blade pointing to the sky. Luo Yin took note of it silently, so that you can get Juanhua and Yuan later. Look around again. Saw the entrance to the canyon. Just when Luo Yin was confirming the direction, sudden, there were roars and explosions to his left. Luo Yin looked over. There the trees fell and burned fiercely. A giant beast fell down with a loud bang. There was also a black mecha that knelt down dejectedly. Black thunder. It's a machine driven by a third grader. Luo Yin locked the direction. Slide down the fir tree quickly. Running all the way. Not long after, he heard gunshots. Luo Yin stopped and hid behind a bush. Open the eye of breaking obstacles and look. Not far from the black thunder, there was a bio-gray glow. There are several human-shaped shadows among them. The rest are swarms of parasites. Those people relied on the slope. Organize a defense line to resist the attack of the parasite swarm. Luo Yin went around to the back of the battlefield. Come to the top of the slope. He climbed up a big tree and hid in its canopy. This angle. There is no need to rely on the eye of Dharma that can break through obstacles. Luo Yin could also see that below the slope, 5 freshmen from the academy were attacking and defending in an orderly manner, resisting the attack of a group of rot flies. There, he saw 2 familiar people, Li Bohong and Zheng Shan. At this time, Li Bohong seems to be playing the role of commander. Under his command, several students took turns fighting. In a blink of an eye, nearly 100 rotten ropes were knocked down. When they stopped firing and rested, Luo Yinkai came to the side of the slope. To avoid misunderstanding, he took the initiative to speak. Zheng Shan. Hearing Luo Yan's voice, Zheng Shan raised his head and shouted happily, "Old Luo, you are not dead. Very good." He doesn't look like he's being pretentious. I am truly happy for myself. Luo Yan's heart also felt slightly warm. But on the surface, he just nodded slightly. Then slide down the hill. Li Bohong nodded at him. "When did you come?" "Just. You were busy, so I didn't disturb you," Luo Yin said concisely. A student nearby snorted. He didn't come down to help even after he got here. He just wanted to take advantage of others. Luo Yin did not defend himself. He had no gun on him. "How can I help? Hand-to-hand combat? Close combat with the rot flies? And it's not just 1 or 2, it's a group. He doesn't want to die yet." Li Bohong stopped him, saying, "We are all classmates, don't do this." Besides, Luo Yin doesn't have a gun. After saying this, respect welled up in Li Bohong's eyes. No guns, but he was able to survive in the forbidden area. And alone. This is a real warrior. Pity. Not everyone has such vision as Li Bohong. Although several freshmen stopped talking, their eyes still showed dissatisfaction. Luo Yin didn't take such a small matter to heart. "Look at Black Thunder. What's going on?" Li Bohong said. "We ran into Zheng Shan nearby yesterday. We were supposed to go to the meeting point together in the morning. We suddenly ran into a giant beast and thought we were dead. Fortunately, Senior He Hao arrived in time." "But," Li Bohong frowned and then shouted, "Oh no, Senior He Hao hasn't come out yet. I'm afraid I'll get hurt." He ran towards the mech. Luo Yin followed in silence. Black Thunder knelt on the ground, with plenty of places to climb and gain leverage. Soon, Luo Yin and the other man came to the head of the machine. The cockpit of the aircraft is at the head, and the door is at the back of the head. At this time, Li Bohong knocked on the cabin door. "Senior He, how are you? Did you hear me?" "I called a few times, but there was no response," Luo Yin said in a deep voice. "Maybe he is unconscious." He searched around the hatch for a while. Teacher Zhao Dan said this in the Mecha knowledge class. There is a manual device next to the cab that can force the hatch open. This was prepared to rescue the unconscious driver. A moment later, Luo Yin found the device and snapped it hard. Squeak! Gas was discharged next to the hatch, and the pressure inside and outside was kept balanced. Then it opened, and the Mecha cockpit appeared in front of Luo Yin and the others. They have taken simulated driving lessons, so are not unfamiliar with the cockpit. When I walked in, I saw He Hao unconscious, slumped on the chair. There were neural wires inserted into his helmet and the back of his combat uniform. This is the access device for the empathy system, able to connect the Mecha pilot and the Mecha. Luo Yin and the other man quickly separated the neural wires from the interface driver and then lifted He Hao out of the Mecha. After He Hao came to the ground, Li Bohong took off his helmet and activated the life detection system on his combat uniform. Finally, the system displays. He Hao only lost consciousness temporarily. There is no danger to life. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sudden, a roar sounded. It was near the giant beast that was knocked down by the Black Thunder in the distance. Another Li Li came running. The giant beast's 4 hooves moved as fast as flying. The forest was shaken by the footsteps. The students were even more panicked. This makes them okay against parasites, but it would be too difficult for them to fight the giant beast. "Run! Let's run." "Then what about Senior He Hao? How about we hide him and wait until we find the teacher, then have the search and rescue team come to rescue him?" "If that were the case, Senior, he would have ascended to heaven long ago." "Then what do you say we should do?" The giant beast was getting closer and closer. Li Bohong stood up suddenly. "Quick, help me take off Senior He's combat uniform. I'll give it a try. See if you can fly the Black Thunder." Zheng Shan was startled. "Can you do it? Have you ever piloted a mecha?" "I don't. Li Bohong said in a deep voice. But there is no better way now. Zhongshan and several classmates nodded then. He looked at Li Bohong with admiration. Then they hurriedly tried to strip He Hao's combat uniform. Just at this moment, everyone heard the sound of the hatch closing. Li Bohong was stunned for a moment and looked towards the Black Thunder. Sure enough, the hatch at the head of the fuselage was closed. Who went in? Li Bohong was stunned. Zhongshan glanced around and then shouted, Lao Luo, where's Luo Yin? He then looked at Black Thunder as if he had seen a ghost. Will Lao Luo enter the cockpit? He's going to pilot a mecha? Chapter 23, Revenge for You. What? Luo Yin entered the cockpit. Li Bohong lost his voice and said, How can this be possible? If you don't wear combat uniform, you don't wear a helmet. The empathy system cannot be connected, and the mecha cannot be activated. Several students nearby also started complaining. His mock class was in vain. This is not the right way to be in the limelight. It will only delay things. The savages from the surface just don't know any better. At this time, Luo Yin couldn't hear his classmates' complaints. When Luo Yin saw the giant beast Li Li appear, he took action immediately. Without hesitation, he rushed into the cockpit. The reason why I didn't choose to escape, it's not because he wants to be in the spotlight. But when I saw Li Li, he activated the eye of breaking barriers and immediately discovered another giant beast. See, the buffalo-like beast was hiding behind a group of high mountains on the northwest side and approached slowly. Very insidious. Luo Yin believed that they were being attacked by two giant beasts. The chance of survival will be higher when driving a mecha into battle. Otherwise, even if you were lucky enough to escape the area where the two giant beasts collided, the swarm of parasites behind is also deadly. Luo Yin knew that he was a natural resonator. At that time in the Flower City, let alone wearing combat uniforms. Didn't even enter the cockpit. Even the empathy system of the machine, White Dragon, was connected. So no time was wasted. Get straight to the point. At this time, he sat in the driver's seat. Follow what you have learned in this simulation class. Place your hands on the floating point sensor. Then relax your body, recalling the state when I first connected with the White Dragon. Luo Yin cleared his mind. Let your mind be free of distracting thoughts. Use your body and mind to feel the presence of the mecha. A moment later, suddenly he seemed to hear someone laughing. Then many images flashed before my eyes. There were several pictures that left a deep impression on him. He saw himself having dinner with his wife and children. The family of 3 was in a tent, and it seemed to be evening outside. But there are actually 2 suns in the sky. He saw himself fighting with a wild boar again. That wild boar seemed very similar to Li Li. He also saw 2 more graves in front of himself. One of them was small and had a wreath on it. At last, he saw himself diving towards the endless sea of beasts below him. In these pictures, Luo Yin felt emotions including joy, anger, and sadness, and the final scene of rushing towards the sea of beasts. It made him feel an inexplicable sense of sadness and grandeur. Let me avenge you. Luo Yin opened his eyes. An electronic sound rang out in the cockpit. The empathy system is online. Neuronal connections are stable. All restrictions lifted. Mech, start! Suddenly, a light appeared in front of Luo Yan's eyes. It turns out that the panoramic window has been activated. Although he was in the cockpit, he could see the scene around him. He saw the earth beneath his feet. The forest is like a green carpet. The towering mountain has now become a dirt slope that can be easily climbed. As if he turned into a giant. On the ground, Zhongshan exclaimed, Look, it's moving. The mecha is moving. Li Bohong had already seen it without him reminding him. The engine on Black Thunder restarted, and signal lights lit up everywhere. The roar of energy running and the sound of machinery operating could be heard from the body. A buzzing sound. Black Thunder, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up. But at this moment, sparks flew from the left arm of the machine. The damage appears to be serious. But Luo Yin actually restarted the Black Thunder. It's enough to make you drop your teeth. Amidaf bled. Did the savage activate the mecha? How did he do that? This is unscientific. The students who were just complaining about Luo Yin. Now everyone is stunned. It was as if I had seen a miracle. In the cockpit, Luo Yin saw the damage to the left arm of the machine through the holographic display. Not available. He kept tapping his fingers on the floating point sensor, checking the ammunition inventory of the Black Thunder. And weapon status. The results will come out soon. Black Thunder's Divine Rifle only had 1 magazine left, with 23 rounds of bullets. There are still 3 missiles remaining in the missile launch bay on the chest. In addition, Black Thunder is not equipped with melee weapons such as swords. Its weapons are arms and fists that are much larger than those of a normal body. The arms of the Black Thunder are equipped with a super torque system, which gives the machine greater explosive power and destructive power. In addition, there is a hidden injection system at the elbows of the fuselage. When needed, the striking force can be increased to a higher level. At last, the driver should be more proficient in various boxing techniques. Therefore, they were not equipped with weapons such as swords. Check completed. Luo Yin activated the braking obstacle's eye and saw that the buffalo-like sea on the northwest side took 2 steps back. It was obvious that he was gathering strength and preparing to crash into me. At the same time, Li has already run to the front. The system calculated that there would be a collision in 2 seconds. Just at this moment, Black Thunder is under Luo Yan's control. Jump up suddenly, rolling in midair. Let Li pass under him and hit nothing. Almost at the same time, there was a loud, rumbling noise coming from the northwest. Li Bohong and others looked over. Then, a black cloud-like eye was seen crashing through the mountain. Rushed out, but it happened to collide with Li. The 2 giant beasts collided with a bang. The ground shook violently. Li Bohong and several others were knocked to the ground. The other side, the Black Thunder has fallen to the ground. Slide forward a little. Then he turned around quickly. Then the chest armor opened, and 3 missiles were fired in succession, emitting flames. Fly out of the launch bay. The blow hit the head of Li and the side of C. In the violent explosion, several fireballs expanded rapidly. Eventually, it turned into a wave of fire that swept around. Black Thunder did not stop attacking. The machine picked up the Kamui rifle with one hand and fired bullets designed specifically for behemoths. The bullet trailed the flames, leaving a clear track in the air and disappearing into the thick smoke and flames. One student just shook his head. Can't he just wait for the beast to come out before fighting? It's just a waste of ammunition to fire like this. In the cockpit, a little silver light lit up around Luo Yan's red eyes. He still maintains the eye that can break through obstacles. This allowed him to see right through the smoke and fire. And with the help of computers, they locked onto Li's head. In his eyes, the fiery red glow of Lily is fading. The numbers appearing next to it kept decreasing. You can see it. When the missile hit his head just now, Li's energy and blood plummeted. Now each bullet can cause about 200 to 300 damages to it. And the health value of Li is now less than 4,000. Chapter 24. Fight to the end. In a blink of an eye, the Shinwei rifle had fired 10 bullets. Li's head was blown into a bloody mess. Another bullet fired. It passed through the blasted skull and directly crushed its brain. Suddenly, Luo Yin saw it. There were more than 1,000 points of health left, and it instantly became 0. Get rid of 1. He checked his ammunition supply. There are 12 more rounds. Just when Luo Yin was attacking Li, the giant buffalo has stood up again. There were 2 large holes on the left side of its body caused by missiles. Bleeding was gushing out, but this only aroused its ferocity. While Luo Yin is attacking Li, it spread out its 4 hooves and rushed towards Luo Yin. Luo Yin saw this scene from the panoramic window. See, at the same time, she still has more than 5,000 qi and blood. Although its qi and blood values were constantly decreasing due to the bleeding from the wound. But for a moment, it's not cleared yet. Luo Yin had no intention of fighting the giant beast head-on. He kept Wei Fenghua's words in mind. First, use long-range attacks to deplete the behemoth's physical strength and life force. Harvest at the right time. So when the giant beast came charging, Black Thunder rolled over to avoid it, leaving C missing. But the sea turned around and stomped its front paws on the ground. Step out and create a shockwave. The ground immediately shook violently, and cracks appeared in the earth. Luo Yin felt uncomfortable because of the shaking in the cockpit. If I hadn't been wearing my seatbelt, it has been thrown out now. The body was shaking as if it was drunk. Take this opportunity. The SI rushed over and used its horn to ram the mecha's belly. The abdominal armor of Black Thunder was punctured immediately. Because of the empathy system, Luo Yin only felt as if a sharp spike had pierced his stomach. His face turned pale with pain. A drop of blood even dripped from the nose. In order to better control the mecha pilot needs to connect with the mecha through the empathy system. This makes them transform into giants. It also means sharing the damage with the body. It's just that the damage done to the mecha pilot is mainly a shock to perception and nerves. But if this situation is too serious, it can also be fatal. Therefore, mecha warriors need to wear combat uniforms. In addition to being a device connected to the empathy system, it also has the function of buffering nerve shock and reducing pain. And there is a life detection system. If shock occurs, there is an automatic defibrillator system that can save lives. But Luo Yin didn't have a combat uniform. It is not difficult to imagine how much pain he is suffering now. Enduring the pain in his abdomen, Luo Yin gritted his teeth and controlled Black Thunder to stab the rifle into the wound on the left side of the giant beast. Shooting. Bong 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 bong. Fierce gunfire rang out, and bullets shattered the organs inside C's body. It broke out from the other side of its body, creating one bloody hole after another. The beast's energy and blood rapidly decreased. At this time, the giant beast's eyes were red. Lifted upward with force, the Black Thunder, a heavy machine, was actually lifted up into the air, fall into the distance. Boom! The pitch-black mecha hit the ground heavily and rolled inevitably. In the cockpit, thanks to the presence of the omnidirectional gyroscope, the cockpit always remains balanced in the fuselage. But under the influence of the empathy system, Luo Yin was still feeling dizzy. And because of the violent collision, sparks jumped out of many circuits in the cockpit, one after another, streaking across space. On the ground, Li Bohong and his companions turned pale with fright, because they are right on the track where the Black Thunder is rolling. Run! Stop it now! The student screamed. Li Bohong came to his senses and quickly picked up He Hao from the ground. At this time, Zheng Shan didn't run away and picked up He Hao's legs. The two of them carried the third-year student in tacit understanding and ran desperately towards the outside of the track. But it's too late. In the cockpit, Luo Yin slowed down and saw Li Bohong and others behind him. He quickly asked Black Thunder to drop the rifle, freeing his hands and grabbing the ground with his 5 fingers. Grab out 5 grooves. Finally, it stopped when it pressed down on Li Bohong and others. Zheng Shan raised his head. He saw the mecha's huge heel right above his head. He could clearly see the various structures on the sole of the aircraft, as well as the mud, rocks, and grass clippings stuck on them. If Luo Yin hadn't stopped in time, Zheng Shan believed that he would be attached to the foot armor of the mecha in another form. Then the mecha rushed out. The ground was shaking under his feet. Zheng Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down on the ground, completely exhausted. In the cockpit, through the full-screen window, Luo Yin saw the sea running towards him. The giant beast was covered in blood. With every step he took, a large amount of blood and flesh fell off his body. At this time, the giant beast only had more than 2,000 HP left. But Luo Yin didn't have a gun either. Now, only close combat can be used. Black Thunder rushed away. Soon we encountered a giant beast. The patterns on the horn of sea glowed with a dark blue light. Looked from a distance. It was like a burning ball of devilish flame. Clearly, the behemoth is going all out. Luo Yin is no exception. He yelled in the cockpit, "Activate all the super torque of the Black Thunder arm." Before the collision with sea, Black Thunder leaped up. In midair, bend your arms and make fists. Elbow thrower activate. Boom! The hidden jet at the elbow of the machine suddenly lit up. Output at full strength, spewing out a thick blue flame, pushing the iron fist of Black Thunder towards the target. At the same time, through the empathy system, Luo Yin used the boxing skill Bone Crushing. His energy surged out, amplified by the body. Let a ball of light shine between the fists of Black Thunder. Next second, the fist of Black Thunder collides with the horn of sea. Luo Yin suddenly felt a pain in his right hand. It turned out that the outer armor on Black Thunder's fist was shattered and flew away by the giant beast's horn. But at the same time, the horn of the sea was also smashed. The outer armor was shattered, revealing the damaged steel fist with metal skeleton and artificial muscle fibers inside. It also hit C's head hard. The giant beast's whole body shook violently. A circle of ripples spread from under the fist of the machine. It passed through the entire body of the giant beast in an instant. All the long hair of C fluttered backwards. The parasites hiding in the hair exploded one after another. The beast wailed. He was knocked back by a punch from Black Thunder. After sliding for a distance, he took only 2 unsteady steps. Then from the eyes, mouth, and wounds all over the body, streams of blood spurted out. suddenly seemed to have lost all its bones and fell to the ground in a strange posture. If you cut open the body of the giant beast at this time, you will find that all its bones are shattered. Not a single piece is intact. In the cockpit, Luo Yin was breathing heavily. Watch as the giant beast's energy and blood finally reach zero. Watch the red light, representing vitality, disappear. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then discovered. I felt a warm sensation in my nose. Touched it. My palms are covered in blood. Chapter 25: The Value of Luo Yin. He outgroaned a few times and slowly opened his eyes. At first, my vision was blurry. After a while, my sight gradually came into focus. Then I saw a huge, metallic, and heavy figure. He was a little dazed. Just feels familiar. Suddenly I remembered that it was not my own body. Black Thunder? After killing the behemoth, Black Thunder stood up. The armor on its belly and fists was still falling off. Bright sparks jumped out from the broken body parts, telling the brutality of the battle. The sun is strong. The heavy body of the Black Thunder is outlined with a golden light, like a black god of war, standing between heaven and earth. At this time, the cockpit of Black Thunder opened and someone came out. The man held the black outer armor of the machine with his hands, raised his head, and closed his eyes, carrying sunshine all over the ground. On the ground, everyone looked at the figure dyed golden by the sunlight. Stunning beauty. All were shocked. A few seconds passed. He Hao suddenly shouted, "Which bastard opened my Black Thunder?" Li Bohong and Zheng Shan and several other students only then realized that the third-year student had woken up. Li Bohong quickly explained, "It's classmate Luo Yin. Senior He Hao, don't blame him. If he hadn't killed the two giant beasts, I'm afraid we would all be in danger." He killed two giant beasts? He Hao looked around and saw the bodies of Lily and C. Then he touched his chest and said, "That's not right. My combat uniform is still on me. How can he activate the mecha?" Li Bohong raised his glasses and said, "I guess Luo might be a natural empath." A natural empath? Zheng Shan and other students looked confused. Have absolutely no idea what that is. He Hao's whole body was shocked. Then he murmured to himself, so that's it. It turns out that Luo Yin is a natural resonator. I wonder why Di Zheng would support a wild boy from the surface to the point of fighting a death match. If he is a natural empath, then that makes sense. At this time, Zheng Shan and others were already talking at once. Student Li, what is a natural empath? Li Bohong smiled slightly and didn't keep anyone in suspense. Explain it. We, the candidate mecha masters, may not be able to pilot mechas even if we graduate from the academy. Teacher Zhao Dan has already talked about this in the Mecha Common Sense class. That's right. We can't achieve empathy with just any mecha. Even for elementary machines with the lowest empathy requirements, empathy can fail. Some people may never get their own mecha in their entire life. He Hao stood up and said in a deep voice, "But the natural resonators are different. These guys seem to be born to do this. They can achieve empathy with any type and any level of mecha, even without the combat uniform and the neural wires connected. They can also pilot mechas. In the entire Guangling city, there was only one natural resonator before, but now there is a second one." Zheng Shan was puzzled and said, "In that case, natural empaths have more choices than others. And you don't have to worry about not having a mecha to drive. But Mr. Li and Mr. He, you seem to admire natural empaths very much?" He Hao sneered and asked back, "That's all. You have no idea what natural empath means?" Li Bohong seemed to know a lot about this and smiled. Teacher Zhao also said that visualization techniques are divided into different levels. The same is true for the body. Based on their performance, they can be divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Above the advanced machines, there are divine guards, divine generals, and even higher level machines. Beginners, intermediates, and even divine guards can improve their performance by adding mecha peripherals through modification to improve the level assessment of the machine. However, machines of the god general level and above cannot be upgraded through artificial means. The level of these aircraft is fixed from the moment they leave the factory. And the more advanced the organism, the more difficult it is to achieve empathy. Especially for machines above the god general level, most of them have special features, so they are capable of being piloted by mecha pilots. It's a valuable asset, Zheng Shan suddenly realized. So, natural empaths can empathize with all organisms. That is to say, they They can easily achieve empathy with advanced machines and can easily pilot God General level machines. Is this what they are worth? He Hao chuckled and said, after all, you're not too stupid. Yes, a God General class machine is capable of destroying a city on its own. But not just any mech pilot can empathize with them. And this is not a problem at all for natural empaths. There is only one God General class in Guangling right now. If we can train a natural resonator into a qualified mecha pilot, then we in Guangling can ask for another God General class machine. With 2 God General class machines, Guangling City has obtained a ticket to enter the Jedi battlefield. The meaning of this is beyond your imagination. As they spoke, Luo Yin has already gotten off the machine. He Hao walked over. He glared at Luo Yin, passed by him without saying a word. Then he looked at the Black Thunder. Finally, he said, a layman should not casually pilot other people's machines. Look at what you have done to Black Thunder. Luo Yin did not respond. But at this time, He Hao said again, but for a layman, you have done very well. Remember to wear your combat uniform next time. Although natural resonators have certain advantages, they can still die if you're not careful. Luo Yin looked back. He Hao has already boarded the machine. After a moment, Black Thunder restarted. He Hao's voice rang out through the speaker. Let's go. I'll escort you to the meeting point. He drove the Black Thunder to retrieve the rifle, then headed towards the canyon entrance. In the evening, Luo Yin and others arrived at the meeting point. After arriving at the temporary camp, He Hao went to make a report. At night, Luo Yin was called into the tent by Wei Fenghua. In the tent, Wei Fenghua picked up a glass of water and swallowed 2 capsules. Just said, He Hao has already told me that you will pilot the Black Thunder to kill the monster and protect your classmates. It's a good performance. When you go back, the academy will give you a reward. But you are a natural empath, and you have great potential. In the future on the battlefield, I hope you will prioritize your own protection. If you have the energy to spare, help your comrades. Luo Yin looked at him and asked, I heard Shan say that natural resonators are precious treasures. Wei Fenghua nodded. That's right. Luo Yin was slightly puzzled and asked, if that's the case, why didn't the Academy and Commander D stop me from fighting in the death arena? If I die, wouldn't that mean I've lost a valuable asset? Wei Fenghua smiled and said, the sharpness of a sword comes from sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Do you understand? Luo Yin's doubts were all gone. Nodding vigorously, I understand. Chapter 26 3 Rewards. Sunday afternoon, Luo Yin and others finally returned to school. There were 65 people when we left, but only 60 when we came back. 5 freshmen died. Back to school. The first thing Luo Yin did was to exchange 7 bottles of tranquilizer and a bottle of red poison relief agent. This cost him another 9 credits, but he didn't feel heartbroken at all, plus the week in the forbidden area. Now, there is only 1 week left until the death ring. Luo Yin needs to intensify his cultivation. As for the other participant in the death ring, after Luo Beichen arrived in Guangling City, he did not go to school, but go home. As soon as I entered the house, I was notified. Father Luo Tianyi was waiting for him in the study. Luo Beichen came to the study and knocked on the door. Kumin. My father's cold voice came from inside. Luo Beichen pushed the door open and walked in. I saw that there was another person in the study besides my father. The man sat on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. Being able to put on such airs in front of Luo Tianyi was obviously extraordinary. Luo Tianyi said simply, this is Gao Lin, Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao is a master of the 3rd level of Tongxinda. A true master. Don't go to the academy for the next week. Mr. Gao will teach you. In addition, I have prepared weapons, protective gear, training resources, and potions for you to use in the arena. You just have to focus on one thing. Practice, and after a week, kill your opponent. That's all. You can get out now. From beginning to end. Luo Beichen was not given a chance to speak. Don't care if he accepts it or not. This is his father, Luo Tianyi. Monday morning was Xiao Shi's general knowledge class. The teacher who looked most like a teacher walked into the classroom. He looked closely at the students with his extremely myopic eyes. Then he said, did Luo die in battle? A burst of laughter broke out in the classroom. Shan snorted and said, it would be better if he died. At this time, a student stood up and said, Teacher, Luo Beichen has asked for a week's leave. I heard that he wants special training. After saying that, he glanced at Luo Yin. Obviously, this special training was in preparation for the death contest a week later. I see. Xiaoshi then said. Okay, then let's go to class. Today, I will tell you about the Doomsday Prophecy. Doomsday Prophecy? Luo Yin, who was a little distracted, couldn't help but look up when he heard this word. Xiaoshi was seen using a projector to project some photos onto the blackboard. Inside are photos of a stone tablet. This is the Monument of Doomed. Xiaoshi said, this is what we found in that world. It predicts that when people discover that world, the end of the world will come. And over the next 1 or 2 years, the signs of doomsday gradually began to appear. So, countries around the world secretly build underground cities. That's how we now have the 18 cities in the north and the 9 cities in the south. When Xiaoshi paused, a student raised his hand and said, Teacher, since there is a prophecy and the underground city was built in advance, why wasn't it made public? Are you afraid of causing panic? Luo Yin nodded secretly. He was also struggling with this issue. When he saw Guangling City, he felt a little indignant. Build dungeons to avoid natural disasters. Apparently, someone knew the disaster was coming. But until the giant scourge broke out, ordinary people had not received any news. If announced in advance, even if it can't prevent the disaster, the casualties wouldn't be that severe. Xiaoshi sighed and said, on the one hand, I am worried about causing panic. On the other hand, the disaster predicted by the Doomsday Monument did not occur until a century later. But no one expected that the disaster would suddenly break out just half a century later. This is probably what they call, man proposes, God disposes. The disaster broke out early. Luo Yin closed his eyes. It seemed as if I could see some familiar figures flashing before my eyes. It turns out that if the prophecy was not wrong, those figures didn't have to disappear. Next, Xiaoshi talked about other things, until the get out of class is over. When he walked out of the classroom, the college broadcast sounded, notifying Luo Yin to go to the principal's office. Luo Yin was stunned. Why let yourself go to the principal's office? Have the awards from the academy been distributed? Luo Yin suddenly became motivated. Principal's office. When you walk in, Luo Yin saw Wei Fenghua and a short old man. The old man was dressed casually and wearing flip-flops. Her white hair was tied into a small braid. Wei Fenghua introduced. This is the president of the college, Pan Renfeng. Luo Yin nodded slightly. Principal Pan. Pan Renfeng chuckled and said, Luo Yin, you have performed well in the forbidden area. Especially in such a critical moment, driving the Black Thunder to kill the 2 beasts is commendable. After research, it was decided to give a reward as an encouragement. Teacher Wei, you speak? Wei Fenghua stepped forward and said with a smile, there are 3 rewards. First, 300 credits have now been transferred to your student card. Second, a heavy weapon. I'll give you a list of materials later. Just tell me when you've picked one. Third, advanced visualization technique. When you have perfected the practice of viewing mountains and seas and achieved a breakthrough, I will then teach you a higher level of visualization. No conditions required. Luo Yin was a little dizzy from all the rewards. 300 credits was within expectations. The heavy weapon was somewhat unexpected. As for the advanced visualization technique, it was an unexpected surprise. That means there won't be any obstacles at least until you reach the Tongxian level of cultivation. After calming himself down, Luo Yin nodded. Wei Fenghua gave him a tablet computer. There was a list of the important items in the school's collection, and Luo Yin was asked to select them carefully before reporting. Back to the dormitory. Luo Yin couldn't wait to choose. Weapons, including various weapons used by mechas, are divided into levels. The lowest level is craftsmanship, like the rifles and sabers they were equipped with when they went on missions. Like the Shinwei rifle used by Mecha, they all belong to the level of craftsman's tools. The second level is the heavy weapon, this level of weapon. The power is far beyond that of craftsman's weapon. The third level is the divine weapon. The materials of this level of weapons are said to come from that world, and the divine weapon is not even the highest level. However, with Luo Yin's current status and level, he cannot access it. He didn't even know what the divine weapon looked like. At this time, Luo Yin was concentrating on selecting the important weapon. Finally, he chose a standard longsword called Splitting Star. In addition to being as sharp as a heavy weapon, it can also split the sword and shoot out fragments to injure people. In the existence of the magnetic system, then the split sword fragments can be reassembled. Chapter 27, Dragon Step, Open Soul Wheel. Guangling City, Jiangnan Avenue. Luo Mansion. In the training room, Luo Beichen arrived early wearing a Taoist robe. I waited for about half an incense stick of time. He heard footsteps. Look, the old man who appeared in my father's study in the morning came. Luo Beichen bowed and said, "Meet Mr. Gao." "Just call me sir." Gao Lin put his hands behind his back and walked around Luo Beichen. "What is your current level of visualization?" Luo Beichen answered truthfully. "Elementary level 3. Gao Lin hummed and said, "You are practicing the wind and thunder speed, which requires quick success. It seems that the instructor who selected this technique for you is quite insightful." Luo Beichen said respectfully, "Yes, my mentor Huang Yong said that if we don't fight to the death, then I should practice a technique that focuses on the foundation, such as viewing mountains and seas. But if we want to fight to the death, the one with a higher level will have an advantage over Luo." Gao Lin said calmly, "That makes sense. Even if it's because of the quick learning, the foundation is not solid. But you can practice other techniques in the future, and it won't be too late to come back and replenish your basics." He paused and then said, "Then do you know what kind of martial arts your opponent is practicing? What's the level?" Luo Beichen answered fluently. "The Luo guy is practicing viewing mountains and seas. As far as I know, he is at the elementary 2nd level." He entered with quite a few credits. After issuing a challenge to me, he exchanged a large amount of tranquilizer for it. Gao Lin smiled. The death ring is right in front of him, and he is still asked to practice viewing mountains and seas. It seems that his mentor has great confidence in him. With the help of the tranquilizer, it is not surprising that he can reach the 2nd level of primary. Although there is only 1 week left, you must prepare for the worst. He may break through and reach the elementary level 3 before entering the ring. Luo Beichen narrowed his eyes. Since he was recommended by Di Zheng, he was probably taught combat skills by Di Zheng himself. Gao Lin sat down cross-legged. Di Zheng's fighting skills are derived from 2 basic styles. One is Thunderbolt, which is a sword skill. One is Bone Crushing, which is a boxing technique. Both of them have developed a variety of combat skills, such as Thunder, Dazzling, and Thunder. Flash. Another example is Broken Bones, 7 Killings, and Broken Bones. Split Heart. The old man seemed to know Di Zheng very well. Luo Beichen pricked up his ears, not daring to miss anything, considering the time and your classmate's level of visualization. Gao Lin smiled and said, "Di Zheng is unlikely to teach him derived combat skills. He should only teach him 2 basic moves. I will no longer teach you combat skills. There's only 1 week left, it's too late to teach. However, I will teach you a set of footwork or body techniques." Luo Beichen was a little confused. Footwork? What can footwork do? Gao Lin smiled faintly. Although footwork cannot defeat the enemy, it is an important auxiliary means. At the same time, it can also evade attacks. And some advanced footwork even has other magical uses. For example, Phantom Step can interfere with the opponent's judgment. Lingshu Step can allow one to step into the air and leave no trace. Luo Beichen was shocked when he heard this. Only then did I realize that I underestimated the footwork. Gao Lin stood up and said, "I will give you the name of Swimming Dragon to help you deal with your opponent's attacks with ease. Then, find an opportunity to counterattack and defeat the enemy in 1 move." He raised his hand. "Chop down hard again." Afternoon. Training hall. As soon as Luo Yin came in, he saw Wei Fenghua talking to another person. The man's facial lines were hard and stern. He was the commander of the Surface Exploration Corps. "Di Zheng, Luo Yin is here." Wei Fenghua clenched his fist and coughed twice, then asked, "Have you chosen your weapon?" Luo Yin nodded. Return the tablet to Wei Fenghua. There were options that he had checked. Splitting Star? Wei Fenghua nodded, put away the computer, and said, "Okay, I'll get it for you. Di Zheng will guide you in the afternoon class." After saying this, the tutor left. Di Zheng looked Luo Yin up and down. Then he reached out his hand and pressed hard on his shoulder. Luo Yin couldn't help but straighten his back. He felt a sense of encouragement from the strength in Di Zheng's palm. Di Zheng should have heard what happened in the forbidden area. But he said nothing. He asked instead, "What is your progress in practicing visualization?" Luo Yin did not hide it. Elementary level 3. I just broke through not long ago. A hint of surprise flashed across Di Zheng's eyes. Then he said, "What I am going to teach you today is not combat skills or mystical arts. It is a secret method to stimulate oneself and unleash one's potential in a short period of time. Its name is Kaipo Wield." Luo Yin said nothing, but was fully focused. The Taoist book Yunji Chichen says that people have 7 souls, namely corpse dog, hidden arrow, sparrow een, swallowing thief, non-poison, purifying filth, and stinky lung. The 7 souls correspond to the 7 chakras in the human body, namely Yuan, Yu, Ling, Li, Qi, Hui, and Chong. The so-called opening the soul wheel means to stimulate and open these 7 chakras, thereby temporarily stimulating greater potential. Luo Yin nodded and found that he could remember this knowledge easily. Di Zheng continued, "You will have to fight in the death arena in 1 week, so I can only teach you how to open one of the wheel Cs. I'll teach you a few more when I have time later." After a pause, Di Zheng said in a deep voice, "What I am going to teach you is the easiest to learn and the foundation of this secret method, Kaiyuan wheel. Now, let me demonstrate." Di Zheng stretched out his hands, tapped his shoulders on both sides, and finally tapped his forehead with his fingers. To open the Yuan wheel, we need to use our energy to stimulate the Jianjing point on both sides, and then stimulate the Yintang point to open it. Beginners need external stimulation to assist them because they are not proficient in it. Once you are familiar with it, you just need to use your energy to flush the acupuncture points. Then, this is the state of opening the meta wheel da. Boom! A wave of energy suddenly burst out from Di Zheng's body. The energy gushing out of his body could be seen with the naked eye. The bright yellow light surged up, causing his hair to flutter. At the same time, Di Zheng released an astonishing amount of pressure, pressing Luo Yin almost to the ground. As Di Zheng took a long breath, that kind of pressure and rising energy quickly disappeared. After opening the Yuan wheel, the various functions of the body, including the strength of the Yuan force and the power of combat skills and mystical arts, can be almost doubled. Di Zheng explained. Therefore, the more solid your foundation is, the greater the room for improvement. But at the same time, Kaipolin comes at a price. To open different soul wheels, the price you need to pay is different. The cost of the Yuan Luan is that your physical strength and Yuan power will be quickly consumed while the state lasts. So, if you don't open it, then it's fine. If the meta wheel is activated, then the winner will need to be determined in a short period of time. Life and Death. Chapter 28, Decisive Battle Day. Next, Di Zheng explained in detail. He also taught Luo Yin step by step where the acupoints he wanted to stimulate were. Finally, let Luo Yin practice on his own. An afternoon passed like this. When the class was almost over, Di Zheng said, "Come on, open it for me to see." Luo Yin nodded. Mobilize the Yuan force in the body. Press the acupoints with your hands at the same time, and guide the impact of the Yuan force. When he pressed the Yintang point between his eyebrows with his fingers, Luo Yan's whole body was shocked. The energy in the body released a powerful wave. Then the Yuan force appeared and surged up. Luo Yan's hair fluttered, and his pair of red eyes seemed to be burning with flames. He felt a tremendous and endless power in his body. "It seems like I have endless energy." Di Zheng nodded and pointed to a wooden man used for training nearby. "Perform the bone-crushing move for me to see." Luo Yin came to the wooden man without saying a word. "Raise your arm and make a fist." Blast it out brazenly. Bang! The fist hit the wooden man. The wooden man flew 3 meters away. Then he fell to the ground. Di Zheng walked over and patted the wooden man's chest. The surface of the wooden man immediately shattered, revealing the shattered wood inside. Luo Yin couldn't help but look at his fist. "I thought that if this punch hit a person, the bones in the area that was hit would probably be shattered into powder. This is the power of the Kaiyuan wheel." "Okay, let's finish," Di Zheng said. Luo Yin followed the method he taught and restrained his breath. Suddenly, feeling a little tired, it is exactly as Di Zheng said. The Kaiyuan wheel will accelerate the consumption of physical energy and energy. Di Zheng added, "That's basically it. Next, you need to practice hard before the death match. You need to practice to the point where you can use your energy to acupuncture points and open the wheel without any assistance. This is of practical significance." Luo Yin nodded. Di Zheng patted him on the shoulder and said, "On the day of the death match, I have a mission and cannot watch. As compensation, I will teach you how to open the ghost wheel after I come back." Luo Yin nodded vigorously. No, at the same time, this is Di Zheng's encouragement. At this time, Wei Fenghua came back, holding a wooden box. Di Zheng said hello to him and left. Wei Fenghua coughed twice and asked, "How is it? What did Di Zheng teach you, new fighting skills?" Luo Yin shook his head. "No, He taught me the secret method of Kai Polan. Wei Fenghua was stunned. Then he said, "Good fellow, you are willing to do so. You must practice well." This secret method was earned by him through life and death and military merit. Don't waste his efforts. Luo Yin then realized that this secret method was so valuable. Wei Fenghua handed the wooden box to Luo Yin again. Luo Yin opened it. Inside lay a long sword. The sword is completely black, with irregular dark blue lines distributed on the blade. It's like putting pieces together. Splitting star? Luo Yin looked at his mentor. Wei Fenghua nodded slightly and said, "Try the feel of it." Luo Yin lifted the sword and felt that it was just the right weight. He turned around and chopped at the wooden man. An arm fell off the wooden man. The incision is smooth. Wei Fenghua reminded. Remember to read the instruction manual in the wooden box. Also, your 300 credits have been allocated. I suggest you go to the logistics department and exchange some first aid and stimulants. You will need these things when the time comes to fight in the death arena. Luo Yin nodded. Okay. A week passed quickly. In a blink of an eye. The day has come for Luo Yin and Luo Beichen to fight to the death. The time for the death contest is set at 10 a.m. The location is the number 3 training hall of the academy. Preparation of the ring and maintaining order in the training hall. It fell on the student union. Early in the morning, Hihao was a member of the student union. Reluctantly, he followed his partner Su Jiao to the student union office. Student union president Bai Zishi stood by the window, the sunlight falling on this gentle young man. Makes him more handsome, Hihao said with a TSK. Bai is trying to show off again. Su Jiao said with a smile. The president is very handsome. You don't have to be discouraged. You are not the same type of player as him. You develop more casually, so don't worry about it. Hihao glared and said, Su Jiao, are you still my partner? Su Jiao showed her 2 dimples and asked back, is there any conflict between being partners and liking President Bai? Hihao snorted and looked at the ceiling. Little woman. Su Jiao chuckled. Big man. At this time, Bai Zishi coughed dryly and said, Student He and Xiao Su are here. That's it, everyone is here. Everyone. I believe you know it too. The 2 protagonists of today's death contest are both influential people. The 3rd prince of Qiming Heavy Industry. Also, the natural resonator recommended by Commander D. I've received the message. Many big shots in the city will come to watch the competition today. There was a sudden buzz of discussion in the room. President, then our student union will not get involved in this matter, right? That's right. If it's someone on campus, it's easy to say. But how can we control the big shots in the city? Hihao slapped the table with a loud slap. Look around. Waste. So what if he's a big shot? This is Baijian Academy. Even if the mayor comes, he has to shut up and watch. Anyone who dares to point fingers will be kicked out. Su Jiao, who was standing next to him, had already held his forehead with his hand, looking like he had a headache. Other student union members pointed directly at Hihao's nose. Who are you calling trash? You are a coarse fellow. If you don't know how to talk, just keep quiet and don't bring shame to our school. Bai Zishi smiled and said, Okay, Student He, we are all family. Please speak more politely next time. Everyone. Student He's words are rude, but his logic is not. He's right. No matter who you are, once you come to Baijian Academy, you must abide by the rules of our academy. And the principal came to see me yesterday. The principal said he fully supports us. So today, everyone just go ahead and do it. But remember, if you can avoid it, try not to do it. When you come, you are a guest. We should give them face. Bai Zishi said it lightly, but his meaning was very clear. If there are people who don't follow the rules and don't care about their reputation, even if they are big shots, when it's time to take action, take action. Hihao stood up suddenly. He walked towards the door without looking back. Su Jiao chased after him. Where are you going? Training hall number 3. Bai Zishi smiled and said to the others, Everyone go ahead. I'll be there soon. Training hall number 3. There are already students setting up the arena here. Suddenly, a student ran and hurriedly. Teacher Huang is here. A student union member who was in charge of the presiding officer asked, Is this Mr. Huang Yong? How many teacher Huangs are there in our school? The student asked back. The student union member frowned and said, The college has a rule that if a student fights to the death, neither the instructor on either side can watch the fight. This is to avoid the situation where tutors are tempted to intervene when students are in danger, thus undermining fairness. Teacher Huang is Luo Beichen's mentor. How could he knowingly commit such a crime? Chapter 29. Factional Struggle. The student union member frowned, and walked out of the training hall. Sure enough, several teachers came over. One of them, with a small mustache, was Luo Beichen's mentor, Huang Yong. The student union member coughed dryly and put on a smile. "Good morning, teachers." Several teachers nodded with smiles on their faces. One of them asked, "Is the museum open yet?" "We'll go in and grab a seat once the museum opens." The student union member stepped aside and said, "The museum is open. Please come in, teacher." Several tutors entered the museum one after another. When Huang Yong stepped forward, the student union members raised their arms. Huang Yong's face immediately fell. "What?" "Teacher Huang, the person who died in the competition, the instructors of both sides of the competition are not allowed to watch the competition. It's not convenient for you to go in," the student union member said tactfully. Huang Yong snorted and said, "What's the inconvenience? With so many instructors present, you're still afraid that I'll break the rules. Besides, you are the student and I am the teacher. Students are still controlling their teachers?" He pushed the student union member away with a casual push. "Then you have to go in." Suddenly, a strong wind blew in my face. Huang Yong was shocked. He didn't expect to be in the college. Someone dared to attack the teacher. Although he was shocked, he remained calm and clapped his hands. He slapped away a fist that was heading towards his face. Then he turned around and glared at me, looking at a student who was taller than him and had hard features. "Yeah," Huang Yong said angrily. "You are a rebel. As a student, how can you throw a punch to your teacher?" He Hao rudely spat to the side. "For those who don't follow the rules, don't say mentor. Even if the king of heaven comes, I will beat him up." Huang Yong pointed at He Hao and said, "You bastard, you have no respect for your elders. Which class are you in? Who is your instructor? See if I won't teach you a lesson today." "Teach you a lesson?" He Hao laughed. "Okay, if you dare to define your energy level as intermediate, I will fight you to the end." "You!" Huang Yong's chest heaved, and he was speechless. With his level, it would not be a problem for him to teach a student at the intermediate level a lesson. But if the Yuanli is defined as intermediate, it would be hard to say. Besides, he is a mentor, so no matter whether he wins or loses, he will not look good. At this time, another girl said, "He Hao, I advise you to be more respectful to teacher Huang. I don't know where Mr. Huang got funding from recently. My Yuanli realm has advanced by leaps and bounds, and I have already entered the Tongxian realm. If I miss today, it would be easy to beat you even with just one arm." "This is Su Wine, He Hao's partner." She walked over with a smile and said, "By the way, teacher Huang, the one who funded you was the Luo family, right? No wonder you were so shameless as to go in even though you knew the rules of the death ring. It's not shameful to curry favor with the rich man. If I had a sponsor like this, I would also curry favor with him. He Hao, don't you think so?" Huang Yong's face suddenly turned blue and purple. Especially the instructors next to him all looked at him. Huang Yong suddenly felt embarrassed, snorted, said, "I don't want to waste my time talking to you guys." After saying that, he turned away. Sujio winked at He Hao with a smile, about to enter the museum. Then someone laughed and said, "I've heard that the students of Baijian Academy are very courageous. After seeing them today, I find that their reputation is well-deserved." He even dared to drive away the teacher from his own academy. He is really a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. He looked up. I saw a group of people coming together, and the one who spoke was a well-mannered middle-aged man. The people around him all looked rich and noble. He Hao frowned and was about to retort. Sujio quickly pulled him back and said, "That's the Minister of Education, Lu Cheng, and those next to him are entrepreneurs and officials in the city. It's not something we can offend, so don't talk nonsense." At this time, someone next to Lu Cheng said with a smile, "Minister Lu, it seems that your education policy needs to be changed. At least, we need to teach future children to respect their teachers." Before Lu Cheng answered, another voice was heard. "It is right to respect teachers, but it also depends on the object. If a person has poor moral character, it is still very stupid to emphasize respect, isn't it?" Everyone looked. Another group of people came from not far away. All of these people were wearing military uniforms. It turns out he was a member of the Surface Exploration Corps. The person who spoke was quite young. He has thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a square face. He has the style of a great general. Lu Cheng smiled and said, "It turns out that Commander D's right-hand man, Colonel Liang Jian, has arrived." He Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered, "I didn't expect that Colonel Liang would also be here. He is the Mecha Master of Flame and also my idol." Sujio looked at him in surprise. You also have someone you admire? Then she observed the people on both sides. Whispered, Lu Chung has a good relationship with the Luo family. I heard that he was able to become the Minister of Education because of Luo Tianyi's help behind the scenes. He came to watch the competition. He should be representing the Luo family. He and Luo Tianyi are both conservatives. The Surface Exploration Corps is known as the Radical faction. It seems that today is a duel between two freshmen. But in reality, it is a battle between conservatives and radicals. Yao nodded slightly. After the Behemoth Scourge, conservatives have been opposing surface exploration. It is believed that too frequent exploration activities will attract the attention of the giant beast and bring disaster to the underground city. These idiots are only interested in enjoying themselves and are unwilling to step out of their comfort zone. Don't you think about it? If we don't conduct surface exploration, we will have to clean up the surrounding giant beasts regularly. Even if we do, as they say, and don't carry out surface activities, the giant beasts will come to us sooner or later. Sujio opened her red lips and said, they were already the best before the disaster broke out. Life is but 100 years. Now that they can enjoy it, they certainly don't want to take risks. You want them to volunteer to take risks on the surface like Commander D did. That's too much for him. Hihao glanced at her and said, Sujio, you are depraved. You fart. Suhyuri blade. At this time, the colonel of the Surface Exploration Corps raised his hand and said with a smile, Minister Liu, everyone please. Lu Qing laughed and said, it's just a small competition, but it actually alarmed Colonel Liang. It's really surprising. Liang Jian said bluntly, Student Luo Yin is a promising talent of our commander. Our commander cannot come today because he has a mission. I just came back from a mission and am on vacation, so I invited a few old brothers to come over and join in the fun. Come on, Mr. Luo. At the same time, help maintain order in the academy. We must ensure that today's competition is fair and just, to prevent others from interfering or secretly interfering. After saying this, the colonel looked at the people brought by Lu Chung intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Chung didn't expect Liang Jian to speak so directly, and he said unhappily, Colonel Liang, do you want to say that we will secretly intervene? Liang Jian laughed. Minister Liu, Liang is a rough man. He speaks bluntly, so don't take it to heart. Let's go. The competition is about to begin. Shouldn't we find a good spot, sit down, and enjoy the view? Then he gestured. All members of the Exploration Corps marched in unison. Step into the museum. Chapter 30 Faith. Dormitory. Luo Yin is practicing. He visualized the rolling mountains and the towering peaks. Imagine yourself becoming as solid and unshakable as a mountain. In this imagination, the Yuan force enters the body with breathing and follows Luo Yan's will, washing the veins in his body, after skin and meat. In the practice of the third level of the elementary level of viewing mountains and seas, the energy is used to temper the tendons and meridians of the human body. The so-called tendons are things attached to soft tissues such as muscles, tendons, and ligaments. It mainly plays the role of connecting and communicating between bones. At the same time, it works together with the bones to protect the internal organs of the human body, and through the joints, it enables the limbs to complete various functional activities. The stronger the tendons, the faster the body can move, and the greater the explosive power. Luo Yin knew it through the teaching materials. There are 485 tendons in the human body, 62 lines on the upper front of the human body, 126 in the middle of the front of the human body, 72 lines on the lower front of the human body. There are 127 on the back of the human body and 98 additional tendons. At this time, under the continuous flushing of Yuanli, a tendon was finally tempered. Luo Yin started to practice the method of inner vision. I saw this tendon emitting a faint glow, full of resilience, less prone to injury, and able to exert greater power. He took a deep breath and slowly finished his exercise. This week, although Luo Yin used the tranquilizer every time he practiced, but up to now, only the 42 tendons in the upper front of the human body have been tempered. Obviously, after reaching the third level, the speed of cultivation slowed down. The third level of practice can be completed by tempering 6 to 7 tendons every day. It takes at least 70 days. No wonder Wei Fenghua said that the practice of viewing mountains and seas was relatively slow. Now is the time to temper the tendons. When you reach the fourth level, you need to temper 206 bones in your body. I'm afraid it will be slower. After getting up, Luo Yin moved his hands and feet. Look at the clock. It's already 9:30. There is still half an hour before the death contest begins. He drank a glass of warm water leisurely, then put on the protective gear exchanged from the logistics department. This set of protective gear is more complicated than the one worn in the forbidden area. The protection area is also much larger. At the same time, it does not hinder the movement of joints in various parts of the body. Luo Yin then opened a box. He took out a cova relief and injected himself with it. Calculating the time, the relief agent injected last time is almost ineffective. Luo Yin didn't want the red poison to suddenly break out during the fight. Then he will give the Huiyuan drug, which can boost vitality and relieve pain, a detoxify that can neutralize most toxins, and the golden boiling agent that can stimulate the nerves and maintain an excited state for a short period of time. Hide them separately. Finally, pick up the long sword splitting star. Luo Yin walked out of the dormitory. Close the door. Training hall number 3. When Luo Yin arrived, Luo Beichen came over from the other side. Luo Beichen was wearing black armor and holding a spear. The blade of the spear was flat, shaped like a boat paddle, judging from the shape of the vessel. In addition to the stabbing and picking properties of a spear, it also has the cutting and chopping properties of a blade. The two stopped in front of the training hall door. They looked into each other's eyes. Luo Yin originally thought that the other party would say something harsh. Unexpectedly, Luo Beichen was unexpectedly calm today. He just glanced at Luo Yin and entered the guild hall. Luo Yin paid more attention. Luo Beichen obviously came prepared. Otherwise, the whole person would not exude confidence from the inside out. Certainly, this thing called confidence. Luo Yin also has it. His confidence comes from the realm of primary third level. It comes from the Kaiyuan wheel taught by Di Jingxin. Comes from the experience of fighting 2 giant beasts in the forbidden area. Comes from the various experiences of survival on the surface for 3 years. Turn around. Admission. There was a sudden applause in the hall. Only then did Luo Yin realize that the training hall was full of people. There are first-year students, as well as second-year and third-year students. There are mentors I know and mentors I don't know. There are people who are obviously from outside the school. Luo Yin saw the people from the Surface Exploration Corps, even though he didn't know any of them. But it was the same military uniform as Di Zheng's. It made him feel more at home. At this time, he saw a square-faced, burly young man in the Legion nodded at him. Then, someone on the stage said, "Student Luo Yin, Student Luo Beichen, please come up to the stage." Luo Yin stepped onto the stage and stood on his left and right with Luo Beichen, facing each other. "I am Bai Zishi, the head of the student union. He is also today's referee." The student council president smiled and said, "According to convention, we need to check on these 2 students. But you are fighting a death match, so skip this step. Let me emphasize this again. A fight to the death, no end. There are no restrictions, no rules. Are you clear?" Luo Yin glanced at the long sword in his hand and said calmly, "Since I am on the stage, I will not regret it whether I live or die." Luo Beichen sneered and made a throat-cutting gesture. Bai Zishi looked at the 2 of them. "Good. In 5 minutes, the death contest will officially begin. You guys go off the stage and take a rest first." Luo Yin turned around and walked down to the stage. Just sat down. Zheng Shan ran over, whispered in his ear, "Luo Yin, be careful. I heard that Luo is already at the junior 3rd level. Besides, the Luo family has plenty of money. The gun in Luo Beichen's hand is at least a heavy weapon level. Besides, it's a long weapon, so you're at a disadvantage using a sword." Luo Yin nodded gently. "I know my limits." Zheng Shan pressed his shoulder. "Anyway, I support you. I also believe that you will not lose." Liao know that. In the audience stand, Minister of Education Lu Chung looked at Luo Yin. Someone nearby said, "Minister Lu, what do you think that D guy sees in this wild man on the surface? I heard that he personally went to the city lord's office to facilitate this death match." Lu Chung shook his head. He really didn't know. But he knew that if Luo Beichen lost today, not only will the Luo family be hit hard, but the entire conservative faction will also be embarrassed. In the future, the influence on some major events will be greatly reduced. Perhaps Di Zheng brought this child from the surface. Just use him to attack their own faction. I don't know what Commander D meant. Lu Cheng looked around at the somewhat uneasy conservative members. But I know that the young master of the Luo family will not lose. Because Luo Qianni invited Gao Lin to be his son's tutor for a week. Do you know who Gao Lin is? Someone exclaimed. Gao Lin, isn't that the previous commander of the Exploration Corps? He retired 2 years ago, ostensibly leaving the Corps of Exploration on his own initiative. But some people say that he was forced to leave by Di Zheng. Lu Cheng smiled and said, I don't know whether he was forced away by Di Zheng, but I am sure that he is the person who knows Di Zheng best in the world. So the students he teaches will never lose. Chapter 31, A Moment of Life and Death. 5 minutes pass quickly. Bai Zishi, who was elegant and graceful, like a handsome young man in troubled times, stood up and said with a smile, Time is up. Both of you please come on stage. Luo Yin immediately stood up and picked up the splitting star. He seemed extremely nervous, so much so that the knuckles of his hand holding the scabbard turned white. Luo Beichen noticed this detail and narrowed his eyes. The two came to the ring at the same time. Bai Zishi looked at the two of them and nodded. Begin. On the ring. No one rushed over first. Keep your distance and observe your opponent. Luo Yin activated the barrier-breaking eye, and dots of silver flickered around his red pupils. Luo Beichen's condition was immediately clear to see. The qi and blood are 268, and the yuan force is 154 in total. Obviously, Luo Beichen made another breakthrough. Now it's the same as myself. They're all primary third level. And through this week's practice, Luo Yan's current blood and energy are 426, and his energy is 178. Compared to the previous breakthrough, there is an improvement. To this level, the advantages of viewing mountains and seas gradually become apparent. In terms of qi and blood alone, he surpasses other practitioners of martial arts. The Yuanli also needs to be deeper. These are the advantages. Luo Yin blinked. Stop using your own God's treasure. Opening the eye of breaking barriers will continuously consume energy. The longer it lasts, the greater the consumption. So after getting the opponent's basic information, Luo Yin stopped using it. Then he drew out his sword and threw the scabbard to the stage. Luo Yan's eyes suddenly became sharp. Here it comes. The other side of the ring. Luo Beichen immediately concentrated. At the same time, Gao Lin's words to him in the morning flashed through his mind. According to the information you provided, classmate Luo Yin is a ruthless character, and he has experience in killing people on the surface. Don't underestimate this experience. There's a big difference between killing or not. That wolf cub has seen blood before, and he will never hesitate when it comes to taking action. You were right to choose the spear as your weapon. Weapons are stronger the longer they are. If you can't use firearms, try to choose long weapons to gain an advantage. If I'm not mistaken, once the ring begins, he will attack with all his strength while his physical energy is full. Moreover, they may choose to fight at the cost of their lives. If you have never killed anyone, you will become hesitant when dealing with certain situations. What you need to do is to keep as much distance as possible and consume the boy's physical energy and energy as much as possible. Use the dragon step trick I taught you to trick him into using all his fighting skills and mystical arts. This is your world. These words a moment. It flashed through Luo Beichen's mind. He acted decisively and retreated with his gun. But it did not retreat blindly. The spear bounced up and stabbed towards Luo Yan's face as fast as lightning. Instead of retreating, Luo Yin accelerated. He just tilted his head and watched the flat, sharp gun blade pass by under his nose. He didn't even blink. He let the gun blade cut a bloody groove on his cheek. Take the opportunity. He took a step forward like a ghost. Suddenly came to Luo Beichen. Luo Beichen quickly put away his gun and raised it upright. At this time, the splitting star turned into a black lightning. In a brief moment, across Luo Beichen's neck. Sword skill, thunder. When the long sword hit the gun handle, sparks flying. Luo Beichen's palm was numb and painful, and he almost couldn't hold the spear tightly. The man was knocked off balance by Luo Yan's sword. He took 3 steps to the left before he could stand firmly. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. Gao Lin's words flashed through his mind again. Remember, a true master must learn to predict. Instead of responding to each move, you must learn to analyze your opponent's psychology. Understand the patterns of his actions. If you see an opponent holding a sword today, he will most likely be using Di Zheng's Thunderbolt. And considering the character of Mr. Luo, once he is given the opportunity to use his combat skills, he probably won't waste the energy attacking your joints. It will go straight for your neck or your face. When he approaches you, don't think about anything else. Just pick up your gun and block him immediately. Luo Beichen's heart was pounding. if it wasn't for Gao Lin's reminder. The sword just now. I'm afraid the winner has already been decided. The guild hall was in complete silence. From Luo Yin taking the initiative to attack, to Luo Beichen being knocked back several steps. The whole process, but just a moment. But even an outsider can see the danger in it. If Luo Beichen had raised his spear a little slower, by now, the head of the young master of the Luo family is probably already on the stage. Good. Someone cheered, attracted the attention of the whole audience. It was Colonel Liang Jian of the Surface Army. He showed his white teeth and shouted, "This is a fight of life and death. Life and death are just a matter of a moment." Happy. On the other side of the audience, the conservatives led by Lu Cheng were all in a depressed mood, especially the Minister of Education. Lu Cheng just told the person next to him that the students taught by Gao Lin will definitely win. As a result, he was on stage for less than a minute. Luo Beichen almost had his head chopped off. Lu Cheng's face suddenly felt hot. There is a feeling that one's integrity is no longer secure. On the ring, Luo Yin didn't hear the colonel's applause at all, nor did he care about other people's thoughts. His attention was focused on Luo Beichen. He was not discouraged when his fighting skills were blocked. With a few quick steps, Splitting Star launched a fierce attack. Take the initiative to attack. The ring was filled with the sound of clanging and metal clashing. Luo Beichen was beaten so hard that he could only defend for a while. Luo Beichen's face was gloomy. He kept his composure and defended with all his strength. At the same time, I remembered Gao Lin's advice. That wolf cub has a cruel heart. After the thunderbolt failed, we must take the initiative to attack. Don't do anything at this time. Just focus on defense. If you attack too long, you will fail. When he shows a flaw, that's when you should strike back. Ding, 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 ding. It was unknown how many times the Splitting Star and Luo Beichen's gun collided. Sparks flickered on the ring. Luo Beichen noticed that Luo Yin was holding the sword in his hand. The joints were growing paler. Finally, after the sword and gun collided again, Luo Yin seemed to be unable to control the sword, and it almost slipped out of his grasp. The opportunity has come. Luo Beichen suddenly burst into a wave of Yuanli fluctuations. Step forward vigorously. The spear stabbed at Luo Yan's right foot. Luo Yin quickly retreated. The tip of the gun pierced into the ring and into the wooden board below. Luo Beichen turned around and propped the spear with his shoulder. Exert force suddenly. The spear seemed to lift up a mountain. The tip of the gun suddenly rose up. He broke piece of wood after piece. They all rushed towards Luo Yin. This is a combat technique. Gun skills. Carrying mountains. Luo Yin quickly used his sword to block. Luo Beichen rushed forward and stabbed with his spear. Luo Yin barely dodged by leaning sideways. Luo Beichen changed the stabbing to sweeping. The spear swept towards the opponent with great force. Luo Yin raised his sword, ready to block. Luo Beichen raised the corners of his mouth and held the gun handle with both hands. At the same time, turn in the opposite direction. The spear made a crackling sound and broke into pieces. I saw that under the alloy gun handle, there was a real gun body wrapped with strips of soft metal. So when the spear was blocked by the Splitting Star, it did not stop there. Under the influence of inertia, the front half of the gun body, which had become soft at the moment, swung out a large arc. The tip of the gun pointed at Luo Yan's throat. This is another fighting skill. Gun skills. Snake's spitting tongue. Chapter 32. Instant kill. The tip of the gun was about to hit. Luo Yin grabbed the gun tip in time with his free hand. But at this moment, Luo Beichen let out a sinister laugh. See his smile. Luo Yin immediately let go of the gun. Jumped to one side. At this time, a beam of black light shot out from the flat tip of the spear. It brushed past Luo Yan's neck in an instant. A blood groove was drawn. There was actually a steel needle hidden in the tip of the gun. This is the real snake letter. Good. Some people in the audience cheered. But this time, the person who applauded was the Minister of Education, Lu Cheng. His face was flushed. Just now, Luo Beichen was cut in half by Luo Yan's sword. It almost made him want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Now Luo Beichen has regained a point. Lu Cheng was naturally happy. The conservative members around him also cheered, trying to create psychological pressure on Luo Yin. On the ring, Luo Yin distanced himself. Suddenly my vision became blurry. That steel needle is poisonous. He immediately took out the antidote. There was no time to inhale. Luo Beichen has rushed over. Seized the opportunity to win. Luo Yin suddenly threw the antidote at Luo Beichen on the head. Luo Beichen instinctively tilted his head, and his movements inevitably slowed down a bit. Luo Yin rushed forward, relaxed his knees, and slid under Luo Beichen's spear. At the same time, splitting stars swept. The sword slashed the opponent's knee where there was no armor protection. Luo Beichen immediately groaned and staggered. He has always lived a life of luxury and has never suffered such a hardship. The pain distorted his expression, and he was too weak to continue chasing Luo Yin. Luo Yin took the opportunity to pick up the antidote and took a long breath. Inhale the medicine inside into the body. Then he took out the nerve-stimulating golden boiling agent and inhaled it into his mouth. Under the effect of the two medicines, the poison coated on the steel needle by Luo Beichen was temporarily suppressed. The other side, Luo Beichen also absorbed the potion, temporarily relieving the pain in his legs. He saw Luo Yin stand up again. I secretly thought it was a pity. It's a pity that there is no deadly poison that kills instantly. Otherwise, Luo Yin would have died from that blow just now. Death Ring. No rules or restrictions. Both sides can use any means necessary. Luo Beichen knows how to use poison. Luo Yin didn't find it strange. If the logistics department had no poison to exchange, Luo Yin also wanted to coat the sword with poison. The toxicity has been temporarily contained now. But how long can it last? Nobody knows. So, Luo Yin decided to fight quickly and decisively. On the contrary, the trap has been set, based on his understanding of Luo Beichen. The chances of the other party being fooled are very high. Luo Yin took a deep breath. Rush out suddenly. Luo Beichen already had a plan in mind. He decided to take it slow and steady. Wait until Luo Yan's poison takes effect. Then harvest. So when the opponent rushed over, Luo Beichen put away his gun and defended himself. Returned the spear to its original state. Used to block. In an instant, Luo Yin arrived. There were obvious fluctuations of energy in the body. The skin of the watch has slight rock texture. The splitting star was raised. Luo Beichen immediately raised his spear. He knew that Luo Yin was going to use thunder again. He has thought it through. After blocking Luo Yan's attack, just use your own divine treasure and mysterious technique to delay time. We must win this battle. On the ring, the moment Luo Yin raised his sword, boom! The bright yellow vitality glow burst out like a flame. The boiling breath made Luo Yan's hair rise and flutter. Under the illumination of the Yuanli light, his pupils were scarlet. Like a burning flame, Caillou on wheel. At this moment, Luo Yin finally used the secret method taught by Di Zheng himself. Instantly get an all-round improvement. A flash of sword. Sweep. Luo Beichen had a strange expression. About to laugh, but not yet laughed. He guessed thunder, but he didn't expect that Luo Yin had a secret method of opening the soul wheel. This is something that Gao Lin had never mentioned. Luo Beichen's mind suddenly went blank. His experience, his reaction. No one can make the right judgment at this moment. Just at this moment, when Luo Beichen saw the sword light, it shattered. Shattered into hundreds of tiny rays of light, densely packed and crisscrossed, all over the field of vision. There were exclamations in the training hall. Minister of Education Lu Cheng even jumped up. From his perspective, I saw Luo Yan's long sword sweeping across, but the sword had just swept out. It broke into hundreds of pieces. These fragments trailed streaks of light. It was like Luo Yan's sword splashing out thousands of meteors. The meteors bypassed Luo Beichen's spear. Only a few of them hit the gun and bounced to the left and right. The rest swept across Luo Beichen's head at once. Behind Luo Beichen, it was reorganized into a long sword. Luo Beichen seemed to be petrified. Stand still. Luo Yin turned around and walked towards the edge of the ring. What happened? Am I blocking it? Why did Mr. Luo want to leave? Did I lose? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I still have the Shun Zong that I haven't used yet. I still have some mystical skills that I haven't used yet. I will not lose. I won't. Luo Beichen opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But suddenly, streaks of blood oozed out from various places on his face. When Luo Yin jumped off the ring, Luo Beichen's head felt like a smashed watermelon. It shattered into pieces in an instant. Screams rang out in the training hall. Several girls fainted on the spot. Many people looked pale. Lu Cheng sat back in his seat, as if he had lost all his strength. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Lost. Young Master Luo lost. Why? Just now, young Master Luo had the upper hand. How come it happened in the blink of an eye? Was he killed by that guy named Luo? I must be dreaming. Right. I am dreaming. At this time, he heard laughter from the audience across the street. Liang Jian. The colonel stood up and said, "Brilliant. Seize the opportunity to explode and don't give the opponent a chance to turn the tables." The mind, experience, and judgment are all of the highest order. He is decisive and doesn't drag his feet. This classmate after graduation, our exploration corps will want him. Luo Yin raised his head. Look at Liang Jian in the audience. The latter gave him a thumbs up. Luo Yingang smiled. Everything went dark. Just fell to the ground. The poison that Luo Beichen had applied on the steel needle took effect. Liang Jian immediately jumped down from the audience, picked up Luo Yin and shouted, "Doctor! Where is the doctor?" The school doctor appeared immediately. Then Liang Jian and a group of soldiers from the Exploration Corps escorted Luo Yin to the school infirmary. In the training hall, Lu Qing let out a long sigh. "Stand up," he said sadly. "Let's go, everyone. There's nothing to see." Among these people, there was a middle-aged man with a bald head and thick lips. He glanced at Luo Beichen's body on the ring. Then he looked in the direction where Luo Yin was leaving. I couldn't help but sigh. Young people nowadays are really amazing. What are you talking about? If you don't want to leave, just go away and don't block the road. A man said dissatisfiedly. There was a hint of viciousness in the bald man's eyes. But when he turned around, he was smiling and nodding. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I'm blocking your way. Please go first." Mr. Su snorted and said, "How can a mere local security chief like you be qualified to come and watch the competition?" "Now I understand." The bald man pretended not to understand and kept smiling apologetically. Chapter 33. Praise to Death. Jiangnan Avenue, Luo Mansion. A black car stopped in front of the gate, the door opened, and Minister of Education Lu Cheng got out. I raised my head and looked at the horizontal plaque on the gate. On the horizontal plaque, the two characters Luo Fu are written in a flamboyant style. Arrogant, Lu Cheng pulled his collar and slowly exhaled. Then I walked into the gradually opening door. "Come to the study." He saw Luo Tianyi at first sight. The owner of Qiming Heavy Industries closed his eyes and breathed calmly. Next to him stood a tall young man, the eldest son of the Luo family, Luo Nanxing. Lu Cheng took off his shoes and went into the house. He nodded to Luo Nanxing, then bowed to Luo Tianyi. "Mr. Luo, I'm back." Luo Tianyi did not open his eyes. What was the result? Lu Cheng swallowed his saliva and said, "Master Luo, it's a pity to lose." The study was silent. You can hear a pin drop. In this suffocating atmosphere, beads of sweat appeared on Lu Cheng's forehead. Drop by drop. After a while, Luo Tianyi spoke. "I understand." Lu Cheng quickly took out a mobile phone and put it on the table. "I had someone record the entire process of the fight. It's in there." The Luo family father and son were speechless. Lu Cheng didn't dare to stay for long. Back out of the study. After the door is closed, Luo Tianyi opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Go and invite Mr. Gao." "Yes." Luo Nanxing left for a moment. "Come back again." Gao Lin, who was guiding Luo Beichen, also came. "Nanxing, go and get busy." Luo Tianyi sent his eldest son away and then played the contents of his mobile phone on a screen in the study. "Mr. Gao, please take a look. This is the entire process of the competition." Gao Lin nodded and watched quietly. In a blink of an eye, finished watching the video. Luo Tianyi looked at the old man. "How is it?" Gao Lin exhaled slowly. "Mr. Luo, it's not unfair that you lost." "Oh." Luo Tianyi looked at the screen. Gao Lin closed his eyes and said, "This kid named Luo set a trap from the beginning. The first time he used thunder, it was blocked by Master Luo. I think he anticipated this outcome. I still do this to pave the way for the final blow. When he used thunder for the second time, Master Luo thought he could block it as well. But this Luo classmate suddenly exploded and used the characteristics of his sword. One strike wiped out young Master Luo. When Gao Lin opened his eyes again, his eyes were sharp. Student Na Luo suddenly burst out with energy. This is not the skill of viewing mountains and seas. It seems that Di Zheng exchanged some kind of secret method from the Giant Beast Strategic House after I left the Exploration Corps. I taught it to Na Luo, and that's how he achieved such a great result. Oh, Di Zheng really invested a lot of money. Luo Tianyi looked at the screen and said, I am a layman in combat, but since Mr. Luo has this method, why didn't he use it at the beginning? Mental state. Gao Lin smiled and said, Mr. Luo's mental state is different at the beginning and later. At the beginning, young Master Luo obviously took my reminder to heart. I am very cautious. If used at this time, it may not be successful. It seems that Mr. Luo is a man who won't release his eagle until he sees the rabbit. He won't act rashly unless he is absolutely sure. Mr. Luo still loses in terms of experience after all. Speaking of this, Gao Lin looked at the man behind the desk. Mr. Luo, this matter. Do you want me to go to Baijian Academy? Luo Tianyi shook his head decisively. It's just the death of a son. It's no big deal. Luo is still young. At worst, I can just have a few more children. Besides, Beichen's talent is limited, and I didn't have much hope for him. Besides, the city lord mentioned the matter of the death ring. I made it clear at the time that Beichen's life and death were his own responsibility. The Luo family will never pursue the matter. This is the situation Dijong wants. What if Luo gives it to him? He thought that the death of his son would be enough to deal a blow to Luo. Too naive. Luo Tianyi chuckled and said, if I ask Mr. Gao to go to the academy, the exploration corps will come to my Luo mansion tomorrow. How can I let Dijong enjoy such a good thing? Gao Lin nodded. Then, is this matter concluded? For now, it's over. Luo Tianyi said in a deep voice. The election for the city lord is imminent, and I can't let such a small matter affect the overall situation now. Didn't Dijong pick this time to attack me just to disrupt my rhythm? I don't want to do what he wants. Of course, I don't like that kid Beichen. But he is my son after all. I can tolerate it for a while for the sake of the election, but I won't tolerate it forever. We'll settle this matter with Dijong after the election. He laughed again when he said this. Besides, to avenge Dijong, why would Mr. Gao need to go to the academy in person? Isn't Dijong going to support that classmate Luo? No problem. Luo Tianyi will also support him. And we must praise him to the sky. Let him become the most dazzling new star in Guangling City. At the same time, it also makes him a target of public criticism. By then, there will be people who want to bring down this rising star without my help. Throw it hard on the ground and trample it on the people. People just can't stand seeing others do better than they already do. A tall tree attracts the wind, and a popular person attracts jealousy. It's always been like this. Gao Lin nodded slightly. First praise and then kill with a borrowed knife. Mr. Luo, what a good plan. Luo Tianyi smiled and did not respond. I just took out the perfume and sprayed it lightly on the cut of the cigar. The next moment, he was already smoking. He didn't seem to be heartbroken at all over the death of his son. 100 Battles Academy. Infirmary. Luo Yin suddenly turned over and sat up. There was such a moment. He thought he was still on the surface. What about entering the academy, observing the forbidden area, and fighting to the death? It's all just a dream. You're awake. Wei Fenghua's voice rang out. Only after seeing this mentor did Luo Yin understand. Everything that happened was not a dream. Luo Yan nodded. I am awake. Wei Fenghua put his hand on his shoulder and said, lie down. You still need to rest. But don't worry. The poison in your body has been resolved. Don't practice for the next 2 days. Give your body a rest. By the way, you have been in Guangling City for a month. Besides the academy, you haven't been anywhere else, right? On the weekend, I'll just go around and walk around. First, to relax. Secondly, I want to get familiar with this city. Luo Yin was just about to say that he didn't know the road. Then Zheng Shan's voice was heard. Luo Yin, come to my house and play tomorrow. Wei Fenghua turned aside and saw Zheng Shan and Li Bohong walking in. After Zheng Shan greeted Wei Fenghua, he said warmly, I just happened to be going home. If you don't mind, why don't you come to my house and play for a few days? Luo Yin looked at Wei Fenghua, and when he saw his teacher nod slightly, he said okay. Zheng Shan was very happy. Then it's settled. Then he whispered, Lao Luo, the sword you used to kill Luo instantly was so cool. Chapter 34 Level Treatment. Wei Fenghua patted a suitcase on the table. Your splitting star and armor and other things. I put them all here. You guys chat. I'm leaving first. Zheng Shan immediately waved his hand. Goodbye, teacher. After Wei Fenghua left, Li Bohong said, Luo Beichen's body has been claimed by the Luo family. Strangely enough, the Luo family left a message for you. Luo Yin raised his head. What? Zheng Shan snorted and said, They told you to take good care of your injuries and not to take it to heart. They also claimed that the Luo family would never retaliate against you because of this. In my opinion, they must be saying one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. Li Bohong said, I think it's because the city lord election is imminent. Luo Qianni didn't want to cause any trouble, so he pretended to be generous. During the period before the city lord election, they will definitely not cause trouble for Mr. Luo. But in the future, it's hard to say. However, at least before the city lord election, you don't have to worry about the Luo family. In addition, Li Bohong smiled and said, Colonel Liang Jin from the Exploration Corps is here to watch the competition today. After the death contest was over, he also said that after Luo graduated, the Exploration Corps would select you as their man. I think this should also be said to Luo Tianni. In other words, Commander D wants to protect you. As long as Commander D is still in Guangling City, you don't have to worry too much, Luo. Luo Yin looked at Li Bohong with some surprise and felt that this classmate was very thoughtful. And he is very familiar with the situation in Guangling City. Zheng Shan seemed to see Luo Yan's doubts. He laughed dryly and said, Lao Luo, you don't know yet. Our classmate Li is a very important person. His uncle is the current city lord Lu Haoding, the top leader of Guangling City. Student Li hit it very well. We didn't know about it until these few days. Li Bohong shook his head and said with a smile, My uncle didn't allow me to use his identity to cheat people, but it wasn't that he was hiding it from everyone on purpose. Also, I hope that people recognize me as a person, not my identity. Zheng Shan laughed, then checked the time and said, No more talking. Lao Luo just woke up. Let him sleep a little longer. Shall we retreat? Li Bohong nodded. I was just about to say that. Zheng Shan patted Luo Yin on the shoulder and said, Old Luo, it's settled then. See you at the school gate tomorrow morning. Luo Yin nodded. After watching the two people leave, he lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Friend. Luo Yin chewed on these two words gently. The next day, Luo Yin came to the school gate wearing school uniform and holding the splitting star. Today is Saturday. Most students choose to go home and stay for 2 days. Return to school on Monday or Sunday evening. Not far away, he was carrying a backpack and also planned to go home. From a long distance away, I could see Luo Yin holding a long sword. As he passed by Luo Yin, he snorted, Fool, weapons are prohibited in the city. You're going out with your sword. Are you planning to go to the local security bureau for tea? When Luo Yin looked at him, he had already gone far away, but said, Carry your student card with you. When you get into trouble, just show your student card and you'll be fine. As he walked, he muttered quietly, What a country bumpkin, he doesn't know anything. At this time, a laugh was heard nearby. Then his partner Sujio said, Didn't someone say that after classmate Luo killed Luo Beichin, you wanted to have fun with him? But why did I see that someone not only didn't cause trouble for others, but also kindly reminded Luo classmate? Oh, by the way, someone was saved in the forbidden area. This can be considered as repaying a favor. He glared at the girl with gritted teeth. Shut up, women shouldn't butt in on men's business. Suju made a face at him. Big man. Then he left behind a series of laughs that made Hao's teeth itch and walked away. At the entrance gate of the college, students passing by Luo Yin. Some looked at him with admiration. Some walked quickly as if they had seen the god of plague. Some girls were even pale and didn't dare to pass by Luo Yin, as if he were a scourge. No way. Luo Beichin died tragically in the death contest yesterday. Now Luo Yin has been labeled as a ruthless person. Lao Luo. After a while, Zheng Shan finally arrived. He was carrying a bag that was bulging with stuff. If I hadn't seen him walking out of the college, Luo Yin almost thought that he was going to flee. Zheng Shan laughed dryly and said, I used my credits to exchange for some food. There are many people at home, and it's rare for me to go back, so I brought a lot of things. Luo Yin knew that in the logistics department, 1 credit could be exchanged for 2 weeks of food rations. But no one wastes credits like this. And the school provides 3 free meals. So Luo Yin didn't understand why the logistics department had an exchange item called food. Now, seeing Zheng Shan, he seemed to understand something. Zheng Shan waved his hand and said, Let's go take the light rail train. Then he walked and said, My parents are both workers. Our family was able to enter Guangling City thanks to my parents' participation in urban construction. But because they are workers and have not made any special contributions, they can only receive the 6th level treatment. Luo Yin recalled that after passing the college entrance examination, Wei Fenghua announced that all qualified freshmen would receive 4th level treatment. But I never knew what it was. Now that Zhengshan mentioned it, he asked, "What is the level of treatment?" "It is a system used to distribute work points based on your contribution to the dungeon," Zhengshan explained. "You can think of work points as academic credits, or to put it more bluntly, it means money. Different levels of treatment have different work points allocated to them. Level 6 is the lowest level. At this level, even if you have full attendance every month, the work points allocated were barely enough to provide for my basic needs. My parents are the only ones who can get work points, but I have many brothers and sisters. But now I have it. Although I haven't graduated yet, I have credits, and we, the reserve pilots, have 4th level treatment. At this level, you get 3,000 work points per month. But because we are still in school, we only get 1,000 work points per month as subsidy. But this is already equivalent to the work points my father can get in a month. If you become a full-time pilot, you will be able to enjoy the 3rd level. In addition to 8,000 work points per month, you will also be allocated a house and equipped with transportation." Looking at the excited Zhengshan, Luo Yin finally understood what the level treatment was all about. Soon, they boarded a light rail train and headed downtown. At this time, the radio in the car sounded an urgent announcement. "Yesterday, our city launched a special crackdown on the giant parasite smuggling organization. During the operation, several smuggling organizations were destroyed and 175 frozen live parasites were seized. However, during the operation, a smuggling organization escaped, and the local security bureaus in various regions are currently doing their best to apprehend them. If citizens see anyone acting suspiciously, please report it to the local protection bureau or call the police." Listening to the radio, Luo Yin was surprised. There are actually people smuggling giant beast parasites? Chapter 35, Giant Beast Smuggling. In the train, it seemed that someone had the same doubts as Luo Yin. A girl in a pink dress whispered, "How can someone still smuggle behemoth parasites? It's disgusting." A male companion next to her laughed and said, "Hasn't there been examples of smuggling of various wild animals in the past? Smuggling parasites now is pretty much the same thing. Some people have unique tastes. They don't like to keep cats and dogs, so they like to keep giant parasites. Some people also believe in the parasites of giant beasts, and even believe that the bones and organs of giant beasts can be used as medicine to cure all kinds of diseases. These people are willing to pay, but there are people who dare to smuggle." Luo Yin was dumbfounded. 3 years on the surface, he had seen too many people killed directly or indirectly by parasites. He never thought about it. There are actually people who want to raise giant parasites or use them as medicine. It is also mentioned in general knowledge class. The behemoth parasite cannot be artificially bred and cannot be domesticated. They are violent by nature and cannot be adopted privately. As for using it as medicine, that is even more ridiculous. Both parasites and giant beasts come from the Yambu space and are not natural products of the earth. They carry a large number of unknown viruses and bacteria, and using them as medicine would be a waste of time. "It's ridiculous," Zhengshan said softly. "The first time I heard about someone smuggling giant beast parasites, as well as giant beast bones and organs. I'm just as surprised as you are. I wonder if those people have lost their minds. It turns out, for money, people have no bottom line. Giant parasites are on the black market. Take the wolf tick, for example. One wolf tick can be exchanged for half a year's worth of food for an adult. The profits are so huge that many people are willing to take the risk." Luo Yin frowned. He could probably imagine it. Behind every parasite that flows into the black market, there are at least a few human lives. Those are not cats or dogs, but it's a murderous creature. At this time, Zhengshan patted Luo Yin's arm and pointed out the window. "Look, that's the quick attack skylight." Luo Yin looked over. See some huge pipes leading to the sky above the dungeon. He had also seen these pipes when he first entered Guangling City. But I don't know what's the use. Seeing Luo Yan's confusion, Zhengshan laughed and said, "You came from the surface, and the course hasn't been taught yet. No wonder you're confused. The quick assault well is a passage or device that allows mechas to quickly reach the surface. Part of the energy used in our city comes from solar collectors in the mountains behind the Great Lakes. Sometimes, those devices get damaged by behemoths or other reasons and need to be replaced. At this time, mecha guards are needed. In order to allow the mecha to quickly reach the surface, these attack wells were created. By the way, the Surface Exploration Corps often has to go on missions. So the work of ground protection often falls on our college. But only third-year students can go on missions. We're still early. Liao know that. With Zheng Shan's explanation, he learned a lot more about the underground city of Guangling. After a moment, he took the initiative to ask, "Have you awakened the Xinzong?" Zheng Shan laughed dryly twice and said somewhat embarrassedly, "I woke up after returning from the forbidden area. I can't help it. I'm not like you guys who practiced visualization before entering school. So it took a while. However, my awakened Xinzong is pretty good." Luo Yin asked casually, "What is it?" Zheng Shan wiped the tip of his nose with a finger and said in a low voice, "Discharge, natural system. Right now I can only attach high voltage current to combat skills and mystical arts, but my instructor said that if I can break through 2 or 3 times, I will become very powerful. It can be said that this divine treasure has great potential." After saying, he thought of Luo Yan's hidden power, which was a qi-seeing pupil that had almost no potential, and quickly comforted him. "Old Luo, you don't have to be discouraged. Last time when we went to the forbidden area, didn't Teacher Wei say that if there were primordial stone fragments, it could trigger a mutation in Xinzong? Even a Xunzong with average potential will become very outstanding after undergoing a mutation. After you graduate, you can directly join the Exploration Corps. At that time, you may have a chance to obtain the primordial stone fragment and transform your qi-seeing pupil to." Luo Yin said, and did not tell Zhongshan that his qi-seeing pupil had already changed. Speaking of which, Wei Fenghua also promised to give him a book about Xunzong after returning to school. Just after returning from the forbidden area, he was so busy practicing that he forgot about it. He decided to ask Wei Fenghua for it after returning to school on Sunday. See if he can find relevant information about the Eye of Breaking Barriers. More than an hour later, the train stopped. This is almost the end point. There were few people in the carriage. Luo Yin and the other person got off the bus and left the station. All of a sudden, we came to a place with narrow roads and low buildings, but with a strong sense of life. The vendors selling all kinds of goods here set up their stalls directly on the street on their tricycles. For convenience, it is open at night. They connected the wires privately, so above Luo Yan's head, one could see a cluster of wires crossing the street. People coming and going are either walking, riding bicycles, or riding electric bikes, weaving back and forth on the narrow road. Shouting, cursing, laughter, all kinds of sounds mixed together. It made Luo Yin feel like he was back in the bustling city area. Zhongshan said somewhat awkwardly, "It's a bit complicated here, but the rent is cheap, and the environment is far worse than the college dormitory." He was just about to say, "Luo Yin, you might not be used to it." Luo Yin had already asked, "How do I get to your house?" Seeing that Luo Yin didn't despise him, Zhongshan suddenly became energetic and took a step forward. "Come on, I'll take you there. My mom's pancakes are delicious. I'll ask her to make you some later." Luo Yin smiled and nodded. "Okay." Walking through the streets and alleys. Soon they arrived at Zhongshan's house. But I saw a girl of about 17 or 18 squatting by the door, feeling depressed. 2 boys around 13 or 14 years old were trying hard to make the girl laugh. Unfortunately, both of them have used up all their magic weapons. There was no smile on the girl's face. "Abayo, Xiaoshuang, Xiaoxi, what are you doing?" Zhongshan was very excited and did not forget to introduce them to Luo Yin. "Abayo is my sister, the second oldest in the family. Xiaoshuang, Xiaoxi is the third and fourth child. They are twins." Hearing Zhongshan's voice, the 3 people at the door looked up at the same time. Then the twin boys ran over and grabbed Zhongshan. "Brother, you are finally back. Go tell Mom quickly my second sister doesn't want to get married." Zhongshan looked bewildered. "Get married?" The twin boys nodded repeatedly. "Yes, today my parents are going to arrange an engagement for my second sister. They said if I marry my second sister off, she'll be given some work points. But this isn't a marriage. This is clearly selling off my second sister." Chapter 36. "Mr. Luo, why are you here?" Zhongshan's expression changed suddenly. Then he rushed into the house like a gust of wind. Luo Yin heard Zhongshan yelling from inside. "Dad, Mom, what's going on? Why did you marry Abayo off?" After a moment, Luo Yin came into the room, saw a middle-aged couple. The man squatted in the corner and smoked. The woman sighed and said, "Ashen, your father has been ill recently. Not only can I not go to work, but I also have to pay for medicine and see a doctor, which all costs money. We really have no choice." It just so happens that Aunt Wong next door introduced a young man. He has good conditions. His uncle is the director of the local protection bureau in our area. I heard from Aunt Wong that his uncle is very close to the Minister of Education. Maybe we can arrange for Xiao Shuang and Xiaoxi to go to school. Zheng Shan shook his head and said, "Then can you sacrifice a Bao's happiness?" "Mom, I'll find a way to deal with the money. I am now a reserve pilot, and I receive a 1,000-point subsidy every month. This should be enough for Dad's medical treatment and medicine. As for Xiao Shuang and the other girls' studies, I will find a way." Just at this moment, a woman called out from outside the door, "Mother Zheng, congratulations." Zheng's mother quickly pulled her son aside and said, "Annie Wong is here." Luo Yin frowned. He doesn't like such occasions. But this is my first time at Zingshan's house. Leaving now would be too disrespectful to Zingshan. So he walked quietly to the corner. Watched from the sidelines. A woman in her 40s, still dressed up fancy, walked in. A few young guys followed behind. The one walking in front was dressed elegantly and wearing a gold watch, which made him seem out of place among the Zheng family members. The utmost in high-profile luxury. The people behind were carrying large and small bags. "Put it on the table." The middle-aged woman pulled Zheng's mother over and said, "Mother Zheng, look, this is a gift from Xiao Chun. You should accept it quickly." Zheng Shan rushed forward and said, "My sister won't marry, so take your things back with you. My family doesn't want them." Zheng's mother quickly stopped her son and apologized to the middle-aged woman. "Annie Wong, I'm sorry. This is my eldest son. He just came back from college. He couldn't accept this for a while and acted impulsively." Aunt Wong said, "Oh," and said with a smile, "This is the son you mentioned, the one who was admitted to the 100 Battles Academy and became a candidate pilot. He is indeed a handsome man. But young man, don't think you've made a name for yourself just by being a backup pilot. Why don't you ask around? There are so many students graduating from the academy every year, but do all of them become pilots?" Aunt Wong turned to the side of Xiao Chun and said, "Xiao Chun is different. He has an uncle who is the director of the local government. He arranged for him to work in the local security bureau very early on. You are already enjoying the 5th level treatment now, and you will become the director sooner or later. The future is bright. If I were you, I would quickly marry my sister off. Maybe in the future, Xiao Chun will be able to arrange a position for you in the local security bureau for the sake of our relationship." The young man, whose full name is Chen Xinho, shook his head and said, "Annie Wong, please don't flatter me. I don't know when I will be able to take the position of director. It's too early to tell." He spoke modestly, but there was a hint of arrogance in his bones. It seemed as if the position of director was within his reach. Then he looked at Zingshan again and said, "Besides, you can't get into the local protection bureau just by connections. Even if they are relatives, they are not qualified to enter if their quality is not good enough." Zheng Shan sneered. "Who wants to be your relative? Stop flattering yourself." Aunt Wong pointed at Zheng Shan's nose and said, "How can you talk like that, kid? Now Xiao Chun likes your sister. That's the smoke coming out of your Zheng family's ancestral grave. If I didn't have a daughter, you wouldn't have gotten this good thing. Now that Xiao Chen's betrothal gift has been delivered, come with us first, young lady. Xiao Chen will transfer the work points he promised you tomorrow." After saying that, Aunt Wong actually went to hold Zheng Shan's sister's hand. Zheng Shan grabbed Aunt Wong's wrist and said, "Let's see who dares to take a Bao away today." Chen Xinho sneered. "A bunch of poor guys. Do you really think you are important? Originally, I was thinking it would be nice to spend some money and find a little white flower to play with. Now you are pretending to be noble. You think the money is too little, right? Then I'll add another 1,000 work points, or 2,000. You name your price. It's just a woman. I can't afford to play with her." This completely pissed off Zheng Shan. He roared and rushed forward. With one punch, he knocked Chen Xinho out of the house. "Oh, someone hit me, what's going on?" Aunt Wong ran out quickly, shouting, "Someone's getting beaten up. Someone's getting beaten up in the Zheng family. Go get the people from the local security bureau." Chen Xinho was beaten dizzy. "I finally came back to my senses. A touch. All my front teeth have fallen out." He pointed at Zheng Shan and said sternly, "Just wait for me." At this moment, he heard sirens outside. Very happy. Asked someone to stop the car. That's the car of the local security bureau. Really? Soon a team of security guards came over. The leader, bald head and thick lips. When Chen Xinho saw him, he was delighted. "Uncle, each is me, Xion." He didn't expect to run into his uncle, Chen Kangan, who was the director here. Chun Kingan originally received a tip-off that the giant bee smuggling group that escaped yesterday was lurking in the area under his jurisdiction. He personally led the team out for inspection. My car was suddenly stopped by someone just now. I heard that it was students from the 100 Battles Academy who beat someone up. So I came over. But he met his nephew. I saw that half of Chen Shinho's face was swollen and a front tooth was lost. He was immediately furious. Who hit someone? Chun Kingan yelled. Everyone has their own faults. I'll beat you up. Zheng Shan came out and admitted it loudly. Chun Kingan nodded and shouted, "Take him to the police station." Several security guards came forward. Zheng's parents were panicked. They're just workers who do their job. I've never seen such a scene before. I was suddenly at a loss. Luo Yin also came out carrying the splitting star. He frowned and wondered whether he should call Xiao Li from the Exploration Corps. Let him help with this. Unexpectedly, when Chun Kingan saw Luo Yin, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yesterday's 100 Battles Academy death match. Because of his relationship with Minister of Education Lu Cheng, I took advantage of the opportunity and went to watch the competition as well. At that time, Luo Yan's performance was exceptionally brilliant, and Chun Kingan also heard about it. Later, when the Luo family went to collect the bodies, not only did they not make things difficult for Luo Yan, they also allowed the student to recover from his injuries. In addition, Colonel Liang Jian of the Exploration Corps specifically requested someone. Chun Kingan smelled an unusual smell from Luo Yan, the taste of a noble person. Suddenly, Chun Kingan pushed away several security guards. Under the surprised eyes of nephew and Aunt Wang. Come to Luo Yin. Student Luo Yin, why are you here? Chapter 37. Sunshine After the Rain. Luo Yin was also confused. Ever since the Qi-seeing pupil transformed into the barrier-breaking eye, he has a photographic memory. But I don't remember ever meeting this director of the Land Conservation Bureau. Now when people ask me about it, out of politeness, Luo Yin said simply, "Be my guest." Being a guest? Chun Kingan's eyes turned and fell on Zheng Shan. I understood immediately. He waved his hand and asked the security guards to retreat. Then he smiled and said to Zheng Shan, "Mr. Zheng, can you tell me why you resorted to violence?" Zheng Shan snorted and immediately told him everything, including how Chen Shinho was arrogant and insulting him. Later, Chen Shinho said impatiently, "Uncle, why are you wasting time talking to him? Hurry up and cuff this guy." The words haven't finished yet. Suddenly, everything went dark. Bang! A crisp slap was heard. Chen Shinho was slapped so hard that he felt dizzy and dazed. I thought it was Zheng Shan again. Take a closer look. The one who beat him was actually his uncle Chun Kingan. "Uncle, what are you doing?" "Shut up." Chun Kingan interrupted his nephew. He first smiled and said to Zheng Shan, "Mr. Zheng, you played well." Then he turned and walked towards his nephew. "Shenxiu, Shenxiu, you are our biggest person. I brought you to the police station because I wanted to discipline you on behalf of your father. You are so nice. You are using your uncle's name to bully others. Even if classmate Zheng doesn't beat you today, I will still teach you a lesson." After that, there was another slap. Chun Shinho's face suddenly swelled up like a pig's head. Chun Kingan pointed at his nose and said, "You go back to the factory. There's no work for you at the local security bureau. Save me from embarrassing myself outside." Chun Shinho wanted to say something else, but was glared at by Chun Kingan. Suddenly, I dared not even fart. He walked away with his tail between his legs. Before leaving, he glanced at Luo Yin. His intuition told him. My uncle's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. It should be related to this student. To be honest, if it weren't for his uncle Chun Kingan, he wouldn't have known that there was an outsider in the Zheng family. No way. Luo Yan is too lucky. He didn't pay any attention. Chun Shinho couldn't help but feel puzzled. Who the hell is this guy? I actually let my uncle slap me twice. The Zheng family was also stunned, especially Zheng Shan's parents. Just now, the local security bureau was threatening to take my son away. How come it happened in the blink of an eye? The director has become reasonable and is willing to sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice? At this time, Chun Kingan said to Zheng Shan's father with a smile again, "I'm sorry that my ignorant nephew has caused you trouble." Zheng's father quickly said, "Director, you are too serious." Chun Kingan's eyes turned, and he said, "Just now I heard from classmate Zheng that you are not feeling well. Then don't go to the factory. We happen to be short of a security guard in our bureau. If you don't mind, you can come work for us instead." Although he is just a security guard, he is also a regular employee. Medical treatment and medicine can be reimbursed. As for work points, there are 1,500 of them, which is a bit better than working in a factory. What do you think? Zheng's father was overjoyed. The work of a security guard is easy, medical expenses and medicine can be reimbursed, and the work points are 500 more than those in the factory. Where can I find such a good thing? I was immediately moved to tears. Chen Qinggan glanced at Luo Yin again, then smiled and said, "We still have work to do, so we won't bother you anymore. Goodbye." Zheng Shan's parents quickly sent Chen Qinggan out of the alley. Got in the car. The adjutant then asked, "Director, who is that student Luo?" Chen Qinggan smiled and said, "My dear, he did all this for Luo Yan's sake. Want to leave a good impression on Luo Yan." But from beginning to end, Chen Qinggan never said a word to Luo Yan. This is exactly where his brilliance lies. He didn't want Luo Yan to think that he was doing a favor. It doesn't matter even if Luo Yan sees through it. Some things are better to be seen than spoken. There is room for maneuver. There is a possibility of development. Besides, this favor is not worth mentioning. The Luo family lost a son, but they don't hold it against others. What I have done is nothing. This happened today. At best, it can only be considered a stepping stone. When Luo Yin shows signs of taking off in the future, that will be the time for him to really make an effort. Chen Qinggan thought his ability to do things was average, but he has a good eye for people. Zheng family. It was originally a disaster, but in the end it turned out to be a happy one, and the sky cleared up after the storm. Moreover, Zheng's father got a good job for nothing. This was something they had never imagined before. Zheng's mother patted her chest and said that she had to return the favor to the gods. At this time, Anwan came over and held Luo Yan's hand. "Hey, this classmate. As soon as I saw you, I knew you were no ordinary person. Do you have a date? Do you want anyone to introduce you to someone?" Luo Yin narrowed his eyes, a little impatient. His eyes naturally swept over the woman's neck. With the hand holding the sword, the thumb gently pushes the hilt of the sword. The sword was unsheathed and sheathed again, just like Luo Yan's mood at the moment. When Zheng Shan saw this, he quickly chased Aunt Wang away to avoid upsetting Luo Yan. He continued, "Dad, Mom, we were able to escape danger today, thanks to Luo Yan. Mom, please make some pancakes for them. On the way, I promised Luo Yan that the pancakes you made were delicious." Zheng Shan is not stupid. Why did Chen Qinggan's attitude suddenly change? He understands, although he didn't know why Chen Qinggan was so polite to Luo Yan. But he knew that he didn't have to go to the Land Conservation Bureau today, and his father had earned a good job. It's all thanks to Luo Yan. Zheng's father heard this and said, "How can you treat your classmates to pancakes? You were so happy today, let's go to a restaurant." Zheng Shan knew a little about Luo Yan's temper and shook his head when he heard this. Lao Luo doesn't like crowded places, so he'd better stay at home. "Mom, just go to the kitchen." Luo Yin nodded in agreement. Zheng's mother said, "Okay, you go and invite your classmates while I make some pancakes." Zheng Bao quickly said, "Mom, I'll help you." Living room. Luo Yin sat down. Zheng Shan said sincerely, "Lao Luo, thank you for today. Including today, you have helped me 3 times. Nothing. If you need me in the future, just let me know. If I frown, I'm not a man." Luo Yin glanced at him, then said sparingly. Soon, the pancakes were served. Luo Yin was not afraid of the heat and picked one up. Took a bite. I could feel the meat filling wrapped in the dough, which was fat, but not greasy. In addition, there is sweet and sour apple diced. The fragrance of the fruit makes this pancake more layered. While eating the snack, Luo Yin closed his eyes. It was as if we had returned to the days before the giant scourge. This taste. He hadn't tasted it in 3 years. "How is it?" Zheng Shan asked. Luo Yin opened his eyes and looked at Zheng's mother. "Annie cooked this deliciously." Zheng's mother was delighted and stuffed several of them in a Luo Yan's plate. "If you like it, eat more. Come back with Zheng Shan more often during your holidays. Annie made you something delicious." In a trance, Luo Yin seemed to see a vague figure. "Come home quickly during the holidays, and Mom will make you something delicious." Luo Yan's vision suddenly became blurred. He lowered his head and ate the pancake in silence. Eat and eat. The pancake tasted a bit salty. Chapter 38. Silencing the Witness. At night. "Luo Yin, you sleep on the bed. I'll go to the living room and sleep on the floor." Zheng Shan's bedroom is very small. If you put down a bed, there will be no extra space to move around. Luo Yin shook his head. "I'll sleep in the living room. I can't get used to the bed." To this day, The beds in the dormitory are still just decorations. Luo Yin sleeps under the bed every night. The narrow space made him feel safe. Sing Sun Erdi. That's fine, we can both sleep in the living room, so we can chat. Let's chat. Result. Zhongshan fell asleep for less than a minute. He started snoring loudly. Luo Yin held Splitting Star in his arms and slept with his clothes on. After a while, he fell asleep. Life on the surface has enabled him to develop the ability to sleep in any environment. Not to mention Zhongshan's snoring. There's a war going on outside. Luo Yin can sleep whenever he wants. I don't know how long it took. Sudden, help! A shrill cry was heard outside the house. Luo Yin suddenly opened his eyes, stood up and half-crouched, hiding himself behind the sofa. Then look around. Only then did his sleepiness completely disappear. What's wrong? Zhongshan rubbed his eyes and sat up. I saw Luo Yin pointing towards the window. At this moment, a scream was heard outside the window. Everyone in the Zheng family was suddenly awakened. Footsteps were heard. Then the lights came on. Wrapped in a patch blanket, Zheng's mother said nervously, "It seems to have come from Aunt Wang's house." Luo Yin came to the window and looked out. Saw a bungalow. The room was dark. I can't see anything. A little bit of silver light appeared in Luo Yan's red pupils. He opened the eye of breaking barriers. The wall suddenly disappeared. Luo Yin saw the living room of the bungalow. Several gray shadows appeared. There was a ball of light lying on the ground, and from the outline it was a woman. Above the woman, there was a ball of gray light the size of a wolfhound. The thing was lying on the woman, as if it was gnawing on something. The other two balls of gray light were wandering around the room. Sometimes it even climbs up the wall. Such actions. Very similar to bugs. Bugs as big as wolfhounds. Luo Yin suddenly remembered the broadcast he heard on the train that morning. Broadcast of smuggling giant parasites. We're in trouble. Luo Yin turned around and said, "It could be a giant beast parasite." What? Giant parasite? Zhongshan's parents turned pale with fright and quickly hugged the twin boys and their daughter. Zhongshan said, "I'll go over and take a look." Luo Yin didn't say anything, but rushed to the door. The two came to the alley. The neighbors nearby heard Aunt Wang's screams and came out to visit. Zhongshan shouted, "Don't get close. Aunt Wang's house might have giant parasites. Contact the Land Conservancy Bureau immediately." Luo Yin had already drawn out the Splitting Star and came to the gate. Using the eye of breaking barriers, he saw that the situation inside the house was similar to before. Those gray light balls that looked like parasites were still in the house. Luo Yin easily broke the door lock with his sword. Zhongshan came over with a flashlight. When Luo Yin pushed the door open with his sword, Zhongshan held up the flashlight. Suddenly, a beam of light shone into the dim living room. The furniture in the living room was in disarray. Aunt Wang was lying in a pool of blood. Perhaps she felt the light. She raised her head and stretched out her hand towards the door. "Save me!" Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark shadow fell in the light, hugging Aunt Wang's head. A creature with a head like a wolf and a body like a tick. He started biting Aunt Wang's head. Zhongshan took a breath and said, "Wolf tick." Luo Yin added, 3. Zhongshan glanced at Luo Yin. Then he put down the flashlight quietly so as not to disturb the wolf tick. Then his eyes glowed blue and electric snakes began to jump between his hands. Shenzong, discharge. After Zhongshan activated his divine treasure, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Finally, a black rope made of elemental energy shot out from the fingertips. Mystical technique. Black rope. But unlike Luo Yin, there were electric snakes leaping on Zhongshan's black rope. Just like he said, he can add the ability of Shenzong to mystical arts or combat skills. The black rope instantly entangled the wolf tick. Before the parasite could make any move, Zhongshan shouted loudly, "Let dense electric currents pass along the rope." It suddenly spread to the wolf tick. There was a flash of lightning in the room. The wolf tick screamed a few times and then was electrocuted by Zhongshan. But at this time, the other two wolf ticks in the house were moving their legs quickly across the ground. Rushed towards Zhongshan. "Get down!" When Zhongshan heard Luo Yan's voice, he immediately fell to the ground. Then he saw a flash of sword above his head. Then, that sword light was like lightning, shattered into 1,000 pieces, like tiny shooting stars, whistling and flying, scratched two wolf ticks. So while the two giant parasites were still in midair, their bodies suddenly shattered. Legs, wings, shell, internal organs, and eyeballs. It fell all over the floor with a crackling sound. Then the shooting stars flew back, reassembled into the sword body of Splitting Star. Luo Yin then stretched out his hand and pulled Zingshan up, looking at the corpses of parasites in the house. Zingshan breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and said to his neighbor, "It's okay, it's okay." But at this moment, there were screams in his house. Zingshan's face changed. Rush back home. Luo Yin hurriedly followed. "Come to the door." I saw Zheng's father lying on the ground, covering his arm. Zheng's mother was held hostage by a man. The man had large tattoos on his face and looked ferocious. He was pressing an automatic pistol against Zheng's mother's temple. Zingshan hurriedly said, "What are you doing? Let my mother go." The man looked at Zingshan and Luo Yin respectively. "Spit. Fart. It's bad enough that I'm blocked in this damn place by the local security bureau. I wanted to release the parasites to create chaos, so I could escape. You guys killed my parasite in just a few moves. How am I going to get out if I don't get some hostages?" He looked out the window and then muttered to himself, "I must not be caught, or they will surely kill me." It turns out that he is the criminal who smuggled the giant parasite. Zingshan shouted, "You want a hostage, right? Then just arrest me and let my mother go." Luo Yin looked around and found that the other person was at the window. It seems that someone came in through the window and took Zheng's mother hostage. Luo Yin retreated calmly, planning to go around the back of the house and wait for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, the smuggler pointed a gun at Zingshan and said, "Get out of my way if you don't want your mother to die." The words haven't finished yet. The outer wall of Zheng's house and the smuggler's head exploded at the same time. Luo Yan's mind went blank for a moment. Then a thought came to mind. Murder to silence someone? Bang! Almost at the same time, Luo Yin heard gunshots outside the house. Luo Yin instinctively looked towards the source of the gunshot. I saw a figure flash on the rooftop of a two-story building 300 meters away. Silver white appeared in the red pupils. Luo Yin activated the eye of breaking barriers and locked onto the ball of biological gray light, then rushed to the street outside the alley. He saw the sniper moving quickly toward the street. When Luo Yin rushed out into the street, seeing the crowd in front exclaimed. Then a dark, heavy motorcycle rushed out of the alley. The outer shell of the locomotive was painted with a 9-headed bird pattern in red. The rider in the car was wearing a helmet and carrying a sniper rifle. A wild turn on the street, the tires making a screeching sound as they rub against the ground. Follow the roar of the engine. The heavy motorcycle sped away. Chapter 39, The Giant Beast Attacks. After memorizing the mark of the 9-headed bird, Luo Yin returned to Zheng's house. At this time, all the Zheng family members were in the alley, and no one dared to stay in the house. Zingshan saw him coming back and asked hurriedly, "Lao Luo, are you okay?" Luo Yin shook his head slightly. Zingshan added, "I have already contacted the local land conservation bureau in this area, and someone should be here soon." Sure enough, it took less than 5 minutes. People from the Land Conservancy Bureau came. The leader was Chun Kangan, who had just come once during the day. Chun Kangan received a report from his subordinates that a giant parasite had appeared in Zheng's house. He quickly led the team over. As soon as he arrived, he grabbed Luo Yin and said, "Student Luo, are you hurt anywhere? The love and care is beyond words." Luo Yin was a little overwhelmed by his enthusiasm. Fortunately, he has always been cold-faced. He didn't say anything, just shook his head to deal with it. Chun Kangan went to Zingshan to find out more about the situation and heard that the person he was looking for was hiding here. He also released the giant parasite in an attempt to create chaos and escape. Fortunately, he was killed by Luo Yin and Zingshan. The disaster did not expand further. Even so, Chun Kangan still broke out in a cold sweat. If the disaster expands, he might not be able to continue his position as the director of the local land conservation bureau in this area. When he heard that the criminal had taken Zheng's mother hostage but was brutally murdered, Chun Kangan's face became solemn. "Did you see what the prisoner looked like?" Chun Kangan asked. Luo Yin and Zingshan both shook their heads. Chun Kangan said, "That's good. As long as you don't see the criminal, you won't be in danger." Based on his experience, if the criminal was seen by Luo Yin and others, they would definitely kill him to silence him. Luo Yin did not mention the 9-headed bird logo. It is better to have less trouble than more. He didn't want to get himself into trouble. At this time, the body in Zheng's house had been carried out. Chun Kangan glanced at Luo Yin, then took out a bunch of keys and said to Zingshan, "This is the crime scene. We need to do some investigation here. I have a house here, but usually no one lives there. How many days will you temporarily move in? If you're used to it, you can live there from now on. It will save you the trouble of moving around. The house is empty anyway. It doesn't matter who lives in it. Zhongshan was deeply moved. Someone just died in this house, and the family might suffer psychological trauma if they continue to live here. Now that there are other houses available for living, it is of course the best option. He thanked Chun Kingan repeatedly. Chun Kingan called a security guard to take Zhengjia and Luo Yin away together. In the blink of an eye, it was Sunday afternoon. Today is back-to-school day. After saying goodbye to their families, Zhongshan and Luo Yin came to the train station. When buying the ticket, the station security wanted to detain Luo Yin's sword, but he was let go after Luo Yin showed his student card. On the train, Lao Luo, if it weren't for you this time, our family would be in chaos, Zhongshan said, scratching the back of his head. Although his grades and talents are average, he is not stupid. He knew that his family could now live in Qin Kangan's house thanks to Luo Yin. Luo Yin did not comment. Zhongshan saw this and said nothing more. Oh, I'll pass like this. Sudden. The train braked suddenly. All of a sudden, people in the carriage screamed. A girl even fell towards Luo Yin. Luo Yin dodged and moved away. The girl sat down on the ground, raised her head, and looked at Luo Yin in disbelief. She couldn't understand why Luo Yin wanted to avoid her. Of course she doesn't know. This was Luo Yin's instinctive reaction. During the years he lived on the surface, Luo Yin encountered similar situations. He once helped a girl who had fallen towards him, but in return, she stabbed him in the stomach with a dagger, and the food that was taken away. From then on, Luo Yin developed the habit of not letting strangers approach him. After the train came to an emergency stop, the power was turned off and the carriage was suddenly plunged into darkness. And it's not just trains. Even outside the train, and throughout the entire dungeon, the lights in all the buildings were going out. Finally, even the lights on the ceiling of the dungeon disappeared. The world suddenly fell into darkness. Then a red light came on in the carriage, causing people to panic. The radio also sounded. Alarm, alarm. We have detected a shock wave in the sky above the dungeon. All power is temporarily shut down. We apologize for the inconvenience. The broadcast continued. A feeling of uneasiness was spreading in the carriage. The girl who had just fallen to the ground held her head and said, "The Yama space is about to open above our heads. Is the giant beast coming?" A man said calmly, "Don't worry, it's not uncommon. It happens 2 or 3 times a year. We have always managed to escape danger. The beast won't find us. We are 300 meters underground." At this time, the screen in the carriage lit up, and the image of the large lake area above the dungeon appeared on the screen. I saw black air wandering and gathering in the sky, as if it was going to tear a hole in the sky. Space shock waves can reach the critical point. Yambu space will open in 3 seconds. The behemoth is about to be released. Along with the countdown sound coming from the screen, Luo Yin suddenly saw that in the dim underground city, lights were gradually lighting up all the way upwards. "That's quick attack on the skylight," Zhongshan said excitedly. "The Surface Exploration Corps is about to attack." He then explained to Luo Yin, "The high-speed attack cabin used in the attack skylight needs huge power to quickly deliver the mecha weighing about 2,000 tons to the ground. Therefore, when we need to attack, we need to shut down the power supply of most buildings in the city so that the energy can be used more effectively." Lian know that. There was another soft cry from inside the carriage. Yambu space, the Yambu space is formed. Looking at the screen, Luo Yin saw that the black aura above the underground city finally gathered together and formed a branch-like shape. This branch suddenly expanded, tearing the space and forming a crack. Looking through the crack, there is a deep, dark, and unimaginable abstract world inside. In that dimension higher than reality, countless black shadows were wandering around, and then a flat and constantly changing black shadow came near the crack and began to penetrate outside the cracks into the real world. Luo Yan's eyes were slightly solemn. So far, the time and place of the appearance of the Yama space are difficult to predict, so humans can only defend passively. If one day we can accurately predict the time and place where the Yama space will appear, that means humans have enough understanding of it. Maybe one day, there will be hope to close this space. A voice came from the screen again. The spatial boundary has been invaded. The behemoth is about to unfold in 3 dimensions. Orange spectrum detected, now matching with archive. Matching is over. The beast that will be released is Tao Tai. Level: Intermediate level 3. Type: Naked insect. Features: Energy absorption, gluttony, speed, invisibility. The weak spot is between the legs. Gluttonous. It turned out to be another mid-level behemoth. Luo Yan's mind flashed back to the scene in Flower City, that day when the giant beast with a sheep's face and a human body looked down at him. Chapter 40. Unable to match. On the screen, a forest on the shore of the Great Lakes region began to shake, then slid backwards, revealing a series of attack wells. A moment later, 3 elevator cabins that seemed to be magnified countless times rose from the launch shaft, and were then locked firmly by fixing devices to prevent the cabins from escaping. After the car appears on the ground, air is discharged from the exhaust holes on both sides. The pressure lock of the car door rotates, and the car door opens. Inside the compartment, through the screen, Luo Yan saw a little light flashing in the darkness inside. The Mecha's engine made a thrilling roar, like the powerful heartbeat of a giant. Those bits of light eventually gathered into lines, illuminating the darkness. Finally, 3 Mechas walked out of their respective attack cabins. Every time their heavy footsteps landed, they would shake up a cloud of loose soil. Countless trees in the nearby woods were shaking violently. These 3 Mechas are led by a scarlet mecha, which is the flame driven by Liangjian. The appearance of flame is like that of an ancient warrior. The energy slots embedded on the surface of the armor emit an orange-yellow light. From a distance, it looks like a raging flame. The 3 Xuanjis were in a triangular shape, facing the giant beast that was unfolding in 3 dimensions in the distant Yama space, ready for battle. At the same time, on the shore of the Great Lakes region, tanks and armored vehicles drove in from nowhere. They were distributed along the lakeshore, and then pointed gun barrels, missiles, anti-aircraft machine guns, and other weapons in the direction of the behemoth. Finally, the giant beast completed its 3-dimensional expansion and fell like a meteorite into the forest not far from the lake. After it fell, the earth shook violently. The shock wave caused the surrounding trees to fall outward like weeds in the wind. The wind is blowing hard. It roared past 3 Mechas, including the flame, passed through many tanks and armored vehicles, and created a wave on the lake. Dust rose into the sky. In the thick smoke and in the sunlight, a thin figure stood up and made a crying sound like a baby. The creepy voice made everyone's scalp tingle, and at this moment, the thin figure rushed out from the thick smoke. On the screen in the train car, a goat's head suddenly caught people's eyes. The goat had 4 small eyeballs on its head, and each of them exuded strong malice at this moment. Like humans, it has limbs and a torso, with dark blue skin, a thick epidermis, and layers of wrinkles. At this time, it was running like a human, causing people in the car to exclaim in surprise. Boom! The screen was filled with the sound of cannon fire that shook the eardrums. The first to launch the attack were not the Mechas, but the many tanks and vehicles scattered across the lakeshore. They have already locked onto Tao Tai. All of a sudden, countless artillery shells, missiles, and bullets were fired out, causing fireballs to burst out on Tao Tai's body and the space around it. After the first round of saturation bombing, the forest was filled with dust, trees felled, and the ground was dug up. I don't know what Tao Tai's current situation is. Suddenly, several armored vehicles on the distant lakeshore were thrown up for no reason, spewing sparks in the air, and quickly disintegrated. Boom! The tanks exploded immediately, and burning debris and human bodies fell from the air and spread all over the lakeshore. Seeing this scene, everyone in the car exclaimed. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, Tao Tai has used the ability of invisibility. If it cannot be detected, the ground attacking forces will become quite dangerous. At this time, the 3 Mechas finally moved. They strode towards the direction of the tank explosion. The convoy on the lakeshore evacuated urgently. While running, the 3 Mechas continuously fired missiles. These missiles flew straight into the air, then exploded on their own, leaving behind clouds of thick green smoke. The green smoke did not float upwards, but sank instead, and soon covered the area around the lakeshore. In the carriage, Zheng Shan said softly, "It is a developing bomb. It can release developer, which is the blue-black smoke. Invisibility does not mean having no form. Once covered by the developer, the beast will turn blue-black in a short period of time. It will be nowhere to hide. This is the benefit of knowing your opponent's intelligence. As long as we know the capabilities of the behemoth, we can develop weapons to restrain it. At this time, on the screen, a thin and dark figure emerged from the thick, dark smoke. Although Tao Tai hid his body, he was unable to hide the paint that stained his body. As soon as it was exposed, Flame and the other three mechas raised their rifles. Bung 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 bung. Amidst the loud and penetrating gunshots, streaks of fire chased after the Tao Tai and fired violently. The Tao Tai's body swayed constantly, and streaks of blood were ejected from it. Armor-piercing bullets. Luo Yin whispered. The armor-piercing bullets used against giant beasts can penetrate even giant beasts wearing thick armor, let alone the Tao Tai, which only has a thick and tough skin that is impact-resistant. However, Tao Tai quickly counterattacked and opened its mouth. With a strong suction, the fire lines flying towards it immediately twisted, and all flew into the giant beast's mouth. Gluttony. This is another ability of Tao Tai. After swallowing the enemy's attack, it can be temporarily stored, and when there is a chance, it will be returned to the opponent in full. It is a rather troublesome ability. Flame acted decisively and raised his arm to stop other mechas from delivering ammunition to Tao Tai. They are about to organize a second offensive. Suddenly, the radio started again. Attention! Attention! A second behemoth is about to be released. There was an uproar in the carriage. Then, from the dark crack in the sky, another shadow began to penetrate into reality. It changes from a plane to a three-dimensional object, like a ripe fruit about to fall from a branch. Red spectrum detected, now matching with archive. Can't match. There is no corresponding information in the archives. This is a behemoth that has never appeared in the archives. Zheng Shan took a deep breath when he heard that the identity of the second giant beast was unknown. Even the shared archives of the Giant Beast Strategy House can't find the corresponding information. It seems that this second giant beast has never appeared before. But one thing is certain. The red spectrum represents a higher level. This is a high-level behemoth. The instructor said in the Behemoth Common Sense class that behemoths of different levels have obvious differences in their energy spectra. The lower level is blue, the middle level is orange, and the upper level is red. But Luo Yin glanced at him and asked, "What is the Giant Beast Strategic Mansion?" Zheng Shan raised his head and explained, "This is a worldwide organization that specializes in collecting information on giant beasts with the purpose of expelling the giant beasts, taking back the surface, and closing the Yama space." They collected a lot of information about the behemoths and created an archive that was shared with all underground cities. If there is no corresponding data in the archive, it means that the second monster has never appeared. If this happens, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. It is difficult to kill a giant beast that has never appeared before in a short period of time. At the same time, in the dark dungeon, the lights in the attack patio passage came on again. Chapter 41, Explosive Cross. Looking at the attacking skylight that had been lit up again, Zheng Shan whispered, "The ground reinforcements have set off. However, even if we use the backup skylight track, it will take 35 seconds to reach the surface from the underground city. I don't know if the mechas up there can hold out until reinforcements arrive." Luo Yin closed his eyes slightly and looked at the screen. At this time, on the carriage screen, three mechas, led by Flame, are actively attacking the Tao Tai. The plan is to kill the Tao Tai before the second behemoth fully unleashes its power in the real world. However, Tao Tai is quite cunning. The giant beast with a sheep's face and a human body distanced itself from them, used its hands and feet to lower its body, and ran around using the cover of the trees in the forest. It was so fast that basically the bullets from the three mechas could only chase after it, blowing up the trees along the way, but it was difficult to hit the Tao Tai. Flame immediately made a gesture and changed tactics. The three mechas disassembled and flew away. Two of the Xian Jis surrounded the Tao Tai from both sides and launched a series of capture nets when they got close to it. The capture nets are made of cables with high-voltage current. When they capture a giant beast, the high-voltage current on the net will cause a strong shock to the beast's nerves, can temporarily paralyze them. One capture net after another was cast towards Tao Tai, but Tao Tai always managed to dodge in advance. But the two Xuanji capture nets were not launched randomly. The angles of the nets were calculated with the help of computers. Even if the Tao Tai was not caught, it would move towards the direction of the Flame. At this time, Flame had put away his rifle and reached behind him instead. The armor on its back unfolded, and a mechanical arm extended from it, delivering two long swords. Flame grabbed the two long swords, crossed them, and swung them, sparks flying from the friction between the blades. Boom! A raging flame spurted out from the tip of the long sword, swirling around the blade, causing the edge to quickly glow red. In the carriage, Zheng Shan shouted excitedly, "It's the fire god's sword!" This pair of swords is of the heavy weapon level. The flames they eject have a sticky property and can continuously cause damage to the behemoth. The blade forged with special materials is resistant to high temperatures. When heated by flames, it will not melt but become even sharper. It can easily cut through iron like mud. At this time, on the screen, Cao Dai has been caught in the net and forced to a place not far from the flame. The ancient warrior-shaped mecha, with all its engines fully powered, suddenly took a step forward. The ground was suddenly cracked by the mecha's steps, the ground was heaving, and the trees were falling down. Flames suddenly approached Cao Tai, wielded both swords as fast as the wind, ignited the flames, and chopped at Cao Tai. After Cao Tai blocked 4 or 5 attacks with his hands on his head, he suddenly opened his mouth and sucked, and the flames on the 2 flame swords suddenly twisted and deflected. It turned into 2 streams of fire and were sucked into the mouth of the Cao Tai. Suddenly, the flames on the fire god's sword went out, and only green smoke rose. Without closing its mouth, Cao Tai immediately returned the flames it had just swallowed, spewing out a stream of scorching fire that washed over the head of Lai Yin. Flame immediately retreated and kept some distance to prevent the head armor from being burned and allowing the flames to enter the control room. Taking this opportunity, Cao Tai turned around and ran towards a mysterious machine. The mysterious machine immediately raised its rifle and opened fire. Bung, 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 bung. Amid the fierce gunfire, the Cao Tai rushed forward, running in a snake-like shape close to the ground, and finally pounced on the mecha's knees and opened its mouth to bite it. It will destroy the joints of the mecha and make it lose its ability to move. But just as its mouth closed, there was a loud bang, and the Taotia's head rose up to the outside as if it had suffered some kind of impact, spurting out a mouthful of blood and 2 broken fangs from its mouth. Looking at the Shinji again, its armor on the knee has been opened, but from the inside, a weapon similar to a pile driver is being retracted. This weapon was designed to deal with behemoths biting at the knee joints. It could hit the behemoth's mouth with great speed and force. Its real name has been forgotten. People are more accustomed to calling it a battering ram. After being knocked away by the battering ram, Cao Tai had not yet adjusted himself when the flame had already caught up with him from behind. The Vulcan sword spewed out flames again, and the bright red blade radiated extremely high temperatures. Cao Tai just turned halfway. Flame has already slashed with both swords. With a sweep of the knife, it swept across the waist of the Cao Tai, and the blade heated by high temperature easily cut the skin, meat, and bones. The other knife slashed vertically, cutting from the head, going down along the central axis of the body, and breaking out from the crotch of the Cao Tai. 1 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming a cross. This is Liang Jian's fighting skill. Explosive cross. When flame slid 100 meters and stopped. Behind it, an orange-yellow cross bloomed on Taotia's body, and then its body exploded. In the carriage, seeing this scene, the passengers cheered. But at this moment, Luo Yin saw that the high-level giant beast had completely unfolded in reality and fell to the ground like a meteorite. A column of smoke rose up, and countless trees flew into the air and fell to the ground. At this time, there are 5 seconds left until reinforcements arrive. Call. It's windy. When the wind blows, it becomes a strong gale with flying sand and rocks. Countless trees were uprooted by the wind and scattered in all directions. In the strong wind, a huge figure rushed into the sky. The screen in the car quickly moved towards the sky. I saw a giant bird flying in the air. The overall shape of this flying beast was like an owl, but its face was like a human. The face looked like that of a middle-aged man with deep nasolabial folds. It has 4 eyes and even ears. It has black feathers on its body, but the tips of the feathers gradually turn scarlet. There is a distinct black and white eye on each wing, and the 2 eyes are scanning left and right, which is very strange. As soon as this strange bird appeared, the moisture in the air quickly disappeared, and it then flapped its wings and swooped down. As it flew by, some light red powder fell from the end of each feather. The powder came from the vermilion part at the end of the feather. As soon as the powder was sprinkled, it suddenly caught fire. So wherever the strange bird flew, it brought up layers of fire waves. Waves of fire surged through the forest and rushed towards the 3 mechas. Flame immediately thrust both of his swords into the ground and squatted down to reduce the area of attack. Then he raised his arms and closed them, and the arm armor continued to open and expand, quickly forming an orange-red shield. The other two Xianji also took off the shields on their backs and set them up in front of the mecha. Waves of fire rushed in, washing over the three mechas. Looking from the screen in the carriage, the three mechas seemed to be in an orange flood. It could be washed away at any time. The waves of fire made the three mechas unable to take care of themselves. And at this time, reinforcements finally arrived. The three attack modules rose from the ground, and the pressure locks on the hatches were turning to discharge the gas inside. But at this moment, the strange bird crashed into the first attack cabin on the left. Chapter 42, A Flash of Thunder. Inside the train carriage, passengers cried out in surprise when they saw the strange human-faced bird crash into an attack cabin. Oh my god, that thing actually targeted the attack module. No, did you notice that it first used fire to distract the other three mechas and then hit the attack cabin? This was to prevent Flame and the others from stopping it. Is this really a behemoth? It's too smart. People were talking about it. Luo Yin remembered that when they were in the forbidden area that day, Wei Fenghua had said that the mid-level behemoths already had intelligence. Then it doesn't seem surprising that higher-level behemoths would understand some tactics. Even the upper-level behemoths are like this. I really don't know how terrifying those more advanced ones, like the Overlord level 1 in the forbidden area, are. At this time, people exclaimed again. It turned out that the strange bird was tearing at the cabin door frantically, and before the cabin door was fully opened, it stuck one of its wings into the gap in the door. Then, the wings began to vibrate at a high frequency. Luo Yin suddenly remembered the powder that had just fallen from the wings and the high-temperature flames that were ignited by it. As expected, the strange bird shook for a while. There was a flash of fire in the attack cabin, followed by a violent eruption of flames, which sprayed out from the gaps in the attack cabin. The strange bird immediately flapped its wings and flew into the air. The next second, the attack cabin suddenly expanded and the metal deformed. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire attack cabin exploded, flames burst out, and a mecha staggered out from inside. It can be seen that the outer armor of the mecha has melted and deformed, and sparks are jumping from various circuits. Accompanied by successive explosions, fragments of the mecha are constantly ejected. The mecha finally half-knelt and remained motionless, with only a blurry black shadow left to the audience amid the raging flames. In the carriage of the underground train, people forgot to breathe. Several little girls even covered their mouths with their hands, tears welling up in their eyes. The scene was truly tragic. The pilot in the mecha didn't even have a chance to escape. He was burned to death in the control room. Zheng Shan looked at the screen and murmured, "Perhaps, when we become pilots, we will end up like this one day." Luo Yin remained silent. It was not until the attack module exploded that the doors of the other two attack modules opened, and the mechas inside stepped out. One of the mechas has a dynamic shape, with dark blue as the main color and red outlining the sharpness. It was Di Zheng's mount, Lan Feng. Zheng Shan also recognized him. "Captain D is here in person?" As soon as Lan Feng appeared, he immediately raised a sniper rifle that was almost as long as the height of the mecha. The rifle is painted black and blue, with a barrel that is 13 meters long and an energy node on both sides. At this point, the energy node quickly lit up and filled, causing the barrel of the rifle to glow with a deep blue pattern. Bang, bang, bang. Rifle triple shot. High in the sky. The strange bird had no time to react before its left wing was hit by a bullet, exploded, and feathers flew everywhere. It suddenly lost its balance and fell down. In the carriage, Zheng Shan pointed at the rifle used by Di Zheng on the screen and said to Luo Yin excitedly, "That's Thunder, an electromagnetic sniper rifle specially designed for behemoths, capable of using a variety of special warheads driven by elemental force, such as armor-piercing shells, high-explosive shells, and incendiary shells. This is also a heavy weapon." Luo Yin nodded slightly. He was more concerned about Di Zheng's next move. On the screen, the strange bird lost its balance and fell to the ground. Di Zheng had already abandoned the sniper rifle. He lowered the center of gravity of the Lanfeng machine, leaned his upper body forward as much as possible, and held the hilt of a long sword on his left waist with his right hand. Boom! The mecha suddenly burst out with a bright yellow light, and its energy gushed out and overflowed. Luo Yin seemed to be able to feel the impact even through the screen. "Kaiyuan wheel?" Luo Yin said softly. It was obvious that Di Zheng had already used the secret method of Kai Poluan, used secret techniques to increase explosiveness and attack power. At the same time, a storm blew up around Lan Feng, and a tornado rose up with great momentum. Zheng Shan shouted, "It's Fengxing, Captain Di's divine treasure." Through studying for this period of time, Luo Yin already knew that Di Zheng's wind could improve his speed and increase his flexibility. The faster the speed, the higher the impact force. Di Zheng's wind can make the body move at supersonic speeds. It is conceivable how terrifying the attack power is when swinging a sword at this speed. What's more, he used a secret method, divine treasure plus secret method. When Di Zheng makes a move, he will burst out with all his strength. On the screen, the strange bird was about to fall to the ground. At the same time, Lan Feng finally drew out the long sword at his waist. When the sword was unsheathed, it seemed as if an electric snake leaped. All the engines of the aircraft roared, and Lan Feng moved as he pressed his feet hard on the ground. Boom! Amidst the crisp explosion, a circle of shock waves visible to the naked eye exploded in all directions. Lan Feng broke out from the center of the shock wave. The speed was so fast that the mecha's movements could not be seen clearly. On the screen, Luo Yin only saw Lan Feng's figure becoming blurred. It disappeared from the screen. In the picture, only a blue trail like lightning remained. It divides the screen image into two. The camera on the screen moved quickly, pointing to the strange bird. In that direction, the lightning flashed across the strange bird. The body of the strange bird was immediately thrown out uncontrollably, and countless feathers and blood scattered all over the sky. When it managed to keep its body steady in midair, a huge cut was seen on its abdomen. The cut was so big and deep that it almost split the monster bird's body in two. At this moment, the blood and internal organs of the strange bird were pouring out of the wound. The strange bird flapped its wings hard, trying to escape, but after flapping a few times, its body fell to the ground uncontrollably. It fell into the forest in the distance, crushing one tree after another. Only then did people see Lan Feng put away his sword and turn around. Under the sunlight, the mecha sparkled like a god descending from heaven. Thunder! Flash! Zheng Shan pointed at the screen and said loudly, "Did you see it? Lao Luo. That's Captain D's ultimate move. So damn handsome." Although Luo Yin did not respond, his pupils dilated slightly and his chest was rising and falling vigorously. He knew that thunder, flash, was a derivative technique of the combat skill thunder. But I didn't expect it. It is so gorgeous, so strong. With one strike, the upper-level beast was killed. Looking at Di Zheng's mecha on the screen, a strong idea arose in Luo Yan's mind. He also wanted to learn more advanced derivative combat skills. He also wants to kill giant beasts on the battlefield like Di Zheng. With a slight click, the fluorescent lights in the car lit up and the power was restored. A broadcast was also heard on the screen. The threat has been resolved, the Yama space is being shut down, and the power supply to the dungeon has been restored. We are very sorry for the inconvenience. Light rail services will now operate as normal, and we wish everyone a happy Sunday. As the broadcast sounded, the light rail train started slowly. Outside the car window, the lights of the buildings in the underground city lit up again and soon returned to their original appearance. Looking at the holographic panel on the dome of the dungeon, projecting a simulated dusk light, illuminating the dungeon and making it peaceful. If I hadn't just watched the whole game through the screen, who could have imagined it? A brutal and thrilling battle just took place on the surface. Events like this, as long as the Jamba space is not closed, it can happen at any time. Once the giant beasts invade the underground, the current prosperity of the underground city will be like a candle flame that will be extinguished at the slightest blow. Chapter 43. If you don't buy, get out. Return to college. After dinner, Luo Yin did not return to the dormitory, but went straight to the logistics department. He wanted to exchange some potions and intensify his training. Now, he has more than 300 credits that he has not used. Although the tranquilizer is cost-effective, its benefits for cultivation are limited. Luo Yin wanted to see if there was anything more suitable, as long as the credits exchanged were not too many. He is willing to try, especially after watching Di Zheng's battle today. He felt an urge in his heart to desire power and be strong. In troubled times, one wants to survive and live better than others. Obviously, powerful force is the root of everything. As for credits, you can earn them again after spending them. As he entered the logistics department, Luo Yin heard someone shouting, "What? Work points can't be exchanged for items. How so? It was fine last semester. How come I don't know when the rules were changed? So what about the things my baby wants? Shall I go out and buy it? The quality out there is nowhere near as good as our college. Buy credits? Okay, wait for me. I'll find someone to buy it. Just in front of the exchange window, a handsome young man turned around and was about to leave. When he saw Luo Yin, he slapped his head and pointed at him and said, "You are not the freshman who killed Luo Beichin." What's his name? Luo Yin. Yes, Luo Yin. Luo Yin glanced at him, ignored him, and walked towards the exchange window along the wall as usual. Don't leave. My name is Yang Li Kai, and my father is Yang Zhen. Do you know Yang Zhen? A young man who called himself Yang Li Kai followed behind. You don't know my dad, do you? My dad is the director of the construction bureau. No. Can you please listen to me? He rushed forward a few steps and blocked the way. Luo Yin raised his head and glanced at his snow-white neck, especially the aorta. Yang Li Kai suddenly felt a little cold on his neck, but he didn't care and continued. When you came back from the forbidden area last time, I heard that the academy rewarded you with 300 credits. You won't need that much anyway, so give some to me. I'll trade you my work points. 100 work points for 1 credit. Hurry up and give me your student card. I'll transfer the money to you. Luo Yin looked at him. I wonder where his confidence comes from. I thought I would definitely sell the credits to him. You want credits? Luo Yin said, okay, but 100 to 1 I won't sell it. Yang Li Kai was stunned for a moment, then said, okay, then 200 no more. 10,000 work points for 1 credit. Want to buy it? Luo Yin said. Yang Li Kai opened his mouth wide and shouted, is this how you sell things? You're robbing. Luo Yin passed by him and said, if you don't want to buy it, get out. Yang Li Kai's face suddenly turned blue and purple. He clenched his fists but saw the security guard from the logistics department looking at him lazily. Yang Li Kai snorted and turned away. That side, Luo Yin has arrived at the redemption window. In the window was a girl who was older than Luo Yin. It seems that she is a senior student who works here part-time. She saw Luo Yin and asked with a smile, Junior, what do you want to change? Before Luo Yin could say anything, a man about 25 or 26 years old walked out from behind the window. Wearing a pair of brown round-frame glasses, holding a small abacus in his hand, and wearing slippers, he walked over and patted the girl's shoulder lazily. Xiaya, it's getting late. You should go back first. Okay, Nerhoting. The little girl stood up, winked at Luo Yin, and left the window. The man named Howding sat down, put the abacus on the table, and asked with a smile, Student, what do you want to change? Luo Yin said succinctly, cultivation resources can increase the speed of cultivation. The man pushed his round-frame glasses down and said with a smile, there are many potions that can increase the speed of cultivation. The tranquilizing agent and the cloud water agent are the most popular. I used the tranquilizer, but it was too slow. Luo Yin shook his head. He added, the cost-effectiveness of Yinshui agent is too low. I understand. The man with glasses reached out and moved the beads on the abacus. You need a potion that can both help you practice quickly and improve your progress, and that is also cost-effective. Then Starfire agent should be the best for you. As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. The spark agent can speed up the absorption of energy to the greatest extent. And the most important point is that it can help you remove impurities and make your energy as pure as possible. From the perspective of efficiency, 1 bottle is equivalent to the effect of 2 bottles of tranquility. And it also has a purification effect that tranquility does not have. And it's affordable, only 10 credits. But you are a famous person in school. I also admire your attitude towards Yangjin's son just now. Here's a discount for you. It only costs you 8 credits. How about that? Luo Yin did a quick calculation. The cloud water potion, which is only 20% more effective than the tranquilizer, costs 5 credits. Spark agent is twice as effective as calming agent, with the added effect of purifying energy, and only requires 8 credits after a discount. The price-performance ratio is really high. Luo Yin looked up and said, I want to exchange 10. Can you make it cheaper? The man with glasses laughed and said, I didn't expect you to be such a calculating person. Just follow me. Okay, I'll give you a little more benefit. I'll give you 75 credits. I can't get any cheaper. Make a deal. Swipe the card, take the medicine, and leave. After Luo Yin left, the man named Hao Ting said with a smile, Look, now who dares to say that no one dares to try my new medicine? Doesn't classmate Luo want this? Those idiots, when they find out that the spark agent is effective, they will come to me to ask for it. No one can exchange it without 20 credits. He picked up the abacus, hummed a little tune, stepped on his slippers with a clacking sound, and left the exchange room with a swaying walk. After returning to the dormitory, Luo Yin took a shower and prepared to practice. This weekend at Zhengshan's house, he followed Wei Fenghua's advice and focused on recuperation. 2 days later, I don't think it's a big deal. Naturally, I don't want to waste time. Open the window and face the night sky. Luo Yin sat down cross-legged. Do some preparation first and calm your mind. Pick up another spark agent. The spark agent is dark blue in color, with orange-yellow light flashing from time to time inside, just like sparks. He held the potion to his lips, took a deep breath, absorbed the potion inside, and began to visualize and practice. As soon as the visualization technique was activated, Luo Yin clearly felt that the yuan energy, far more abundant than usual, was rushing in from all directions, rushing into Luo Yin's body. As soon as these elements entered his body, it was as if a ball of fire rose inside Luo Yin's body. With a bang, ignite all the energy that enters the body. During the burning process, the amount of these elemental forces is gradually decreasing, but the elemental forces after being refined by the flames are 3 times more pure than before. They quickly filled into Luo Yan's tendons, and those tendons were quickly washed and tempered. Just a quarter of an hour. This tendon has been tempered. Luo Yin was delighted. This spark agent is indeed not simple, and its tempering speed is much faster than that of the calming agent. If you use 1 bottle of spark agent every day, you may be able to shorten the time by 1/3 and complete the 3rd level of cultivation of viewing mountains and seas. Chapter 44, Opening the Ghost Wheel. Also on this night, Jiangnan Avenue, Luo Mansion. In the study, Luo Tianyi and his eldest son Luo Nanxing are playing chess. Go! Luo Nanxing lowered his head, his eyelids drooped, his hands on his knees, and his breathing slowed. He kept a low profile, but was just out of respect, not self-abasement. Luo Tianyi picked up a chess piece, slowly put it down, and said with a calm smile, Nanxing, you have been learning chess for 15 years, right? Luo Nanxing then raised his head slightly and said with a faint smile, 15 years and 3 months. Luo Tianyi nodded and said, yes, now you have all the temperament, momentum, and etiquette when playing games. What's lacking is experience. Luo Nanxing knew that his father was not referring to playing chess, but something else. It's your turn, Luo Tianyi said with a smile. Luo Nanxing made a move, purely for defense. Luo Tianyi narrowed his eyes and said, it's not a bad thing to have a steady style of play. Only by taking steady steps can you have a solid foundation. But sometimes you need a little aggression, especially when it comes to a life-or-death battle with the opponent. If you just keep defending, it's easy to lose your composure as the opponent presses forward step by step. Luo Tianyi raised his head and said meaningfully, it's the same when being a person, and it's even more so when doing things. Luo Nanxing stepped back a little, resting his forehead on the ground, and said, my son has learned his lesson. There was a knock on the door. Luo Tianyi raised his hand. Luo Nanxing then sat up straight. Come in. With Luo Tianyi's permission, the door was opened, and the old butler who had served the Luo family for many years walked in. Master, Chen Qinggan is here. Luo Nanxing showed a thoughtful expression. Luo Tianyi said calmly at this time, Chen Qinggan, who is it? Luo Nanxing knelt on the ground and responded, the director of the Yongping District Land Protection Bureau. Luo Tianyi glanced at him and smiled with satisfaction. He was testing his son on purpose just now. People like them, no matter how many subordinates they have, need to remember every one of them. This way things can be done in a targeted manner and not in a chaotic manner. Luo Tianyi picked up another chess piece. What is Chen Qinggan doing here? The old butler replied. He said that he had come into contact with Luo Yin, a student of Baijian Academy, in the past 2 days. The hand that was about to put down the chessboard paused for a moment before Luo Tianyi made his move. Interesting. He looked at his son and said, go meet him and see how he handles it. Yes. Luo Nanxing stood up and walked backwards out of the study. A moment later, Luo Nanxing came back and said, Chen Qinggan said that on Friday night, members of the giant beast smuggling group were arrested in his area. In order to confuse the public, the other party released the giant parasite, but it was killed by Luo Yin and his classmate Zingshan. Afterwards, members of the smuggling organization took a woman hostage, but she was silenced. Right now, The killer's identity has not been investigated. Luo Tianyi raised his head and asked, "Does Qin Kingan have anything else to say?" Luo Nanxing shook his head. "No, he just said that he was passing by and came to visit you and told us the news." Luo Tianyi smiled and said, "As a district director, he knows his limits and is a smart man. So, how do you deal with it?" Luo Nanxing said respectfully, "I heard you say that before, father. You're going to praise that classmate Luo to death. So, I dared to ask Director Chen to come forward and find a time to present a silk banner to the two students and give them work points as rewards." Luo Tianyi asked, "How to reward?" Luo Nanxing said word by word. "Student Luo gets 10,000 work points, and the other student gets 1,000. Luo Tianyi nodded. "Okay. When there is comparison, there will be people who are dissatisfied. And those from poor families will be even more jealous. If someone is jealous, our classmate Luo will never have a peaceful life. But it's not enough. We also need to find an opportunity to make him a famous person in Guangling. The kind of person who makes people want to kill him as soon as their name is mentioned. Remember, we are only dealing with Luo Yin as a side job. Luo Yin is just a tool, just a lever. The one we are ultimately going to pry open is Dijong. Pop!" Luo Tianyi made his move, and the outcome was decided. Monday afternoon. Training hall. As soon as he opened the door and entered the museum, Luo Yin saw Dijong. He was wearing training clothes, and there was no smile on his stern face, but there was a hint of smile in his eyes, like the autumn sunshine, clean and bright. Dijong handed a book to Luo Yin. "Old Wei gave it to you." Luo Yin took it and took a look. It turned out to be the Encyclopedia of Xinzong that Wei Fenghua had promised him when they were in the forbidden area before. Dijong simply said, "I came here today to redeem my promise. I will teach you the secret method of Kaiyulan." Luo Yan's eyes lit up and were full of anticipation. Dijong first pointed to several acupoints on his body, explaining the path of the energy flow, and then explained, "Unlike the Kaiyuan wheel, the Kaiyu wheel will not increase your immediate combat power. Yu means nothing, and also refers to darkness and depth. During our daily activities, whether we are sitting or lying down, the pores all over our body are open. When the pores are open, the breath will be released naturally. Some behemoths are very sensitive to scent. Kaiyulin can help us gather the energy of our whole body, but we must remember that we cannot breathe while doing it. As soon as you change your breath, the air will be released. However, if you practice this secret method more, the duration of this breath will naturally be extended. In addition, when the phantom wheel is activated, the aura will be suppressed in the body, and the Yuanli is no exception. In this way, the Yuanli will be in a contracted state. When you finish Kaiyulan and immediately transfer to Kaiyuanlin, the contracted Yuanli will be in an explosive state. It is a more significant explosion than the simple Kaiyuan wheel. It's important to note. This way, you will also consume more energy than just the Kaiyuan wheel. So, use it according to the situation. Luo Yin forgot to breathe when he heard this. After calming down, he asked, "If the order of opening the other soul wheels is different, will they also produce different effects?" Dijong nodded coldly. "That's right. In addition, secret techniques and divine treasures can also be used in combination, and sometimes they're the conditions for the activation of certain combat skills. For example, my Thunderbolt Flash is activated by combining Xinzong and Kaiyuan Wheel. In the future, you can also conduct in-depth research in this area and create your own unique combat skills or mystical arts." Next, Dijong patiently taught Luo Yin the key to this secret technique. Thus an afternoon passed. Let's go. What surprised Luo Yin was that this time Dijong did not finish teaching and left. Dijong patted his shoulder and said, "I haven't eaten the food in the cafeteria for a long time. I miss it, but I don't have any credits, so you have to treat me. The cafeteria is free for students in the college, but if friends from outside the school want to dine, they need to purchase credits." Luo Yin naturally agreed. So the two of them went to the cafeteria. Chapter 45, False Prosperity. Monday night. The cafeteria is very lively. When Luo Yin and Dijong walked in, the noisy cafeteria suddenly became quiet. Luo Yin walked through the cafeteria as if he didn't see anything. Dijong had a blank expression on his face. One of them doesn't care about being seen by others, while the other is very serious. Wait until the two of them sat down in a corner of the cafeteria. The atmosphere began to recover. In another corner of the cafeteria, a pair of eyes were looking at Luo Yin quietly. It turned out to be Yang Likai, who wanted to buy credits from Luo Yin in the logistics department last night. Brother Yang, isn't that Captain D? A boy next to Yang Likai whispered. No wonder he dared not to buy your account. It turns out that he and Captain D are so close. I only heard about it before, and I didn't believe it. How could Captain D care about a wild man on the surface? Now I believe it. Brother Yang, it's better for us to avoid provoking that guy. A fat man with acne on his face across the table said, Captain D is nothing. Our Brother Yang's father is the director of the construction bureau. Why should Brother Yang be afraid of a wild man from the surface? Brother Yang, do you want to teach him a lesson? Just say the word, and I'll do it for you right away. Yang Lixia said with a look of disgust. If you want to die, die far away and don't splatter your blood on me. The fat man was stunned. Yang Lixia picked up a piece of soft beef brisket with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. If you have nothing to do, read more books. I have read at least 80 novels, if not 100, and the protagonists in almost every one of them are people who were born in a grassroots family and fought back against the will of heaven. For a character like me, who has an official father above me, is rich and handsome, that's a perfect experience package. Sometimes they also serve as resource packages and equipment packages. Anyway, it's just to give money to the protagonist. Don't you think that boy is just like a protagonist? As soon as he came to our academy, within a month, he killed Luo Beichin. I can't afford to offend such a ruthless person. I was angry yesterday. It's okay to be angry, but your life is more important. Besides, I am a delicate and precious person with plenty of food and drink. Why would I risk my life with a savage? On the contrary, I will observe further. The two followers whispered. What are you observing, Brother Yang? Yang Lixia smiled and said, observe his potential. Anyway, I know what my qualifications are. I will just live a life of idleness and wait for death. It won't accomplish anything great. But if our classmate Luo has potential, I can invest in him. If he becomes successful in the future, won't I have someone to lean on for support? Isn't this 100 times better than fighting with him? When the two followers heard this, they immediately started to flatter him, and Yang Likai also shamelessly accepted the offer with a smile. The other side of the cafeteria, Luo Yin spent 3 credits with some reluctance and ordered a table of dishes. Dijung didn't hesitate and just started eating. Seeing this, Luo Yin, unwilling to be outdone, also joined the ranks of those who were raiding for food. The two of them didn't say a word and just concentrated on eating. After a while, the two of them ate up the entire table of food. Dijung then exhaled and said, this is the taste. Since I stopped teaching at the academy, I have never eaten so happily again. He continued, you killed Luo Beichin. Whether you like it or not, you have been involved in the struggle between the two major factions in the underground city. So, there are some things I have to tell you. The dungeon is divided into 2 factions because of their different attitudes towards the behemoths. One is a conservative. Luo Tianyi is the leader of the conservative faction. Of course, there are more than one big shot in this faction. Otherwise, I would have overthrown him long ago. The other is the radical faction, which is mainly led by me. Generally speaking, not many people support my ideas. Luo Yin sat up straight. What are the ideologies of the 2 factions? The conservatives are mainly big businessmen and entrepreneurs like Luo Tianyi, as well as most of the older officials. They believe that the fact that the underground city has been preserved after 3 years of the giant scourge means that it is safe. They demanded the disbandment of the Surface Exploration Corps. They don't want us to continue exploring the surface and studying the behemoths, so as not to attract the attention of the behemoths and bring disaster to the underground city. Dijung said simply. Their concept has also won the support of the residents of the dungeon. Dijung said calmly. I can understand everyone's thoughts. Just like in peacetime, no one wants to fight a war, and everyone wants to live a peaceful life and protect their own family. Luo Yin narrowed his eyes slightly and said, but this is impossible. It's as stupid as an ostrich burying its head in the sand when it's in danger. Dijung sighed softly. I think so too. Don't be fooled by the fact that the underground city is now prosperous and peaceful. It seems that as long as humans stay underground, they can live in peace forever. But such prosperity and peace are only 300 meters away from the giant beast. Once a giant beast discovers the underground city, this city will immediately face a catastrophic disaster. He said in a deep voice, So, I advocate actively launching surface exploration, regularly destroying giant beasts, and recovering union and giant beast materials to study and enhance our combat power. My ultimate goal is to drive out the giant beast, retake the surface, and take back our home. We should live in the sunshine, not hide in the ground in humiliation and be rats for the rest of our lives. Di Zheng's powerful words made Luo Yan's heart surge. But he said nothing. Nothing was indicated. After dinner, Di Zheng was about to leave. Luo Yan walked him to the entrance of the academy, and then said, "Captain Di, I want to inquire about something." Di Zheng turned around and said, "You say, do you know the current situation in Baoding City?" Luo Yan asked nervously. Di Zheng glanced at him and asked, "Are there any relatives there?" "Liao know that," Di Zheng said. "I'll ask someone and tell you next time." After saying that, he left. Luo Yan took a deep breath. Then I returned to the dormitory, took a shower, and practiced. The next day, during the break, the school radio suddenly sounded. First-year students Luo Yan and Zheng Shan, please come to the principal's office. The broadcast sounded 3 times in succession. Luo Yan was a little confused. Zheng Shan was even more confused, not knowing how he was also named. After exchanging glances, the two got up and went to the principal's office. After a moment, in the second-grade classroom of the college, Yang Li Kai was harassing a girl. "Rohan, what do you think of this latest custom-made mecha? I think it suits you perfectly in every way." The girl has a slender figure and stands bored by the window. She looks even more graceful and elegant in the sunlight. Without even looking at Yang Lixia, she said, "Do you know how expensive a custom-made mecha is? Even my dad's company has to hold meetings to study when purchasing mechas." "You say that very lightly." Yang Lixia smiled and said, "As long as you like it, Ruhan, let alone a mecha, I can even pick the moon from the sky for you." At this time, footsteps were heard, and Yang Li and his 2 followers trotted over. The fat guy with acne on his face shouted, "Boss, Brother Yang, come here. Chapter 46, combat test." Yang Lixia was busy pestering his goddess, and when he heard this, he immediately became impatient. "What's the matter? Talk to me later. Can't you see I'm busy?" The fat man whispered, "It's about classmate Luo Yan." "What Luo Yan Chi Yin? I'm busy now." Seeing that Yang Lixia was about to get angry, the fat man and the other man walked away. Unexpectedly, the girl standing at the window turned around. "Luo Yan? The one on the school radio just now? What's wrong with him?" Yang Li Kai's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. "That's right, what's wrong with him? Didn't you hear what classmate Lu Ruhan said? Hurry up and speak." The fat man muttered and then said, "Zhang Hao and I just went to the principal's office to join in the fun. And guess what? The local conservation bureau sent a banner to 2 first-year students. They said they acted bravely over the weekend and prevented a disaster. Therefore, the Land Conservation Bureau specially made 2 silk banners to commend them. Oh, and there are rewards." The guy called Zheng Shan was awarded 1,000 work points. Luo Yan was really amazing. He was awarded a full 10,000 work points. Yang Lixia said with disdain, "It's just 10,000 work points. My monthly pocket money is more than this. The Land Conservancy Bureau is too stingy." The fat guy and the boy named Zhang Hao don't think so. These reserve mecha technicians enjoy 4th-level treatment. Even if they do not become official mecha technicians after graduation, as long as they are engaged in related work, they can earn 3,000 work points every month. But now, because I'm a student, I only receive an allowance of 1,000 work points every month. Luo Yan took nearly 10 months' worth of their rewards in one go. Only a rich kid like Yang Lixia would not be jealous. The others were extremely jealous. Do what is right. Lu Ruhan's autumn water eyes flickered. It's really interesting. I wonder what they did to deserve the local conservation bureau to give them banners and rewards. Upon hearing this, Yang Lixia patted his chest and said, "Ruhan, if you are interested, I will go and inquire about it right away and give you the news at noon." He grabbed his 2 followers and walked out of the classroom. Walking and walking. Yang Lixia gritted his teeth and said, "Something is wrong." "Something's wrong, boss." Yang Lixia said, "This development is not right now." The villain's favorite girl becomes interested in the protagonist, which arouses the villain's murderous intent. In the end, the villain gives the protagonist an experience pack, and the girl he likes is taken into the protagonist's harem. I've seen this kind of routine countless times. Now Ruhan is interested in that Luo guy. Isn't this development the same as in the novel? If I were to kill you next time, snap? I'd be beheaded and dead. The corners of Zhang Hao's mouth twitched, and they felt that Yang Li Kai was getting into the role. Boss, are we still going to ask for this news? Ask around, Yang Lixia said decisively. Also, I want to find a way to introduce some girls to Mr. Luo. As long as he has a lover, given our classmate Lu's pride and arrogance, even if he is interested in classmate Luo, he will not develop in this direction. Zhang Hao and the other man immediately gave a thumbs up. It's you, boss, who came up with this idea. Of course. Yang Lixia looked proud. Soon, the news that Luo Yin and Zheng Shan received awards from the Land Conservation Bureau spread throughout the college. Just as Luo Tianyi guessed, this incident caused a huge uproar. Some people are envious, some people don't care, and some people have tears in their eyes. Especially those who think they are quite capable, but have always been unknown. All think that Luo Yin is just lucky. Although they would not cause trouble for Luo Yin immediately, the seeds of jealousy had already been planted, and it would only take time for them to blossom and bear fruit. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. This day, Luo Yin was practicing in the training hall. After combining with the spark agent, a large amount of energy flowed into the body and burned up, making the originally mixed energy become 3 points purer. Soon, the last tendon was tempered. But Luo Yin did not stop practicing visualization. The effect of spark agent is still there. The energy continued to flow in. Soon, Luo Yin felt a familiar sense of obstruction. It was as if there was an invisible barrier inside the body, preventing the continued infusion of Yuanli. This is a sign that a breakthrough is imminent. Luo Yin exerted his full strength and accepted all the energy that came his way. Gradually, the energy in his body increased. Start hitting the invisible barrier. Repeat this process. I don't know how long it took. Luo Yin's whole body suddenly shook, and he felt that the invisible barrier collapsed, and his Yuan power rushed in directly without any hindrance. At this time, the Yuan force around Luo Yin rose and vaguely formed the shadows of stacked mountains. But the image was very blurry, as if shrouded in fog. After a while, Luo Yin opened his eyes, feeling the surging energy in the body. The body feels more expanded, as if it has endless energy. He glanced at the container of medicine on the ground and sighed in his heart that this spark medicine was indeed very useful. The speed of cultivation was much faster than he had imagined. It originally took about 70 days to temper all the tendons and break through the third level of visualization. I didn't expect that I would have achieved a breakthrough in just 1 month. It cut the time in half. Of course, during this period, Luo Yin used up his credits very quickly. After a month, he now has less than 50 credits. He couldn't help but worry. With these few remaining credits, I can only buy 6 bottles of Spark Agent, which is not enough to support the cultivation of the 4th level. Let's go ask Teacher Wei if there's any way to earn credits. Luo Yin thought again about what he had learned this month. He learned a new fighting skill from Dijung, and also learned 2 mysterious techniques, number 3 and number 5. Plus the breakthrough in visualization just now. It's a fruitful harvest. The next morning was originally Xiao Shi's general knowledge class. However, the person who walked into the classroom was Wei Fenghua. Luo Yin intuitively felt that something was going to happen. Wei Fenghua coughed twice out of habit and said, "Everyone has been studying in the academy for a while. Next, the academy has prepared a practical test for everyone. Those who do well on the test will be awarded credits." Luo Yin was cheered up after hearing this. He was just worried about running out of credits. The opportunity has come. Wei Fenghua continued. This time we are going to hold an actual mecha combat. That is to say, you will be driving the mecha to participate in the test. However, the mechas are limited. Only a few of you will be able to obtain the mecha. Therefore, you must compete for the right to use the mecha. Students who are temporarily unable to use the mechas need not be discouraged. You will be assigned to the tactical group or logistics department. Mech combat is never a one-person thing. However, since this actual combat is being conducted, 1st and 2nd graders will be participating together. So you need to compete with the 2nd-year students for the right to use the mecha. Chapter 47 Opportunity. Competing with 2nd-year students for mecha? In the classroom, a young man in his 18th or 19th stood up and protested. "Teacher, this is too unfair. The 2nd-year students are so much ahead of us. In terms of energy, combat skills, and mystical arts, which one is not better than ours? Are we going to compete with them?" The young man has a scar about 10 centimeters long on the right side of his face, which makes him look a little fierce. Luo Yin is a loner in the class, and occasionally chats with Zheng Shan and Li Bohong. I have almost no interaction with my classmates. After just over 2 months, I basically remember my classmates' names. Like the young man now, his name is Lin Chung, his hidden body is Lucy, iron armor, and his fighting style is very brave. Then another female classmate complained. That's right, we will be treated like persimmons by then. This female classmate is wearing a pair of glasses with very thick lenses. Luo Yin remembered that her name was Li Zi. She usually talked a lot. As long as she was given a chance to speak, she would basically never stop. Led by these two students, many students protested. Wei Fenghua remained unmoved. He waited until the students had expressed most of their emotions before he reached out and pressed down, signaling for silence. After the classroom returned to silence, Wei Fenghua said, "The academy has also considered this issue. Therefore, during the competition, the second-year students will be asked to lower their energy level to the second elementary level. If you still can't reach the second level of elementary level, then don't complain. What you should do is reflect on yourself. In addition to this, second-year students will be prohibited from using Genjutsu above level 10. There are no other restrictions. I know this is still not fair to you, but on the battlefield, can you ask your enemies to fight fairly? And the second graders, they came here this way too. It's like this every time. If anyone feels that they can't do it, they can abstain, but this matter will be recorded in your file." The students fell silent. No more opinions. I don't dare to raise any opinions. Waiver will be recorded on file. This way, even if you graduate, you won't be able to become a mecha pilot. If he doesn't even dare to participate in a slightly unfair competition, how can we expect him to fight on the surface? The matter was settled. Wei Fenghua coughed twice and continued. There are 121st year and second year students in total. The school will provide 12 mechas, all of which are entry-level mechas. We will draw lots through the computer, and 10 people will form a group to compete for one mecha. Students who successfully qualify and obtain the mecha will be awarded 100 credits each. Students who perform well in the actual combat test will be able to keep the mecha. In other words, even after you graduate, this mecha will belong to you. Of course, you have to figure out the maintenance and upgrade costs of the mecha yourself. The school will provide certain subsidies according to the situation, but it will not be paid in full. You don't have to worry too much. Once you get the mecha, some people out there will fight to sponsor you. So basically, as long as you can keep your mech, at least the maintenance cost will be there. The upgrade cost depends on your luck. This is another bombshell. It would be fine if you qualified for the competition, got a mecha, and were rewarded with 100 credits. But no one expected it. If you perform well in the actual combat test, you can keep the mecha you obtained. Hiao's figure suddenly flashed through Luo Yan's mind. His Black Thunder should have been obtained in a similar test. That being said, there will be at least one opportunity like this in the first and second grades. It may be gone when you get to the third grade. The fact that we were unable to obtain a mecha in the first 2 years shows that our abilities are limited. At that time, the students who had not obtained mechas had basically already decided what kind of work they would do in the future. The college shouldn't give me another chance. In other words, for those sophomores, this may be their last chance in the academy. By then, the sophomores will definitely fight hard. After all, if you don't try hard now, you will have no chance. Wei Fenghua also explained some of the rules and requirements for the competition, and the morning passed like this. After lunch, Luo Yin went straight to the logistics department. The competition will start tomorrow. 2 groups per day, divided into 6 days. The results of the computer draw will be announced tomorrow. After the competition, there will be 3 days of personnel adjustments before setting off on the 10th day. Head to the surface for a combat test. Time is running out. Luo Yin wanted to increase his strength as much as possible before setting off. So come to the logistics department to buy Spark Agent. There are many people who think the same as him. Therefore, there are quite a few students in the logistics department today. A large portion of them are sophomores. When they saw Luo Yin, there was almost hostility in their eyes. After all, Luo Yin is already a celebrity among the first-year students. Whether it was a fight to the death with Luo Beichen or being rewarded by the local security bureau, there are only a handful of people who don't know Luo Yin nowadays. Luo Yin walked along the wall as usual, without responding to those meaningful looks. Cue up low-key. When it was his turn, he quickly said, "I want to exchange for 5 bottles of Spark Agent." The staff member looked up, took a look at Luo Yan's student card and said, "Wait a moment." He made a phone call. Then, the young man who developed the Spark Agent walked out of a room and waved to Luo Yin. "Student Luo, Come here." Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Luo Yin. Luo Yin frowned, but still walked over. As I walked through the crowd, I heard students whispering, "Isn't that Mr. Houting from the college's pharmaceutical development department? How come a first-year student knows this big guy? Is this teacher good? Don't you know that Mr. Schur is an expert in pharmacology? He develops almost all the new drugs in our school, and even in the underground city, every year. I also heard that he was the one who developed the COVID vaccine when he was just a student. Wow, if this freshman clings to teacher Schur's thigh, won't he have to worry about medicine in the future? You think too much. Mr. Schur is not such a good person that he would provide medicine for free. Moreover, he tries his best to find people to test his medicine every year. I heard that a student once became impotent for life after taking Mr. Schur's new medicine. It's really tragic. Listening to these words and looking at the innocent smile on Schur Houting's face, Luo Yin began to doubt whether the spark agent he had been using this month was a new drug. When they arrived at the door, Schur Houting pulled Luo Yin into the office without saying a word. Luo Yin instinctively grabbed his hands and twisted them behind his back. It hurts, classmate Luo. Please let go. I am a weak scholar and cannot bear this pain." Schur Houting suddenly shouted. Chapter 48, The Son of Destiny. Luo Yin ignored Schur Houting's shouting and said in a cold tone, "Spark agent is a new drug you developed." Yes, yes, yes," Schur Houting shouted. "But don't worry, this medicine is very safe. It's just that if you use too much, it can easily cause inflammation and make people have sexual urges." Luo Yin frowned. "What kind of impulse?" Schur Houting laughed awkwardly and said, "It's just the male impulse, you know. In order to make the potion have the effect of tempering the vital energy, I added sunflowers, which have the effect of strengthening the yang. And it will stimulate the primitive impulses of living things." Luo Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was an aphrodisiac and not an impotence enhancer. If the latter, he looked at Schur Houting's neck. White and tender. "In the future, if it is a new drug, you must inform us," Luo Yin warned. Schur Houting quickly agreed. Only then did Luo Yin let go. Schur Houting moved his arms and gritted his teeth. "Student Luo, you are really strong. How is the effect of the spark agent?" Luo nodded. Apart from those inexplicable side effects, the effect of spark agent was indeed good. "I need to exchange a few more bottles." Schur Houting spread his hands and said, "The materials are all used up. You exchanged a lot this month. I can't keep up with you. Because it's not a mass-produced drug yet, there aren't many spare materials in the warehouse, so it's out of stock for the time being. But if you cooperate with me to write a report and I submit the results, once the principal approves it, we can start mass production, and you can come and redeem it at any time in the future." Luo Yin frowned. "How to cooperate?" "It's very simple. I need to collect a sample of your blood and urine for analysis. Then you just need to come here on an empty stomach every morning in the next few days and cooperate with me to do a few tests." Schur Houting rubbed his palms with anticipation. Luo Yin thought for a moment and said, "No problem. But from now on, the spark agent must be provided to me first, and the exchange credits can be reduced." "Okay." Schur Houting made the decision on the spot. "I'll pass on the instructions. When Luo comes to redeem the credits, I'll only charge you 7 credits. It can't be any less. If it's any less, it won't even cover the cost. Also, if you are willing to help me test new drugs in the future, Mr. Luo, I will give you a discount once they are mass-produced. Of course, I will be responsible for your safety. I won't let you get seriously ill. At least your life won't be in danger. I sometimes need some medicinal herbs. You can pick them when you are out on a mission. I will buy them from you with credits. Credits purchase. This way, there will be another channel to earn credits." Luo Yin nodded and said, "When you do new drug testing, you have to give me credits, otherwise I won't do it." Schur Houting's expression froze for a moment. Then he laughed dryly. Okay, classmate Luo, you have the final say. So, test credits for Spark Agent? When the dosage is ready, I'll give you 20 bottles. How about that? Make a deal. Walk out of the logistics department." Luo Yin thought of the cave in the misty canyon that was full of Jiyuan flowers. It's a pity that there is no way to get the raw materials for the medicine. Otherwise, it's a considerable amount of credit. How about asking Captain D for help, letting him be in charge of picking and transporting, and making some money from it? Luo Yin shook his head again. In that case, the most I would have is the credit of providing coordinates and information. How much money can I get? Just then, his eyes went dark. Raise your head. Someone is blocking the way. One of them looked very familiar. It was Yang Likai, who had wanted to buy his own credits before. Luo Yin immediately glanced at his neck. Yang Lixie suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He touched his neck and said with a smile, "Student Luo, I'm changing the potion. I told you not to focus on practicing so much. This life needs some spice. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal outside the school. I'll introduce you to a few more girls to spice up your life." Luo Yin was a little confused. "Have a meal? Little girl, isn't he here to cause trouble? What a shame." Luo Yin said nothing and walked around Yang Likai. "Student Luo, why are you leaving? Let's talk. I just want to make friends with you." Yang Lixie called from behind. "Little girl, you don't like it? It doesn't matter. Sexy queen, intellectual mature woman. You can choose whatever you want." Student Luo, Student Luo. In a blink of an eye, Luo Yin had gone far away. Yang Lixie shook his head and said, "I don't like women. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword." Main character. He is definitely the child of destiny. Seeing that they have such a pattern, we should learn from them. He stretched out his hands and placed them on the shoulders of Zhang Hao and the fat man. Our classmate Luo has nothing in his hands. It seems that he didn't get what he wanted. Go and find out what he wants to change. As long as it's in Guangling City, I'll get it back no matter how much money I spend. One word. I've made him my friend. The next day, the computer draw is over and the group list has been released. Luo Yin was assigned to the 7th group, which meant that his competition would be on the morning of the 4th day. Coincidentally, the mecha that their group was competing for was actually the silver mecha, White Dragon, that Luo Yin had once controlled. Looking at the list again, there are my classmates and sophomores on it. Among them, Yang Lixie was prominently listed. 3 days passed in a flash. 6 games have been played in these 3 days. Li Bohong successfully qualified. Even Zingshan was lucky enough to get a mecha. It was the morning of the 4th day. It's Luo Yan's turn. He arrived at the game early. A stage was set up here. The competition will be held on stage in a free-for-all format. Those who fall into the ring, those who surrender voluntarily, lost consciousness, they all make negative comments. The last person still standing on the ring, the winner. In addition, killing is not allowed in the competition. The equipment used was also provided by the academy, all of which were unsharpened cold weapons. When I got to the lounge, there was no one there. Luo Yin then started to pick out the alloy weapons from the shelf next to him. He had just picked up a blunt sword that was close in length and weight to the splitting star when he heard the door open. Then he saw Yang Likai walk in. As soon as Yang Lixie came in, he forced a smile and said, "Morning, classmate Luo." Then he took out a box from his pocket and stuffed it into Luo Yan's pocket. "This is the spark agent that teacher sure made in a hurry. He asked me to bring it to you. 20 bottles, enough for you to use for a while." Luo Yin was a little surprised. Didn't Sure Howding say that there was a lack of materials? How come the medicine appeared so quickly? And there are 20 bottles left. But he didn't ask and took it. Yang Likai then said, "When I get on stage, I will surrender directly. I won't argue with you, Luo. But you have to be careful of one person, Wu Taijun. His uncle is Wu Shimo. Do you know who Wu Shimo is?" Luo Yin shook his head. Wu Shimo is the head of the underground city security department. All the local security bureaus in our city are under his jurisdiction. That's a big official. Yang Lixie lowered his voice and said, "Ever since he got the group list, Wu Taijun has threatened that he would kill anyone who dared to argue with him. If you want to fight him, just focus on his left side and attack. That kid injured his left hand while practicing combat skills recently, and it hasn't recovered yet. So, relatively speaking, his left side is a weak point." Luo Yin looked at the sophomore in front of him and found this guy increasingly difficult to understand. Chapter 49, Thunder. Luo Yin naturally would not believe Yang Likai just because of these words. Who knows if he has colluded with that Wu Taijun? Moreover, after the game, he has to go to the logistics department. Go find Sure Howding to confirm the safety of the box of Spark Agent in your hand. Don't drop the bag, or there was poison in it. At this time, students participating in the competition arrived one after another. 4 of them are Luo Yan's classmates. The other 5, including Yang Likai, are sophomores. 4 boys and 1 girl. When these people came in, each of them took a few glances at Luo Yan before choosing their own weapons. Yang Lichame Ofer, pointing to a tall, thin, fair-skinned boy with semi-long hair and sharp facial features, he said he is Wu Taijun. This fellow's visualization technique has reached the elementary 5th level. He is better at mystical techniques than combat skills. In our class, he has mastered so many mystical arts that he ranks among the top 3. But the rules of this competition only allow the use of Jinjutsu below number 10, so you don't have to worry too much. When the fight starts, find a way to get close to him and engage him in close combat. His fighting skills are very poor. The boy named Wu Taijun looked at Yang Lixia in astonishment. Mr. Yang, are you sick? Why are you exposing my secrets? Yang Lixia chuckled and said, I am happy with it. What can you do to me? Wu Taijun really couldn't do anything about him. After all, Yang Likai is the son of the director of the construction bureau. He could only snort. You will be in trouble later. Luo Yin remained silent. But in my heart, I felt that these two people did not seem to be acting. That's even stranger. There is no reason for Yang Lixia, the director's son, to be so nice to me. What does he want? Soon, the announcement sounded. Students participating in the competition, please come on stage. The competition will start in 5 minutes. No one will be allowed after the time is up. The students left the lounge one after another. Come to the ring. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground shaking slightly. I saw a huge figure walking towards me. Mecha, white dragon. The mecha that looked like a silver giant walked towards the arena. The parts that were damaged in the battle with Taodai had been repaired. The white dragon has a simple shape, and since it is a basic machine, it has no external accessories. As for weapons, there are only rifles specially made for behemoths, and a chain blade hidden in the armor on his right arm. It is painted silver white, and the engine cooling vents on the chest are designed in a V shape. When the engine is running, blue light will shine through the heat dissipation vents, lighting up the V. At this time, Wei Fenghua on the podium introduced, this is a mecha that once served in the Surface Exploration Corps. For some reasons, it has now been transferred to our academy. White Dragon Mystery. Primary Unit. Height 81 meters. Weight 1,850 tons. The operating system is the Jiaolong second generation. The main engine is the Haichao, and there are 2 auxiliary engines. This is the mecha you will be competing for today. Come on, everyone. The game begins. After Wei Fenghua announced the start, Yang Li raised his hands at the speed of light. I quit. I surrender. Suddenly, there was silence both on and off the stage. Yang Likai smiled and gestured, come on, to Luo Yin, then jumped off the stage swiftly and ran to the audience seats. In the audience, his goddess, the girl named Lu Ruhan, was leaning forward, resting her hands on the fence with her chin in her hands, looking towards the ring. As soon as Yang Lixia arrived, he immediately took drinks and fans from his 2 followers, Zhang Hao and Fatty, and moved closer to the goddess. Ruhan, it's hot. Have a drink, Lu Ruhan said, without even turning her head. The underground city has a constant temperature system. The temperature is kept constant at 27 degrees during the day. How can it be hot? And let me say it again. You're not my type. Don't waste your time on me. Yang Lixia rang the phone and said, how can this be called a waste of time? If you ignore me, that's a waste of time. If you don't want to eat, then eat some fruit. The watermelon my dad sent me yesterday was so sweet. He made some gestures, and Zhang Hao handed him a box of watermelon. Lu Ruhan said impatiently, don't disturb me watching the competition. Yang Likai immediately made a zipper-like motion on his mouth. On the ring, the students were in no rush to go to war. The first graders looked at the second graders cautiously. Among the second-year students, Wu Taijun looked around and said, everyone, we have a celebrity here today. Everyone should know Luo Yin, right? Student Luo Yin killed Luo Beichen in the death arena within 1 month of entering the school. I heard that the deaths of several other classmates were also related to him. Not long ago, he was still an advanced representative of courageous acts. Among us, there shouldn't be anyone cooler than classmate Luo Yin, right? If we fight alone, I'm afraid none of us can be a match for Luo Yin. A sophomore student said, Taijun, what do you want to say? Wu Tiejuan's eyes fell on Luo Yin. I want to say, if everyone still wants to have the opportunity to drive a mecha, we must first work together to ask Luo Yin to step down. We'll decide the winner after Luo Yin goes down. What do you think? Several second-year students nodded in agreement without much thought. The 4 first-year students were still hesitating. Wu Taijun shouted, first graders, what do you say? Finally, one boy yelled, I agree. He looked at Luo Yin with bloodshot eyes. Luo Yin, don't blame us. We also want to pilot a mecha. I want to get the reward too. You can't take all the benefits by yourself, right? You are capable anyway. Why don't you give it to us this time? You go down. Once someone took the lead, the other students became bolder. Yeah, can't you just let us go? You go down. Go down. In this process, Wu Taijun quietly retreated, distanced himself from Luo Yin, and then shouted, "Don't waste time talking to him. Everyone attack together." Suddenly, one by one the students boosted their energy and rushed towards Luo Yin. Or make seals with both hands and use mysterious techniques. Luo Yin, one man and one sword. Watch it with a cold eye. Afterwards, the Yuan force rushed into the acupoints and opened the Yuan wheel. Boom! A ball of bright yellow light burst out from Luo Yin, rising like a flame and vaguely forming the shadow of layered mountains. Looking at the opponent rushing towards him, he spoke in a voice that only he could hear. Benefits, interests. You have to fight for it yourself. Fight with your life, rather than relying on charity from others. The long sword swept across the ground. It was as if thunder swept across the ring, and the lightning was dazzling. This is a new combat skill that Luo Yin has learned, which requires the use of the Kaiyuan wheel. Thunder. Wanjun. In the flash of lightning, the arena was torn into pieces. Those students who were charging and performing seals all cried out in surprise. They lost their balance and fell off the platform one after another. There was silence in the audience. The watermelon in Yang Lixia's hand fell to the ground. Lu Ruhan supported her chin with both hands and narrowed her eyes slightly. Wei Fenghua coughed twice, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I saw that the arena used for the competition had collapsed by 2/3. Luo Yan's sword. The ring was almost torn down. At the same time, many students were invited to leave the stage. Shabta 50 Mystikava. Well done, Lao Luo. In the audience, Zheng Shan put his hand to his mouth, blew a whistle, and waved flags to cheer. This guy Lao Luo is even more powerful than before when he was in the forbidden area. All of them were taken to the ring in no time. If you fall off the stage, you lose. What a clean win. Zheng Shan was so excited that he kept talking. Li Bohong, who was tall and clean-faced, adjusted his glasses and said, "It's not a win yet. Look, there's still one left." Zheng Shan was stunned for a moment and looked towards the stage. There was only 1/3 of the arena left, and he couldn't see anyone else except Luo Yin. However, he found that Luo Yin was looking towards the left side of the ring. Zheng Shan moved his eyes and found that at the edge of the ring, there was a black rope tied to a steel bar. Then someone jumped up. Sophomore, Wu Taijun. Just now, Wu Taijun reacted quickly. When he realized that the arena was about to collapse, he quickly formed a seal and used the number 1 mysterious technique, black rope. At the critical moment, he got wrapped around a steel bar and used the force to swing over, so he didn't fall off the ring. Luo Yin narrowed his eyes slightly and quietly activated the Eye of Breaking Barriers. Look, I saw that Wu Tiejuan's body was surrounded by gray light, bright red light, and bright yellow light. His Qi and HP value is 451, and his Yuanli is 120. The high Qi and blood values are because Wu Tiejuan's visualization technique has reached the 5th level of the primary level, and his body has been tempered by Yuanli. The Yuanli is at the primary 2nd level. Every 2nd grade student who participates in the competition wears a bracelet on his or her hand. That is a force suppression device, able to suppress the energy to a certain value. To be fair, their energy was all suppressed at the 120 average line. This way the gap between them and 1st graders is not far. Luo Yin also wore one on his hand. He is quite special, although I'm a 1st grader, but it's already the 4th level. His Qi and HP value is 572, and if his Yuanli is not suppressed, it will reach 196. So he also wore a suppression device to control his energy at an average of 120. After the outburst just now, he only had 70% of his energy left. However, because of viewing mountains and seas, his energy will slowly recover. Now, only Wu Taijun was left on the ring. Luo Yin stomped his legs hard on the table and leaped out like a rocket, rushing towards Wu Taijun. Wu Taijun was holding a long metal stick in his hand. He originally wanted to use the advantages of the long weapon to consume Luo Yan's physical energy. But I just witnessed Luo Yan's outburst. Wu Taijun recognized a reality. There is no way he can beat Luo Yin in fighting skills. But he didn't panic. Every profession has its specialization. The instructor emphasized this more than once during the class. Whether it is combat skills or mystical arts, there can only be one main and one secondary. Don't practice dual cultivation. Otherwise, you'll be biting off more than you can chew. Wu Taijun doesn't like close combat with others. Therefore, I chose to major in metaphysics. Learn 1 or 2 more combat skills just in case. But now, if you still use close combat to consume the opponent and then use mystical techniques to decide the outcome, that would be naive. Wu Taijun immediately threw out a long stick and used it to interfere with Luo Yin. Then he quickly formed seals with his hands. Finally, he shouted, "Phantom Wolf!" Spots of bright yellow light danced in front of him, like bright starlight, and quickly condensed into an illusory, non-substantial wolf beast. In the audience, He Hao, with his tough face and upright posture, said, "Mystical Art Number 10, Phantom Wolf. It has autonomous combat capabilities and can attack, defend, tangle, and fight in a mobile manner. If you want to defeat the magician, you have to kill this troublesome thing first. That's why I hate people who use mysterious techniques the most. They refuse to fight head-on and only use tricks from behind." Next to him, Su Jiao, who was chewing candy in his mouth, said disapprovingly, "Do you think everyone is like you with their brains filled with muscles? Just win the battle. Why do we have to fight head-on?" He Hao shouted, "Fighting head-on is the romance of men. You know nothing." Su Jiao was not angry. She blinked and said, "Of course I don't understand. After all, I am a woman." On the stage, just as Luo Yin turned his head to avoid Wu Tiejuan's long stick, he saw an illusory wolf beast condensed by Yuan Li appear in front of his opponent. As soon as the wolf beast took shape, it let out a silent roar and pounced towards Luo Yin. Now only 1/3 of the ring is left. There was simply not much space for Luo Yin to get around the wolf. And Luo Yan's speed is not particularly fast. How can 2 legs outrun 4? He had a blank expression on his face and rushed towards the wolf without slowing down or dodging. The alloy sword in his hand turned into a flash of silver-white lightning and struck the head of the Phantom Wolf. Originally, the Phantom Wolf had a quick reaction and it was difficult to hit it with ordinary attacks. But now, Luo Yin used the combat skill Thunder. Naturally, the attack was successful. The Phantom Wolf was immediately knocked to the ground, its body shape becoming blurred, and it seemed to be about to fall apart. Luo Yin did not stop and ran straight towards Wu Taijun, slashing with the metal sword with a humming sound. Wu Taijun then formed a seal again. The Yuan force in his body fluctuated and transformed into an invisible barrier, colliding with Luo Yan's sword. The forces of both sides collided. There was a roar in the ring. Several cracks appeared in the invisible barrier, but it did not collapse. Luo Yin closed his eyes slightly. He also knows this mysterious art. Mystical technique number 5, empty wall. Focus on defense. At this moment, his shoulders suddenly felt painful and heavy. The line of sight drops down. I saw that my left shoulder was bitten hard by the Phantom Wolf. This wolf beast did not collapse after being hit by the thunder. As expected, it's the mysterious art of number 10. In the audience, Su Jiao said softly, "Your little friend is in trouble." People who are good at mystical arts are also good at planning. Once the battle is in place, it will be like a quagmire, gradually making it difficult for the opponent to extricate themselves. Now, that Wu Taijun uses the empty wall to defend, making it difficult for your little friend to break through and unable to hurt him. The illusion wolf is interfering from behind. Next, he will probably use the number 3 mystical art to further control the situation, and then use the number 7 mystical art to make the final decision. He Hao snorted, "He is not my friend." Then, He Hao stood up and yelled, "First graders, beat him up!" On the stage, Luo Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a ruthless light flashed in them. The metal sword turned over and stabbed hard behind himself. The long sword broke through the wolf's body, and the Phantom Wolf finally collapsed. But just as the wolf beast collapsed, illusory chains formed by the condensed energy of Yuan Li entangled Luo Yan's hands and feet. These energy chains immediately made Luo Yan unable to move. The corresponding information flashed through Luo Yan's mind. Mystical technique number 3, binding. Immediately following, a sharp whistle was heard on the ring. In the howling sound, Luo Yan's whole body kept shaking and swaying, as if he was hit by invisible javelins, and blood spots quickly appeared on his body. Moreover, the bloodstains gradually expanded. Mystical technique number 7, wind gun. Chapter 51, you were looking for death. Lao Luo. I saw Luo Yan's hands and feet were entangled by the Yuan Li chains, and he couldn't move. Wu Taijun held onto him again and attacked him with the wind gun. Zhongshan couldn't help but stand up nervously, with most of his body almost leaning over the railing. Li Bohong raised his glasses and said, "Don't be nervous. Luo hasn't lost yet." Zhongshan then saw that although Luo Yan's body was covered in blood, it was shocking. However, the energy around him rose, and the vague image of overlapping mountains appeared. Luo Yan was still standing there, his eyes becoming increasingly fierce as he kept scanning Wu Tiejuan's neck, chest, and other fatal areas. Then he looked with great restraint at parts of the body, such as the knees and collarbones that could paralyze the opponent but not kill him. In the audience, Lu Ruhan, holding her chin with both hands, said with a smile, "He is restrained by the binding chain and cannot move. In this way, not only will he have to take all of Wu Tiejuan's wind spear, but he can't relieve the force either. He can only rely on his own strength to bear it. He didn't fall down even after this. He's really tough. Hard." Yang Lixian next to him suddenly had a bad association. I couldn't help but look at Lu Ruhan a few more times. Fortunately, this goddess of mine doesn't have a blurry look in her eyes, nor does she have a flushed face. He looks normal. Yang Lixia felt relieved only then. On the ring, Luo Yin exploded with his Yuan force, shattering those Yuan force chains. After all, it's just a number 3 mystic technique, not as strong as Phantom Wolf. Luo Yin used the Eye of Breaking Barriers to look again. After a round of mystical magic explosion just now, Wu Tiejuan's energy is now less than 50%, about the same as him. At this time, Wu Taijun formed a seal behind the empty wall, allowing his energy to form a phantom wolf, another wolf beast. Even so, Wu Tiejuan's energy dropped to 24, and it seemed that he was just using the mysterious technique once more. But there is still a huge threat. Soon, the wolf pounced again. This time the wolf beast no longer attacked actively, but instead harassed and fought. Luo Yin guessed that Wu Taijun intended to let the phantom wolf fix himself in one position. Then he used the following mysterious technique to determine the winner. Luo Yin guessed correctly. But Wu Tiejuan's calculations need to be more ambitious. Until now, he hasn't used Shinzang yet. His divine treasure is the nature system, burning. It can add high-temperature flame effect to all attacks. Wu Taijun hadn't used it yet. Chao Chu thought that the explosion of the wind gun just now was enough to take down Luo Yin. I didn't expect that Luo Yin could surprisingly handle the viewing mountains and seas he practiced. But this is okay. Next, the wind gun with the burning effect will definitely make this first-year student suffer. He glanced at the Mecha white dragon not far away. Wu Taijun had only one thought in his mind. I want this Mecha. At this time, Luo Yin dodged the attack of the phantom wolf by leaning sideways. He seemed to become impatient because of the wolf's entanglement. With a roar, he rushed forward recklessly and slashed with his sword. The phantom wolf dodged nimbly, went around behind Luo Yin, and bit his sleeve with its mouth. Good opportunity. Wu Taijun opened the Shinzang. Make seals with both hands. As he pushed his 2 palms towards Luo Yin, one after another, wind guns burning with flames flew towards Luo Yin. At the same time, Luo Yan's eyes suddenly lit up with a fierce light. The Yuan force rushes all the way to open the acupoints. Kaiyuan wheel. Boom! Bright yellow light bursts up and rises. Luo Yan's hair was flying in the air, a pair of red eyes burning like flames. Lean forward suddenly. Step forward and charge. He tore his sleeves and used it to throw off the phantom wolf. Facing the burning wind guns, he raised his arms to protect his head and chest. Just like that, it crashed into him. The flaming spears slashed across his body one by one, leaving bloody streaks. And on Luo Yan's body, balls of high-temperature flames were left, burning him to the point of excruciating pain. Luo Yin roared again. The Yuan force vibrated, forming an impact that dispersed the flames on his body. But the body was still covered with blisters. But Luo Yin did not stop. After crashing into the flaming wind gun, he raised his sword, and the alloy sword instantly turned into a bolt of lightning, slashing fiercely on Wu Tiejuan's empty wall. Combat skills, Thunder. And this is a combat skill used in the Kaiyuan wheel state. The invisible barrier was instantly shattered, and under the impact, Wu Taijun was also shaken by the airflow. The wind is howling. He forced his eyes open and saw vaguely. Luo Yin did not stop. In the blink of an eye, he was beside him. The alloy sword swept across. Sweep to his left side. Wu Taijun instinctively raised his arms to block. Bang! The moment the sword hit his arm, he screamed in pain. Not long ago, he accidentally injured his left hand while practicing a combat technique. He has not yet recovered. Now he was hit by Luo Yan's sword. It almost cost him his life. He instinctively jumped to the right. But when he landed, he stepped on empty air. He fell to the ground all of a sudden. Wu Taijun was stunned. He touched the hard ground. I can't believe it. He actually fell off the stage. Lost. In the audience, Zheng Shan jumped up, pointed at Wu Taijun and shouted, "He fell down. He lost. Lao Luo won." He Hao, who had been standing just now. Only then did he sit down. A smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Soon, the school radio started to sound. Wei Fenghua announced, "Group 7, winner, Luo Yin." Hear this. Luo Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, I felt a pain in my right leg. Look back. It turns out that Wu Tiejuan's phantom wolf is still there. The thing rushed up and bit Luo Yan's leg. On the ground, Wu Taijun suddenly jumped up. Eyes are red. He yelled like he had lost his mind. I didn't lose. He yanked off the bracelet and removed the force suppression device. Moment. Bright yellow light surged around Wu Taijun. His suppressed energy was restored. Seal quickly. Then he raised his palm and pushed towards Luo Yin on the ring. A ball of light that was twisting and burning with flames. It whistled and shot out like a cannonball. Mystical technique número 15. Glow splitting. Sujio sat up straight, his face darkening. He simply climbed over the fence and jumped down. He wanted to stop Wu Taijun. The 15th mystical technique, cloud splitting, has a high-intensity explosion effect, and after the explosion, there is also a force jet splashing effect. If Luo Yin were hit by this, it's like being hit by a grenade at close range and then being shot with a shotgun. It will be an ugly death. What's more, Wu Taijun also used Shun Zong to add high-temperature flames to this mysterious technique. This was entirely aimed at killing Luo Yin. Kill with all your might. Pity. He Hao's reaction was not slow. But it's too far from the ring. It's too late. Boom! Before He Hao arrived at the ring, a cloud of fire exploded above. Then, streams of energy burning with flames shot through the air, causing the spectators who were closer to the arena to scream and dodge. He Hao stopped. His face looked quite ugly. He looked at Wu Taijun and shouted, "Second grade, you're looking for death." But at this time, on the ring, at the same time, another voice was heard. The same words as He Hao. "You're looking for death." Chapter 52, Counterattack. A figure suddenly shot out from the fire and smoke of the arena. Luo Yin. Just now. It happened suddenly, but there was still a phantom wolf hanging on Luo Yan's leg. So he kicked. Throw out the phantom wolf. Use this wolf beast to block Wu Tiejuan's mysterious technique, Splitting Cloud. During the first explosion, Phantom Wolf collapsed directly. After using the Phantom Wolf to block the mysterious technique, Luo Yin instinctively curled up his body. This allowed him to luckily avoid the second damage after the explosion of the Rift Cloud. Now, his energy was still surging. The effect of Kaiyuan Wheel has not ended yet. Luo Yin rushed off the stage. He was covered with blisters and wounds, but there was still a coldness and murderous intent in his eyes. Like a wild wolf that has been aroused to its ferocity, Wu Taijun glanced at Luo Yin and was captivated by the murderous aura in his red eyes. My mind went blank. It's hard to blame him. As a sophomore, I have had several practical experiences. But in terms of will to kill, how can he compare to someone like Luo Yin who is struggling to survive on the surface? Luo Yin was not polite either. The metal sword flew out of his hand. Amid the whistling sound, the long metal ribbon flashed with light, like thunder, and appeared in front of Wu Taijun in an instant. A life-or-death moment. Wu Taijun roared and dodged quickly. Although he avoided the vital parts of his face, the sword grazed his eye. He immediately closed his eyes in pain. The moment he closed his eyes, Luo Yin had already bumped into him. 2 punches, bang. It hit Wu Tiejuan's chest and forehead. Wu Taijun retreated again and again. Instead, Luo Yin stopped moving. He couldn't move a finger. Just 2 punches. It drained all his energy and strength. He is still standing. Pure perseverance. The entire venue was silent. After a while, Wu Taijun suddenly fell backwards and the back of his head hit the ground heavily. After this collision, his body suddenly deformed, as if his flesh and blood had lost its support, and he almost lost his human form. On the high platform, Wei Fenghua coughed twice before whispering, "Broken bones?" "Yes." Wu Taijun was hit by bone crush. Twice. All his bones and internal organs were shattered. Even now, we use the most advanced technology and instruments. It can't be saved. Until then, only then did two teams of school doctors come in. A team of school doctors came to Wu Taijun, gave him a symbolic examination, and then shook their heads in the direction of Wei Fenghua. It means that the person is beyond help. I saw the doctor shaking his head. Luo Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then his eyes went dark, passed into coma. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself still on the stretcher and being taken to the infirmary. It seems that he was only unconscious for a few seconds. Watched Luo Yin being escorted out of the venue. Only then did he turn around and walk back. Then he heard his partner Su Jio's voice coming from the audience above his head. "Hey, who said that Luo is not his friend just now? Someone is running more anxiously than anyone else right now. What on earth is going on?" He raised his head. Then I saw Su Jio sitting on the railing, with her legs swinging back and forth. "Shut up," he said angrily. "Wu can't afford to lose. He is shameless and despicable. He actually killed him at this time. If it was someone else on the ring, I would make him look bad too." Su Jio chuckled and said, "It's a pity that you don't have a chance. But your little friend might be in trouble if he kills this Wu." "Someone, are you worried?" He responded rudely. "Worry about nothing. Wu Taijun just asked for it. Even if he has an uncle who is a minister, can he still come to the school to ask for someone? Besides, what is this place? This is the 100 Battles School. It's the Mecha Academy authorized by the Giant Bee Strategic Office. Even Guangling City has no right to dictate to the academy, let alone a security minister like him." Su Jio blinked at Yi Hao and said, "You are so naive. But I like that about you. Cute." Yi Hao waved his hand. "Get lost." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to his partner and turned away. After Luo Yin was sent to the infirmary, he underwent surgery immediately. It was already evening when he came out of the operating room and was sent to the general ward. The doctor took a tablet and looked at it and said, "The operation was successful. Basically, you lie down for a few days and then you can get out of bed. Thanks to the fact that you are practicing observing mountains and seas, and you are already at the elementary 4th level. My body is much stronger than other people of my grade. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out of bed for 10 days or half a month." Luo Yin nodded and asked, "Can I practice?" The doctor said flatly, "No, you must rest for the next 3 days. Every day I have to take medicinal baths. You are not allowed to practice, you are not allowed to get up, and you are not allowed to leave the bed." Luo Yin looked at the doctor's serious face and finally had no choice but to compromise. After the doctor left, Zheng Shan and Li Bohong came. "Lao Luo, are you okay?" Zheng Shan pulled a chair and sat down. Luo Yin shook his head and said, "I have to stay in bed for at least 3 days. Then you should take a rest. Anyway, the actual combat test will be in a few days. When you can get out of bed, it will be the day to set off." Zheng Shan added, "That Wu guy is so shameless. He has already lost, but he still wants to fight back. And I heard from seniors that the last technique Wu Taijun used was the 15th mystical technique. Cloud splitting. That's a killer move that can kill people directly." Li Bohong smiled and said, "But he didn't expect that the phantom wolf he left on the stage would save your life." Luo Yin couldn't help but look at him. Li Bohong said calmly, "I have deduced the situation at that time. After thinking about it, I can't imagine how you survived that attack, except for using Phantom Wolf to block Cloud Rift." Luo Yin couldn't help but look at him with a higher opinion. Li Bohong was able to accurately deduce the situation at that time, which shows that this person is extremely meticulous. Zheng Shan added, "The academy was too careless this time, thinking that if they could suppress everyone's energy at the primary 2nd level, nothing would happen. There's not even a teacher left to deal with emergencies. If it weren't for Lao Luo's quick response, we would have to visit him in the morgue now." Li Bohong smiled and said, "You can't blame the school entirely. Everything was normal during the competition a few days ago. Who would have thought that Wu Taijun would do such a thing?" Zheng Shan said nervously, "By the way, Bo Heng, didn't you say? That Wu guy has an uncle who is an official. He won't come to cause trouble for Lao Luo, right?" Li Bohong put away his smile and said, "I definitely will. Even if his uncle doesn't show up, he will send someone to the school to ask for him." But the college was indeed negligent this time, and Luo almost lost his life. Plus, It was Wu Taijun who violated the rules first. So the Academy will definitely support Paul in this matter. Student Luo, you don't have to worry about anything. Just focus on recovering from your injuries. Chapter 53, Dominating. When it was night on the surface, the holographic panel on the sky of the underground city of Guangling also slowly turned dark. Then the stars shone brightly and the moon rose. The ventilation system brings in a gentle evening breeze, making the city's residents feel like they are living on the surface. Lights came on at the gate of the 100 Battles Mecha Academy, and the soft light illuminated the horizontal plane of the academy. At this time, on the road in front of the college, 4 or 5 black cars roared in and stopped in front of the gate. The people in the car didn't get out, but kept honking their horns, asking the school to open its doors. An old man came out of the college's gatehouse, waved his hand and shouted, "What are you doing?" Leading the way was a black car with its window rolled down. From inside leaned a man who looked like a personal assistant. He was still wearing sunglasses late at night. He said in a bad tone, "Open the door, we want to see the principal." The old man asked calmly, "Do you have an appointment to see the principal?" The assistant patted the car door and said, "Old man, do you know who's behind you?" "Director Wu Changqing and his family. Our young master died in your academy today for no reason. Our Mr. Wu wants to seek an explanation from the principal." "Don't make yourself uncomfortable." The old man laughed and said, "If I wanted to live a happy and carefree life, I wouldn't be guarding the door here. From what you said, it seems that you didn't make an appointment. If you don't have an appointment, just wait for me. I'll report it first. Whether the principal will see you or not is another matter." The assistant angrily said to the driver, "Don't waste your time talking to this old man. Just rush through the checkpoint." The old man slowly pointed at the banner on the gate and said, "This is the 100 Battles Mecha Academy. Let's see who dares to rush in." After saying that, he walked into the gatehouse with his hands behind his back. The assistant was at a loss for a moment. At this time, the car phone rang. He answered the call quickly. A deep male voice said from inside, "Be patient." The assistant nodded repeatedly. After a while, on the dim main road inside the school, an electric vehicle for transportation slowly arrived. The gate of the college opened, and several people got off the electric bikes and walked leisurely to the outside of the school gate. The leader is a man who is nearly 40 years old. He put a handkerchief to his mouth and coughed twice before speaking. "I'm Wei Fenghua, the director of the college's teaching department. If you have anything to say, just tell me." The doors of the black cars opened one after another. A group of big men in black suits came forward, accompanying a middle-aged couple like stars surrounding the moon. That couple. The man had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and he looked intimidating without even getting angry. The woman was dressed in luxurious clothes, wearing lots of jewels, and looked extremely noble. "I am Wu Changqing, and Wu Taijun is my child." The leading man came up and said, "Teacher Wei, I want to ask you something. We sent our child to your academy. Why did my child suddenly die?" The woman next to him sobbed softly when she heard this. Wei Fenghua did not answer but asked, "Is this why you came here?" Wu Changqing nodded vigorously. "That's right." Wei Fenghua covered her mouth with a handkerchief and coughed a few times, saying, "Well, even though we have already issued a written notice, since the parents are going there in person, then I'll say it again. In today's school competition, Wu Taijun was defeated and refused to accept his defeat. He violated school rules and committed murder, but was not allowed to do so. After that, he accidentally died when another student fought back. That's how he died. The school has also sent the live video of the game to your Wu family, along with a written notice. If you didn't receive it, I can send you another one." Wu Changqing's eyes were filled with anger. "I know all this. There's no need to bother Director Wei. But, did I've held in fun? Just a notice and a video? And that's it?" Wei Fenghua took off the handkerchief. "Then how do you think we should deal with this?" Wu Changqing said in a deep voice. Even if Taijun violated the school rules, he would not accept defeat. But it's understandable. What young person is not full of vigor and vitality? He just couldn't control himself for a moment. It's not a crime punishable by death. So, shouldn't the school hand over the murderer? As soon as the words fell, behind Wei Fenghua, someone laughed out loud. A girl said, "Hao, listen to this. This gentleman is very eloquent." No mention was made of Wu Taijun wanting to kill people first. He just wanted to catch someone else killing his son. Could it be that his Wu family is very powerful? So, Only the Wu family is allowed to kill people and set fires, but his son is not allowed to be killed? Wu Changqing immediately shouted, "Who are you?" The girl looked frightened and waved her hands, saying, "I'm just a little girl. Mr. Wu, don't bother with me." Wu Changqing then snorted and said, "The adults are talking, children should shut up." At this time, Wei Fenghua coughed twice and said, "Su Jiao, stop making trouble and apologize to Mr. Wu." Then, without waiting for the girl to apologize, he skipped the matter and said, "Mr. Wu, although Su Jiao speaks quickly, he does have some truth. If Wu Taijun hadn't taken action first, this unfortunate incident wouldn't have happened. As for the murderer or something, Mr. Wu, you are too serious. There is no murderer. That's just a student from our college. He was fighting back in self-defense, and he can't be considered a murderer. It's even more impossible for our academy to hand him over. It's late, Mr. Wu, please go back." After saying that, Wei Fenghua turned around and was about to leave. Before Wu Changqing could respond, his wife Zhang Xianxian rushed over and shouted, "Wait, you want to leave now? Is there any law left? You, the 100 Battles Academy, are protecting the murderer who killed my child. You are all murderers. You are all murderers. You are all worse than pigs and dogs." She suddenly took something out of her bag, pointed at Wei Fenghua, and screamed, "If you don't hand over the murderer today, this matter will not end." It was actually a pistol. When Wu Changqing saw the gun, he knew something bad was going to happen. Just at this moment, his eyes blurred. I don't know when a figure appeared next to my wife Zhang Xianxian. It was a girl named Su Jiao who had just made sarcastic remarks. A black rope emerged from her hand. The rope tied Zhang Xianxian's hands and pulled them down along with the pistol. The gun is pointed at the ground. Then a tall boy walked out from the school. Step by step. Rude. The gun is pointed at the instructor. "It's your first offense. I'll spare your life." Bang! He raised his hand and slapped Zhang Xianxian in the face. Half of Zhang Xianxian's face suddenly swelled up. Wu Changqing opened his mouth wide, unable to believe that the people from Baijian Academy were so domineering. Slapping his wife in public? You guys? Wu Changqing was shaking with anger. He thinks he has a big brother who is the security minister, and he just wants the school to hand over the murderer. He felt that this request was not excessive, but I didn't expect it. Not only did the school refuse to hand over the student, he also slapped his wife. Wu Changqing raised his hand suddenly. He is not a vegetarian either. Among the people he brought tonight, there are several who are experts in visualization. However, at this time, a group of people walked out of the school. Everyone has a gun. It's the school security. Wei Fenghua coughed twice and said, "100 Battles Academy is an important place. It has autonomy and its own armed forces. If anyone wants to mess around, don't blame the bullet for not having eyes." Chapter 54, Conflict Escalation. Wu Changqing is also a military fan and has some knowledge about firearms. He glanced at the school security guards. His face gradually turned pale. School security is mostly equipped with assault rifles, which are a type of bullpup rifle. The built-in laser aiming designator complements the overall 1.5x optical sight. The bolt handle of this gun is located just above the grip and can be operated by either hand, making it convenient to use in combat. In addition, these security guards have grenade launchers hanging underneath their guns. This is not school security. This is like a soldier going to the battlefield. Wu Changqing didn't expect this. Baijian Academy would treat itself like this. Militarized security forces were also deployed. No way. Is this the end of my son's matter? Not reconciled. Wu Changqing didn't wave his hand in the end, but turned around. Take out a cell phone. I call my brother Wu Shimo. Wei Fenghua naturally had no interest in staying here with Wu Changqing. After giving instructions to the security team leader, he left with Yi Hao, Su Jiao, and other students from the student union. School security set up a cordon outside the gate. The meaning is very clear. Who dares to rush through the checkpoint? Then guns will be at your service. The two sides remained deadlocked for a moment. Not long. Car lights came on again on the road in front of the school gate. There are more vehicles coming this time, and it is a special car of the security department. Several of them. It was the car of the local land conservation bureau. More than a dozen cars arrived, the doors opened, and dozens of people swarmed in like locusts. Those personnel from the security department were all wearing bulletproof vests, combat armor, tactical helmets, and carrying assault rifles, looking like they were ready for war. Seeing these security personnel, Wu Changqing breathed a sigh of relief and cheered up. He supported his wife and said, "Brother, lend us some people. Tonight, I will make the academy hand over the murderer. Don't worry." At this time, the director of the District Land Security Bureau where the college was located came over, exchanged a few words with Wu Changqing, and then arrived at the college gate. With smiling faces. "I'm Chi Huaixing, the director of the local security bureau for our school area. Please inform the principal. Just say that there's been a murder in the academy, and our local security bureau is going to investigate." The academy security captain, who came from the exploration corps, immediately took out a tactical pistol, pointed it at the so-called local security chief, and shouted in a deep voice, "Get lost. It's not your turn as a district land conservation bureau to manage Baijian Academy." Chi Huaixing's face suddenly turned blue and purple. He received a call from the security department. He was asked to use his identity as the district security chief and the excuse of a murder investigation to enter the college and arrest people. Unexpectedly, the captain of the security team in the academy didn't look at him kindly. He couldn't help but say with a sullen face, "The college is in Guangling City." According to Article 48 of Chapter 7 of the Urban Management Regulations, the maintenance of order in all public places is under the jurisdiction of the District Security Bureau where the place is located. The security captain said expressionlessly, according to Chapter 5, Article 127 of the Underground City Security Management Law. The 100 Battles Mecha Academy is directly under the jurisdiction of the Giant Beast Strategic Office. The academy has autonomy, self-government, territorial rights, and maintenance rights, and has its own armed forces. This regulation is superior to other management regulations. Chi Huaixing was immediately speechless and kept winking at his adjutant. The adjutant brought a tablet and frantically flipped through the so-called Dungeon Safety Management Law. At this time, Wu Changqing walked over, pushed Chi Huaixing away. Then he looked at a man behind him. The man with the words "Field Affairs Director of the Security Department" on his chest coughed dryly. "Step forward and say, the college has the right to manage itself. But now, we suspect that your college is hiding the surface stowaways that our security department has been chasing. Here's our search warrant. The security department has the right to enter any building or location in Guangling to carry out missions. I hope you won't make things difficult for us." The security captain spat and said with a smile, "While I was fighting the giant beast on the surface, you guys in the security department didn't know where to eat milk. Stop scaring me. Whether you have a search warrant or not, today you either get out of here or you get beaten up. Pick it yourself." The secretary suddenly felt a headache. The reason why so many field combatants were dispatched tonight was purely to create a sense of momentum. He didn't really want to go to war with the 100 Battles Academy. Now seeing that the college security captain was so strong, he couldn't help but look at Wu Changqing. Wu Changqing lowered his voice and said, "If we rush in, do you think they will dare to shoot? Once it's opened, it's no longer a small matter. Would they go to such lengths for a student?" The purser hesitated and said, "But..." Wu Changqing suppressed his anger and asked, "But what? If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." Just at this moment, the ground shook. Suddenly, beams of light were cast in the academy, shining in front of the door. It was so bright that Wu Changqing and others could hardly open their eyes. Then, I saw two mechas coming out of the school. "Mecha!" Wu Changqing blocked the strong light with his hands, unable to believe that the academy actually drove out a mecha. Those two mechas, a humanoid figure, all black and heavy in shape, especially the two arms, which were particularly strong, were the mysterious Black Thunder. The other one was like a giant wolf, walking with the gait of a tiger and a wolf, very majestic, but it was the magic machine Tanlang. Two mechas arrived at the gate. Black Thunder raised his Radiance rifle to attack the giant beast. Tanlang then showed his missiles. The muzzles of the guns and the bullets were all pointed at Wu Changqing and others. The director of the security department's face immediately turned green. Let alone missiles. It's the rifle of the humanoid mecha. If it fires one shot at me, I'll definitely be turned into a meat patty. At this time, the eyes of the demon machine Tanlang lit up, and a light screen was projected in the air. On the light screen was Pan Rinfeng sitting in the principal's office. The principal was holding an old cat and stroking its fur. He didn't even look at the people outside the school gate and said, "You guys are having a lot of fun. Mr. Wu, you just rely on your brother, who is the Minister of Security. Without your brother, you're nothing. Why? Your child is a child. He can't die. Other people's children are not children. They deserve to die, right? That doesn't make sense. In my school, all the kids are the same. no matter how prominent or humble their status is outside. Once they enter school, they only have one identity. Student. If Wu Taijun dares to kill people, he must be prepared to be killed. Now that he's dead, you parents are here to cause trouble? I'm sorry. Pan Renfeng doesn't know how to reason. Just know that whoever has the bigger fist has the truth. Now, if you still want to talk about some great truths, just talk to our students' Mechas. Chapter 55, No Arrogance. Wu Changqing's face changed, and he had lost his composure. If it was just the security team, he would still dare to charge. But now, people have brought out the Mechas. How does a flesh and blood body compare with these metal creations? The security guards' faces were even paler. When they came, no one told them that they would have to face Mechas, real killing machines. At this moment, a vast wave of shock was gradually spreading in their hearts. Many people inside had already retreated unconsciously, including the secretary. The clerk wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Mr. Wu, how about we just forget about this today?" If Wu Changqing still refuses to give up, he was about to walk away in anger. He didn't want to risk his life for nothing. Wu Changqing clenched his fingers. The body is shaking. His nails dug into his palms. He was unwilling to accept it. But what's the use of being unwilling? He doesn't have the ability to get a few mechas to boost his prestige. In addition to the Exploration Corps and the 100 Battles Academy, there are only a few people who can own mechas. Moreover, these people only have 1 or 2 mechas. Good, good. Wu Changqing turned around and said, "I admit defeat for what happened tonight. But this matter won't end like this. Let's wait and see." He originally thought that he had humbled himself enough by taking a step back and admitting his bad luck. Unexpectedly, at this time, Pan Renfeng said, "Wait, what do you think our college is? Come whenever you want. You want to leave? Who will take our college seriously in the future?" Wu Changqing stopped, turned around, and asked in astonishment, "What else do you want from us? None of you are allowed to leave." Pan Renfeng pointed at the director again and said, "You call Wu Shimo." "Yes, to you, minister. Tell that old man not to try to deny it. If he hadn't backed up his brother, would you field staff have come to our school to cause trouble? Let Mr. Wu come and explain this to me." "It's not explained well. Everyone here." "Yes, every one of them. What director of the local security bureau? What Wu Changqing? Just prepare to be sent to the surface. As for whether there are other dungeons willing to take you in, that is none of my business." Deportation to the surface? How is that different from being expelled from the city? Wu Changqing jumped up immediately. How can a mere college have such great power? Pan Renfeng said nothing. The school security captain sneered and said, "There are supplementary regulations behind Article 127 of the Underground City Security Management Law. If any person or any group infringes upon the college for improper reasons, they will be considered a threat to the safety of the dungeon, expelled, and sent to the surface." Wu Changqing retreated again and again. He never dreamed of it. "I originally wanted to ask for an explanation from my son tonight. Unexpectedly, I found myself in such a situation." Suddenly, he lost all his energy and was at a loss as to what to do. The person is in the infirmary. When Luo Yin woke up, it was already daytime. He doesn't know. Last night, because of him, the college detained Wu Changqing and his group, until Wu Shimo came with the city lord's secretary. Stayed in the principal's office for a long time. Only then did the old principal Pan Renfeng release him. As compensation, Wu Changqing will provide a research grant to the college. This matter has passed for the time being. Luo Yin had breakfast in the ward. I saw someone looking around furtively outside the door. Wait until the nurse goes out. Didn't come in. But it was sure Howding from the Pharmaceutical Development Department. He's still the same, wearing a pair of round-framed brown glasses. Wearing flip-flops. He was holding a small golden abacus in his hand. He said with a smile, "Student Luo, how are you? I have a new medicine that will be very helpful for your injury. You don't want to take the actual combat test like this, do you?" Luo Yin said seriously. "The doctor said that I will be able to get out of bed in a few days." Is being able to get out of bed the same as being able to do something? Sure, Howding took out a bottle of medicine, the color of which was like the sea water at night, dark. But inside, a dark red light would occasionally appear. "This is a restorative I just developed. It doesn't have a name yet. I can guarantee that it is very effective. It can help you quickly repair your body and restore your masculinity. No, recover from your injuries. Anyway, I promise you won't die from eating this. How about giving it a try?" Luo Yin did not answer, but asked, Yesterday, Yang Likai gave me a box of Spark Agent, a total of 20 bottles, and said it was given to me by you? Sure Howding nodded. That's right. It's actually true. Luo Yin was a little surprised. Ask again. Didn't you say you didn't have the materials for the time being? Yes. Sure Howding put the bottle of repair agent next to the bed, but Yang Lixia sent me a batch of materials and some other raw materials, asking me to make those 20 bottles of Spark Agent. I said, you two are friends, right? Luo Yin was really confused now. Yang Lixia actually sent materials to Sure Howding in order to quickly make 20 bottles of Spark Agent for himself. What is he going to do? At this time, footsteps were heard in the corridor. Sure Howding said quickly, I'm leaving first. Remember to use your repair agent. It's very useful. Tell me how you feel after using it, and I'll make a note of it. The reward is 2 bottles of Spark Agent. After he went out, Wei Fenghua came. That was Sure Howding from the development department just now. Wei Fenghua coughed twice. Why is he here? Do you know him? Liu know that. Wei Fenghua smiled and said, you'd better not get too close to him. Teacher Sure is not a bad person, but people who get too close to him usually have bad luck. He handed the tablet to the bedside and said, you need to rest for the next few days and you can't go to class. I'll bring the information about this practical test. You can take a look around if you have nothing to do. Also, your machine, White Dragon, has been registered. Register? Luo Yin looked at his instructor in confusion. Wei Fenghua put his handkerchief to his mouth and coughed twice, saying, the driver of each mecha needs to leave a record in the archives of the dungeon to facilitate data tracking. Of course, this is just a temporary registration now. When you have your own mecha, the Academy will help you register an account in the Dungeon Mecha Library. After that, you will be a true mecha master, just like Yi Hao and the others. After they graduate, the mechas they are currently piloting will also leave with them. Liu know that. I roughly understand what's going on. Then he said, Teacher, you said before that the mecha can be upgraded. So, can the White Dragon be upgraded? Wei Fenghua smiled and said, of course. Luo Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. What aspects can be upgraded? Chapter 56, Unique Experience. Wei Fenghua smiled and said, you should also know that the levels of mechas are the same as visualization techniques and are divided into elementary, middle, and senior levels. Above these 3 levels, there are also divine guards and divine generals. Right now, there are actually limits to the upgrades we can make to the mecha. For the time being, starting from the primary machine, the best you can upgrade to is the divine guard level. Luo Yin raised his eyebrows and said, this is already a large enough space for upgrading. Wei Fenghua pulled a chair and sat down, took out a medicine box from his pocket, and then took the medicine before continuing. Generally speaking, the lower the level of the machine, the greater the room for upgrades. Take the primary machine as an example. Through weapons, exosuits, energy reactors, engines, hypercore matrices, and so on. Both can improve the mecha's evaluation. Normally, it is easiest and simplest to upgrade from a beginner machine to an intermediate machine. You can quickly upgrade the machine to a mid-level machine by modifying its outer armor, replacing its heavy weapons, or working on its energy reactor and engine. Also, having a supercore matrix is also a way forward. Information about the supernuclear matrix flashed through Luo Yan's mind. In the Mecha Common Sense class, teacher Zhao Yidan talked about this aspect. The fur, scales, and outer armor of the giant beast can be recycled and made into the outer armor of the mecha. The horns, thorns, claws, teeth, and other parts of the giant beast that can be used to attack can become the basic materials of weapons. As for the core of the behemoth, that special organ that is similar to a heart but is between half crystalline and half biological, is an important component of the supernuclear matrix. The hypercore matrix allows the machine to possess the characteristics of the behemoth to which the core belongs. The hypercore matrix itself can be improved by installing the same core. After reaching level 6, special features can be activated. However, Zhao Yidan did not say what kind of performance it was, only saying that it was not something that first-year students could access. At this time, Wei Fenghua coughed twice and said, if you want to upgrade the White Dragon, then I suggest you load the hypercore matrix. Luo Yin was stunned. Wei Fenghua continued, originally, to load the hypercore matrix, you first need to purchase at least 1 behemoth core before you can install the most basic hypercore matrix. But you have killed 3 giant beasts. Tao Tai, Lily, and C. According to the rules of the Giant Beast Strategy Office, anyone who kills a giant beast alone will own the corresponding giant beast core. So now you have the right to use the cores of the three giant beasts. You can use it yourself or sell it to the giant beast strategic mansion. Because you are still a student, Dijong will keep the three cores for you temporarily. I plan to return it to you after you graduate, as your first starting capital to become a mecha master. Only then did Luo Yin realize that he had saved up his first pot of gold without realizing it. But I don't recommend you upgrade now. Wei Fenghua smiled and said, after all, you are not the master of the white dragon yet. After you have the white dragon, consider this matter later. He stood up and looked ready to go. Luo Yin thought of another thing. Called him. Teacher Wei, I would like to know more about natural empaths. A natural resonator. Wei Fenghua nodded, then found a piece of paper and a pen and wrote down a set of account numbers and passwords. The school's database contains information on this subject, which is directly linked to the official archives of the Giant Beast Strategic Mansion. You can log in with my account. You are a natural empath, so it would be good to learn more about yourself. However, we don't know much about natural empaths. After all, you are not cabbages. In short, some of the examples in it have been verified and are real events, so they can be used as reference. Wei Fenghua patted Luo Yin on the shoulder before leaving. After resting for a while, Luo Yin picked up the tablet and logged into the college's database. Logged into Wei Fenghua's account. Search for information related to natural empath. Just as Wei Fenghua said, there are not many examples of natural empaths recorded in the archives, including dazzling. In the short few decades since people built the first mecha, only about a dozen people showed up. However, these natural resonators, including Dijong, have not mentioned a phenomenon. That is, when it resonates with the mecha, you will see some visual phenomena. Luo Yin remembered it very clearly. Whether it is empathy with the white dragon. When I was driving the Black Thunder, he saw some scenes. In those pictures, the mecha seems to be alive. They also have sorrow and joy. There is anger and there is sadness. If I were to say that the time I was empathizing with the white dragon was probably an illusion. But there's no reason why I would have hallucinations when I'm empathizing with Black Thunder, right? But if it wasn't an illusion, how do you explain those images? This is also the reason why Luo Yin wants to understand the natural resonator. He originally thought he could find the answer. The result was even more confusing. But after reading the information, Luo Yin felt that I didn't rashly tell anyone else about the scenes I saw when I was in empathy with the mecha. This was a right thing to do. It is very likely that he is the only one among all the natural resonators who has had such an experience. This is an experience that is unique to him. It is likely related to some secrets. Luo Yin was worried that if others knew about it, they would take it for research. He doesn't want to be a guinea pig. Suddenly, it was time to leave the dungeon. After drinking the bottle of repair agent from showdown, Luo Yin recovered very well. Not only was he able to get out of bed and move around, but even fighting was no problem for him. It was after drinking that bottle of potion that Luo Yin had many erotic dreams, and his impulses in certain aspects were very strong. Showdown claimed that this phenomenon would last for a few days. After hearing this, Luo Yin almost wanted to break his neck. At the same time, I doubt the true purpose of this potion. But no matter what, thanks to Showdown's bottle of repair agent, Luo Yin was finally able to participate in the actual combat test. Early this morning, a convoy carrying 12 mechas, as well as the teachers and students of the academy, drove out of the academy in a mighty manner. We left the underground city of Guangling through the dedicated road out of the city. Come to the surface. The students who were traveling for the second time were very excited. Except for a few people like Luo Yin, most of the students were leaning against the car windows, looking at the scenery outside. The dome of Guangling City is equipped with 3,600 holographic electronic panels that can simulate sunrise and sunset throughout the 4 seasons. But no matter what, it can't be compared with the real scenery on the surface. Moreover, because of the behemoth, cities on the surface gradually disappear and the natural ecology becomes more primitive. Therefore, the environment on the ground becomes more beautiful. But this is not necessarily a good thing, because of the giant beast and the existence of Yuan. Even outside the forbidden area, animals and plants are quietly mutating. If it is not stopped, eventually, the planet's ecological environment will undergo drastic changes. Become an environment suitable for the survival of giant beasts. Chapter 57, Falcon Base. It was the day that Luo Yin and the others left Guangling City. It was still daytime, but an inconspicuous car was parked in front of a bar. The bar looked small and was located in a remote alley. A sewage canal in the alley was emitting a foul smell, and rats were happily running in and out of it. I didn't expect there was such a haunted place in Guangling. Wu Changqing got out of the dusty car that looked like it was driven by an ordinary citizen, covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, and looked at the surrounding environment with disgust. Then he looked at the assistant. "Is the person you mentioned sure that he can help me solve the problem?" The assistant nodded vigorously. "I asked a lot of people, and there are many professionals among them. They all recommended Red Dove. Besides, this person doesn't just take jobs casually. He seems to be in urgent need of money recently. I agreed to take your commission." Wu Changqing nodded, then walked into the bar with his assistant. I pushed open the heavy door of the bar and found it surprisingly dark inside. It's not bar opening hours now. The tables and chairs haven't been set up yet. Behind the bar, there was only a bartender wiping the glasses. He looked up at Wu Changqing and the other man and said, "Sir, we are not open yet." The assistant stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Let's look for Red Dove." "What Red Dove or Turtle Dove? We don't sell that," the bartender said without raising his head, as if he had endless work to do and endless glasses to wipe. The assistant didn't waste any time talking to him. He took out a magnetic card, swiped it on the card reader next to him, and then pressed a set of numbers, etc. The bartender hurriedly stopped him. He quickly took out his magnetic card, plugged it into the card reader, and then smiled and said, "Okay." The assistant looked at him expressionlessly and pressed OK. Suddenly, the bartender received some work points. He took the card back, kissed it gently on the mouth, and then walked out of the counter. "Follow me." Wu Changqing still covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, and then he and his assistant followed the bartender to a chess and card room. The bartender knocked on the door gently and said, "Mr. Chijio, someone has arrived." Someone inside said, "Hmm." The bartender opened the door. No one was playing cards in the chess and card room. There was only a man in a dark red windbreaker, with his back to the door, throwing flying knives. Without exception, those flying knives were nailed to the wall, and there was a big rat nailed to it. Jiangnan Avenue, Luo Mansion. Luo Tianyi just came back from the company. As soon as you enter the house, the eldest son Luo Nanxing came over. Luo Tianyi said with a faint smile, "How is that matter going?" Luo Nanxing nodded and said, "I have sent someone to deliver the information about Red Dove to the Wu family. I just received news that Wu Changqing has gone to see Chijio." Luo Tianyi walked into the study, opened the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of fine wine, poured himself a small half glass, took a sip, and said, "Very good. If Chijio can kill Luo, Dijong will definitely suffer a blow. If Chijio fails, Wu Changqing will be in trouble. This way, Wu Shimo can be dragged into the water at the same time. Then we can get closer to the Wu family. Wu Shimo is the Minister of Security. When the time comes, it will be much easier for us to do some things." Luo Tianyi paused and said softly, "Also, how is that going?" After leaving Guangling City, the 100 Battles Academy's convoy traveled southwest for 3 days. On the afternoon of the 4th day, Luo Yin, sitting in the car, could vaguely see the outline of tall buildings in the distance. That's a city. It is also the venue for this actual combat test. Forbidden Area Number 9, Ghostly City. Forbidden areas do not necessarily have to be mountain or forest environments. The formation of the forbidden area is determined by the overlord-level behemoths. Wherever a dominant beast builds its nest, that place will become a forbidden area. Mountains, plains, valleys, highlands, cities, seas, deserts. The area where the forbidden area is located has a wide variety of environmental features. Luo Yin looked at the city silhouette in the distance and recalled the information about Forbidden Area Number 9. Guifa City. In this city, strange plants that look like hair grow everywhere. Those plants will entangle invaders entering the city and will parasitize living things. Once the parasitism is successful, it can control the organism freely. Therefore, in the Ghost City, especially deep in the city, you will find traces of human and animal life. But that is an illusion. Those humans and animals, including rats and cockroaches in this city, they have all been parasitized by the Guifa, become a puppet of those plants. This creates this special ecology. He is the master of Ghost City, a dominant beast, Donghu. The details are: codename, Danghu. Level, Overlord Level 4. Type, feathered insect. Features, shadow manipulation, puppet control, beard weaving, mind reading, soul capturing. Weaknesses, unknown. Although there is no direct evidence at present, all the people involved in the investigation of Ghost City have the same guess. Those hair-like plants in the city are probably the beards of the husbands. At this time, the vehicle jolted. The car turned a corner, did not continue to move towards the ghost city. Instead, they headed towards a ground base 50 or 60 kilometers away from Guifa City. After the giant scourge, most cities have been reduced to ruins. The surviving humans either moved early to the underground cities built in advance, or like Luo Yin, you can linger in the ruins of the city. But there are some people, they choose to settle down in a place not far from the forbidden area. So there are all kinds of ground bases. These bases are usually controlled by companies. Some of the mechas eliminated from various underground cities and the giant beast strategic palace ended up in the hands of various surface companies through various channels. Because they control mechas, these companies have the conditions to survive on the surface. They set up bases and recruit staff. Every day, they enter the edge of the forbidden area to make a living by collecting medicinal herbs, recovering giant beast parasites, recovering forbidden plant and animal samples, and recording ecological changes in the forbidden area. These bases usually cooperate with one or more dungeons, and each underground city is usually connected to multiple surface bases. The surface base hopes to obtain mecha spare parts, weapons, potions, and even resources such as the super core matrix in the dungeon. Through these bases, the dungeon was able to quickly collect ecological data and parasite, animal, and plant samples from various forbidden areas. It can be said to be mutually beneficial. The Falcon base that the Academy convoy is heading to now is controlled by the Black Hawk Corporation. Own 3 mechas, 300 fighters, more than 40 tanks of various types. The boss of the company, Gao Rue, the owner of the Falcon base, possesses the combat power of the primary 5th level. The visualization skills of several of his supervisors have reached the elementary 3rd level. This is the foundation of a base. Chapter 58, Murderous Intentions Revealed. Students, please listen to me. Wei Fenghua's voice rang out in the shaking carriage. The dean stood at the front of the car, holding a microphone, and said, "We will stay here overnight. Once you arrive at the base, you can look around and try not to cause any trouble. Every surface base has a very complex personnel structure. There are all kinds of people. On the surface, the Falcon base has a cooperative relationship with our Guangling city. But behind the scenes, no one knows which forces they are serving. Different dungeons on the surface. There is no order here. The only thing that can protect you is the gun in your hand and yourself. Soon, we have arrived at the Falcon base. Naturally, the 12 mecha carriers could not drive into the base. Therefore, after the procedures were completed, only a few vehicles carrying students entered the base. After entering the base, Luo Yin saw that there were many simple houses built here. The materials are also varied. The most common is the tin house. After all, they are easy to install and can provide shelter from wind and rain. Except that the temperature in the house is a bit high due to the sun during the day. There are almost no other disadvantages. In addition, the buildings on the base were almost unplanned, except for a main road that leads directly to the Black Hawk Corporation's headquarters building. Other places, the house was built randomly. This resulted in a complex and staggered layout. Soon, the school vehicles were parked in a square. In the square, soldiers from the Black Hawk Company are undergoing training. They divided into 2 teams. A team was running around the square. Another team practiced fighting in the center of the square. Although these warriors live on the surface, each of them is strong and healthy and obviously well treated. Based on Luo Yan's 3 years of experience living on the surface, these soldiers can eat at least 1 meal of meat every day, and the food is of good quality. Otherwise, it would be difficult to develop such a physique. Behind the headquarters building of Black Hawk Corporation, Luo Yin saw a mecha warehouse. Of course, the warehouse is now closed, and no one knows what kind of mecha this base has. At this time, each of these students was given a tattered cloak that was either patched or had holes all over it. Put them on before you tour the base. Wei Fenghua said, unless you want to tell the people in the base that you are new here. The students were wearing camouflage combat uniforms, simple armor, and carrying light machine guns. If I enter the base dressed like this, I will definitely attract attention. Luo Yin put on the cloak without saying a word. He also squatted down and reached out to grab a handful of sand on the ground. Then he wiped it on his face and hair. All of a sudden, he became dirty, plus the red eyes. He was no different from the other residents of the base. Wei Fenghua watched and nodded secretly. I thought that Luo Yan's experience of living on the surface was incomparable to that of other students. Seeing Luo Yan do this, Zhongshan followed suit, and in a short while, he got himself dirty. Li Bohong also took off his glasses and followed suit. Luo Yin glanced at him. A little unexpected. He was not surprised that Zhongshan could do this. But Li Bohong is not an ordinary person. His uncle is the current city Lord Lu Haoding. Status and identity. The same as Luo Beichen, Wu Taijun, and other young men from wealthy families. Seeing Luo Yin looking at him, Li Bohong smiled and said, "This time I came out. I just wanted to learn from you how to survive on the surface." Luo Yin did not comment. Soon, Wei Fenghua went about his business. Luo Yin and other students left the square and dispersed to various parts of the base to gain more knowledge. Said it was a base. In fact, only the square where the Black Hawk Corporation's headquarters building is located and the surrounding areas have a bit of the flavor of a base. It is not an exaggeration to call other places refugee camps. The base has no walls, only a circle of barbed wire, so there is a lot of wind and sand. So when walking around the base, the ground is messy and dusty everywhere, and debris and garbage are thrown away at random. This made the students from Guangling City very uncomfortable. Even for people like Zhongshan, who come from a grassroots background, the area where they live adheres to the 3 guarantees in front of their door. At least the hygiene conditions are acceptable. It's nothing like here. It's so smoky and foul. Base residents come and go. Just like what Wei Fenghua said, a mix of good and bad. There was a homeless person who was as skinny as a stick, with tattered clothes, sitting in the corner like a corpse. There were also tall, burly mercenaries covered in tattoos, wearing dirty combat uniforms and carrying rifles on their backs. There are hawkers riding 3-wheeled vehicles with the cargo box full of sundries, shouting as they go through the streets and alleys. There were also young women whose clothes were in disarray and whose bodies were exposed, and who were obviously engaged in some ancient occupation. But there is one thing. There are all kinds of people here. There are no children. Didn't see any. Luo Yin probably knew the reason. When he was in Flower City, the very first year, the ones who died the most were children. After that year, Luo Yin is almost numb to life and death. There are also quite a few hidden shops here. Li Buang whispered. Zhongshan said blankly. "Where is it? I can't see it." Li Bohong adjusted his glasses and said, "Look at those doors that are half closed, and people come and go frequently. It's mostly shops. Well, it is not ruled out that we are in the flesh trade." Being pointed out by him like this, Zhongshankai noticed this phenomenon. Just as Li Bohong said, there was a wooden house in front. The door was ajar. Someone just walked in. Someone came out from behind. The man who came out pulled down the brim of his hat and walked into shadows on the side of the road. Looks panicked. Zhongshan looked at him. The other party immediately glared back. Under a pair of messy eyebrows, his eyes looked ferocious. Luo Yin glared at him coldly. The murderous aura is as real as it is real. The man quickly lowered his head and turned into an alley. Luo Yin then said, "Don't look around here. Sometimes, an inadvertent glance can bring about a fatal disaster." Li Bohong took out a small notebook from his pocket and quickly wrote down what Luo Yin had just said. They walked around for a while, and I got a general understanding of the base. Just about to go back. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead. There was a voice. "Stop, you little thief. Don't run, damn it." Luo Yin immediately moved to the edge of a nearby tin house to avoid causing misunderstanding by standing in the middle of the road. Zhongshan and Li Bohong didn't want to get themselves into trouble. Following Luo Yin's example, he retreated to the edge of the house. The alley ahead, a petite figure suddenly jumped out. She turned out to be a pretty good-looking girl. She has short hair and tan skin. She was wearing a low-cut tank top that exposed her belly button. There is no excess fat on the waist, but there are slight sweat stains. The ultra-short jeans clung to her perky buttocks, leaving her long legs exposed to the air. She ran towards Luo Yin and the other two in a panic. Behind her, several people quickly chased out. The girl's eyes darted around, searching around. At last, his eyes fell on Luo Yin. Then he shouted, "Catch it, let's run in different directions." She suddenly threw a black backpack at Luo Yin. Moment. The two people closest to Luo Yin, Zhongshan and Li Bohong, suddenly felt that the temperature in the air seemed to drop sharply, almost reaching freezing point. At this time, the figure of the short-haired girl was reflected in Luo Yin's red pupils. In those blood-red eyes, the murderous intention is revealed. Chapter 59, Killing God. The short-haired woman's move was obviously to let Luo Yin share the pressure with her and distract the pursuers. But it also brought unexpected disaster to Luo Yin. But for the woman, she didn't feel she was wrong. In order to survive, she can do anything. What if I divert the blame and let innocent people die as a result? The most important thing is to survive. She has done this a lot in the past few years. She is still alive and well. It has been proven that her method is effective. This is also true. The figures chasing after the woman immediately looked towards Luo Yin. The man who was running in the front with the strongest physique, messy eyebrows, fierce eyes, and a missing corner of his upper lip immediately shouted, "Don't let her accomplices go." At that time, several men rushed towards Luo Yin with ferocious looks. Let's talk about the woman with short hair. After throwing away the backpack, she turned around and rushed into another alley. She wanted to use the complex terrain here to shake off her pursuers. But at this moment, she suddenly felt her neck tighten. The line of sight drops down. Then I saw a black rope around my neck, which I didn't know when. The rope seemed to be non-physical, slightly transparent and illusory, but it actually tightened around her neck. Moreover, the person throwing the rope from behind exerted force suddenly. She was pulled back involuntarily. She turned around, see a pair of red eyes. A sharp light flashed in the pupil. Besides, there is nothing else. As cold as polar ice. This kind of look, the woman had never seen him before. Men who see her usually feel the flames of desire rising in them. She knows that her body is her capital. Many men can do this for a kiss and ignore some of the things she did. Even the men who are chasing after her now are the same, especially the captain. The woman knew that if she was caught, you can exchange your body for your life. But now in these red eyes, she could see no trace of fire. There was only despairing coldness, etc. Listen to me. The short-haired woman spoke in panic. In sight, she saw Luo Yan's cloak rise up. In the shadow of the cloak, there is a blue light blooming. Everyone just felt a flash before their eyes. Luo Yan had already passed the woman. Then I saw it. At some point, a long sword appeared in Luo Yan's hand. The long sword was covered with fine dark blue lines. Now, on the sword's edge, a drop of blood dripped, following Luo Yan's sword swinging. The blood droplets were thrown to the ground. A red plum blossom splashed out. The short-haired woman stopped at this time. He was mumbling something in his mouth, but couldn't speak. She desperately covered her neck with her hands, but she couldn't hide the strands of crimson flowing through her fingers. The pupils gradually dilate. The world was spinning. She saw a reflection of someone wearing a cloak. The reflection was backlit, and only the redness in the eyes could be seen on the face. It is so thrillingly red. Thump! In the quiet alley, the sound of the woman's body falling to the ground was so loud. The hands covering his neck slid weakly to the ground. People just saw it. There was a cut on the woman's neck, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. A vivid woman, but in a moment, it had turned into a corpse that still had temperature. Luo Yin wiped the long sword splitting star on his cloak before putting it back into the sheath. He turned around and passed by Li Bohong and Zengshan. "Leave," he whispered. At this time, the pursuers finally woke up from their dream. The big man with a missing lip shouted, "Stop! You want to run away after killing someone?" At the same time, he was heartbroken. If he wants to kill someone, this woman should have died 800 times already. When will it be Luo Yan's turn? He just liked the body of the short-haired woman. Want to catch her and enjoy it. Result, he was actually killed by Luo Yan. The big man cursed in his heart more than 100 times. This bastard who doesn't know how to be gentle with women. What a waste. What a waste of resources. Cursing, he picked up the rifle and approached. The other companions dispersed and formed a surround. Li Bohong quickly said, "We don't know that woman. We are students." A student from Guangling. The captain sneered, "I don't care where you come from. If you encounter something like this, you're just unlucky. Tie them up, break their legs, and save their lives for now." He continued, "I know you practice visualization, but you guys move faster. Fast than our guns?" After saying, the captain shot at Luo Yan's legs, wanting to cripple this ruthless man's legs first. A burst of bullets sweep along the ground. In a blink of an eye, they arrived near Luo Yan. But it was like hitting an invisible wall. The bullet lodged in the air. It's hard to move anymore. Mystical technique number 5. Empty wall. And more than one side. There are two sides. Luo Yin with his back to the big man. Li Bohong facing the pursuers. They were all quietly making seals in their cloaks. Release the mysterious art. Shot! Fire! The captain yelled, but the men retreated. He felt it. These young people are not simple. Bang, 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 bang. 7 or 8 rifles were pointed at Luo Yin and the other 2, and they started firing. But they were blocked by 2 empty walls. Instead, innocent residents around were injured by stray bullets and wailed. After finishing the magazine, Luo Yin and his men fought back. Zhongshan activated his own divine treasure discharge and used the #1 mysterious technique, black rope. The black rope he released was attached with a high-voltage current and wrapped around a man's neck, instantly shocking him so much that he convulsed all over and foamed at the mouth. Li Bohong raised his hands from inside his cloak. He was armed with a pair of automatic pistols and used precise bursts of fire to make bullet holes in the heads of the big men. Luo Yin ignored those minions. He locked onto the captain with a lip defect. The splitting star flashed. The sword blade broke into countless pieces, like miniature meteors, reflecting the morning sunlight, creating a rain of light that whizzed past the captain's body. The rifle in the captain's hand shattered along with the hands holding the gun. The fragments of the gun and the arm were scattered all over the ground. With the help of the magnetic suction system, the blade fragments are reassembled to form the sword body. Etc. Misunderstand. It's just a misunderstanding. The captain, who had lost both arms, screamed. He no longer had the arrogance he had just had. His body was shaking and his heart was pounding. Looking at Luo Yin, who was approaching step by step like a god of death, he quickly shouted, "I'm from Night Falcon. This bastard stole our behemoth inducer, which is an important material we just got. I was misled by that bitch just now, so I thought you were her companions. A moment of carelessness led to this misunderstanding. I apologize to you all." Luo Yin came up to him and said in a cold tone, "Night Falcon? Someone from the Black Hawk Company?" "No, but we." Just as the captain was about to answer, he saw Luo Yin swung the sword in his hand. Then he saw the sky. The world was spinning in his eyes. Soon, he saw Luo Yin again, and a headless corpse in front of Luo Yin. Chapter 60 Power Supremacy. Luo Yin put away the splitting star, walked to the body of the woman, and searched her body. "Finally, I found a black bottle with a silver-gray pattern on it. This is a flying bird pattern. The wings are narrow and pointed, the beak is short and wide, and the upper beak is curved and has tooth-like protrusions. It is the characteristic of the falcon." Luo Yin put the bottle away. "Let's look at Li Bohong and Zhongshan again. It just happened suddenly. They responded quickly. I have basically not forgotten what I learned in school. But they are different from Luo Yin. For them, this was their first murder. Especially Li Bohong. He is a master of shooting. The instructor praised me during the shooting class at school. Within the range, every bullet hits its target. Li Bohong didn't think too much just now, and attacked left and right as soon as he came up. Killed 6 people. Everyone was shot in the middle of the eyebrow. Headshot kills instantly, but now he felt uncomfortable. His face turned pale and blue. He turned around and started retching in the corner. Luo Yin stood nearby. After they recovered, he said, "Let's go." They left the alley, walking and walking. Li Bohong seemed to be asking himself, were we too harsh just now? Not a single one was left alive. Luo Yin continued walking and said indifferently, "On the surface, if you are not ruthless, you will become prey. If you want to live longer, you have to sharpen yourself into a cold front. If you don't kill someone, someone else will kill you. Only by killing enough of them and making them suffer can we create a deterrent effect. At least next time, people will consider the consequences before taking action." Zhongshan glanced at Luo Yin's not particularly tall and strong figure. Suddenly I understood something. This young man is about the same age as me. How do you survive on the surface? After returning to the camp, Li Bohong reported today's events to Wei Fenghua. After Li Bohong finished speaking, Wei Fenghua called all the students together. "Inform everyone what Luo Yin and the other 2 did today." Then he said, "Luo Yin and the others did a great job. You have never experienced the giant scourge and have never lived on the surface. You still retain the morals and values that were shaped by the environment and your education before the disaster. But on the surface, 3 years after the disaster, all the previous morals and values have collapsed. Nowadays, it's what keeps people connected in society. It's force, it's power. When you walk on the surface, you must understand the principle of strength comes first. Only when you have enough power can you be respected and communicate with the outside world. Otherwise, you are just fish on the chopping board. The students listened attentively. Among the sophomores, Yang Li Kai took a deep breath and whispered to his two followers. Did you hear that? Student Luo, he just walked around the base today and killed several people. What a domineering aura this is. I'm starting to admire him a little bit. At this time, Zhang Hao, who was sitting next to him, gently bumped into Yang Lixia and said, Boss, your goddess. Yang Lixia turned around and looked. Then I saw Lu Ruhan not far away, with a gleam in her eyes and a sweet smile on her lips, looking at Luo Yin in the crowd opposite. Yang Li Kai said with a sad face, It's over, it's over. With the teacher's promotion, my baby will only be more interested in Luo. Suddenly, a small stone flew from somewhere and landed on Yang Lixia's shoulder. He raised his head and saw Wei Fenghua looking at him. Yang Li Kai quickly put away his smile, sat up straight, and pretended to listen attentively. Wei Fenghua coughed twice before continuing. The actual combat test will begin tomorrow. Everyone should understand the content. Let me briefly explain it again. In case some students who were distracted in class didn't remember it at all. He deliberately glanced at Yang Lixia. He coughed a few more times. After drinking some water, he said, The test location is Ghost Hair City. Of course, it is on the edge and is also a relatively safe area. I've already said hello to Black Hawk Company. Have them suspend all operations while we test it, so you don't have to worry about being disturbed by people at the base. Tell me more about the division. We have a total of 12 mechas. We will draw lots later and divide into 4 teams of 3. In addition to the mecha division, other students will also draw lots to form a joint combat unit with the mecha division. Ilsithagan. Mech combat is not a one-person job. It's a collective. The mechas are fighting on the front line, and we still need tactical advisors, logistical supplies, and engineers to repair them in the back. So, in addition to the mecha masters, other students will play the roles of tactical staff, logistics personnel, and maintenance personnel in their respective teams. Don't underestimate the 3 links of staff, logistics, and maintenance. This is the guarantee that the mecha can fight at full strength on the front line. So, in terms of ratings, not only will I give scores to each team based on their mecha performance, I will also observe the performance of other departments of each team. As for the distribution of rewards, we will use the 73 allocation ratio that the Surface Exploration Corps and even the Giant Beast Strategic Office are using. That is to say, the rewards each group received. The 3 Mecha Masters will get 70%, and then further distribution will be made based on their performance. Other departments will get 30%, which will be distributed equally among all personnel. Now, are there any questions? Wei Fenghua waited for a moment and saw that everyone had no questions, so he announced the drawing of lots. Soon, the Mecha Division grouping has results. Luo Yin, Li Bohong, and Zingshan are in the first-year Group A. Accept them. Among the first-year students, Lin Cheng, who has a scar on the right side of his face, Li Zi, who wears thick glasses, and Xin Yu, who is extremely low-key and ordinary-looking in the class, are in the same team. They are Group B, sophomores. Group A is Lu Ruhan, Zhao Ping, and Chen Dingxing. Group B is Xia Yun, Wang Lei, and Zhou Feng. After the staff, logistics, engineers, and other personnel were also divided into groups. Wei Fenghua asked the 4 teams to hold their respective combat meetings. For this kind of multi-person collaboration, it is also necessary to preside over the meeting. Luo Yin has no experience at all. I'm too lazy to organize. So Li Bohong was put on stage. Just as the students began to discuss enthusiastically about tomorrow's test. The 5th floor of the Black Hawk Corporation's headquarters building. Someone was standing in front of the huge French window, looking at the academy camp with flames flickering below. This is a middle-aged man with graying hair combed back. He is blind in his left eye and wears a black eye patch. He was wearing combat uniform, military boots, and a holster on his waist with a Desert Eagle inside. He was holding a goblet. There was red liquid sloshing around inside. Under the light, a sharp-edged and weathered face is reflected on the surface of the cup. He is Black Hawk, the owner of this base. Chapter 61. Only the east wind is lacked. Black Hawk, Gao Rue, is in his early 50s. He looked at the fire in the student camp below and drank the red wine in his glass. The red wine was obtained from the Guifa city. Gao Rue lived there for most of his life before the city became a forbidden area. He is quite familiar with the city. Otherwise, It is also difficult to rely on the advantage of familiarity with the environment before the base has taken shape. The first and most critical supplies were quickly collected, laying the foundation for the Black Hawk Company. Gao Rui looked into the depths of the darkness, looking at the tallest building in Ghost City. That's Castle in the Sky, the city's landmark building. One of these days, I'm going to sit on it and drink. Gao Rui habitually set a goal for himself. He believes that people must have goals and know what they want, so as not to waste time and squander your life. He always felt that he lived more soberly than others. Like recently, he took on a big job. People thought he was crazy. Only he himself knows what he wants. Gao Rui drank the wine in the glass and walked to the desk. There was no one else in the office except him. There are two others. A man as fat as a mountain of flesh, with a bald head covered with densely tattooed scriptures. The other one had an ugly donkey face, fierce eyes, and someone was chewing something in his mouth. This is Gao Rui's right-hand man, two of my most capable operations managers. The former's name is unknown, and those who know him call him Monk, because he likes to preach to people, especially to the dead. He always smells of alcohol and cannot eat without meat at every meal. The other one is Lu Lao Si. It's obviously not his real name, but no one cares what his real name is. In the base, a code name is enough. Boss. Donkey Lousy handed Gao Rui a cigarette and lit it. Something happened in the base today. Night Falcon's men were slaughtered. It is said that the murderers were the students downstairs. Gao Rui raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, those greenhouse flowers dare to kill people. No wonder they dared to bring it to the surface and even go to the forbidden area for actual combat." The monk said in a muffled voice, "Boss, Night Falcon wants us to give an explanation. They said if they didn't hand over the murderer, they would find another seller for the goods." Gao Rui chuckled and said, "Monk, how did you do it? I'll reason with them. Now they are all in hell to repent." The monk's eyes, which were squeezed together by his flesh, opened slightly. A sharp edge like a knife flashed in the gap. Gao Rui nodded. "That's what we should do. This is a matter of great importance. Night Falcon tried to hold me back at a critical moment. This guy with no foresight deserves to be eliminated." Donkey Lao Si lowered his voice again and said, "Boss, Guangling has sent the stuff over. Would you like to go and see it for yourself?" Gao Rui said calmly, "No need. After so many years, do I still not trust you? In short, everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing." Donkey Lousy and the monk looked at each other, and both of them smiled with a forced smile. The next day, the Academy's convoy was divided into 4 teams and left the base in an orderly manner. While in the car, Luo Yin heard the base's broadcast sounding. "Here's a notice. From now on, Falcon Base will suspend all matters related to the restricted area. No individual or group is allowed to explore the restricted area for a week. If you violate this rule, once discovered, you will be expelled immediately and will never be allowed to enter the base again." The broadcast is repeated. Along the way, even through the car window, Luo Yin could also hear the complaints of the residents outside. He lived on the surface. I can understand the residents' grievances. These people make a living in the forbidden area. Otherwise, there is no need to live in the Falcon Base. Now they're asked not to work for a week. There was no mention of compensation for losses. It would be strange if they had no complaints. In fact, the Academy holds practical tests here. Compensation has already been given to the Hunter Base. But whether the Black Hawk Company issues it is none of the Academy's business. Soon, 4 convoys had left the base. Each convoy includes 3 mecha transport vehicles, 1 armored command vehicle, 2 logistic supply vehicles, 2 mecha maintenance vehicles, and 8 escort vehicles. Sitting in the car carrying the White Dragon, Luo Yin looked out the window at several convoys gradually dispersing across the wilderness. He picked up the communicator and said, "Teacher Wei said that in this test, the 4 teams will be competitors. The team with the highest test score will receive an additional prize. Also, the test begins the moment you leave the base. Then why don't we attack other convoys? Just paralyze their mobility. Destroy their mechas. Doesn't that increase our chances of getting first place?" The voices of several tactical staff officers were heard on the communicator. "Student Luo, your style? He is a bit wild. This is a college test. If you have the ability, you should show it in the forbidden area instead of using it against your own people." The only one who could think of this approach is Luo. But at this time, however, a voice on the communicator disagreed. I think Luo's opinion is worth considering. This is Li Bohong's voice. It's just that choosing which team to take the shot requires serious consideration. Suddenly, the communication channel exploded. Student Li, are you serious? We don't have to be so mean, do we? What kind of glory is there in being first? Just when everyone had no consensus, Zheng Shan's voice rang out in the channel. Look, that's second-year team. The compartment of one of their mecha transport vehicles is starting to unfold. Luo Yin glanced suddenly out the window. Really? Not far from their team, in a second-grade team, the compartment of a transport vehicle was being opened. Seeing this, Luo Yin decisively jumped up from his position and ran to the mecha storage cabin. He took off his coat as he ran, revealing the driving suit he had already worn underneath. When I put the Bluetooth communicator on my ear, I heard chaos on the communication channel. No way, are the second graders crazy? Are they really planning to send out the mecha at this time? Which team are they going up against? I think you guys are too nervous. They should be malfunctioning. The communication channel was in chaos. Obviously, these students haven't gotten into the mood yet. Luo Yin immediately shouted murderously in the channel. If you don't want to die, shut up. The channel was silent instantly. Luo Yin continued. I am ready to attack now. Bohong Xingshan, you two stand by. While talking, Luo Yin has entered the cockpit of the White Dragon. He put on the helmet that was lying beside him. Then, with the help of instruments, the mecha's neural wires were connected to the interface driver of the driving suit. Then tap the empathy button on the floating sensor. Through neural wires, start empathizing with the mecha. Chapter 62, Orange Cat vs. White Dragon. Group A, Year 2. Yang Likai sat in the armored command vehicle, looking at the various parameters on the computer screen and biting an apple hard. Next to him, a classmate who was acting as a staff officer said with an earphone in his ear, all parameters of the Orange Cat are normal. You can start it. You can start it. Then he took off the communicator and whispered, Student Lu, you changed the original name of the Mecha Qingwang to Orange Cat instead. I really don't understand her aesthetic taste. Yang Lixia glanced at him and said, if you want me to understand, she is no longer my goddess. The goddess's mind is as deep as the ocean. Even I can't guess it. How can you possibly guess it? Then he smiled and said in the communication channel, Student Lu, who are we going to attack this time? Lu Ruhan's sweet voice rang out in the communication channel. Group A, Year 1. Yang Lixia was stunned for a moment, then walked aside and asked in a private channel, are you sure? Isn't that Luo Yan's group? Lu Ruhan hummed with a nasal sound and then said, is there any problem? A flash of light suddenly flashed through Yang Lixia's mind. I understand. I was being too sentimental. The goddess didn't like Luo at all. Otherwise, why would she attack Group A of the first year? Yang Lixia was immediately overjoyed. But I still asked carefully. There is no problem, but I originally thought that you were interested in Luo. Lu Ruhan laughed and said, I am quite interested in this junior. Don't you think he's funny? Yang Lixia heard a snapping sound, as if something in his heart was breaking. Then why do you still attack Group A for a year? Your target is not Luo Yin? At this time, a voice came from the armored vehicle. The Orange Cat is out. Yang Lixia looked over and saw on a large screen that the cabin of the mecha carrier was completely open. The bright yellow-painted mecha rolled down from the car, and its steel fingers covered with nano-armor layers pressed into the ground to help the mecha adjust its balance. Then the mecha jumped out like a nimble Orange Cat and headed straight for the transport vehicle of Group A, Grade 1, where White Dragon was. At the same time, Lu Ruhan's voice rang out in Yang Likai's earphones. Because I'm interested in him. So, I'm going to try him myself. Let's see how much he weighs. Is it worth my devotion to him? Suddenly, a scream rang out in Yang Lixia's heart. No. In an instant, Yang Likai's mentality almost collapsed. Then all kinds of thoughts came to mind. Student Lu likes to try new things. Maybe she is just interested in Student Luo for a short time. By the way, she has always been at the top of the class in mecha piloting. Luo is definitely no match for her. As long as she defeats Luo, she will lose interest in him. Isn't this my chance? No, broken voice. Student Lu has basically never piloted a mecha in actual combat. But Mr. Luo was driving a mecha in the forbidden area to kill the giant beast. Two of them. Student Lu won't be his opponent. What should I do then? By the way, I'm breaking up with classmate Lu now. As long as I shake it off fast enough, sadness can't catch up with me. I want to share XX hands. Student Lu and I have never confirmed our relationship. Yang Likai held his head, falling into endless distress. Outside the armored vehicle, as the orange cat ran towards the A-grade team, he fired at the vehicle where the white dragon was, but he deliberately missed the target, causing only large pieces of rubble to fly up from the ground nearby. This couldn't be more obvious than the provocation. So Luo Yin took decisive action. In the open carrier cabin, the white dragon rolled down the cabin, turned around on the ground, and then stood up from a half-squat position. Then he saw the bright yellow, painted mecha running towards him, and the rifle in his hand was restrainedly not pointed at the head of White Dragon, but fired at the knee of the mecha. Luo Yin controlled the mecha to roll over, and then locked onto the edge of the city area of Guifa City in the panoramic window. The White Dragon turned around with the help of a rolling motion, took big strides, and ran wildly in that direction. The mecha took huge steps, and in a flash it had passed the convoy and sped away. In the control room, Li Bohong's voice rang out over the communicator. "Student Luo, we are here to support you." Luo Yin said without any expression, "No need. If you come to support us, you might fall into their trap instead." Li Bohong responded quickly. "You mean the second graders are going to use a mecha to trip us up? So they can use the remaining two to kill the monsters and earn credits?" Luo Yin said, then said, "Don't contact me from now on. After I take care of that mecha, I'll go find you at the meeting point." Li Bohong also said simply, "Okay." Zheng Shan did not forget to say, "Lao Luo, then you should be careful." After the communication ends, Luo Yin was fully focused, controlling the mecha to move through the bushes and trees on the outskirts of the city. When it was about to hit a building, the white dragon suddenly changed direction and rolled to the left. The exterior wall of the 7- or 8-story residential building, which was covered with moss and vines, suddenly exploded at a height of about the 5th floor. It was blasted by the bullets fired by the orange cat behind it, which were comparable to the main gun shells of a warship. Several bullets passed through the floors, shattering walls and rooms, and finally broke out from the back of the residential building. Go straight ahead. Several residential buildings on the shooting track were blown in half, causing them to collapse and creating tens of thousands of tons of garbage on the ground. Hiding behind a building, Luo Yin in the driver's seat of the White Dragon first used the barrier-breaking eye to observe the surroundings. Although each mecha is equipped with a behemoth radar, once the energy spectrum of the giant beast is detected, an alarm will be sounded. But the radar scanning range is not as large as Luo Yin's obstacle-breaking eye. Looking through the panoramic window, Luo Yin confirmed that there were no giant beasts around before he focused his attention on the second-year student's mecha. At this time, he received a communication request. It was sent by the pilot of that mecha, but Luo Yin did not accept it. White Dragon raised the Shinwei rifle, and in the special field of vision of the barrier-breaking eye, Luo Yin had already locked onto the opponent's mecha. Then he fired at the opponent's main engine in the chest. Bang! Huge gunshots rang out between the buildings, shattering the windows of the building in front of Luo Yin. Bullets blasted into the building. Houses, furniture, walls, pillars. Everything was pierced and shattered like paper. The bullet broke through the building in an instant and went straight to the engine in the chest of the orange cat. In the cab of the orange, the girl wearing a combat suit that fit her body like a diving suit and chewing something narrowed her eyes slightly. How rude, but I like it. Chapter 63, Mecha Battle. Fierce battle. As early as when the building exploded, Lu Ruhan controlled the mecha to turn sideways. The mecha was originally named Qingguang and was renamed Jumao by Lu Ruhan. The shape is flexible, and it is one of the lighter ones among mechas. It is agile and quick, very suitable for female mecha operators to operate. At this moment, under Lu Ruhan's control, he turned around to avoid the attack and raised his rifle. Running and shooting. White Dragon also reacted in the same way. Neither mecha approached the opponent rashly. The two sides distanced themselves from each other and ran between the buildings. The fire lines shuttled back and forth, constantly blasting and knocking down the building between the two mechas and other structures. While attacking, both of them did not forget to make evasive movements. In contrast, the movements of the orange cat are obviously more flexible and smoother. Although he is a natural empath, he has not even started training for 3 months. Luo Yan's movements were visibly rough. Many details are not handled well. The range of motion is often too large, too unrestrained. Lack of dexterity. He also knows where his shortcomings are. Therefore, when controlling the mecha, don't forget to run, viewing mountains and seas. The energy fills the whole body and is amplified by the empathy system, forming a layer of brilliance with heavy connotations on the surface of the armor. When a bullet grazes the aircraft body, the armor of the white dragon will then show rock-like patterns, instantly resisting the impact and leaving the outer armor of the body intact. Luo Yin waited patiently. He knows it very well. My marksmanship is far inferior to Li Bohong's. It is simply impossible to paralyze the opponent's mecha with a rifle. Moreover, a primary machine like the White Dragon was not equipped with other long-range weapons. I think the opponent's mecha is the same. So Luo Yin was waiting for the opponent to empty the magazine. When there is a lack of fire suppression, this is the best time to engage in close combat. Soon, the magazine in the orange cat's rifle had been opened and the muzzle was misfiring. The opportunity has come. A strange light flashed in Luo Yan's eyes. The mecha seemed to sense his determination through the empathy system. The energy furnace roared, and all the engines of the mecha were fully powered, allowing the white dragon to sprint at full speed. The silver-white giant passed by a hotel building, and a silver light was reflected in the hotel windows. The mecha crossed the road in front of the hotel in one step. When he stepped on the ground, the concrete road surface covered with weeds and wild flowers collapsed immediately. The huge shock wave made all the nearby car wreckages jump up and shattered the windows of the surrounding buildings. Push hard. White Dragon leaped into the air, raised his right hand, and an alloy chain sword popped out from his wrist armor. Looking down from a high position, lock on the target. The chain sword turned into a flash of lightning, leaving a dazzling mark and containing terrifying kinetic energy, and it struck down like a bolt of lightning. Combat skills. Thunder. But at this time, the chain sword just reached the top of the orange cat's head when it was blocked by an invisible barrier. Through the panoramic window, Luo Yin saw that the opponent's bright yellow-painted mecha was making seals with its hands. The empty rifle had long been thrown into a corner. In the cab of the orange cat, Lu Ruhan smiled and said, "Student Luo Yan's behavior patterns are so easy to guess. I knew he wasn't good with a gun, so he must be waiting for me to empty my magazine and then rush over to engage in close combat while I'm reloading. Just because I guessed this." So the orange cat threw away the gun as soon as he ran out of bullets, then formed a seal and used the number 5 mysterious technique, empty wall. But, although the empty wall blocked the thunder, it was also smashed to pieces by the white dragon's sword. So after the orange cat used the empty wall, he quickly formed a seal again. This time, chains condensed by elemental force rose from the ground and locked the limbs of the white dragon for a second control. Mystical technique number 3, binding. Then the orange cat took another big step forward to increase the distance. And while the body was still sliding on the road, it formed a seal for the 3rd time. Suddenly, an illusory giant wolf appeared, reaching the height of the mecha's knees. It is the number 10 mysterious technique, Phantom Wolf. The other side. As soon as Luo Yin was controlled by the Yuanli chains, he immediately cut the chains with a chain sword. But at this time, a Phantom Wolf had already pounced over. And the mecha opposite was still performing seals. It seems that the driver inside is the same as Wu Taijun. They are all fans of the mysterious arts. As the Phantom Wolf pounced forward, the ground beneath the white dragon's feet began to shake violently. Then stone spikes with thick bases and sharp tips poked up one after another. Luo Yin had already controlled the mecha to retreat, but the stone cones still brushed against his legs, causing friction with the energy defense layer distributed on the outer armor. The brilliance of the energy there dimmed a little. This is the 11th mystical technique, rock cone. Although the body of the machine was not pierced by the rock cones, the white dragon was trapped by the chaotic cluster of rock cones. When the white dragon was hit by the rock cone, the Phantom Wolf had already jumped onto the mecha. The Phantom Wolf opened its mouth and bit the mecha's neck, trying to bite it off. At this time, the orange cat did not continue to use the mysterious technique, but opened the outer armor of both arms. From the armor on both upper arms, an orange dagger was sent out by the mechanical arm. Hold the 2 short blades together. The orange cat leaned forward, with its upper body almost parallel to the ground. This lightweight mecha was as fast as lightning, like a cheetah that had locked onto its target, and it swooped down towards the white dragon that was stuck by the stone cones and entangled by the Phantom Wolf, unable to move. The previous series of mysterious techniques were all preparations. Lu Ruhan's winning hand. It's also close combat. But when it was less than 10 meters away from the white dragon, the orange cat suddenly stopped and moved sideways. At the same time, white dragon suddenly burst into energy fluctuations. The visible light of Yunli burst out and rose up, stirring up a clamor with a terrifying momentum. But it was Luo Yin who used a secret method. Kaiyuan wheel. The moment of outbreak. White dragon swung the chainsword. Suddenly, streaks of lightning ran like dragons and snakes, covering a huge fan-shaped area in front of the mecha. The phantom wolf, jumping on the mecha, the stone cones that stuck the white dragon's feet, the concrete road ahead covered with moss and plants, the rusted car wreckage, and so on. All fell apart in this dazzling electric light. Thunder of overwhelming force. A combat skill that can only be used in the Kaiyuan will state. Incredibly powerful. Directly turning a fan-shaped area more than 500 meters in front of the machine into a Jedi. Even though Lu Ruhan had already guessed that Luo Yin would explode. Even though the orange cat had already made evasive moves in advance. But he was still swept by a flash of lightning. Large areas of the orange cat's outer armor suddenly turned black and even fell off. Fortunately, it was only a minor injury that didn't stop it from rolling twice on the road, crashing into a building, and then breaking out of the building. When the building was about to collapse, the orange cat had already seized the moment of weakness after Luo Yan's outburst. Get close to the white dragon. The two daggers outlined an illusion like gentle night rain, entangled with the body of the white dragon. This is Lu Ruhan's fighting skill. Nai Chapter 64, Headbutt, 2-year A-level. In the armored command vehicle. On the big screen, the orange cat suppressed the white dragon and used 2 swords to launch dazzling attacks. Yang Lixia shouted excitedly. Well done! The classmates in the car were startled by him. Yang Lixia hugged a classmate's neck and said happily, Classmate Lu is really great. Use a series of mysterious techniques as a prelude. Just for this moment of explosion. And just now, she clearly predicted Mr. Luo's tactics. We avoided it in advance. She has classmate Luo under control. The classmate was almost dying from being hugged by him. Fortunately, Yang Lixia let go, and he saved his life. The students in the car looked at Yang Li Kai speechlessly, thinking that Lu Ruhan won the fight. This guy was happier than the real boss. Yang Li Kai was of course happy. If Luo Yin loses here, Lu Ruhan would no longer be interested in him. Then hasn't his chance come? Think of this. Yang Lixia said in his heart, Student Luo, just surrender. Just consider it a favor. Just lose to classmate Lu once. I will definitely repay you. In the outer city area of Go City, the body of the white dragon kept throbbing. In just a moment, I don't know how many attacks this mecha has endured. The energy defense layer on the surface of the mecha that protects the outer armor and the body is rapidly disappearing. Lu Ruhan's combat skill, Night Rain, can break down physical or energy-level defenses with delicate techniques. And once the defense is lifted, an undefended mecha, under her double swords, it would fall apart in an instant. But just at this moment, White Dragon does not retreat but advances. Withstand the attack from the orange cat. Press forward from the front. Open your arms. Hold the orange cat tightly. Then, lift with force. The enemy machine that is lighter than itself was lifted off the ground. In the cab, under the influence of the empathy system, Lu Ruhan empathizes with the mecha. She just felt Luo Yin hugging her tightly from the front. The strong sense of aggression made her heart beat rapidly and her mind went blank. At this time, panoramic window. She saw White Dragon's head tilted back. Next second, the head of the other machine rapidly expanded in the panoramic window. Etc. Lu Ruhan finished speaking. There was a roar in my ears. It turned out that the White Dragon had already hit him with a headbutt. The image in the panoramic window flickered. Lu Ruhan was even hit so hard that she felt dizzy and dazed. At this time, White Dragon raised his head again. The second headbutt has already hit him. In the armored vehicle of Group A of the second year, the students stared in amazement, watching the screen as the White Dragon headbutted the orange cat, one after another with moves like a street gangster fighting. After 5 or 6 times, an alarm sounded in the armored vehicle. A student took a look and shouted, "The orange cat's empathy system has been disconnected. Lu's signal is offline." Is she dizzy? There was a buzzing sound in Yang Lixia's mind. Looking at the screen in despair. Only on the screen, White Dragon has stopped attacking, because the head of the orange cat machine has fallen to one side. It was obvious that the driver inside had lost consciousness. No! Yang Likai held his head and screamed. It's like the end of the world. His classmates all looked at him sideways. Then there was a lot of discussion. Student Yang has such rich emotions. That's right. He was happier than anyone else when Lu won. Student Lu is now fainted, and he is more sad than anyone else. This is also a state of mind. But the next second, Yang Likai raised his head and then started laughing. Then he shouted inexplicably, "Okay, very good." Yang Likai didn't care at all that his classmates in the car were looking at him like a lunatic. He only thought of one thing. The way Luo Yin defeated Lu Ruhan was so rude. Through this matter, Lu Ruhan must be able to realize it. She and Luo Yin are from two different worlds. They're like two parallel lines. There will be no intersection. Compared to Luo Yin, his Yang Likai's world is closer to Lu Ruhan's. Isn't the opportunity here? Haha, thank you so much. Student Luo Yin, thank you for having this way to defeat Lu. Yang will definitely reward you handsomely later. In the city, Luo Yin let go of his hand. Let the orange cat mecha lie on the ground. But he didn't leave. He used the chainsaw to carefully cut off the joints of the orange cat mecha. Then he removed the outer armor of the orange cat and did the whole process very carefully. It was as if he was taking off the woman's clothes. In the cab, Lu Ruhan groaned. "Wake up." Then he saw Luo Yin busy on his mecha. She didn't react for a moment. Then saw White Dragon stood up, holding an energy furnace in both hands, and was pulling out the wires one by one. Lu Ruhan's mind went blank. Could this be the energy furnace of the orange cat? What is he doing? Why did he take my energy furnace? At this time, because the energy furnace was taken away, the body loses its energy supply. The instruments in the cab stopped working one by one. Even the lights went out one by one. After a while, then the red light came on. This is the body's backup battery working. But it can only be used to open the cockpit of the machine or allow the mecha pilot to escape in an emergency. Unable to engage in combat, Lu Ruhan could only unplug the neuron plug herself, open the cab, and walk out of the mecha. Standing on the mecha's head, she watched as White Dragon ran away quickly, holding Orange Cat's energy furnace in one hand. Immediately following, when Lu Ruhan saw the Orange Cat with all its joints destroyed, she suddenly felt like vomiting blood. That guy is really awesome. Destroy the Orange Cat's joints and paralyze its functions. They also took away the energy furnace. They don't intend to let me participate in actual combat. Suddenly, the girl who took off her helmet snorted, "He doesn't seem so interesting anymore." Falcon Base. Wei Fenghua, who stayed at the base, saw the entire process of the fight between Luo Yin and Lu Ruhan through the footage captured by the drone. He coughed twice, looked at the orange cat that was almost torn apart, and smiled imperceptibly. Then he looked at the judges behind him. "Everyone, what do you think of the performance of both sides in this battle?" A middle-aged man with sparse hair, who obviously has few hairs on his head, but still stubbornly covers his forehead with a tuft of hair. Sophomore student Lu controlled the rhythm of the entire battle very well. She has obviously figured out Luo Yan's fighting rules, the close combat that determines the outcome in the early, middle, and even late stages. Her performances were remarkable. It's a pity, though. She ultimately lost in experience. If you fail to paralyze the target's mobility within a second or two, you should withdraw and regroup. But she was so eager to win that Luo took advantage of her opportunity. In the end, it won in a rough way. In my opinion, these two students are both very outstanding. As soon as the words fell, someone sneered, "Excellent. Is that Luo classmate fighting? Is he a gangster fighting? I've never heard of a mecha master using headbutts to decide the outcome of a battle." Chapter 65, Weird Hair. Speak out your disapproval and sneer at the cynics. It was Huang Yong, the first-year student's mentor, who had once taught Luo Beichen. Luo Beichen was defeated and died, and he was still holding a grudge in his heart. Just now, when I saw my colleagues praising Luo Yin, I couldn't hold it in any longer. I really had to let out this frustration. The middle-aged teacher with impressive hair glanced at Huang Yong and said, "What's wrong with the headbutt? It doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice. It is a good cat." Mr. Huang, as teachers, we should be less prejudiced against students. We should look at students from a fair and just perspective, so that we can be more objective. Someone nodded and said, "Teacher Xie Guangyao is right. Isn't it normal that every new tactic is unprecedented before it is introduced? I think Luo Yin is very quick-witted. He knows how to adapt to local conditions and respond flexibly. He's a good candidate for a mecha master. Other teachers also echoed. Huang Yong snorted when he saw this. People with different ideals cannot work together. After saying that, he turned away. The teacher surnamed CS snorted and said, Teacher Huang's temper is too extreme. Someone whispered, he is not only extreme, but when he gets stingy, he is even worse than a woman. Wei Fenghua coughed dryly, drawing everyone's attention to him. The dean said, since everyone thinks Luo Yan's performance is good, then shall we give him and Group AA credit here? The teachers nodded. So, on a big screen not far from them, Group A of Year 1 quietly moved up one place and temporarily took the lead among the 4 teams. Walking out of the tent, Huang Yong was still cursing. Suddenly, I felt something in my heart, looked up, and saw a mountain of flesh blocking my way. The supervisor of Black Hawk Company, Monk, narrowed his eyes into slits and smiled with his fat face. Teacher Huang, do you have time? Our boss wants to treat you to a meal. Group A Year 2. At the temporary gathering point, the orange cat, which was paralyzed and unable to move on its own, was pulled back. When the maintenance personnel saw the broken mecha, they all shook their heads and sighed. There are replaceable joint parts in the maintenance vehicle, and if we hurry, it can be basically repaired in the evening. But the most fatal problem for the orange cat is that the energy furnace was taken away by Luo Yin. Without the energy furnace, the orange cat is just a pile of scrap metal. There is no spare energy furnace in the maintenance vehicle. On the other side, Yang Likai saw his goddess getting off the mecha carrier. His face was gloomy, although there is nothing on the surface. But the small moves continued. According to Yang Likai's understanding of her, Lu Ruhan is in a very upset mood now. Seeing this, Yang Lixia felt as if the sky was clearing up after the rain. In my heart, I thanked Luo Yin again for his ruthless destruction of the flower. Then he trotted over and handed over a drink that replenished various trace elements for the human body. Student Lu, thank you for your hard work. Lu Ruhan glanced at him, took the drink without refusing, and thanked him. Hearing the word thank you from the goddess' mouth, Yang Lixia was overjoyed. He has known Lu Ruhan for almost 2 years. Every time I gave her something, no matter how expensive the gift was, she would most likely reject it. As for thank you, it was the first time ever. This made Yang Lixia even more certain that the goddess must have discovered his good points. I was finally moved by myself, so my attitude began to change. At this time, the other 2 mecha masters also arrived. Chun Dingsheng, who had a short crew cut, shouted, Student Lu, what happened to you? Before he even approached. Even the energy furnace was dismantled by others. The orange cat is now scrapped. We haven't even started testing yet, and our team is missing a mecha. Tell me, what should we do next? Yang Likai immediately protected the flower. Pointing at the little flat-headed boy, he shouted, Mr. Chen, are you a man? Why can't the 2 mechas be tested? Why, in the future on the battlefield, you won't allow friendly aircraft to malfunction, right? If you don't even have the ability to deal with this, I advise you to stop being a mecha master as soon as possible. It's shameful. Chun Dingsheng was immediately furious, pointing at Yang Lixia and shouting, You're not even a mecha master. Why are you interfering? Zhao Ping, a good guy nearby, stopped Chun Dingsheng and said, We are all classmates. Don't be angry. Talk it over nicely. Yang Likai was about to be sarcastic to Chun when a figure flashed before his eyes and he saw the goddess striding forward. He also bowed to Chun Dingsheng and Zhao Ping. Terribly sorry. I was indeed too willful this time. I thought I could easily defeat my opponent. So there's no thought given to the consequences. This puts our team in a passive situation. Yang Likai was stunned. The goddess actually apologized? Am I seeing that? Such a proud person. He actually apologized? And he was apologizing to a nobody like Chun Dingsheng? Not to mention Yang Likai. Chun Dingsheng and Zhao Ping were also stunned, because they know that Lu Ruhan is not an ordinary girl. Her family background is on the same level as those of Yang Likai, Wu Taijun, and other young masters. Unexpectedly, someone as high and mighty as her. He actually took the initiative to admit his mistakes. For a moment, Chun Dingsheng was speechless. Lu Ruhan raised her head and said, There might be an energy furnace at the Black Hawk base. I will contact the teacher now to see if she can help us get one. I will pay for the expenses myself. I will try my best to make up for my mistakes and strive not to hold everyone back. Okay. Chen Dingxing couldn't get angry anymore. Yang Lixia seized the opportunity and said, Student Liu, go and have a rest. Leave it to me. Without saying anything, he took out the special communicator for contacting his tutor and started operating it. Woo! It's windy. It was sunny just now. Suddenly the weather turned from sunny to cloudy. The sky became gloomy. The clouds gradually turned gray and black, and a heavy and depressing atmosphere enveloped the earth. It permeates the city. Luo Yin drove the Mecha white dragon to the gathering place. Walking in the Guifa city, through the panoramic window, Luo Yin saw a pile of broken walls. The extent of the damage to the building here. Far better than the area where he fought with the orange cat. The buildings are basically left with only their frames, and the roads have long been buried by rubble. Among the wreckage of cars, under the rubble, and on the fallen streetlights, you can see corpses that are only left with bones. Black marks can be seen everywhere on the ground, on the car wreckage, and on the walls. They are like traces of coagulated blood. How much blood would it take to paint the city like this? Apart from these dilapidated scenes, the most eye-catching thing is the long and thick black hair. These long black hairs were gathered in balls, wrapped around lamp posts, hanging from treetops, pouring out from the doors of buildings or windows, and draped over power lines or high towers. Once the wind blows, clumps of black hair flutter in the air. From a distance, it looks like black waves that sometimes rise and sometimes fall. Chapter 66, Windfall. Looking at those strange hairs, Luo Yin did not stop and left quickly. Not long after, he met up with Li Bohong and others. White Dragon knelt on one knee in an open space and placed the energy furnace he had snatched from Orange Cat on the ground. Watching Luo Yin grab an energy furnace, the entire team, including Li Bohong, was dumbfounded. Who would have thought? Luo Yin not only defeated the Orange Cat, he also dismantled the energy furnace on the other person's mecha and took it away. It's obvious that you don't want people to take the test. Leave the mecha cockpit and come to the ground. Li Bohong said, a sophomore is looking for you. Luo Yin gave him a questioning look. It's Yang Lixia. He wants to discuss something with you. Li Bohong threw a communicator to him. He's online now. The image of Yang Likai flashed through Luo Yan's mind. After hesitating for a moment, he still said hello on the communicator. He wanted to hear what Yang Likai had to say. Unexpectedly, he then spoke. Yang Lixia yelled into the communicator, Idol, you're back. I couldn't contact your mech, so I had to contact your teammates. How about we make a deal? Luo Yin said expressionlessly. What are you discussing? Yang Lixia got straight to the point. Didn't you steal the energy furnace of one of our mechas? Is it in your possession? Luo Yin looked at the energy furnace not far away and did not express his opinion. Yang Lixia continued. You definitely didn't lose it. That's right. I want to redeem it. Redeem it? Luo Yin didn't follow Yang Likai's train of thought for a moment. Yang Lixia laughed dryly and said, My goddess, well, classmate Lu Ruhan is unwilling to give up the test just like that. She wants to get an energy furnace from the Blackhawk Company. I just contacted the base, and they do have an energy furnace of decent model that can be used. But in terms of performance, it's not as good as the one you have. So I want to make a deal with you to redeem it. At the base, the old model energy furnace they have on hand is priced at 350,000 work points, or materials of equivalent value. I want to see if you can sell it to me at a lower price of 500,000 yuan for the one you have on hand. It's useless to have more energy furnaces anyway. It would be better to sell it and make some money, don't you think? 500,000 work points. A strange light flashed in Luo Yan's red eyes. He remembered what Wei Fenghua had said. If you do well in this test, mecha pilots can keep the mechas they drive. However, the school will subsidize part of the cost of maintenance and upgrading the mecha, and you need to find a way to pay for the rest yourself. Although Wei Fenghua also said that once a student is able to keep the mecha, he will receive attention. Some people are rushing to sponsor, so at least the daily maintenance costs are not a problem. But there is still the headache of upgrade costs. Besides, Luo Yin doesn't like being sponsored by others, because then I would have less say. Now I heard that Yang Likai wanted to use 500,000 to redeem the mecha energy furnace. Luo Yin was tempted. Just like what Yang Likai said, it's useless for him to have an extra energy furnace. After the test is over, you will probably have to return it. Better to cash in now. And the test lasts for 1 week. Once the energy furnace is redeemed, you can grab it again. After figuring this out, Luo Yin picked up the communicator and said, Okay, but the price needs to be raised a little bit. 700,000 work points is more reasonable. There was silence on the other end of the communicator, and then Yang Lixia said, "Okay, 700,000 is 700,000. I also want to make friends with you, Luo. Just 700,000. How do we trade?" Luo Yin thought for a moment and said, "You transfer the money first. After receiving the work points, give me the coordinates, and I will have someone deliver the energy furnace." Okay. Yang Li Kai agreed very straightforwardly. Not long. Luo Yin has 700,000 work points deposited into his student card. With a bonus from the Land Protection Bureau, he now has 710,000 work points. After receiving the coordinates sent by Yang Li Kai, Luo Yin found two classmates. Each person paid 1,000 work points and was asked to deliver the energy furnace to the designated location. After doing all this, Li Bohong and Zheng Shan came over. "Student Luo, I think we should build a camp before hunting the giant beast. What do you think?" Liao know that. The teacher in the tactics class also talked about this. When entering a forbidden area to fight, you need to set up a camp first. After all, they are personnel from the tactical squad, logistics department, and maintenance department. It is impossible to follow the Mecha and move in the forbidden area. They need a fixed, secure location. Only then can we start working. Luo Yin asked, "What do you think?" Li Bohong took out a tablet computer with a map of Guifa City on it. This city was originally a prefecture-level city with a permanent population of about 5 million and complete urban supporting facilities. There is an airport and a high-speed rail station in the suburbs. Look at this. Li Bohong pointed to a location on the screen. The suburban high-speed rail station is not far from where we are now. It is connected to the city by only one highway. It's good for defense. In addition, since the high-speed rail station is located in the suburbs, it is on the edge of the forbidden area. If we are attacked, we can also evacuate quickly. Also, the waiting hall of the high-speed rail station can be used for various purposes. The command center, material warehouse, and personnel rest areas can all be set up inside. What do you think? Liao know that. Li Bohong considered it very comprehensively and in detail. He could find no reason to object. Sidewalk. We're going to the high-speed rail station now. When we arrived at the high-speed rail station, it started raining. The rain wasn't heavy. However, flashes of lightning could be seen from time to time in the dark clouds in the distant sky. It looks like there will be a heavy rain soon. The high-speed railway station, which was once bustling with activity, is now no longer noisy. There are more corpses to be seen here. They are all corpses with no flesh and blood, only bones. It seems that when the giant disaster came, a large number of people flocked to the high-speed railway station, resulting in a large number of casualties. There are traces of destruction by giant beasts here. Several high-speed trains were deformed and overturned. Looking inside the deformed carriages, the corpses inside were almost piled up into a small mountain. The carriages of one train were violently dismantled and abandoned in the entrance square of the high-speed railway station. The convoy's lead vehicle drove into the square, pushing all the corpses, carriages, or other obstacles to the left and right. In the Mecha carrier, silver spots appeared around Luo Yan's red pupils. The entrance square, the waiting hall, and even everything you see. In Luo Yan's eyes of breaking barriers, everything became transparent, with only lines left to outline the structure. In this perspective, he soon discovered that there were clusters of gray lights flickering on the third and fourth floors of the waiting hall. No matter how you look at it, the outlines of those lights don't look like humans. Chapter 67, Colorful Winged Lice. Notice, Luo Yin picked up the communicator and said on the public channel, "There are giant beast parasites on the third and fourth floors of the waiting hall." Zheng Shan's voice suddenly rang out. "There are giant parasites in this damn place? What are these bugs hiding here for?" Luo Yin didn't know what these parasites were trying to do, but he knew that they needed to be cleaned up. Otherwise, this place could not be used as a camp. If you want to save trouble, you can drive the mecha and fire at the waiting hall. But that would ruin the waiting hall. Moreover, the noise was too loud and would expose the location of the camp, whether it attracts giant beasts or attracts the attention of other teams. The gains will outweigh the losses. So in the end, there was only one solution left. Luo Yin picked up the communicator and said, "Li Bohong, we will each take a team to clean up the parasites on those 2 floors." Okay, Li Bohong agreed. A moment later, Luo Yin and Li Bohong each led a team of students into the waiting hall. Zheng Shan started up his mecha just in case. In the waiting hall, the light was dim, and the hall, which had long been without electricity, seemed extremely silent. The facilities in the hall were basically destroyed, from the large screen displaying train information to the seats on the ground for passengers to rest. It all turned into waste and garbage. There are also countless corpses here, one in the east and one in the west. At each ticket gate, corpses were piled up like mountains. On the ground, newspapers, magazines, suitcases, clothes, shoes, daily necessities, cosmetics, mobile phones, laptops, tablets, etc. The ground was littered with debris, giving off a sense of desolation and decay. Luo Yin, who had lived on the surface for 3 years, was fine. Other students, including Li Bohong, seeing so many corpses, everyone's face looked very ugly. Several of the students even covered their mouths with their hands and kept retching. Fortunately, these bodies have been dead for a long time. The flesh and blood are all rotten. Otherwise, not only is the atmosphere in the waiting hall depressing, but there's also a disgusting smell in the air. The two teams walked carefully among the corpses, fearing to make any noise, thereby attracting the attention of the parasite swarm above. Luo Yin kept his eye of breaking barriers open, keeping a close eye on the swarm of parasites above. Just then, someone accidentally stepped on a can, resulting in a loud clang that echoed in the quiet hall. Fortunately, at this moment, a thunder sounded outside, which covered up the sound of the can in time. Luo Yin looked towards the student suddenly. The student shrank his head and didn't dare to look at Luo Yin. "Be careful." After Luo Yin warned him, he gestured and separated from Li Bohong's team. Two teams explored upwards from different stairs. When we reached the 3rd floor, Luo Yin led the team deeper. Soon, some parasites the size of puppies were seen in the waiting hall on the 3rd floor. These bugs cling to pillars, human bones, and walls, not moving. They have a pointed head, a round abdomen, a smooth dorsal plate, and 3 pairs of limbs at the front of the body. Several wings as thin as cicada wings are slightly opened, but those wings are colorful and very dreamy. If it weren't for the gray light representing a living creature that appeared in Luo Yan's vision, and a circle of bloody light next to that gray light, Luo Yin almost thought that the insects were dead. The fact is, every once in a while, the bugs' heads turn 180 degrees. When turning around, Luo Yin could clearly see that each of those insects had a human face on its head. But these are obviously not the common parasites human face mites in the Flower City. Instead, they are feather lice that often appear on giant feather insect-like beasts. At this time, Li Bohong's voice rang out from the communicator in his ear. "Everyone be careful. This is the colorful winged lice. They fly very fast, and as they fly, their wings drop colored powder. Those powders are neurotoxins that will render living things immobile, but not dead. But then you will become their food. It can be preserved for a long time. Colorful winged lice are afraid of fire. You can use flames to deal with them. But if they spread too much powder, they have to be careful of causing a dust explosion." Dust explosion? Luo Yin looked around and soon saw a row of closed windows. Next, he and Li Bohong developed a simple battle plan. While waiting for Li Bohong's team to arrive, Luo Yin used the barrier-breaking eye to mark the number and location of the parasites on this layer, and shared it with his teammates. Soon, Li Bohong's men arrived. The two captains checked the time and counted down, and finally gunshots rang out from the 3rd and 4th floors at the same time. Parasite cleanup begins as soon as the war started. In Luo Yan's team, based on the information provided by Luo Yin, the two snipers prioritized clearing out several parasites in the distance. The heads of those colorful winged lice that were clinging to pillars or lying on corpses had not yet reacted before their heads exploded into paste, along with the things they were clinging to. Several students around Luo Yin aimed at some parasites that were closer and used continuous shooting mode to shoot the insects into sieves. Luo Yin also fired, but he was aiming at the window on this floor. Bung 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 bung. The windows exploded amid the powerful gunshots. There was a strong wind outside. When the existing airflow rushes in, the indoor air can be kept circulating, thereby reducing the chance of dust explosion. After humans took the initiative to kill some of the parasites, the remaining colorful winged lice have already flapped their wings and flown away. Just like what Li Bohong said, these bugs are fast. Luo Yin couldn't see their movements clearly. I could only capture a vague shadow. While flying at high speed, the wings of the colorful winged louse sprinkled pieces of colorful powder. They interweave to create a gorgeous and dreamy mist in the air. But this is a deadly poisonous fog. But Luo Yin and others were well prepared. When the sound of the parasite's wings flapping was heard, two students had already formed seals with their hands. Use the number 5 mysterious technique. Empty wall. Then an invisible barrier appeared in front of Luo Yan's team. The poisonous powder spread by the colorful winged lice was isolated outside the invisible barrier. This allowed the students inside the barrier to shoot at the flying parasites without any worries. Although those things flew very fast, they could not escape the crossfire and soon fell down one after another. It seems that the parasites on the third layer are almost cleared away. Suddenly, Luo Yin heard Li Bohong's exclamation. "Oh no!" They flew into the vent. Next second, the third floor of the waiting hall. Behind Luo Yan's team, a ventilation grill suddenly fell down. Then there was a buzzing sound inside. One by one, the colorful winged lice flew out and quickly pounced on the students on the ground. Chapter 68, Battle Plan Against Guhua Bird. As soon as a student turned around, his vision was filled with the figure of the colorful winged louse. He clearly saw the colorful powder that the flying insects sprinkled on him, the layers of folds on the flying insects, and the 3 pairs of bristly legs coming towards him. The student wanted to hide away. Suddenly, I felt my body was out of control. He watched helplessly as the colorful winged louse grabbed his face. And then his mouth was pried open, and some organ from the parasite forced its way into his mouth, and then down his esophagus into his stomach. For a moment, the student's heart was beating fast with fear, and his eyes bulged as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. Zheng Junlin was attacked by a parasite. The students exclaimed, "But I don't know what to do." If you shoot, they didn't have the confidence that they could hit the bugs without hurting their classmates. Just at this moment, the student saw a shadow flash by. Luo Yan. He whizzed past the student named Zheng Junlin. At the same time, a dazzling blue light appeared. The splitting star swept across the flying insect's round belly. Open the entire abdominal cavity horizontally. Let the internal organs fall down like a waterfall. At the same time, there was an intestine-like organ wrapped around the tip of the sword. Luo Yan picked it up. Just pick the organ out of Zheng Junlin's mouth. Inject him with antidote, Luo Yan said quickly, and then slashed the parasite flying towards him with his sword. At this time, a thin student screamed, left the team, and tried to escape. Seeing this, Luo Yan raised his rifle and fired a volley of bullets at his feet. He was so frightened that he turned pale and collapsed to the ground. Luo Yan's red eyes flashed with murderous intent. Fleeing from the battlefield, kill. No one would think Luo Yan was joking. It was yesterday after all. He killed people in the Falcon base. And not long ago, Wu Taijun, Luo Beichen, and others also died at his hands. The students believe it. When Luo Yan wants to kill someone, he won't even blink an eye. Turn the gun around. Luo Yan shot at the flying insects. There was a fight. Finally, the battle ended before the rain got heavier. The two teams eliminated nearly 50 colorful wing lice on the upper and lower floors. Except Zheng Junlin and 2 other students were poisoned. The others were hardly injured. After the parasites are cleared, the students entered the waiting hall and divided into several teams under the command of Li Bohong to clear the bodies in the hall on the first floor. In order to clear the space for setting up a command center, material warehouse, maintenance workshop, and rest area. The heavy rain lasted for more than an hour before it stopped. After the rain stopped, the engineering corps became busy. They buried something that looked like oil drums on the road, connecting the high-speed rail station to the city. These oil drums are anti-behemoth mines that will only explode when a behemoth steps on them. Normally, when other vehicles pass by, the mines will not be detonated because of their light weight. But if a mecha carrier wants to pass through, it needs to turn off the mine sensing device first. Just as the engineering corps was laying minefields and setting up defense lines for the camp, Luo Yin, Zheng Shan, Li Bohong, and members of the tactical team held an emergency meeting in the command center that had already been set up. The image of the colorful winged lice appeared on the screen of the command center. A student who served as a tactical advisor said, "According to records, the colorful winged lice is a parasite on the feathered insect, giant beast Guhua bird." Our tactical team reached a unanimous agreement after discussion. There must be a Guhua bird nearby. However, considering the activity radius of the Guhua bird, I'm afraid the so-called nearby is frighteningly large. Li Bohong nodded and said, "Due to their habits, the activity radius of feathered insect behemoths is usually larger than that of other types of behemoths. Take Dang Hu, the owner of this forbidden area, for example. Strictly speaking, the entire Guifa city is within its range of activities. A short-haired girl twirled a ballpoint pen between her fingers and said, "There is a record about the Guhua bird in the Zuan's Hangji. They fly at night and hide during the day, probably ghosts and gods. When covered with feathers, it is a bird. When shed, it is a woman. One is called the Heavenly Emperor Girl, one is the Night Traveler, one is the Star Fisherman, and one is the Hidden Bird. The giant beast Guhua bird also has similar habits. It always comes out at night and likes to feed on human children. According to records, during the giant beast disaster, there were numerous cases of Guhua birds preying on human children. Perhaps we can take advantage of this habit. Lure it to the battlefield we designated." The image of Tao Tai flashed through Luo Yan's mind. He raised his head and said, "The baby is crying." A male staff officer nodded. "I think so too. We can repeatedly play a recording of a crying child on a designated battlefield to lure the Guhua bird over." The short-haired girl said, "To successfully hunt, one more condition needs to be met." The ballpoint pen in her hand stopped moving and stabbed heavily on the table. The flying ability of the Guhua bird must be paralyzed. The girl's gaze swept across the faces of Luo Yin, Zheng Shan, and Li Bohong in turn. "After all, we don't have mechas capable of aerial combat," Luo Yin said in a deep voice. When the Guhua bird appeared, Li Bohong and Zheng Shan used the black rope to control it. "Then I'll cut off its wings." Speaking of wings, a staff officer raised his hand and said, "Mechanists, be careful. The Guhua bird has hidden wings. It can freely move its feathers to create hidden wings at any time. Although the hidden wing cannot fly long distances, it can still escape from the battlefield." Each detail magnifies the research. One problem after another was solved. In the evening, operation plan against the judo is completed. The time for the battle was set at 10 o'clock in the evening. It's still early to set off. Luo Yin took out a portion of battlefield food. After opening the package, I found that there were quite a lot of things inside. This battlefield food. There are 565 grams of staple bread, 455 grams of canned meat, 230 grams of dehydrated vegetables, and 140 milliliters of milk. Certainly, not everyone's battlefield food is so abundant. This is the dry food specially supplied to the Mecha division. Luo Yin first took a sip of milk and then took a bite of the bread, which had a strong wheat aroma but a dry texture. I took another bite of dehydrated vegetables mixed with seasoning. At this moment, a figure moved in the corner of my eye. Zheng Shan sat down. He glanced at Luo Yin and said, "Old Luo, you better stay calm." I was so nervous that I couldn't eat. Luo Yin ate a mouthful of canned meat slowly. "Fill your stomach so you have the strength to fight." Zheng Shan smiled, but the smile was a little forced. He looked at his hands and said, "I understand the reason. But this is my first time flying a mecha in combat. I'm afraid of holding you and hang back. I'm not like you. You all obtained the right to drive mechas based on your own strength. I'm used to Luku. It just so happens that the group I'm competing in aren't the type that are very good at fighting. I am the tallest among the short ones." Chapter 69 Pressure. Zheng Shan spoke a lot of words. Luo Yin did not respond and quietly finished his food. He stood up. Zheng Shan was stunned. Then I realized that I had complained too much. No one is obliged to listen to your complaints. He was very considerate of me by not walking away immediately. At that moment, Zheng Shan lowered his head in shame, thinking about how Luo Yin had come this far. Kill the giant beast and seize the mecha. Which time was easy. The match with Wu Taijun not long ago. Even worse, I lost my life. Did they say hard work? I'm just under a lot of pressure and need to find someone to complain to. Compared to Luo Yin, I'm such a loser. This time, Luo Yin should look down on me, right? You still have the nerve to say you want to make friends with others. Just at this moment, Zheng Shan heard a slightly hoarse voice. "Eat." "Well?" Zheng Shan raised his head. I saw Luo Yin walking towards the rest area. Parallel roads. I eat when I'm stressed. When you are stressed, you eat. Will Luo Yin also feel pressure? Suddenly, Zheng Shan felt a lot more relaxed. Even a killing god like Luo Yin would feel pressured. It's normal to feel stressed. "Thank you, Lao Luo," Zheng Shan shouted, then took out his battlefield food and started to wolf it down. Luo Yin crawled into his tent. He took out a bottle of Spark Agent and started practicing. The fourth level of viewing mountains and seas is to temper the bones. There are 206 bones in the human body. Each of these bones needs to be tempered before the fourth level can be completed. With the help of the spark agent, when Luo Yin practiced viewing mountains and seas, the energy in the air roared and poured into his body. There was a loud bang inside Luo Yan's body, and a ball of invisible fire rose up. Refine the energy that enters the body and make it more pure. The purified energy can be used to temper the body, and the effect will naturally be better. Just like now, a wisp of energy, after being purified by the invisible fire, turned into pure and flawless bright yellow light, continuously injected into a bone in Luo Yan's arm. The human arm is made up of 30 bones, and Luo Yan is now tempering one of the humerus. After that strand of pure energy was injected into the humerus, it quickly moved between the bones and then spread into every cell. After tempering for nearly 2 hours, Luo Yan's humerus reveals the texture of rock, exuding a sense of solidity and heaviness. After starting the fourth level of practice, as each bone was tempered, Luo Yan's weight increased slightly. That's because after tempering, Luo Yan's bone structure changed. They become harder and heavier. This made Luo Yan's body become stronger little by little. Cultivating a body of heavy bones is the mark of the fourth level of perfection in viewing mountains and seas. After tempering his humerus, Luo Yin did not continue practicing. The time to set off is almost here. 9 o'clock in the evening. 3 mecha carriers left the high-speed rail station, passed through the anti-behemoth minefield whose sensors had been shut down in advance, and drove into the city. The night in the Forbidden Land is so dark. To avoid being noticed by the giant beast, the carrier didn't even have its lights on. Sitting in the transport vehicle, Luo Yin looked out the window. In the darkness, the city is like a giant beast lurking on the earth. In this silent night, the faint roar of giant beasts can be heard from afar from time to time, rising and falling and echoing in the forbidden area and between buildings. Tonight, the moon is dark, the stars are dim, and the wind is high, suitable for killing. Confirm again. The tactical staff officer's voice rang out over the communicator in my ear. It diluted the murderous intent brewing in Luo Yan's eyes. The battle site is a downtown gymnasium not far from the high-speed rail station. Once everyone arrives, we will play the baby crying recording that we have set up. The above is the first phase of the operation. The tactical staff repeated the battle plan that had been discussed previously. Luo Yin is in my mind. I also recalled the information about the Guhua bird. Codename, Guhua bird. Level, intermediate level 1. Type, feathered insect. Features, sonic boom, steel claws, feather sword, chaos god. The weak point is in the abdomen, Luo Yin said softly. The weak point is in the abdomen. At this time, the battlefield has arrived. 3 transport vehicles were parked near several entrances to the stadium, and the compartments were unfolded to allow the mechas to come out. Luo Yin sat in the cab, fastened himself to the seat with a seat belt, then started the auxiliary system and let the neuron plug in a line to connect to the drive. Activate the command console and start the sound sensing system. Following Luo Yan's operation, the various functions of the mecha were activated one by one. Finally, with the help of the empathy system, a neural connection is established with the mecha. After the synchronization rate reached 100%, Luo Yan's body shook slightly, and he had completed empathy with the white dragon. A thought flashed through his mind. The engine on the chest of the white dragon glowed with a faint blue light, and the mecha got out of the car and stood up straight. In the cab, through the panoramic window, Luo Yin had a panoramic view of the entire stadium. The gymnasium was damaged, and the building collapsed severely, but fortunately the track and field stadium was basically undamaged. Luo Yin looked at the other 2 mechas. The armor of this mecha is painted with camouflage, making it extremely concealed. The Ranger has a peculiar shape. Although it is a humanoid mecha, it has 3 arms. When he first saw this mecha, Luo Yin was very curious about what it was like when Li Bohong was controlling it. The weapons of the Ranger are mainly guns. A powerful rifle. A sniper rifle called Long Yin that can condense energy into bullets and fire them. 3 more tactical daggers. Then, Luo Yin saw a heavy mecha with thick armor and high explosive grenades embedded on both sides of the chest. Behind the mecha, there is a huge shield, and on the shield, there is a Buddhist swastika seal with scratches all over it. This is Zhongshan's mecha, King Kong. In addition to the large shield on the back, King Kong is also equipped with an extremely heavy demon subduing wand. This is an old-fashioned mecha. It is an old model eliminated by the Surface Exploration Corps. But it also has a glorious record of killing giant beasts with a stick and covering teammates on the battlefield many times. 3 mechas are in place. Luo Yin and others followed their previous plan and ambushed in the shadow of the building outside the gymnasium. Then, the sound of a baby crying began to be heard in the gym. Wow, wow, wow. The crying was not loud, but in this quiet night, it could be heard far away. Then, in a building 3 kilometers away from the gymnasium, 2 balls of blood-red flames suddenly rose and burned in the darkness. Then there was a rustling sound in the building. A moment later, a huge shadow emerged from the side of the building where almost all of its outer wall had fallen off. 2 pairs of exaggerated wings stretched out behind it, flapping to create a strong wind, blowing the clumps of black hair outside the building up and down like seaweed. Call! The black shadow suddenly flew into the night sky. Chapter 70. The second phase of the battle begins. Call! A strong wind blew from somewhere. Blow away the thick clouds in the sky. Let the moon appear in the night sky. The moonlight is falling. It revealed the shape of the dark shadow, a creature that appears in the moonlight. Bird head, human body, 4 wings, and 2 claws. Guhua bird. On the magpie-like head of this flying beast, there is a woman's face embedded. The face looks young, with delicate features and rosy lips. But the woman closed her eyes and seemed to be asleep. It was a body like that of a human woman, with the same heavy breasts and flat belly. Its body is covered with dark green feathers, the fullest on its 4 wings and the thinnest on its abdomen. The Guhua bird looked as if it was listening attentively. After a moment, it flapped its wings and flew towards the gymnasium. But it only took a blink of an eye. It had already arrived above the stadium, but it didn't make it to the gym right away. The Guhua bird was circling in the sky vigilantly, round and round. In this process, the 2 eyes on the woman's face on its head opened. The 2 eyes glowed red, like 2 quietly burning flames. It allows the Guhua bird to see everything on the earth clearly, from buildings to caterpillars. No detail is left out. But, since it was viewed from the sky, the 3 mechas hiding under various objects were not visible. So the Guhua bird thought that there was nothing unusual on the ground, and suddenly gathered its 4 wings and rushed to the ground and towards the track and field at an incredible speed. This action, like that of an osprey hunting, is a habit of its. This kind of hunting action can not only capture the target quickly, but also quickly return to the sky to avoid encountering natural enemies on the ground. Just as the Guhua bird rushed towards the track and field, a voice from a tactical team staff member came from Luo Yin and others' earphones. It's been fooled. Let's get started. The second phase of the battle begins. Immediately, 3 mechas rushed out from their hiding place. When running to the gym, the 2 mechas, King Kong and Ranger, are already performing seals. Luo Yin popped out the chain blade hidden in the wrist of the mecha. At the same time, the Yuanli rushes into the acupoints. Caillou on wheel. In the gymnasium track and field, the Guhua bird had swooped to the ground and was pecking at a baby carriage at an incredible speed. The ground seemed to be hit hard by a pile driver, and the entire gymnasium shook slightly. The baby carriage was shattered into pieces, along with a tablet computer that was inside. As soon as the tablet fell apart, the sound of the baby crying disappeared immediately. A look of surprise flashed across the face of the woman with the Guhua bird, which was very human. Just as it flapped its wings and was about to take off, 2 thick black ropes came out of nowhere and entangled its legs. One on the left and one on the right. In both directions, the camouflage ranger nimbly jumped over the gymnasium wall and entered the athletic field. The heavily armored Black King Kong violently smashed through the wall and rushed in. Both mechas used the #1 mystic technique, black rope, and successfully entangled the legs of the Guhua bird. The Guhua bird was frightened and wanted to fly away. But how can it fly with 2 mechas hanging on its legs, with an average weight of nearly 2,000 tons? Just at this moment, behind the Guhua bird, the white dragon soared into the sky. The mecha's energy furnace is running at full power, and all the engines are roaring. A blue light flashed on the chest of the white dragon. The silver-white fuselage looks like a dragon descending from the sky, landed on the back of the Guhua bird. The mecha has its feet on the Guhua bird. Stomp it to the ground, pressed heavily into the grass of the athletic field. No hesitation. Luo Yin calmly controlled the mecha and swung the chain blade. Launch combat skill, Thunder. Cut it off with one sword. Cut off one of the wings of the guhua bird at the root. The guhua bird suddenly let out a sharp cry. The sound waves spread out visible to the naked eye. All the windows of all the buildings in the stadium exploded at the same time. For a while, Luo Yin, Li Bohong, Zheng Shan. The three people's eardrums were buzzing and painful. At the same time, the ears of the three people were bleeding. This is still protected by armor. If exposed unprotected on the track and field, the three of them might explode. This is the sonic boom of the Guluo bird. Luo Yin gritted his teeth, enduring the buzzing in my ears. He used his fighting skills again and cut off the two wings of the guhua bird. The huge wings fell heavily to the ground, and countless colorful wing lice fell out from the wing feathers. Then it flew into the air and spread poison powder, making a colorful mist all around the guhua bird. The guhua bird itself is not afraid of the poisonous powder. On the contrary, the colorful mist formed by the poisonous powder can protect it. At this time, the guhua bird had only one wing left, and suddenly all the feathers on its wing tightened and arranged densely. At the same time, a metallic luster appeared on the feathers. It was as if the feathers suddenly became as hard as steel. The guhua bird flapped its wings violently and swept across. Luo Yin took a deep breath. He almost jumped up from his chair. The white dragon felt the same way as him and took off without any delay. But the wings of the guhua bird still brushed across his chest. The wingtips passed through the mecha. A yellow light of energy immediately lit up on the surface of the mecha. Then another string of sparks splashed out. Although it was blocked by the energy defense layer, a hole was still torn in the chest armor of the white dragon. Through this opening, you can see the internal engine and many circuits. Following the sonic boom, the guhua bird showed off its feather sword. After forcing Luo Yin away, it used a feather knife to cut off the two black ropes wrapped around its legs. Then make the wing-lifting motion. The feathers on the three wings on the ground stood up one by one, and then detached from the wings and flew towards the guhua bird, combining from the broken wings to form three hidden wings with no skeletons but only feathers. It's leaving, stop it! In the command center of the high-speed railway station, the tactical staff shouted excitedly as they watched the images on the screen. In the stadium track and field, White Dragon, King Kong, and Ranger all took action at the same time. Luo Yin drove the machine and rushed forward with all his might, locking onto the remaining wing of the guhua bird. Guhua bird turned its head, faced the White Dragon, and opened its mouth to make a sonic boom. Visible sound waves formed an impact, enveloping the White Dragon. Several cracks immediately appeared on the mecha's panoramic window. Luo Yan's ears were so painful from the explosion that they started bleeding again. But he had no intention of retreating. The Yuan power is surging, and he is fully engaged in running, viewing mountains and seas. Through the amplification of the mecha, the surroundings of the White Dragon suddenly appeared with blurry shadows of mountains condensed by bright yellow light. This greatly enhances the defensive performance of the White Dragon. Charge forward with a sonic boom. In the command center of the high-speed railway station. See this scene. The tactical staff could no longer sit still. Stand up. Go ahead. Go. Go ahead. Next second, White Dragon rushed out from the circle of sound waves. The chain blade swept across. It turned into a dazzling flash of lightning. The guhua bird also fought desperately. The feathers on that wing were closely arranged to form a blade, which slashed fiercely at the White Dragon. Chapter 71, Head Grabbing. In an instant, Luo Yan's eyes became confused, as if staring into the distance. In those red eyes, dots of silver appeared, like stars embellishing the scarlet moon. The eye of Dharma that breaks through obstacles. In Luo Yan's vision, the feather knife chopped down by the guhua bird had groups of constantly changing numbers appearing around it. Power, speed, angle, sharpness. The numbers representing different meanings and the large amount of information made Luo Yan's eyes hurt. There was a slight hint of bright red at the corners of both eyes. Just at this moment, that information suddenly integrated itself. At the same time, the speed at which the feather blade chopped down became extremely slow, like a snail. At the same time, there were some afterimages. Those afterimages combined to form the movement trajectory of the feather blade. Let Luo Yin vaguely sense it. This knife will hit the engine of the mecha and destroy the main engine. At the same time, Luo Yin had a special feeling. The eye of breaking barriers seems to be about to break through. However, something was missing. Next second, the speed at which the feather blade chopped down was restored. The afterimages and movement tracks also disappeared. But with previous experience, it was enough for Luo Yin to make adjustments. He shifted the mecha 30 degrees. Instead of cutting straight into the engine, the feather blade passed across the chest, allowing the wing tip of the guhua bird to cut into the left shoulder of the mecha. In the cab, Luo Yin groaned. The existence of the empathy system made him feel a sudden heaviness and pain in his left shoulder. I felt like my arms were about to be chopped off. At the same time, a hint of determination flashed in his red eyes. The chain blade pushed forward. Electromagnetic sweep. The only remaining wing of the guhua bird was broken off at the root. The dark red blood spurted into the air like a fountain. The guhua bird screamed and could not keep its balance. The body that had just risen fell again. Destroy its hidden wings. Li Bohong's voice sounded on the public channel. The ranger held up the incredibly long sniper rifle dragon blade with his two arms. The third arm behind the back held up a Kamui rifle, pointing at the left and right hidden wings of the guhua bird, respectively. Fire! The sound of rifle fire and the roar of sniper rifles merged together to produce a powerful note. The two hidden wings of the guhua bird were made up of countless feathers. One of them had its feathers scattered by the blow, and the other one was blown to pieces by the dragon blasting. One left. Watch me. Zheng Shan, who was in the cab, roared and made King Kong's arm holding the demon-subduing staff spin rapidly. With the support of special parts, King Kong's hand, holding the demon-subduing stick, rotated like a helicopter propeller. The demon-slaying wand, spinning like a roulette wheel, swept across the last hidden wing of the guhua bird. Suddenly, black feathers were flying all over the sky. The guhua bird, having lost all its wings, fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and scattering grass leaves and feathers everywhere. In the temporary command center in the waiting hall of the high-speed railway station. See this scene. The students who served as advisors cheered. Destroy the wings of the guhua bird, including the hidden wings, paralyzing its ability to fly. It is a sign of the success of the second phase of the operation. Next, it is the third stage. This is also the final stage of the battle. Come on, come on. You can do it. Luo Yin and the other two could hear their classmates' encouragement in their headphones. The other two people smiled slightly after hearing this. Luo Yin ignored him and looked at the guhua bird on the ground. The battle is not over yet. And at this time, the guhua bird on the ground suddenly jumped up. Then circles of dark blue halos appeared in the eyes of the woman's face. These rings continued to rotate. As these halos rotated, Luo Yin suddenly felt his head sink. Then my thoughts became confused, and as soon as one thought arose, another popped up. It made it difficult for him to concentrate. This is another ability of the guhua bird, chaos. While Luo Yin was confused, the guhua bird jumped up and pounced on Luo Yin. It hated the white dragon mecha driven by Luo Yin. Now I just want to dismantle this steel giant into parts. It does have that capability. Because of the incredibly long claws on its legs, it can tear through steel with ease. Lao Luo, Zheng Shan, who was closest to Luo Yin, saw this scene, roared, and ordered King Kong to run forward. While running, King Kong took off the huge shield behind him. He raised the huge shield with the swastika painted on it high above his head. At the critical moment, King Kong stood in front of White Dragon. In the cab, Luo Yin had just recovered from the chaos. Then I saw the back of King Kong appear outside the panoramic window. Then the guhua bird fell from the sky. The dozen claws on its legs were like sharp blades, scratching the shield on King Kong's head, causing sparks to fly. Luo Yin's breathing became heavy. From this perspective, if there hadn't been timely cover from King Kong, the sharp claws of the guhua bird may now be moving in the cab of the White Dragon. You will also be torn to pieces by these sharp claws. The other side, the ranger used his three arms to fire at the guhua bird with the sniper rifle, Long Yin, and the Shinwei rifle, respectively. The guhua bird was very powerful and lowered its head, making it impossible for the ranger to shoot it in the head. At the same time, the feathers on the back arched up, and each one became as hard as steel, used to resist the attacks of the ranger. King Kong swung his arms at the same time and used the giant shield to push the guhua bird to the right. Just when the Guhua bird fell out, White Dragon suddenly appeared from behind King Kong. The mecha lowered its center of gravity. Slide your legs along the ground. Two deep furrows were plowed on the ground of the athletic field. White Dragon pressed the ground with his left hand. All engines roared at once. A dazzling blue light spurted out from the mecha's chest. The powerful force made the White Dragon rush towards the Guhua bird like lightning. The chain blade in his right hand was electrified again and swept past the side of the giant beast. The Guhua bird made an earth-shaking cry, although its abdomen is already supported by steel feathers. But compared to other parts, the feathers here appear too thin. Then the steel feathers broke, and a crackling sound appeared on the exposed abdomen. Suddenly, blood gushed out. The internal organs slipped out. Hot smoke rose due to the high temperature. The entire stadium was suddenly filled with a disgusting smell of blood. The other side. Due to inertia, the White Dragon flew past the Guhua bird. It slid more than 400 meters. It stopped just as it was about to crash into the gymnasium building. At this time, the Guhua bird had not died yet. Ignoring the internal organs that had already slipped out of its abdomen, it ran out of the gymnasium, trying to escape. Li Bohong calmly controlled the ranger, made the mecha half squat on the ground, and steadily raised the sniper rifle Longyan. Then, with the help of a computer, the head of the Guhua bird is put into the crosshairs. Now the Guhua bird is seriously injured and cannot immediately turn its feathers into steel. This provides the conditions for headshots. It seemed that the Guhua bird was about to cross the gymnasium wall in one step. Li Bohong just completed the lock, but he didn't wait to shoot. The Guhua bird's head suddenly exploded. From its shattered skull and splattered brains, a flash of red light burst out, crossing the track and field in an instant, passing in front of the White Dragon. Finally, it blasted into the gymnasium building behind the mecha. A huge gap was blown up in the gymnasium building. In the cab, looking at the faint bullet track outside the panoramic window, Luo Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Obviously, there are other teams shooting from behind. Grab the kill. Chapter 72. Taking an unconventional path. This is a practical test. College regulations. Kill the behemoth. For each lower-level behemoth, the whole team will be rewarded with 1,000 credits. The intermediate behemoth is 2,000 credits. Then, during the testing process, the judges will award additional credits based on the performance of each team. For example, when Luo Yin defeated the Orange Cat before, he was awarded an extra 200 credits by the judges. Individual awards will be included in the overall team evaluation. That is why Group A's score is temporarily ahead in the first year. As for the judgment of killing giant beasts, the college's regulations are: the one who deals the behemoth a fatal blow, causing its energy spectrum to disappear, is called the killer. Now, in the command center of the high-speed railway station waiting hall, the students who played the role of advisors were all speechless. They were stunned. Watch the Guhua bird's head shatter on the screen. Looking at the corner of the screen, the energy spectrum representing the giant beast disappeared. Immediately following, the judging panel provided scoring information. Li Zi from the first-year B group killed the mid-level giant beast Guhua bird. Give the whole team a bonus of 2,000 credits. First-year B class is currently in the lead. Students from other teams, please keep up the good work. Suddenly, the command center was in an uproar. That's not fair. Are you kidding me? It's obvious that Group B stole our kills, but the teacher actually gave them points. There is something fishy going on. There is something fishy going on. Group B, you guys are so fucking shameless. He actually hid behind our backs and shot us in the back trying to steal the credit. Soon, some students complained to the judging panel. The judging panel responded quickly. The credit awards just made will not change. For a while, the students in Group A were indignant. In the gymnasium track and field, Zheng Shan opened the public channel and started hurling Chinese curses at Group B, using his trolling skills to the fullest extent. On the B team's side, Li Zi, who had grabbed the kill, responded in the public channel. Mr. Zheng, how can you say such a thing with your 36-degree mouth? Does the academy have a rule that you can't shoot coldly or steelheads? Since there are no rules, then I am not wrong. And you see, the judges also said that they would maintain the original verdict. What this means is that the teachers also think that I did the right thing. I know you're not convinced. It's quite depressing that a woman robbed the spoils of 3 grown men like you. But you are boys. Can't you be more generous? Don't be so picky about trivial matters with a little girl like me, okay? Shan was so angry that his face turned red and he shouted with his neck thick, "Is this a trivial matter? How long have we been preparing to hunt this beast? In the end, you guys snatched it away without saying a word. If it were you, would you be generous and not care about it?" Li Zi smiled and said, "I can't. But I am a woman. Isn't being stingy a woman's specialty?" At this time, Luo Yan's voice was heard in the public channel. "Stop arguing." Then, Luo Yan then used the group channel to say, "Next, Li Bohong and Shan. You two continue to hunt the giant beast. I'll keep an eye on Group B." Li Bohong immediately understood what Luo Yan meant. He wanted to fight back. Go and grab the heads of Group B. Shan also knew that he couldn't kill the people in Group B no matter how much he scolded them, so he could only angrily close the public channel. Group A Year 2. Inside the camp's command center, Yang Lixier exclaimed in amazement, "This class of freshmen is truly amazing." She stole the credit for someone else's work and still wants them to stop being so picky with her. She's already explained everything. Lu Ruhan, who was drinking water nearby, smiled and said, "What she said is actually not wrong. The academy doesn't have a rule that we can't take credit for other groups' work. We suffered this loss in the first grade. Foolishly thought it was fair competition. However, when it comes to taking credit, it also depends on the target. If it's a weakling, I'll just rob it. But that student could have chosen anyone, but he chose Group A for the year. Our classmate Luo is not the kind of person who doesn't care about women. I think Group B will have a hard time in the future." When Yang Lixie saw the goddess taking over the conversation, he struck while the iron was hot and asked with a smile, "Ruhan, what do you think Luo will do?" Lu Ruhan took a sip of fresh water and said, "If it were me, of course I will treat others the way they treat me." Yang Lixie's eyes lit up. "You mean Luo will go to Group B to snatch their heads?" Lu Ruhan stood up and said, "It's getting late. I'm going to sleep first. I'll go hunt the Chu Ru tomorrow." Yang Lixie immediately stood up and said, "Wait a minute. I brought some mosquito repellent spray. I'll spray your tent first. I guarantee you'll sleep well tonight." The other side of the city, in the camp of Group B of the first year. "Long live Li Zi. Student Li, you are awesome. Yaha." Our group suddenly jumped to first place. "Now, let's see who dares to look down on us." Amid the compliments from his classmates, Li Zi did not lose himself. The ordinary-looking girl pushed up her thick glasses and said, "There are so many talented people in our class. Student Luo, there is no need to explain. Among the freshmen, he has the most prominent reputation. Even the seniors knew him. Others, Student Li Bohong is an excellent shooter and is good at planning and commanding, especially the latter. The teacher thinks highly of him." And classmate Lin Wei. She is very knowledgeable and has done research on the writings of that world. Recently, she was asked by the city's archaeological team to help translate a batch of newly unearthed stone tablets. Otherwise, among us pilots, we don't know who will be squeezed out by her. Li Zi sighed and said, "Although I am not willing to do such a despicable thing. But if you don't show off and leave an impression on the instructors, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stand out." The other two mecha pilots, Lin Cheng and Xun Yu, also nodded slightly. They are all students who are not particularly talented. If you want to get ahead, you really have to take the wrong path to have any hope. Xun Yu, who is slightly thinner and looks ordinary, said with concern, "This time, if our camp was not close to the gymnasium and classmate Li heard the baby's cries and went out to investigate, he would have had the opportunity to steal the credit from Group A. But in this way, we have established a close relationship with them. Others don't know. Kolo Kun will never give up. I bet he'll target our group next." Lin Cheng snorted and said, "So what? Can he take down our entire team by himself? Unless their group does nothing but target us. Otherwise, I don't think there's anything to worry about." Chapter 73, Both Sides. Li Zi took off his glasses, wiped the lenses with the corner of his clothes, and said, "It's unlikely that the entire team of Group A will come against us. I think it's more likely that Luo Yan is acting alone." Lin Cheng, with a hideous scar on his cheek, shouted, "It doesn't matter who comes. I will take action. If Luo wants to fight me in close combat, I'm happy to accompany you. His magical iron armor is very suitable for close combat. In addition, Lin Cheng specializes in combat skills and has cultivated the visualization technique to the 3rd level of the elementary level." His words were not without purpose. Li Zi shook his head and said, "No, I'm more suitable to deal with Mr. Luo. Classmate Li, you are our main force in hunting giant beasts. and I just support and cover. I'm here to greet Mr. Luo. It won't have much impact on our team, but without you, it would be difficult for us to kill the giant beast. Obviously, Guhu Bird can't get us to be taken seriously by teachers. We still have to keep working hard. Shinyu nodded. Classmate Li is right. We cannot give up hunting the giant beast just because we are dealing with classmate Luo alone. To do this is to lose the watermelon and pick up the sesame seeds. Lin Ching didn't insist anymore. That's okay. You all have better brains than me. Listen to you. It's morning. Luo Yin got up very early. After washing up, while eating, while holding a tablet, looking at the information of the 3 Mecha Masters in Group B this year. Lin Chomale, Visualization, Elementary Level 3. Kamzo, Super Body, Iron Clothes. He is good at close combat, masters more than 2 combat skills, and relies on his iron clothes to make every opponent who wants to fight a protracted battle with him fall into a nightmare. Shinyu Male, Visualization, Elementary Level 2. Kamzo, Nature, Wind Control. Mastering more mystical arts and cooperating with Shunzong will make the mystical arts run faster and change direction midway, making it often difficult to prevent. Li Zi, Female. Visualization, Beginner Level 2. Shinzo, Super Sense, Eagle Eyes. He is quite good at marksmanship, especially with his Shunzong. He can perform ultra-long-range sniping. After reading the information, Luo Yan's eyes fell on the girl wearing thick glasses. This girl has never had a strong presence in the class. Apart from the fact that she talked a lot, Luo Yan didn't have much impression of her. Unexpectedly, last night, he is just such an inconspicuous person. In front of myself, killed the Guhu Bird. Sure enough, the more inconspicuous a person is, the more attention he should be paid. Luo Yin said in a voice that he could hear. He took out a small notebook and wrote the name Li Zi on it. Footsteps were heard. Luo Yin put away his notebook. Li Bohong came over. I've thought about it. After what happened last night, Class B will definitely be on guard against us. But they can't be silent as a whole team. Everyone will be on guard against us. Therefore, there is a higher chance that Li Zi will leave the team and keep an eye on us, because she's not good at fighting head-on. In addition, the situation of Student Shun is also the same. In their team, the only one who can fight head-on is Lin Chung. So Lin Chung must stay in the team. Because Li Zi has eagle eyes, he is most suitable for marking people. Maybe now, every move we make is under her surveillance. Luo Yin raised his head and said, "Does the map provided by the academy indicate where the tallest buildings are?" Li Bohong handed him his tablet computer. "I have marked it for you. If Li wants to spy on us, he must choose high ground as his battle position. This makes it very convenient for both surveillance and sniping. Because the actual combat test can only be conducted at the edge of the forbidden area, after narrowing down the scope, I think there are only 3 places where Li Zi may appear. They are the landmark buildings of Guile City and the TV building in the south, the Ferris wheel at the amusement park on the northwest side, and the Pearl Tower to the east. From a location perspective, the amusement park is closest to our camp and is also the most convenient place for surveillance. Also, Group B's camp may not be far from the gymnasium, so Li Zi was able to discover us and snatch the behemoth. In this case, she might ambush us on the route that we must take to reach the camp. Then the TV building is the perfect location. Li Bohong's deduction was very careful. Not only find out where Li Zi might appear, we also deduced the 2 most likely places for it to appear. Luo Yin thought about it, then reached out and pointed at the TV building. She's here. The location of the Ferris wheel in the amusement park is too obvious, and it is too close to the high-speed rail station camp. Let's not talk about whether Li Zi knows that Group A's camp is here. Just analyze her personality. Luo Yin didn't think she had the courage to leave her group too far and fight alone. The TV building is not far from the Group B camp. You can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat. It is a very suitable location. No explanation. Luo Yin quickly finished all the food and set off alone. The vehicle carrying the white dragon left the camp. Guifa City, TV building. On the rooftop, the wind is howling. Li Zi was lying on the ground with his hair flying all over the place. But the eyes behind the glasses were clear. Behind the TV building, the machine she was piloting, the Swift, was half kneeling on the ground. The Swift is painted in black and white, with smooth lines and few edges and corners. For the speed of movement, Swift sacrifices the thickness of the outer armor, is not equipped with a shield, and has no other weapons except the sniper rifle by Lu. For Li Z, who is good at sniping. Once you get into close combat, she has already lost, so just discard other weapons and shields. Use fast movement and ultra-long-range sniping as your trump card. Student Li Bohong's deduction ability is outstanding. He must be able to deduce from what I did last night that our Group B camp is near the gymnasium. If Luo wants to retaliate against us, he will definitely come straight to our camp. It's the tallest building near the camp. This is a perfect place for me to use my eagle eye ability. Bring it on. Student Luo, I'll wait for you here. Let's fight it out. Li Zi's eyes kept shrinking like an animal. This is her secret treasure. Super Sense Eagle Eye. When activating Eagle Eye, her visual range reaches an exaggerated 36 kilometers. The visual range is larger and wider than that of normal people. The focus can be adjusted at will, so that insects thousands of meters away can be seen clearly. In this perspective, not to mention a mecha, it's just a fly. It is also difficult to escape Li Zi's surveillance. Time passes by little. Not long after, on a road leading to Group B's camp. At the end of the road, a mecha carrier emerged. Li Z exhaled softly, as expected of Mr. Luo. I had no intention of hiding. He came straight to kill me. Very rough. Very direct. Chapter 74, Beating. Li Z immediately jumped up, ran to the edge of the other side of the roof, and then flipped down. 1 meter below the ground is the head of the mecha. Li Z quickly entered the control room. She glanced at the slogan she had posted on the command desk. We must win. Li Z took a deep breath. As if to encourage myself, he waved his fist. We will win. Then there was a busy operation. Soon her signal came online. Mecha activated. Swift stood up immediately and was taller than the TV building. Li Z used the building as a shooting position. Mount the sniper rifle by Lu on the building. In the cab, Li Z activated the Eagle Eye, and with the help of a computer, quickly locked onto the moving mecha carrier in the distance. Li Z first pointed the gun at the fuel tank of the transport vehicle, but soon moved to another location. She just wanted to stop Luo Yin from moving forward. I don't want to kill anyone. Combat testing prohibits killing. Violators will be disqualified from the test. They will also be held accountable. Not to mention, what was the final outcome for those who wanted to kill Luo Yin? Li Z saw it all. She doesn't want to become dead. Bring it on. Student Luo Yin, please just stop here. On a light screen in front of the command console, Li Z is locked onto the transport vehicle. Shooting. The sniper rifle by Lu shook violently. A tongue of blazing fire spurted out from the muzzle. The bullet flew out of the chamber. Spinning quickly. Stir up the airflow. Let the TV building, roads, trees, everything pass by it quickly and go away. In the blink of an eye, it hit the carrier. A blue bullet. It embedded itself into the body of the carrier and released a circle of electromagnetic pulses. L'utiuse de pulse bomb. The purpose is to paralyze the mobility of the mecha in the vehicle and use non-lethal shooting mode. Otherwise, this shot would have blown up the carrier. Now, the entire transport vehicle had a flat tire and moved sideways, sliding several hundred meters on the road and crashing into a building. Then he stopped. In the cockpit of the Swift, Li Z breathed a sigh of relief. Just want to take a closer look. Suddenly, I felt a tightness in my hands and feet. Through the panoramic windows, she suddenly saw that Swift's limbs were all bound by chains rising from the ground. Mystical technique number 3, binding. See the chains on the mecha? There was a buzzing sound in Li Zi's mind. I've just said it's not good. At the same time, the wall of the TV station suddenly shattered. A dark shadow rushed in. Li Z looked back. Then he saw a silver-white mecha covered with waterproof cloth rushing towards him amidst the flying rubble. It was the mecha driven by Luo Yin, White Dragon. The waterproof cloth covering the back of the White Dragon's mecha was covered with a lot of leaves and weeds. It looks colorful. In the Guifa city where plants are everywhere, it is the perfect disguise. Li Zi's scalp felt tingling. I understood immediately. It turned out that Luo Yin and the mecha were not in the transport vehicle. Obviously, they used the tarp as camouflage and approached the TV station from another direction. But the mecha is so tall. Even if it's disguised, there's no way it can hide from my eagle eyes. No way. The mecha is crawling on the ground? You're not even to mention. Li Z guessed right. After leaving the camp, Luo Yin drove the mecha apart from the transport vehicle. Then he put on the waterproof cloth that he had made overnight for camouflage. Finally, he adopted a crawling posture, using the cover of the city's buildings and trees to circle around and arrive behind the TV station. In order to avoid being noticed by Li Zi, Luo Yin also carefully used a secret method, opening the ghost wheel. This allowed the white dragon to sneak here smoothly. Then when Li Zi was hit by the secondary car by mistake, he first used the mysterious technique to control the swift, and then switched the secret technique from Kaiyuel to Kaiyuan wheel. Burst out with all your strength. In this state, White Dragon burst out with a movement speed that is not inferior to swift. All the engines of the mecha were running at full capacity, emitting billowing heat waves with a slight roar. At full speed, the outer armor of the machine was trembling slightly. White Dragon, with an indomitable and fierce determination, pounced on Swift like an angry dragon. The momentum seemed to penetrate the panoramic window, making Li Zi in the cab feel frightened. So the Swift didn't have time to react. He was knocked into the TV building by the White Dragon. A small portion of the black and white painted aircraft body was embedded in the building. The violent collision between the machine and the building caused the vibration to pass through the empathy system, causing Li Zi's body to shake uncontrollably. Then she felt a strong pressure on the back of her head. It turned out that Bai Long was holding Yu Yan's head with one hand, lifting him up, pulling him out of the building, and then throwing him down hard. Bang! Swift's head smashed into the building. The rooftop was torn into pieces. A large amount of rubble and steel bars were ejected and splashed. Hit on the mecha. There was a series of intensive knocking sounds. Li Zi was so hit that he felt dizzy. Then I saw the scene in the panoramic window moving rapidly, with gravel and steel bars constantly flying past the window. It turned out that White Dragon grabbed Swift's head and pushed it violently. Let the mecha's head collide with the building continuously. Luo Yin continued to attack the head. Li Zi didn't even think about fighting back. I couldn't even shout stop. She saw stars and felt extremely dizzy. She couldn't help but vomit out everything she had eaten in the morning into her helmet. She never thought that Luo Yin could find her. What's more unexpected is that Luo Yin would be so ruthless. She didn't hold back at all just because she was a girl. But in fact, Luo Yin has already shown mercy. If Li Zi had fired at the fuel tank of the transport vehicle, now the head of Yu Yin had been pierced by his sword. It's not as gentle as it is now. Just hands-on combat, no chain sword used. After pushing Swift's head out from the other side of the building, White Dragon grabbed one of the enemy plane's arms. Suddenly, an over-the-shoulder throw. Let the black and white painted machine land head first again. This time, Li Zi fell into a coma. Unconscious. I don't know how long it took. Li Zi felt his body was vibrating. This woke her up. She uttered an unconscious groan. It's not her fault. Now her head felt like it was going to explode. A few seconds passed. Li Zicai opened his eyes. The first thing you see is the cab. Then I saw Luo Yin. She thought she was caught by Luo Yin in the cab of the White Dragon. Sudden, she saw a sign on the command desk that said victory is inevitable. Li Zi suddenly came to his senses. This is the Swift console. Luo Yin stole his mecha and was also controlling the Swift. But this is impossible. Each mecha will record the driver's brainwaves and lock the driver's brainwaves. This will prevent the mecha from being stolen and controlled by the enemy. But now, Luo Yin is actually controlling his own mecha? How he did it? Besides, what is he going to do? Where is he going to control Swift? Suddenly, Li Zi suddenly had a strong, bad premonition. Chapter 75. Evil Thoughts in the Human Heart. Falcon Base. Use a mecha carrier to disrupt vision. He himself was driving a mecha and sneaking around. This classmate Luo Yin has a lot of experience. I roughly know how he survived on the surface. Xie Guangyao, a teacher who suffers from severe hair loss, said with a smile. The most important thing is that he seemed to know in advance where B-level student Li was monitoring. Another teacher said, if it weren't so, he wouldn't have been able to formulate such a plan. Xie Guangyao nodded repeatedly. Brave and resourceful. Wei Fenghua coughed twice and said, I think the one who locked onto Li Zi's location should be Li Bohong. Student Li Bohong is very careful, and he probably deduced from the interception by student Li Zi last night that the camp of the second-year B group is near the gymnasium. Whatever. Group A played a great counterattack this morning. Xie Guangyao then said, look, Luo is about to enter the cockpit of the Swift. On the big screen, the White Dragon stopped next to Li Zi's mecha. Luo Yin came to the outside of the cockpit of the Swift, used the emergency switch, opened the cabin door, and got in. The teachers looked at each other. Student Li Zi seems to be in a coma now. A teacher said hesitantly. Student Luo, are you trying to take this opportunity to retaliate against her? As for what kind of revenge? Of course it's the less moral kind. Xie Guangyao's eyes darkened slightly, and he said, Student Luo is excellent in all aspects, but there is one thing that is not good about him. He has a strong desire to kill. Of course, this is not a big deal. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. But perhaps there is another problem we have overlooked. Morality and character. After all, he comes from the surface and has lived on the surface for 3 years. We all know that in the first year after the giant scourge, there was no order on the surface of the earth. In that kind of environment, the evil thoughts in people's hearts will be infinitely more serious. Murder, robbery, and even insulting women. These are nothing new on the surface. Student Luo, have you also become twisted? We don't know that. He said this and then looked at Wei Fenghua. Wei Fenghua is Luo Yan's mentor. Normally, Wei Fenghua should stand up to protect his student at this time. But Wei Fenghua didn't. He just said, turn on the surveillance footage in the cockpit of the Swift. Soon, the image of the Mecha cockpit appeared on the screen. After Luo Yan came in, he unplugged the neuron cable in Li Zi's body, completely disconnecting her from the Mecha. Then they moved Li Zi to the side, took off her helmet, and tied her hands and feet with ropes. Luo Yan's way of binding is very special. Li Zi's hands and feet were tied behind her back, exposing the front of her body completely to Luo Yan's sight. But after doing all this, Luo Yan didn't even look at Li Zi. He jumped straight into the driver's seat. Wear your seatbelt. Place both hands on the float controller. Then close your eyes. This scene made the teachers feel slightly relieved. It seems that Luo Yan entered the cockpit of the Swift not to insult Li Zi. Instead, you have to drive a mecha. Could it be that? Xie Guangyao suddenly understood what Luo Yan wanted to do, and a smile appeared on his face. At this time, a security guard from the academy walked in and said, Dear teachers, Black Hawk Company has delivered breakfast. Xie Guangyao shouted, Please send it in. Wei Fenghua said, Wait. He looked at the security guard and said, Go tell the people at Black Hawk that we have used it before, and they are interested. Then he looked at everyone and said, Let's just eat the food we brought. Xie Guangyao nodded. Okay. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. This is the surface. Anything bad can happen on the surface. The fringe area of Gwili City. In the sound of gunshots and roaring explosions, a huge black shadow passed through several buildings and rushed towards a shopping mall. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Classmate Shun, stop it. Otherwise, this nine-tailed sheep will run away. The nine-tailed sheep has a name. It's called Chianye. That name is too difficult to pronounce. Nine-tailed sheep is still simple and easy to remember. In the communication channel, each of the staff members of Group B said one sentence. And the giant beast called the nine-tailed sheep does indeed have 9 slender ox tails. Don't underestimate its long tails. They can whip the target as powerfully as a whip. The force of the blow is also very strong, and the outer armor of the machine will be dented immediately after being hit. As for trees or buildings, if they are hit, trees will break and buildings will collapse without any problem. This giant beast has an overall goat-like appearance, for ears, and is very sensitive to sound. The pair of eyes on its back give it an astonishingly wide field of vision, making sneak attacks a joke. Morning. After Li Zi set off, Lin Cheng and Xinyu set off as planned. They discovered traces of this giant beast yesterday through clues such as feces. I set a trap today and lured out the nine-tailed sheep. Then Lin Cheng and Xinyu cooperated. Little by little, the giant beast was forced into a desperate situation. Now, one of the horns of this giant beast was broken. Its eyes were bloody and fleshy on its back, and several pieces of its tail were broken. Just try harder. You can kill this low-level giant beast. At this time, Xinyu drove a black mecha and formed a seal with his hands, causing an invisible solid barrier to rise in front of the nine-tailed sheep. Mysterious technique number 3, empty wall. The nine-tailed sheep is blind in both eyes behind its back and now identifies the outside world purely by sounds and smells. I never expected that a blank wall would rise in front of me. Hit it head on. The empty wall was of course shattered by the impact. But the nine-tailed sheep was also overturned by the impact of the explosion of the invisible barrier. Behind it, a dark red mecha rushed over. This mecha holds a blade in each arm. Jump up suddenly. It fell on a nine-tailed sheep. Lin Chung yelled in the cab. The double blades penetrated into the body of the giant beast. Straight through, a large amount of blood suddenly gushed out, flooding the nearby ground like a mountain torrent. The nine-tailed sheep suddenly let out a roar. Hear this roar. Lin Chung and Xinyu both shuddered physically and mentally. It's like going back to my childhood. I was thrown into a dark room without any light. This is the ability of the behemoth. Fear. It had used this ability to escape death many times before. Now, use this ability to make Lin Chung fall into unspeakable panic. The nine-tailed sheep kicked with its two powerful hind legs. Bang! Lin Cheng's mecha was kicked back repeatedly. The nine-tailed sheep immediately leaped up, not caring about the double blades stuck in its body. Change direction. Run away at full speed. Kill it now. Don't let it get away. The voice of the staff officer on the communicator brought Lin Chung back to his senses. He was about to catch up with his prey. Just at this moment, the nine-tailed sheep's head suddenly exploded. Then, there was a loud noise like a cannon. It echoed among the buildings not far away. Chapter 76, The Battlefield. Watching the nine-tailed sheep's head bloom like fireworks. Whether it is Lin Chung in the cab or the students in the command center, all was silent. Then everyone looked in the direction of the cannon fire. Then he saw a black and white painted mecha squatting between two buildings in a residential area less than 1 kilometer away from the battlefield. Swift. This mecha is holding the sniper rifle by Liu. The snow-white barrel of the gun reflected the sunlight and sparkled. There was even blue smoke rising from the muzzle of the gun. Seeing that it was Yin, Lin Chung breathed a sigh of relief and then said on the public channel, "Li Zi, when did you come back? It gave me a fright. I thought we were also robbed. It's you. Did you kill the people from Group A? I didn't realize you're so capable." In another mecha, Xinyu frowned. If Li Zi came to join the war, why didn't he say hello in advance? And she usually keeps a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers from her prey. But now they are shooting within a range of less than 1 kilometer? Sudden, Xinyu thought of something. He shouted anxiously on the public channel, "Be careful, that might." The words trailed off. Swift turned its gun, pointing at Lin Cheng's mecha. Shot. Bang! In the roar, Lin Cheng's mecha flew up, then fell to the ground, slid out a long distance. There was a blue bullet embedded in the chest of the mecha. Next second, the warhead released an electromagnetic pulse, causing Lin Cheng's mecha to twitch continuously and paralyzing the circuits everywhere. In the cab, the lights suddenly dimmed. The lights of various instruments flashed and sparks flew. At last, the mecha stopped moving. The empathy system was turned off without any notification of disconnection. Lin Cheng looked confused. A few seconds passed. He took off his helmet and roared, "Li Zi, are you fucking crazy? Why are you using pulse bombs on me?" Certainly. Now the mecha system is paralyzed and the communication has been cut off, so no one can hear his screams at all. In the command center of Team B in the second year, all the students who served as advisors became mute, looking at the dark red mecha lying on the ground, unable to move on the big screen. They all shouted, "What is classmate Li Zi doing? Why are you pointing the gun at one of your own? Is there a malfunction? Can someone please contact her? She didn't request it through our communication." At this time, someone else shouted softly, "Look!" On the big screen, Yuyin turned its gun again, this time firing at Xunyu's body. But Xinyu was prepared. The seal releases the empty wall, then decisively leave the battlefield. Swift did not pursue, but walked to Lin Cheng's mecha with a sniper rifle. At this time, Lin Cheng has already come out of the cab. Seeing him approaching, Lin Cheng yelled, "Li Zi, come out and explain yourself clearly." But Li Zi did not respond to him. Swift simply lowered the muzzle of the gun and pointed it at the left arm joint of Lin Cheng's mecha. Bang! The loud gunshot made Lin Cheng's ears hurt. The airflow almost blew him off the mecha. He was stunned, watching Swift blow up the joints of his mecha with one shot. The outer armor of the machine flew apart, and parts were scattered all over the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Swift fired 3 shots. After blowing up several other joints of the mecha one by one, he then drew out a dagger. Squat down. Start prying open the armor on the mecha's chest. Lin Cheng couldn't help it anymore and yelled, "Li Zi, UF asterisk king, stop it. Your brain must have been caught in the door. Why are you trying to pry open my mecha?" When a piece of the outer armor panel flew out and hit the side, flattening several cars. Swift ignored it. Not long after, Lin Chung saw that Swift dismantled the energy furnace of the mecha, cut the connecting wires with a dagger, and then turned and left. Lin Chung stood on the mecha. The whole person became like a stone sculpture. When the wind blows, he suddenly felt very cold, especially in the heart. It's so cold. In the command center of the second year B group, the students sat down one by one in despair. He didn't react for a long while. Just at this moment, an announcement from the judging panel appeared on their big screen. In the first year, Luo Yin from Group A killed the lower-level giant beast, Oyenye. Give the whole team a reward of 1,000 credits. Luo Yin from Group A won the B Group Mecha Swift. Give an individual 1,200 credits bonus, which will be counted towards the team's score. Group A of the first year is currently in the lead. Students from other teams, please keep working hard. Etc. What does this mean? Why did Li Zi reward Group A with credits for exploding the nine-tailed sheep's head? No way. Could it be that the person who was driving the Swift just now was not Li Zi, but Luo Yin from Group A? The Group B command center suddenly exploded. At this time, Xin Yu's voice appeared on the public channel. That's the only explanation. I just had this idea. Now the notice from the judging panel has confirmed my thoughts. A male classmate shook his head and said, Luo Yin actually snatched you, Yin. This is so magical. Etc. Even if he robs the Swift, it will still be our team's mecha that shoots. So this giant beast should be killed by us. Yes, that's not fair. We want to appeal. Soon, Group B appealed to the jury. But the appeal was quickly rejected. The judges believed that although it was the Swift that killed the beast, the driver was Luo Yin. So we maintain our original decision. Look at the notice. The students in Group B were extremely depressed. At this time, Lin Chung came back. He picked up the communicator and contacted the judging panel at the base. I'm Wei Fenghua. There was a quick response from the communicator. Lin Chung shouted, Teacher Wei, I want to complain about that Luo. He has already won, and he also destroyed my mecha and stole my energy reactor. How do I fight next? Wei Fenghua said calmly. Then what do you think the jury should do? Lin Chung said without thinking. Let Luo Yin return the energy furnace to me. Let him fix my mecha. Wei Fenghua continued to ask. Anything else? Lin Chung thought for a moment and said, he stole Li Zi's mecha, so he should at least return it to us, right? Wei Fenghua asked. Is that all? Lin Chung hummed. That's all. Wei Fenghua coughed twice, then said, Student Lin Chung, you'll be on the battlefield later. The mecha was destroyed, and the energy reactor was taken away. Do you want us to help you get the energy furnace back? Lin Chung was stunned for a moment. Then he defended himself. But teacher, this is not a battlefield. Isn't this a test? Wei Fenghua said, yes, it is a test. But this is a combat test. Don't you understand what combat means? Then let me tell you, it starts from the second you leave the base. Already on the battlefield. Chapter 77, A Big Blow. From the moment you leave the base, you are already on the battlefield. Wei Fenghua said this. Not only did Lin Cheng's whole body tremble, this also made the students in the command center feel a little nervous, including Lin Chung. Many of them have not yet fully adjusted psychologically. Didn't think of myself as being on the battlefield. Still thought it was just a test held outside the school. But now, Wei Fenghua made them understand clearly, since we are on the battlefield. Not to mention that the mecha was destroyed and the energy reactor was taken away. Even if I die in battle, it's nothing. Probably know what students are thinking. Wei Fenghua coughed a few more times and then said, Of course, the teachers and I will ensure your safety to the greatest extent possible. After all, the biggest purpose of this test is to let you experience the feeling of fighting on the battlefield in advance, instead of literally pushing you out there to die. But you have to remember that even with us here, accidents can still happen. So you need to be more vigilant, change your mentality and thinking, and don't treat this test as a joke. Lin Chung then said, Teacher, what should we do next? We only have one mech left. Wei Fenghua said, Then you have to figure out a way. You can't let the jury speak for you. What's the difference between fighting with a child like that and finding an adult when you lose? Lin Cheng's face flushed, and he said with a red face, That's not what I meant. Wei Fenghua coughed and said, The energy furnace and mecha were stolen. You can take them back. You can also contact the second-year Group A and refer to their practices. That's all I can say. The rest is up to you. In the communication, Lin Chung raised his head, looked at the classmates around him, sighed and said, Let's contact the second grade first. See how they handle the situation. Group A Year 2. Lu Ruhan came out of the Mecha cockpit. Yesterday, Yang Likai spent 700,000 work points to redeem the energy furnace of Orange Cat. To this end, the engineering department worked all night. Finally, the energy furnace was installed back and the debugging was completed. So today, their 3 mechas came out at the same time, successfully killed the giant beast Churu, and obtained 2,000 credits. Now the score is equivalent to that of Group B in the previous year. This is 400 credits less than the first-ranked Group A. Enter the command center. Lu Ruhan heard what her classmates were discussing. Then Yang Lixia ran over and said with great excitement, "Student Lu, guess what happened this morning?" He didn't keep anyone in suspense. He said directly, "Didn't the first-year Group B steal the heads of Group A last night?" This morning, Luo not only fought back, but also snatched a giant beast from Group B. They also took away one of their mechas and the energy reactor of another mecha. Lu Ruhan was stunned for a moment, especially when I heard that Luo Yin took away the energy furnace again. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Do you think this guy is addicted to energy furnaces? Then, she felt much better again. Look, I'm not the only one whose energy furnace was robbed. At this time, a student came over and handed a communication machine to Yang Likai. The first-year students are looking for you. Yang Likai took it over. Because he was interrupted while chatting with the goddess, he shouted angrily, "Who is it? Is it Senior Yang Likai? I am Xinyu, a first-year student. I would like to ask, how did you get back the energy furnace that was stolen by Luo Yin?" Yang Likai listened. I suddenly felt happy. It turns out that I came here to ask for advice. This made him feel more proud. Then he said with a smile, "Simple. I bought it from him with 700,000 work points." In the command center of the first-year Team B, Xinyu suddenly seemed to have lost his soul and froze on the spot. Lin Cheng frowned and said, "How about it? What do you say to a second grader?" Only then did Xinyu come back to his senses. Put down the communicator. He looked at his classmates and said, "Senior Yang said that he used his own money and work points to redeem the energy furnace from student Luo. He spent 700,000. The entire command center was as quiet as a cemetery. After a while, Lin Cheng then shouted, "How much? 700,000. He won't grab it. How can I have 700,000 yuan to redeem the energy furnace?" Xinyu smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid it's more expensive to redeem yin." Lin Cheng held his head. "I can't even redeem the energy furnace, let alone the swift. What should I do? Shall we go and get it back?" Xinyu looked embarrassed. "We only have one mecha left." Thump. Li Zi fell onto the soft lawn. She stood up, looking at Luo Yin standing on the shoulders of his mecha Yin. That figure. So unattainable. She gritted her teeth and said, "Classmate Luo, even if you don't return the mecha to me, at least send me back to the camp. You leave me here. What if I encounter a giant beast?" Luo Yin ignored her completely. According to his understanding, "I just grabbed the mecha. No one was killed. That's enough to do her justice." As for how she goes back, Luo Yin doesn't care. Back in the cab, Luo Yin drove the Swift straight to the high-speed railway station camp. On the way back, the corners of Luo Yin's mouth unconsciously raised up. Remember the past, when on the surface, every time I find food and medicine in the ruins, he feels just like this now. Fulfillment, joy, and happiness. Today, not only did he get his revenge, he also took an energy furnace and snatched a mecha. An energy furnace can be sold for 700,000 work points. What about the mecha? That would certainly be a pretty fascinating set of numbers. The thought of another work point coming into my account, even if he is as cold-hearted as he is, I also feel happy at this moment. He was even thinking, after letting the people in Group B redeem Swift, go rob it again yourself? Or several times? A moment later, high-speed railway station camp. Li Bohong and others had received the news early in the morning and saw the black and white-painted Swift appear in their sight. They still have a sense of unreality. In the actual combat test, probably only a natural resonator like Luo Yin could snatch the mecha. Not long, Luo Yin came out of the cab and prepared to return to the TV building to drive the White Dragon back. At this time, Li Bohong came up and said, "Student Luo, what are you going to do with this energy furnace and mecha?" Luo Yin said firmly, "Sell it." Li Bohong pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, "I also guessed that you would say that. But have you ever thought about it? Among the second-year Group A, Yang Lixia has a father who is the director of the construction bureau, and senior sister Lu Ruhan also comes from a wealthy family. so they were able to redeem the energy furnace easily. But as far as I know, the students in Group B of the first year all have average family conditions. Don't talk about Mecha. I'm afraid they can't even afford an energy furnace. Luo Yin suddenly raised his head. He hadn't thought about that at all. Suddenly, I suffered a great blow. Chapter 78. Dark Shadows in the Clouds. Falcon Base. Because of the ban issued by Black Hawk Company, Forbidden Area exploration is closed for 1 week. As a result, a large number of people were stranded in the base over the past 2 days. To prevent a large number of conflicts from breaking out among the base residents due to their inability to enter the Forbidden Area to explore, Black Hawk Company built a temporary arena in the center of the base. Every day, there are fearless guys who enter the Coliseum and fight with various mutated beasts in order to win high rewards. Also, the young girls in the base. Business has been very good in the past 2 days. The most popular one hardly got out of bed yesterday. I heard that he was taken to emergency department in the middle of the night. Black Hawk has tried its best to stabilize people's hearts, but the entire base is still filled with a depressing atmosphere, as if it will explode at any time. And this is only the second day. It was noon that day. There is an outsider in the base. He wore a dark red long windbreaker with a turned-up collar and black leather jacket and leather pants underneath. There were 17 throwing knives on the belt, and the blades were indigo, obviously coated with poison. On the other side hung a pistol of astonishing caliber with a red dove pattern on the handle of the pistol. The man was wearing a white mask with no patterns or carved facial features on it. Only holes are made for the nose and eyes. To breathe and see. He walked toward a row of houses built with wooden sheds. 2 vicious dogs with greasy hair were lying in front of the house. The 2 big dogs growled when they saw the strange visitor and smelled the unfamiliar scent. The man stopped. Reach out and touch your waist. Then 2 blue lights flashed. They were nailed into the eyes of a big dog. Within 3 seconds, the 2 vicious dogs died with foam at the mouth. Someone in the row of houses suddenly roared. King killed my guard dog. Are you planning to stay here and be my dog? He was answered by another flying knife, straight into the center of eyebrows. The person who spoke widened his eyes. Seems unbelievable. The masked man just killed himself like that. There are tables lined up in the row house. It turned out to be the restaurant in the base. I saw my boss die suddenly. The diners quickly scattered. Even the guys forgot to ask them to pay back. The man in the dark red trench coat walked to a clean table and sat down. A lunch. A bottle of clean water. Then he took out a box and placed it on the table and waved to the guy. The guy walked over with trembling teeth, not daring to take the meal money. But the man pushed over and said, "Come on, I'm hungry." The guy then took the box, opened it, and found some anti-inflammatory drugs inside. In the present, the currency that was previously in circulation has long since become worthless. There's a lot of hard currency today. Medication is one of them, especially anti-inflammatory drugs. Although there are only 3 of them, it is enough to pay for the meal. After putting away the anti-inflammatory medicine, the guy looked at his boss who lay dead on the ground. The shock on his face gradually faded away. Instead, there was inexplicable ecstasy. He immediately called 2 homeless people, gave them a steamed bun, and asked them to clean up the bodies of the boss and the 2 dogs. The 2 homeless men were very nimble. It won't take a moment. No one knows where the body was thrown. The whole process, no one came to ask. Even the Black Hawk Company, which was ostensibly responsible for maintaining order at the base, ignored it. This is the surface. Order is in the fist. Truth is within range. After the food is served, the man in the long windbreaker grabbed the waiter's hand. Have you had any outsiders here recently? The guy nodded immediately. Yes. 2 days ago, some people came who were said to be from the dungeon. They also killed people on the base. Black Hawk doesn't dare to say anything. Arrogant. The man in the long windbreaker asked again, "Are those people in the base now?" The guy shook his head. Only some older people are in the base. The young ones have all left and gone to the Forbidden Area. For this reason, Black Hawk has also issued a ban prohibiting exploration this week. It's a whole week. It's really starving. The man in the long windbreaker then let go and threw him another anti-inflammatory pill. Watch your mouth. The waiter remembered the boss's body and immediately said, "What are you talking about, sir? I don't understand." The man in the long windbreaker nodded with satisfaction and started eating. At lunch, he left the base. No one knows where he went. Guifa City. Group B, Year 2. In the command center, the student who played the role of the staff officer shouted excitedly. Hurry up, Zhou Feng. Attack from the middle and try to hold the Gu Diao back. Don't let it get away. Wang Lei, don't move. Just lie in ambush at that position, just in case. Xia Yun, don't just watch. You have to help Zhou Feng and destroy the wings of that thing. A boy shook his head and said, most of the giant beasts in this forbidden area are the feathered insect type. It's really annoying. If you're not careful, you'll let the cooked duck fly away. Everyone, we need to work harder. There are 4 teams, and we are the last one. Not to mention the A level. Even the 2 first-year teams are ranked ahead of us. Yes, Zhou Feng, you guys need to work harder. We are both in the 2nd grade. If we let those little brats ride on our heads, where will we put our dignity? In the ruins of a residential area, the buildings here are entangled with countless vines, and large clumps of black hair, like seaweed, are entangled with the building's street lights and vehicles. A large number of corpses were entangled in the long black hair. When the hair was blown by the wind, the corpses inside made various movements like a puppet show. Bang! With a loud noise, a black shadow crashed into the tall building, crushing it to pieces. Amid the falling rocks, a giant bird that looked like an eagle struggled to its feet. This bird has brown-red feathers and exaggeratedly large wings. The most peculiar thing is that it has a long horn on its head. Now, this giant bird, called Gu Diao, has one wing withered feathers and is in tatters, seemingly unable to play its original role. A section of the horn on its head broke off, and red blood flowed out. It staggered to its feet and made a sound like a baby. At this time, fireballs kept bursting out of its body as it was hit by missiles. In the explosion, the feathers of the Gu Diao flew everywhere and fell on fire. It let out a scream of injury, and with only one wing left, it fled in a panic. Right now, Wang Lei, kill it! In the command center, several staff officers shouted excitedly. Wang Lei, a sophomore who had been lying in ambush nearby, immediately controlled the mecha to rush out, intending to deal a fatal blow to the Gu Diao. But at this time, there was a low roar in the sky, as if a fighter plane was passing overhead. In the command center, the staff officers all exclaimed. On the big screen, they were seen in the sky above the city. A dark shadow hidden behind the clouds rolled by. The clouds churned. Something was hanging down from the clouds. It turned out to be a bunch of black lines. And at the end of those black lines, there were figures hanging. Chapter 79, Mutation. Oh my god, what is that? Is it a human? No way. Can you adjust the picture? Quick, make the picture clearer. In the command center of Group B, Year 2, the staff officers exclaimed in surprise. Soon, the image on the big screen became clear. This allowed everyone to see that above the clouds in the sky, there were ropes tangled together with hair hanging down. These ropes dangle individual humans. There are old people and children, men and women. Unlike the corpses that could be seen everywhere in the city, only bones were left of those bodies. These humans hanging in the sky seem to be still alive. They are plump and have ruddy complexions. The elderly wear decent clothes, and the children wear cute clothes. The men wore suits, and the women wore dresses. Some of them have kind faces, some are handsome and sunny, some are smart and cute, and some are delicate and beautiful. These people hanging high in the sky were fluttering in the wind, like kites that had no control over their own destiny. But in the strong wind, they were still performing various actions. The old man is reading the newspaper, the child is playing football, the man is working, and the woman is putting on makeup. They just had the movements, but no newspapers in their hands, no footballs under their feet, no computers at hand, and no cosmetics in front of them. Watch it on the big screen. The students felt like they were watching a stage play. But the fact that the stage is located high in the sky makes it inevitable that people will feel terrified. Soon, the dark shadow behind the cloud disappeared. It seemed as if it was flying higher. Then the ropes hanging from the clouds, along with the humans hanging on them, also disappeared into the clouds. When nothing could be seen on the screen, the students came to their senses and started talking about it. But then someone called out, "Where's the carving?" Turned out to be, while they were distracted by the black shadow in the clouds, the injured Gu Eagle took the opportunity to escape from the battlefield. But it was injured and unable to fly, so it could only run desperately on the ground. Seeing this, sophomore Wang Lei shouted, "I'll go after him." Judging from the position of his mecha, it is closest to the Gu Diao. Suddenly, The mecha's engine roared and ran at full power, closely following the bird or beast that was running on the ground like a rooster. Just at this moment, Wang Lei ordered an instrument on the platform to suddenly sound the alarm. It turned out that he had reached the edge of the safe zone. Immediately, the voices of the staff officers came from the communicator. Wang Lei, stop chasing us. If we go any further, we will leave the safe zone. Come back quickly. Wang Lei looked at the distance between himself and the giant bird, then gritted his teeth and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as we don't go too deep." That thing was seriously injured. If another team picked it up, wouldn't that be unfair to us? On the screen, a window appears. Xia Yun, who is also a mecha pilot, appeared in the window. Wang Lei, don't do anything stupid. The behemoth is lost, so it is lost. You're afraid there won't be any giant beasts in the forbidden area. Stop chasing me. Wang Lei didn't even look at the classmate. Just lost it? Xia Yin, you make it sound so easy. You come from a wealthy family. Even if you can't become a mecha pilot, you can still go back and inherit the family business. What about me? My dad had a stroke years ago, and my mom is often ill. I have a younger sister. If I can't become a mecha pilot, are we going to starve? Besides, right now among the 4 teams, our group is at the bottom. I'm not fighting yet. When will you fight? With a loud shout, Wang Lei controlled the mecha and crashed into a park. He crossed the safety zone. At this time, Wei Fenghua's voice rang out from the command desk. Student Wang Lei, stop the action immediately. Before he finished speaking to Wei Fenghua, Wang Lei cut off the communication. Go your own way. After chasing out of the park, the Goo Eagle in front seemed to have no strength left. It stopped. Wang Lei was overjoyed when he saw this. The mecha he was driving pulled out a long sword, leaped up suddenly, and fell heavily. He stepped on the Gu Jiao's head and turned the long sword upside down with the tip pointing downward. Inserted it, cut open the abdomen with one knife. But the Gu Jiao did not die. Instead, it struggled desperately. It used the broken horn on its head to hit Wang Lei's mecha hard. The mecha was hit, and sparks flew everywhere. Under the effect of the empathy system, Wang Lei only felt discomfort in his chest. This was because the combat uniform had the effect of reducing the perception of pain. Otherwise, Wang Lei wondered if he would faint from the pain. He roared. The man controlling the mecha stretched out his hand to grab the Gu Jiao's neck, pulled out the long sword, and swept it across fiercely, sweeping out a cold light. As the cold light passed, the head and neck of the Gu Jiao were completely separated. The mecha stood up and raised the giant bird's head with wide eyes high, as if to prove something to the world. Pity, there are no spectators here. At this time, the energy spectrum of the Gu Jiao displayed on the giant beast radar in the cab disappeared. I did it. Wang Lei closed his eyes and his smile slowly widened. I did it. I killed the beast. He burst into laughter. He was in such a good mood that he didn't notice that the forbidden area had quietly become quiet. Even the roars of giant beasts that were heard from time to time suddenly disappeared. Immediately following, it's still noon. The light in the forbidden area quickly dimmed. This makes the outlines of everything become blurred and ambiguous. But it also highlights the depth of the shadow. In the cab, Wang Lei finally adjusted his mood and prepared to go back, carrying the Gu Jiao's head. Suddenly, he saw shadowy figures deep in the forbidden area through the panoramic window. It seems that a group of people are walking this way. Wang Lei looked at the radar, but did not find any signs of life on it. His scalp felt tingling. Don't think about it. He decisively drove the mecha towards the safe zone. In the panoramic window, the light around quickly dimmed. It was as if night had come early. Wang Lei couldn't help but look at the time on the command desk with some suspicion. The time shows that there are still 10 minutes until 1300 hours in the afternoon. Just at this moment, the mecha suddenly shook, staggered, and almost fell. Wang Lei looked down. There was a ball of black hair tangled around the mecha's right foot. I must have tripped over this thing just now. Just at this moment, that ball of black hair seemed to have its own life and consciousness. Suddenly, it squirmed and wrapped around the mecha's feet like a snake. Wang Lei was about to cut off the hair with a long knife. Suddenly, I found it difficult to move my arms. Turn around and look. Dozens of long black hair were tangled on the mecha's arms. They swept in from nearby trees, from nearby lampposts, from the windows of buildings, and from all kinds of places, entangling the mecha. Wang Lei's heart was pounding. He didn't care about anything else. He threw away the Gu Jiao's head, picked up the rifle, and shot at the clumps of hair that were entangled around his arms. Just a few shots. Wang Lei felt his neck tighten. It turned out that there were also a few tufts of black hair wrapped around the mecha's neck. At the same time, the hair spread out in all directions, and strands of hair continued to drill into the gaps in the mecha, gradually penetrating deeper into the interior of the mecha. Chapter 80: Cruelty. Warn! Warn! The body has encountered an unknown invasion. Please eliminate it in time. The body has encountered an unknown invasion. Please eliminate it in time. In the cab, the alarm sounded. Wang Lei hurriedly started the rejection system. Immediately, bursts of super-hot gas erupted from the inside of the mecha, blowing out the hair that had penetrated into the gaps in the mecha, causing them to curl and burn. Wang Lei just breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the lights in the cab flickered, and between the alternation between light and dark, he vaguely saw a shadowy figure under the mecha. Countless figures came from nowhere, densely packed and shoulder to shoulder, passing by the mecha's feet. At this moment, the environment is dim. Wang Lei has already turned on the external lights of the mecha. Looking out from the panoramic window, you can see those figures clearly with the help of the light. They seem to be the original inhabitants of the city. These figures are dressed in a variety of clothes, and they appear to be white-collar workers, students, workers, and children. But without exception, they were all very blurry, as if they were surrounded by an invisible mist. At this time, they all stopped, no longer moving forward. And then in the next moment, all these figures looked towards the mecha. Through the panoramic windows, his eyes made contact with Wang Lei. Wang Lei suddenly felt a chill on his back. A chill instantly ran up from my heels to the back of my head. All the hair on his body stood up at once. What's this? Wang Lei instinctively wanted to leave, but the mecha did not respond to his actions. At this time, the empathy system sounded an alarm. An abnormal signal is detected logging in. An abnormal signal is detected logging in. Abnormal signal? Wang Lei looked at the system, and the screen showed that another unknown signal was occupying system resources. It looked like it was going to squeeze Wang Lei's brain wave signal offline. Wang Lei's mind went blank. At school, the teachers never mentioned this situation. He had no idea how to handle it. Fortunately, Wang Lei remembered that the teacher also said that if the empathy system fails, the emergency restart procedure can be used. He immediately reached out to start the program. But at this moment, his hand stopped in midair. Right on his wrist, there is a dark palm. Hold him tight. Wang Lei suddenly let out a scream. Turn around and look. I only saw my side. I don't know when a figure appeared. The figure was wearing the combat uniform of a mecha division and a helmet. The figure was blurry, as if shrouded in fog. When Wang Lei looked at it, it also looked towards Wang Lei. In the helmet, Wang Lei saw a familiar face. His face. The lights in the cab were still flashing. Wang Lei didn't notice. His shadow disappeared at some point. High-speed rail station. In the waiting hall, Zhongshan saw from afar that Luo Yin was sitting alone in a corner. The sunlight fell on him, casting a lonely shadow on the ground. He held a piece of bread in his hand, but was reluctant to take a bite. Luo Yin, who has lost his appetite. Zhongshan has not seen it yet. He was just about to go over there. Suddenly someone grabbed me. Turning around, it turned out to be Li Bohong. Li Bohong shook his head, smiled, and said, "It's best not to disturb him now. He just took a big hit." Zhongshan was stunned for a moment. Will he also be affected? What blow? I just told him a harsh reality. Li Bohong pushed his glasses up and said, "He stole the mecha and energy furnace this morning. Team B probably doesn't have the money to redeem them." Sing-sun. Just at this moment, in the camp that served as the command center, a student ran out and shouted, "Luo Yin, Li Bohong, Zhongshan. Come in quickly. The jury has something important to announce." The student shouted several times. Luo Yin turned around. After a moment, on the big screen in the command center, Wei Fenghua said solemnly, "Just now, we lost contact with Wang Lei from the second-year Group B. This is the image we captured with a drone. Take a look." The scene changed. A scene from the city appeared. In that scene, the strange long black hair was growing outwards madly from the depths of the city. They poured out like a flood, submerging tall buildings, roads, street lights, cars, and trees. Among them, the mecha driven by Wang Lei was first entangled by some hair, and then struggled to resist. But in the end, the mecha entangled with the black hair inch by inch and was dragged away by the black hair, dragged into the depths of the city. In a playback, the entire command center was silent. The students still couldn't understand why Wang Lei's mecha was pulled away by those strange hairs. Luo Yan's eyes moved, as if he had thought of something, but he didn't say anything. Li Bohong sighed softly. Senior Wang Lei has left the safe zone. Wei Fenghua's image reappeared. Yes, Wang Lei ignored the advice and left the safe zone. We encountered a strange incident outside the safe zone. Preliminary suspicion is that this is related to the activities of the Danghu, but as before, we have no substantial evidence. But one thing is certain. Once you cross the safety zone, you may encounter unpredictable dangers. Student Wang Lei is an example. I hope everyone can learn from this. The above is the important information that the jury wants to inform you of. Communication ended. There was a sigh in the command center. Although almost no one here knows Wang Lei. Bata vibrant life suddenly disappeared. It still makes people sigh. Zheng Shan frowned and said, Teacher, aren't you going to organize a rescue? Luo Yin did not respond to this question, but walked out of the tent with his eyes lowered. Li Bohong sighed and said, Now we only lost a mecha and a student died. If a rescue operation is organized, there may be many casualties. It's cruel to say this, but the fact is that Senior Wang Lei is not worth rescuing. Zheng Shan was shocked. This simple young man has never experienced the cruelty of disasters, and until now, he still retains the value of life is priceless. Now, Li Bohong's words, not worth rescuing, made him deeply feel the cruelty of the surface. At this time, they also have to walk out of the command center. The communicator rang. Is Luo Yin here? We want to talk to him. A moment later, a communication device was handed to Luo Yin. Luo Yin raised his head and looked at Li Bohong. I'm from Group B of the first year. I think I want to discuss redeeming the mecha and energy reactor with you. Hearing this, Luo Yan's eyes lit up at first, but then he became a little bored. Finally, he said into the intercom, Energy furnace 700,000, mecha 5 million. Take it all away, 5.5 million. Without waiting for the other party to respond, he returned the communicator to Li Bohong. Then he asked seriously, which students in the other three groups have wealthy families? When Luo Yin said this, far away in the camp of Group A of the second year, Yang Li Kai shuddered for no reason. Chapter 81 Paying for Innocence. Group B, Year 1. The energy furnace is 700,000, and the mecha is 5 million. Pack 5.5 million. The muscles at the corners of Lin Cheng's mouth twitched. This is the lion's opening. It's all the fault of the second grader named Yang. It's a first of its kind. Now it's good. Where can we get millions of work points to redeem the energy furnace and mecha? Li Zi, who had returned, was in a low mood. The excitement of grabbing the heads of Group A has disappeared. She imagined retaliation, but I didn't expect revenge to come so quickly and violently. Not only was Luo Yin intercepting the giant beast that his team was hunting, he also robbed Lin Cheng of his energy furnace and his own mecha. It's all thanks to Grandma's house. The ordinary-looking Shun Yu smiled bitterly and said, How about we meet with Mr. Luo? We used 2,000 credits to buy what he has. I asked the teacher about the credits. The teacher said that the credits belong to the judging panel and are only used as a consideration for grades. As for the use of the credits, it is up to us to allocate them ourselves. As long as the whole team has no objections, that's fine. Lin Cheng turned to look at the other students. What do you say? A boy sighed and said, If we only have Shinyu's mecha, we will basically have nothing to do next. If I can exchange 2,000 credits for your energy furnace and Swift, I think it's worth it. Other students also echoed. At this time, Li Zi sighed and said, You'd better be mentally prepared. I feel like Luo Yin is not that easy to get along with. His worldview and values are different from ours. So, it's best not to be too idealistic. Shinyu smiled bitterly and said, Anyway, let's contact Group of first. After a while, Li Bohong found Luo Yin. Team B wants to talk to you. They're going to use the credits to buy whatever you have. Luo Yin is writing down a few names in his notebook. They are Lu Ruhan, Yang Li Kai, and Xia Yun. Li Bohong said that these three students from the other three teams have good family conditions. Others are very average. Now, I heard that Group B has to use credits to buy things. Luo Yin was a little bit interested, although credits are not work points. But in school, you can also redeem a lot of things. It is considered a relatively valuable thing. He stood up. Time? Place. 2 p.m. in a cafe occupied by weeds. When Luo Yin and Zheng Shan walked in, saw two people from Group B, Shin Yu and Li Zi. In Group B, Xinyu felt that Lin Chung was too impulsive and might do something bad, so he didn't let him come over. As for Li Zi, she is Luo Yan's defeated general. Bringing her along is a sign of weakness. See Luo Yan coming. Xinyu smiled and said, "Good afternoon, classmate Luo." Didn't give him a chance to finish. Luo Yan said directly, 2,000 credits in exchange for the energy furnace and her full combat uniform. He pointed at Li Zi. Luo Yan had thought it through before he came. 2,000 credits are equivalent to a maximum of 400,000 work points. It is impossible for Group B to buy back the energy furnace and Mecha. Luo Yan was even reluctant to part with the energy furnace. But if we add Li Zi's combat uniform, it barely equals this number. The empathy requirements of primary organisms are very low, unless you have very bad luck. Otherwise, they can basically achieve empathy and drive mechas. That's why the school arranged 12 primary machines for students to compete. A random draw was adopted, because no matter who wins, empathy can basically be achieved. But to achieve empathy, combat uniform is required. The neuron line must be connected to the driver on the combat suit to activate the empathy system. In addition, each mecha records the pilot's brainwaves. Only through the device on the helmet of the combat uniform. Only then can the previous records be formatted. Re-record brainwaves. Luo Yan wants Li Zi's full combat uniform, just to erase the previous brainwave records. Let someone in your team fly the Swift. This will not only increase Group A's combat power, also to make what Luo Yan has to do next easier. I heard that Luo Yan wanted a full set of combat uniforms. Shouldn't you probably guess what he was thinking? He immediately frowned and said, "Classmate Luo, after all, we have met each other. Can't we just have a discussion? As the saying goes, leave a way out for everything so that we can meet again in the future. 2,000 credits in exchange for an energy furnace and a mecha is already our biggest concession." You wait a minute. Don't leave. Luo Yan didn't want to waste time talking to him at all, or meet his demands, or see you on the battlefield. Always leave a way out for everything. It might have worked before. It's a joke nowadays. You give people some room. In the future, if someone has the chance, they will stab you back. He has experienced this kind of thing before. Don't want to experience it again. Every scar on his body. I paid the price for my own naivety. Li Zi said decisively at this time, "We promise you. 2,000 credits. Exchange for an energy furnace and a full set of combat uniforms." Xinyu looked at the classmates next to him in shock. Li Zi pushed up his thick glasses and said, "Trust me. If you don't agree now, when he walks out of this door, we will only have one mecha to use. Now, at least two." Luo Yan turned around. Somewhat unexpected. This girl actually understands herself. The matter was settled like that. Luo Yan gained another 2,000 credits. But this is his private matter. Therefore, it is not included in the assessment results. Hand over the full combat uniform. Get the energy furnace back. Xinyu and the two returned to the camp. But I saw a guest coming to the camp. Xia Yun and Zhou Feng, second graders. We want to form an alliance with you. In the command center, Xia Yun got straight to the point and got straight to the point. Another second-year student also said, "You should know that classmate Wang Lei encountered misfortune. We are sorry, but testing will continue. We have also heard about you. You have 2 mechas left now. In this way, among the 4 teams currently, our 2 teams are the weakest. So, why don't we join forces? As long as the giant beast is killed, no matter who beheads it, our 2 teams will share the victory equally. And if we join forces, we will have 4 mechas. This way other teams have to think about it when they want to pay attention to us." Xiaoyan also said, "Also, if we have 4 mechas, we will definitely be more efficient in hunting giant beasts. What do you think?" Lin Qing nodded and said, "I think there's no problem." "What do you say?" Xinyu said more cautiously, "It's good, but in terms of credit distribution, I think we should ask the teacher first." They agreed, and we joined forces. He does this for 2 purposes. The first is to verify the feasibility of credit allocation with the jury. The other is to indirectly ask the judges to bear witness. Don't get into any disputes over credit allocation then. Chapter 82, Yang Li Kai's Pocket. It's evening. The light of the setting sun shines down. Paint everything golden. Buildings, overpasses, roads, cars, trees. While being dyed golden, it also cast a long shadow. If it weren't for those strange hairs tangled in the street lights, hanging from the windows and flooding the road. This scene right now, it is very pleasing to the eye. In the cab, Du Heng looked at Luo Yin, who was standing next to him. The mecha that Du Heng is driving now is the Swift that Luo Yin snatched from Group B. After Li Zi's full set of combat uniform was delivered, on the recommendation of Li Bohong, this mecha was finally driven by Du Heng, who performed well in the driving simulation class. Clear Li Zi's brain wave records. After changing to Du Heng's, Luo Yin asked Du Heng to drive the Swift to give him a ride. Go to the battlefield near the second-year A group. Du Heng didn't know what Luo Yin wanted to do, but I didn't ask. Now Luo Yin is a popular figure in the team. They robbed behemoths and mechas, and even 2 energy furnaces. Even the Swift that he is driving now was snatched back by him. So what did Luo Yin ask him to do? He just does it. Soon, in the panoramic window, one could already see flames of explosions between buildings in the distance, and could vaguely hear sounds coming from that direction. The second-year A group is fighting in that direction. It's fine right here. Luo Yin continued. You hide first, and when they go back, we will follow them. Du Heng suddenly realized, Brother Yin, are you going to raid their lair? But think about it, it's not right. We need to raid the second grade's lair. Several mechas should be dispatched at the same time. Luo Yin did not answer either. After waiting for a while, in the panoramic window, there are already 3 mechas returning in the distance. Turn on the radar shielding system. Luo Yin gave instructions. Du Heng responded, I had already opened it when I set out. Liao know that. Although this is Du Heng's first time driving a mecha, still he did a pretty good job. It can be seen that he took the driving lessons seriously. The foundation is quite solid. Luo Yin followed and said, follow him. Don't follow too closely, just don't lose me. Du Heng nodded, thinking that it was not a big problem. The Swift is a lightweight aircraft with agile movements. Its small size makes it easy to conceal and sneak. Really, Du Heng drove the mecha and tracked to the vicinity of the second-year camp without being noticed. Okay, we separate here. When you get my signal, you return to camp immediately. Remember to take more detours and don't let anyone follow you. Luo Yin gave some instructions and opened the cockpit door without waiting for Du Heng's response. Du Heng controlled the mecha, placed Luo Yin in his palm, and sent him to the ground. Get down to the ground. Luo Yin immediately rushed towards the second grade camp. He did not forget to open the ghost wheel and restrain the breath of his whole body. At the same time, open the eye of breaking obstacles. Look around. Avoid encounters with behemoths or parasite swarms. That's all. He successfully arrived near the second grade camp, hiding in a big tree without any strange hair, looking towards the second grade camp. The mechas of the second grade have returned to the camp. The machine kneels on one knee, so as not to be too conspicuous and be discovered by the giant beast. It also facilitates inspection and maintenance by the maintenance team. Luo Yin locked onto the bright yellow painted orange cat. In the field of vision provided by the obstacle-breaking eye, he clearly saw that the driver of the orange cat had left his seat in the cab. It had apparently disconnected from the empathy system and was preparing to leave. Luo Yin immediately closed his eyes. Start to empathize with the orange cat mecha. Practice makes perfect. Now, Luo Yin quickly found the feeling. He could vaguely hear the sound of a thumping heartbeat. I felt a rhythm like a heartbeat. Then his whole body shook. He opened his eyes. I saw a stretch of mountains and fields quickly sliding away before my eyes. He is running. The breeze keeps him company. He moves flexibly, sometimes crouching, then bursting out. The whole person rushed out like a rocket. When he climbed over a mountain, he saw a large lake below. There is a huge white snake lurking in the center of the lake. He fell quickly. At the same time, put your hands behind your waist. Bring out 2 sharp daggers. The giant snake in the center of the lake felt something, raised its head, and roared with its tongue moving in and out. In the 2 huge pupils of the giant snake, a figure was reflected. That was a woman. Her hair is as black as clouds, and her facial features are bright. Luo Yin was shocked. Is this myself? In an instant, the figures of the woman and the giant snake intertwined. Double strokes staggered. Passed by. A snake head. Shattered to pieces. The screen ends here. Luo Yin came back to his senses. I could already hear the exclamations of the second graders in the camp. What's going on? Another signal has been logged into the empathy system of the orange cat. Student Lu, please come out quickly. But at this moment, the orange cat suddenly turned around and changed from kneeling to crouching. Exploded suddenly, with a kick of legs. The mecha turned into an orange light. They left the camp in an instant. Looking at the mecha that suddenly rushed out of the camp, the drink that Yang Lixie originally wanted to give to Lu Ruhan suddenly fell to the ground. Other students exclaimed, "That's not what Lu usually does." But does the orange cat have such explosive power? Only then did Yang Lixie come to his senses. He reached out and grabbed a classmate and said, "Did you just say that the empathy system of the orange cat was logged by another signal?" The classmate nodded and showed the tablet in his hand. "That's exactly what it says on it." "This?" The corners of Yang Likai's mouth twitched. "It's over. It must be Mr. Luo. He is a natural empath, being able to access the empathy system without the help of combat uniforms." Yang Likai subconsciously touched his pocket. "The last time I redeemed the energy furnace, it cost 700,000. How much does that mecha cost?" At this time, the other two mecha masters from Group A rushed out and ran towards the mecha, prepared to drive the mecha to rescue. The other side, while controlling the orange cat to rush out of the base, Luo Yin used the communicator to give Du Heng a retreat order, then jumped down from the tree. Just then the orange cat passed by him. "Reach out and grab it." He caught Luo Yin in his palm and clenched his 5 fingers to prevent him from falling out. Luo Yin lay on the palm of the mecha. With the help of empathy, continued to control the mecha. The orange cat ran in the forbidden area and moved flexibly between the buildings. Fast speed and flexible movements. It completely surpassed when Lu Ruhan was driving. In the cab, Lu Ruhan huddled in the corner. "Use small spaces to anchor yourself." She looked through the panoramic window and saw that the orange cat had already left the camp. "We stopped by a dried-up canal." Lu Ruhan quickly stood up and rushed to the command console. She wanted to restart the empathy system and force the invading signal offline. But at this time, she saw the mech raise his hand and placed it on the mech's shoulder. The 5 fingers of that hand were spread out, and Luo Yin jumped from it onto the shoulder of the mecha. Obviously, Luo Yin is going to enter the cab. Lu Ruhan turned around abruptly and looked towards the cockpit door. Chapter 83. Disobeying the Prohibition. Luo Yin was standing in front of the cabin door. Through the eye of breaking barriers, he saw Lu Ruhan standing ready in the doorway. Luo Yin stretched out his hand and pressed on the hilt of the splitting star sword, because he saw Lu Ruhan reaching for the pistol at his waist. But Lu Ruhan quickly took her hand away and just assumed a fighting stance. Luo Yin then released his hand that was on the hilt of the splitting star sword and manually opened the hatch. The moment the hatch opens, he has already activated viewing mountains and seas, causing a bright yellow light to rise from his body and condense into blurry shadows of overlapping mountains. With a hint of vague majesty, Luo Yin savagely rushed into the cab. To greet him, Lu Ruhan calculated the angle and punched him in the ribs. Lu Ruhan originally intended to use this punch to force Luo Yin out, but Luo Yin seemed not to see it. "Don't care." He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Lu Ruhan's throat brutally. Lu Ruhan lives in the underground city and has never experienced the cruel surface. How can you imagine that? Luo Yin's fighting style is so violent. She couldn't help but feel panicked. He subconsciously dodged Luo Yin's grab. Next, the two fought for more than a dozen rounds in the cab. Luo Yin's attack was violent and brutal, with no mercy at all. Lu Ruhan is agile, has amazing balance, and can often perform incredible moves. In a short moment, the two of them fought at lightning speed, with one advancing and the other retreating. A lot of times, relying on his stronger physical fitness, Luo Yin was able to withstand Lu Ruhan's attack. At the same time, he seized the opportunity and attacked fiercely. Lu Ruhan was pushed towards the cockpit door little by little. In battle, Luo Yin shouted loudly. A punch went straight to Lu Ruhan's chest. No scruples at all. Lu Ruhan's pretty face turned red. It was the first time that a man made such an aggressive move towards her. He recalled the first time the two of them fought. The scene where the mecha he was driving was tightly hugged by the white dragon. I have mixed feelings right now. Under distraction, she didn't notice Luo Yin's silent kick. Wait until she reacts. Luo Yin changed kicking to kicking. Hit Lu Ruhan's lower abdomen. The force suddenly gushed out, kicking Lu Ruhan backwards and out of the cab. Lu Ruhan fell directly from the mecha. I couldn't help but let out a scream, but only half of it was called. Then I felt something hit my back. Come back to your senses. Only to find that the mecha caught her with his hands. Lu Ruhan raised her head. Then Luo Yin was seen standing at the cabin door, speaking lightly. It's even. Also, the mecha is 5 million. Lu Ruhan was stunned at first. Then I reacted. This time Luo Yin was seeking revenge for her last provocation. Then, he stole the mecha and it cost 5 million to redeem it. Lu Ruhan suddenly felt confused. Some things are hard to fathom. This time Luo Yin came specifically for revenge. Or is it that revenge is just an excuse and stealing money is the real purpose? The hatch is closed. Luo Yin sat in the driver's seat. Fasten your seatbelt. Then I saw 2 mechas from the second grade coming. So he put Lu Ruhan on the ground. This is a heavyweight customer worth 5 million work points. Luo Yin naturally didn't want anything to happen to her. So he left when he saw the second graders coming. Putting Lu Ruhan down, the orange cat turned around and walked away, moving flexibly between the buildings and soon disappeared in the light of the setting sun. I heard the sound of the mecha running and felt the ground shaking. Lu Ruhan suddenly felt. Luo Yin is not that unkind. At least, he waited until his companions came to pick him up. Only then can I let myself go. If not, before the companions arrived. Being alone, she is likely to be targeted by giant beasts or swarms of parasites. Think of this. Her mood improved a little. High-speed railway station camp. When Li Bohong and others saw the orange cat entering the camp, everyone was dumbfounded. This morning, Luo Yinkai grabbed a set of Swift. In the evening, he snatched the orange cat away as well. 5 mechas lined up in a row. The scene is as spectacular as it can be. In the cab, Luo Yin had just gotten off the mecha. Li Bohong came over with a communicator. Senior Yang Li and his classmates are looking for you. Luo Yin nodded and took it. In the intercom, Yang Lixia said in a tearful voice, "Student Luo, why are you here to steal our things again? Can you please stop focusing on our group? Look at the other 2 groups, especially the second year B group. You haven't done anything to them yet. How about changing the target?" Luo Yin didn't say anything. Yang Lixia sighed and said, "Look, we have dealt with each other before. Can it be cheaper this time? 5 million is really too much." Luo Yin then spoke. "For 0.8 million. Can it be less?" Student Luo? Student Luo? Okay. For 0.8 million. But this is not a small amount. You have to give us some time. I'll call you tomorrow morning. Luo Yin nodded. Same as last time. The money is in the account, and the mecha will be returned to you. In the communication, Luo Yin returned the communicator to Li Bohong. The latter gave him a thumbs up. Then he said, "We found the traces of another giant beast. How about a meeting after dinner?" Liao nodded. After all, actual testing is the real business. The sun finally set. In the camp of the high-speed railway station, lights lit up one by one. However, the number of lights is limited. If you weren't close, it would be difficult to see the lights in the camp. But in the amusement park on the northwest side, a man standing on a Ferris wheel. But I could see the lights of the camp clearly. The man was wearing a dark red trench coat with a black leather jacket and leather pants underneath. Wearing a white mask, standing on a cabin of the Ferris wheel like a ghost, he raised a telescope and observed the camp. Soon, Luo Yin appeared in the telescope. The man put down the binoculars and took out a photograph. In the photo, he is a young man with black hair and red eyes. It was Luo Yin. The next day, when an additional 4.8 million work points were deposited into Luo Yan's student card, he crossed out Lu Ruhan's name from the notebook. Next, he focused on testing. 3 days passed quickly. During these few days, the 4 teams each made gains in the forbidden area. At present, Group A, where Luo Yin is located, is temporarily in the lead. But Lu Ruhan's team was chasing very closely. It is possible to be overtaken at any time. And ever since Luo Yin took away 5.5 million work points, Lu Ruhan's team did not attempt to retaliate. Although they have money, but I couldn't resist Luo Yan's snatching. Let Luo Yin rob it again or twice. They can't afford the ransom, so I just focused on testing. As for the 2 teams of Lin Cheng and Xia Yun, after they joined forces, the situation really improved. The 4 mechas acted simultaneously and succeeded repeatedly. But the credits for killing the behemoth must be divided equally between the 2 teams. Therefore, they still lag behind in the rankings. Another day has passed. Lin Cheng drove the mecha and returned to the camp with his companions. Suddenly, his radar flickered. It turned out that the scan detected unregistered life reactions. Lin Chung immediately walked towards the direction where the life reaction appeared. A moment later, he spotted several figures inside a building. Whoever is in there, come out immediately, or I will shoot. Lin Chung used the speaker function of the mecha to let his voice echo throughout the building. Don't shoot. We'll be right out. Figures soon appeared in several windows in the building. Not classmates from the college, but the residents of Falcon Base. They finally couldn't bear it anymore, disobeyed the ban, and sneaked into the forbidden area to explore.